transmigrating into Might Guy. He begins with the strongest monk system, rewarded with the Yi Jin Jing. When the 8 inner gates meets the Yi Jin Jing, the gate of death, isn't that something you can open whenever you wish? Uchiha Madara, I Madara, acknowledge you as the strongest. Might Guy, the strongest. Survive my second kick first. When the Vajra finger meets the 1,000 years of death. Sorry Kakashi, this one might hurt a little. When the Arhat subduing tiger fist meets daytime tiger. Might Guy Kisame, are you moved? Kisame, I don't dare move. I truly don't dare move at all. When the Vajra leg meets the leaf strong whirlwind. Tailed beasts, aren't those things one kick apiece? Post-battle interview. Ninetales, I have no idea. At the time he was shouting something about youth and passion, and then he kicked me once. My face is still swollen, even now. 8 tails, don't even mention it. Shukaku is still just a heap of sand. Behold how this time, Might Guy kicks out a wholly different ending. The story begins in Konoha Ninja Academy. In front of the bulletin board, a crowd of 6 and 7-year-old children huddled together, some leaping with joy, others lowering their heads in quiet sobs. Today was the day the results were posted. Guy's consciousness awakened amid the clamor, so noisy. He struggled to open his eyes. Figures swayed within his field of vision. His ears were filled with children's laughter and cries, along with parents' words of comfort or praise. Wait. He lowered his head and saw a pair of stubby, rough little hands clad in a faded green jumpsuit. Below that were 2 equally short legs, wrapped in matching green tights. This outfit, why does it look so familiar? In the next instant, memories surged into his mind like a tide. Might Guy, 6 years old. Today was the day the Ninja Academy posted its results. Because his ninjutsu aptitude was unqualified, and his genjutsu aptitude was unqualified. He had been rejected. At this very moment, he stood blankly before the bulletin board, seeing that his name was not on the list of admitted students. Guy spent 3 seconds absorbing this fact. Then, in his mind, he slowly typed out a question mark. Who had he become? Might Guy, the man who had nearly kicked out the final ending with a single strike. The taijutsu fanatic who constantly spoke of youth and wore a green jumpsuit. The azure beast who made even Uchiha Madara raise a thumb in approval and declare, I acknowledge your taijutsu. He lowered his head again to look at his small, stubby hands. Good grief. This was the 6-year-old version, and the rejected version at that. Before he could sort out his thoughts, a coarse, calloused hand pressed down on his shoulder from behind. He turned around. He met a face covered in stubble. Thick brows, large eyes, the same faded green jumpsuit, the same thick, stubby eyebrows. It was practically an enlarged version of himself. Only this enlarged version had reddened eyes, yet still forced out a smile. Might I, the original body's father, the eternal genin of Konoha, the man who, so that his son would not be looked down upon in the future, trained alone for 20 years and mastered the 8 inner gates, and later, to protect him, opened the gate of death with his own flesh and blood. Though he annihilated the 7 ninja swordsmen, he himself was consumed in the process. Dewey had clearly seen the list as well. He thought his son was dazed because of the rejection, and a sharp pain pierced his heart. But he immediately took a deep breath. He suddenly spread his arms and tightly embraced the small guy. Guy, his booming voice exploded beside Guy's ear, making his eardrums buzz. It's all right. A man's life becomes truly passionate only when it begins with failure. Guy was squeezed so tightly he could scarcely breathe. The warmth that seeped through the clothes, along with Dewey's slightly trembling arms, made him freeze. In his previous life, he had been an orphan and had never experienced such an unreserved embrace. Guy, Dewey released him, stepped back, and raised his trademark thumbs up, flashing, gleaming teeth. Tears still lingered at the corners of his eyes, yet his smile was incomparably radiant. Youth means rising again from where you have fallen. Come, Dad has made red bean dumpling soup for you. Starting tomorrow, father and son will train together using taijutsu to prove ourselves to everyone. Sunlight struck his bright white teeth, dazzling Guy so much he could hardly keep his eyes open, looking at the hot-blooded fool before him. The lingering resentment and stubbornness left in this body seemed to be ignited by that radiance. A warmth stirred within Guy's heart. Unconsciously, he imitated Dewey's gesture. He raised his thumb as well. He bared his teeth in the same way and shouted back in the same booming voice. All right, Dad. Father-son bond established. Monk value plus 50. A mechanical voice rang out in his mind. Guy no, he should now be called Might Guy. Paused for a moment. System, monk system, activated. Host Might Guy 6 years old. Current, monk value, 50. Shop, not yet unlocked. Beginner gift, pack awaiting claim. A simple virtual panel appeared in his mind. Might Guy blinked, the panel remained. Claim. He spoke silently, in his mind. Beginner gift pack, opened. Obtained monk value, multiplied by 300. Obtained. Shaolin 72, Supreme Techniques, random draw multiplied by 3. 3 clusters of golden light burst within his consciousness. The first cluster dissipated, transforming into an ancient manual with 5 radiant characters gleaming upon its cover. Vajra leg, low-grade, supreme technique. Fierce and domineering, shattering stone, like mud. The second cluster followed closely. Vajra finger, low-grade supreme technique. Fingers pierce gold, iron shatters, like paper. 2 low-grade techniques. Before Might Guy could examine them closely, the third cluster shone with blinding brilliance. Yi Jin Jing, high-grade supreme technique. The treasured scripture of Shaolin, cleansing meridians and marrow, transforming the body, greatly enhances physique, internal energy recovery, speed, and cultivation, aptitude. Might Guy's pupils contracted. The Yi Jin Jing, the supreme art of Shaolin, placed in the world of Naruto. It was a top-tier secret technique capable of transforming one's physique and accelerating cultivation. And he was only 6 years old, at the prime stage of rapid physical development, to begin cultivating the Yi Jin Jing. Now, Guy Dewey's large face suddenly loomed before him, interrupting his thoughts. Why are you spacing out? Are you so moved? Dewey raised his thumb, again teeth flashing. It's all right. Dad understands. A man's passion must flow out to feel truly exhilarating. Might Guy looked at the face so close before him. This foolish father probably thought his son had been moved speechless by his speech of youth. Dad, Might Guy suddenly spoke. I will become strong. Dewey froze for a moment. Might Guy lifted his small face, looking at him with utmost seriousness. With taijutsu, in my own way, one day I will make everyone remember my name. He spoke from the heart. Since he had inherited this body, he must not disgrace the name of Might Guy. Seeing the earnest look in his son's eyes, Dewey's eyes reddened once more. Guy. He spread his arms again and tightly embraced Might Guy, his booming voice echoing through the entire street. As expected of my son, so passionate. Dad will wait for you. Dad will always wait for you. Father and son will strive together. Youth is Dad. Might Guy could scarcely breathe under the grip. Let go first. The red bean dumpling soup will get cold. Oh right. Dewey quickly released him and grabbed Might Guy's small hand. Come, let's eat dumplings. Eat, then sleep. Tomorrow, we rise early for special training. As Might Guy was pulled forward, he silently spoke within his mind. Take the 300 monk value from the beginner gift pack and the 50 from the father-son bond. Add them all to the Yi Jin Jing. Monk value, minus 350. Yi Jin Jing proficiency, increasing. Current proficiency, 350. Mastery. The proficiency of supreme techniques is divided into 5 levels. Initial glimpse, 0 to 99. Minor accomplishment, 100 to 299. Mastery, 300 to 599. Perfection, 600 to 999. Transcendence, 1000. After reaching the maximum level, corresponding special effects will appear. A warm current rose from his lower abdomen, slowly flowing through every limb and bone. His once fatigued and aching body seemed infused with renewed vitality. Even his breathing became long and powerful. Might Guy took a deep breath. The Yi Jin Jing had already reached mastery. As for the Vajra leg and Vajra finger, he would cultivate them little by little through his own effort. This was the very foundation of a taijutsu ninja, since he had come to this world, since he had become Might Guy. Then, with these fists, he would carve out a different future. Guy, Dewey shouted from ahead as he turned back. Hurry up. If you're any slower, Dad will eat all the dumplings. Coming. Might Guy spread his short legs and immediately chased after him. The next day before dawn had even broken. Might Guy was still dreaming. In his dream, he was using the Vajra leg to shatter a massive boulder. Behind the boulder appeared the shocked face of Uchiha Madara. Guy, The blanket was abruptly pulled away. Dui's large face appeared before him, his teeth gleaming in the morning light. Youth does not permit oversleeping. Get up and train. Might Guy blinked groggily, not yet fully awake, when Dui yanked him straight out of bed. Hurry, hurry, hurry. The plan of the day starts in the morning. A man's passion must begin burning before the sun rises. 5 minutes later, 2 green figures were running through the streets of Konoha. Guy, follow Dad's rhythm. 1, 2, 1, 2. Dui's booming voice echoed loudly through the quiet streets. A ramen shop owner, who had just opened for business, yawned and peeked outside. Seeing the 2 figures in green, he shook his head. It's that eternal genin again. Nearby, a woman buying vegetables lowered her voice. I heard his son also failed the exam. No talent for ninjutsu or jinjutsu sai. That kid, right? What a pity. He'll probably end up just like his father. The voices were not loud, but clear enough to be heard. Might Guy's steps slowed slightly. Dui, as if hearing nothing at all, only raised his voice even louder. Guy, speed up. Let the morning wind blow away all worries. Youth is meant to run. He turned back and gave Guy a thumbs up, his teeth flashing brightly. The sun had not yet risen, but his smile was brighter than sunlight itself. Guy looked at that back. This man, in his own way, was protecting his son's dignity. Dad, he quickened his pace to catch up. How many times did you fail back then? Dui paused for a moment, then burst into laughter. 3 times. Dad took 3 tries to enter the ninja academy. Back then, I was mocked as the worst of all failures. While running, he looked back with an expression as proud as if it were something glorious. But Guy, look at Dad now. I not an excellent. He paused, lowering his voice slightly. Eternal genin. Then he laughed at himself first. Might Guy also laughed. The slight barrier in his heart melted away within that laughter. Dui suddenly stopped and became serious. He crouched down and lowered his voice. Guy, Dad is going to tell you a secret. Might Guy's heart stirred. Dad spent 20 years mastering a forbidden technique. Dui leaned closer, his voice even softer. It's called the 8 inner gates. Although I can only remain a genin normally, at critical moments, I can unleash tremendous power. After speaking, he raised his thumb again, eyes shining. So Guy, as long as you work hard, there is nothing you cannot achieve. Taijutsu can also become the strongest weapon to protect you and those you want to protect. Might Guy looked into those eyes, a pure, unwavering belief in his own path. The lingering emotions of the original body completely settled. What replaced them was a new resolve. Since he had come here, he would live an extraordinary life, and he would protect this foolish father in front of him. He lifted his head and smiled just like Dui. No fear. Youth is meant to burn. Dui froze. His eyes reddened almost instantly. He lifted Guy up and spun him around. Well, said my son, youth is meant to burn. Might Guy felt dizzy. Put me down. I won't. Dad is too happy. The 2 arrived at the outskirts of the village, a secluded clearing in the forest. Dui pointed at a tree as thick as a man's leg. First lesson, 5,000 straight kicks before dawn. Watch Dad. He took a deep breath and suddenly lifted his leg. Whoosh. The sound of breaking air was sharp and piercing. Each kick was fierce and powerful, his leg shadows merging into one. He performed 50 consecutive kicks without changing expression. Did you see clearly? Dui lowered his leg. Do it exactly like this. Begin. Might Guy nodded. He walked to the tree, imitating Dui's stance, and raised his leg. 1 kick, 2 kicks, 3 kicks. At first, he could still keep up. 100, 200, 500. Guy's foundation was solid, but by 1,000 kicks, his legs began to weaken. At 2,000, his thigh muscles felt as if they were tearing apart. At 3,000, every kick required gritted teeth. Sweat flowed into his eyes, stinging painfully. His tight suit was already soaked through. Dui sat nearby, saying nothing. Might Guy gritted his teeth and continued kicking. Since he was Guy, he must endure. Within his body, the warm flow of the Yi Jin Jing circulated slowly. Although his muscles ached, his recovery speed was clearly faster than ordinary people, allowing him to barely continue. 3,500, 4,000, 4,500, 4,998, 4,999, 5,000. The final kick landed. Might Guy collapsed directly onto the grass, gasping for air. His legs felt as if their bones had been removed, soft as noodles. At this moment, the sun had just begun to rise. Sunlight filtered through the leaves and fell on his face. Warm, comfortable. Dewey squatted beside him and gave a thumbs up. Good job, Guy. Tomorrow, we increase it to 5,500. Guy rolled over and looked at the sky. A grin slowly formed on his face. He had done it. Through his own will he had accomplished it. Vajra leg initial insight, 5/19. After 5,000 kicks, the proficiency of the Vajra leg increased by 5 points. At this rate, only 200 days, and he would reach full mastery of the Vajra leg. No, perhaps even less. Feeling his strength gradually returning, Guy stood up. He looked at Dewey and showed his white teeth. Dad, I want to train a little more. Dewey grinned and patted his shoulder. Good. Dad will go make breakfast. First, don't stay out too long. A man must also eat properly. Dewey strode away. Guy walked to another tree and began practicing the basic movements of the Vajra finger. 1 poke, 2 pokes, 3 pokes. His fingertips quickly swelled and reddened, but he did not stop. The warm flow of the Yi Jin Jing wrapped around his fingers, healing faster than they were injured. The swelling faded slightly, then he continued. After more than 200 repetitions, faint footsteps came from behind him. Guy turned. A middle-aged man with silver hair stood there, holding a boy of similar age. Silver short hair, a Konoha forehead protector, and a short white blade on his shoulder. Hatak Sakumo, the white fang of Konoha. Guy's pupils narrowed slightly. He looked down at the boy beside him. White hair, a mask, bangs covering one eye. Hatak Kakashi, 5-year-old Kakashi. The white fang seemed to be bringing his son to familiarize him with the training environment. He noticed Guy training alone, saw his swollen, broken fingers, saw his worn-out shoes, then looked toward the horizon, where the sun had just risen. A subtle emotion flashed through his eyes. He crouched down and said to Kakashi, Kakashi, look at that child. Kakashi raised his gaze toward Guy. His eyes were cold and detached, characteristic of a genius. I heard he failed the exam, Sakumo said, calmly. No talent for ninjutsu or genjutsu. Kakashi said nothing, but he hasn't given up. Before dawn, he is already training taijutsu. He has a solid foundation, and that kind of determination. He paused. Kakashi, remember the Seon day. He may surpass you. A trace of surprise appeared in Kakashi's eyes. He looked seriously at the green-clad boy, striking the tree. Guy felt that gaze. He did not turn around, continuing to strike the tree again and again. Sakumo stood up and prepared to leave with Kakashi. After a few steps, he looked back again. He smiled gently at Guy, then turned and walked away. Under the setting sun, the silhouettes of father and son gradually disappeared. Guy stood still, watching that direction for a long time. He thought of the timeline of the original story. In, at most, 1 year. When Kakashi is 7, this hero of Konoha would take his own life because of public criticism, just for choosing to save a comrade instead of completing the mission. Condemned by the entire village, condemned by those he saved, and in the end, Guy clenched his fist nails, digging into his palm. He wanted to run up and tell him saving comrades was not wrong. Tell him that public opinion was cruel, but he had to endure. Tell him his son would become a great ninja in the future. But he was only a 6-year-old boy who had failed the exam. His words would carry no weight. Speaking now would only seem strange. It was still too early. He could not interfere yet. He could only wait, or become stronger, become someone influential enough to change something. Guy's eyes gradually grew firm.
Kaya's training pressed on relentlessly. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. His fingertips grazed the coarse bark, sending sharp pangs of pain through him. Yet, gritting his teeth, he persevered. The warm currents of the Yi Jin Jing coursed within his body. His fingertips broke, healed, then broke again, only to mend once more. The sun gradually ascended. 100 strikes, 200 strikes, 500 strikes, 1,000 strikes. His fingers swelled like carrots. 2,000 strikes. His knuckles were raw, leaving streaks of blood upon the bark. 3,000 strikes. The pain numbed his senses, yet he continued to jab. His mind held but a single thought. Kai, do not stop. For 1,000 strikes. 5,000 strikes. When the final jab was thrust forth, his fingers could no longer bend back. Kai spread out his hand, gazing at the 10 swollen, reddened fingers, and cracked a wide grin. Great strength Vajra finger. Initial insight 5,100 good. Time to head home for a meal. The way back led through a small grove. Kai swung his hands to promote blood circulation. His fingertips twitched in pain, but his spirits remained high. Suddenly, he heard a faint sobbing. So quiet it sounded as if someone was muffling their mouth to stifle the sound. Kaya's steps faltered. Following the sound, he peered deeper into the woods. Four older boys had formed a circle, surrounding a little girl at the center. Her hair was short, naturally curly, and black. Her eyes, a rich wine-red hue, were irresistibly adorable. Yet tears brimmed in her eyes, though she bit her lip to keep them from falling. Clutched in her hand was a hair tie. Several boys reached to snatch it away. Let go. Never. That's a gift from my mother. If you don't let go, I'll beat you up. Hand it over, now. Bully a little girl. A surge of fury exploded in Mato Kaya's mind. System notification. Task triggered. Uphold justice when witnessing injustice. Reward. Monk points 80. Random Beginner S Gift Pack 1. Kai paid no heed to the system prompt. Striding forward with determination, he bellowed at the top of his lungs. Let go of that girl. The four bigger boys were startled, turning around in unison. The leader, a chubby boy about 7 or 8 years old, wore a crumpled Ninja Academy uniform. Upon recognizing Kai, a sneer curled his lips. Oh, who do we have here? He scrutinized Kai's green outfit. The son of a perpetual low-ranking ninja, the one who failed to make the cut. The others chuckled alongside him. I heard he can't even perform the clone technique, only a little taijutsu. What use is taijutsu? He's just a punching bag. The chubby boy stepped forward and shoved Kai. Be smart and scram. Don't meddle in our business. Before he could finish, Kai unleashed a flying kick. Great strength Vajra leg. Pow! His foot connected with the boy's shin. The chubby boy howled in pain and collapsed to his knees. The remaining three hesitated for a moment, then charged at Kai with shouts. Kai did not dodge. His right hand, fingers swollen like carrots, jabbed straight into the second boy's shoulder. The boy clutched the spot, screaming in agony as half his arm went numb. The third lunged from the side, wielding a blunt kunai, training grade, but still capable of inflicting pain. Kai sidestepped smoothly and countered with a high kick, the top of his foot striking the boy's chin. The boy fell backward onto the ground. The fourth, terrified, turned and fled, shouting, I'll get you. Just wait. Kai did not pursue. He glanced down at his right arm. The kunai's tip had grazed it, leaving a shallow cut from which blood dripped down past his elbow. The wound was not deep, but it stung sharply. He said nothing and turned his gaze toward the little girl. She still stood in place, clutching the hair tie, her wide eyes fixed on him in astonishment. Kai smiled broadly, gave a thumbs up, and flashed his white teeth. It's okay now. The sunlight bathed his face. Sweat dotted his forehead. Blood trickled down his arm, yet his smile was radiant. The girl stared, captivated, then blushed. She lowered her head and whispered, Thank you. Kai stepped closer and crouched to meet her eyes. What's your name? Cici Hong. Her wine-red eyes glanced up at him briefly before dropping again. Kai was momentarily stunned. Cici Hong? Hong from childhood? No wonder she was so charming. He felt an urge to pinch her cheek. Suppressing the impulse, he scratched his head awkwardly and asked, By the way, why are you here all alone? Hong pressed her lips together, her voice even softer. I just finished training and wanted to take a shortcut home. Kai nodded. From now on, stick to the main road. If those bastards come again, run. If you can't outrun them, scream. I'll hear you and come running. Hong blinked. She looked at his green clothes, then at his swollen fingers, then at the blood on his arm. Why your hand? It's nothing. Kai shook his hand, a twitch of pain at the corner of his mouth, but his smile never wavered. A real man can handle a scratch like this. A strange light flickered in Hong's eyes. She pursed her lips, then pulled from her pocket a neatly folded handkerchief and offered it to him. Here, wipe the blood. Kai was taken aback for a moment, then accepted it. Thank you. Hong's ears flushed crimson. She turned and dashed away, but after a few steps, she stopped and looked back seriously. My name is Cici Hong. You have to remember me. Then she ran even faster, her black curls bouncing in the sunlight. Kai watched her retreating figure, then glanced down at the handkerchief in his hand, smiling. Embroidered upon it was a small flower, faintly fragrant. Task completed. Uphold justice when witnessing injustice. Rewards. Monk points 80. Random Beginner S Gift Pack 1. Open Gift Pack. Yes. Obtained. 3 Golden Wound Ointments. Rapid Healing External Use. Kai's eyes brightened. Golden Wound Ointment? This stuff was excellent. He then allocated all 80 newly acquired monk points to the Yi Jin Jing. Monk points 80, this was fundamental. Kai had resolved that all future monk points earned would be invested exclusively in the Yi Jin Jing, striving for its swift mastery. He sought to lay the firmest foundation for his future self. Moreover, the higher his proficiency in the Yi Jin Jing, the faster his body would recover and endure more intense training, a virtuous cycle. In high spirits, humming a little tune, Kai returned home and pushed open the door. Kai. Dai immediately greeted him. Hungry, aren't you? Daddy made a special. His voice faltered when he saw the blood on Kai's arm. You're hurt. Just a minor scratch. Kai waved a hand dismissively. Ran into some bullies on the way and had to throw down. Dai paused. Then his eyes welled with tears. He embraced Kai tightly. Good son. Standing up for what's right. That's the mark of a true man. Kai gasped for breath beneath the squeeze. Dad, dinner, why yeah. Eat up. On the table lay 2 steaming plates of fried rice. Their colors bizarre. Green, red, and yellow grains intertwined, resembling some unknown ninjutsu. Kai sat down, picked up his spoon and began to eat heartily. The taste was surprisingly pleasant. Dai sat opposite him, his gaze fixed intently upon him. Kai, have you applied the ointment to your wound yet? Not yet. Dai rose, rummaged through a cabinet, and retrieved a small medicine box, from which he took out an ointment. Sitting beside him, he carefully applied it. Might Guy lowered his head, watching the man's clumsy movements. In his previous life, he had been an orphan. No one had ever tended to his wounds. Father, today I drove away 4 of them. One even had a kunai, but I wasn't afraid. Dai's hand paused midair. He lifted his head. His eyes were red again, but his smile radiated pride. Good son. He gave Might Gaius back a hearty slap, nearly causing him to spit out his food. After finishing the meal, Dai tidied up the dishes, then suddenly remembered something. Oh Kai, your father will be going out tomorrow. Might Guy looked up. Where to? There's a mission outside the village, a C-rank escort for a merchant convoy to the neighboring town. It should take about 2 or 3 days. Dai scratched his head. I wasn't keen on taking it at first, but the pay is good, and the client specifically requested me. He gave a thumbs up, his teeth gleaming. That means your reputation still holds. Father, Might Guy nodded. It was normal for a genin to accept C-rank missions. Then rest well today. Dai patted his head. Your health is the most important thing. While I'm away, don't overtrain and remember to eat on time. Might Guy was momentarily stunned. This hot-blooded fool actually said not to overtrain. Got it. Dai smiled broadly and rose to go buy groceries. In the afternoon, Kai came into the courtyard, looking at the training equipment laid out before him. He was eager to begin his practice immediately. But Dai's words echoed in his mind. Your health is the most important. Don't overtrain. Might Guy glanced at his swollen fingers, then at the wound on his arm. Though scabbed over, moving it still caused pain. He took a deep breath, stood up, and turned back inside. He lay down on the bed. The muscle tendon change classic flowed gently within him, warmth circulating through his body. His fingers hurt less, the wound tingled, it was healing. Outside, the sunlight was just right. But he closed his eyes and fell asleep. Dai was right. Proper rest was for better cultivation. At dusk, Dai pushed open the door and saw Might Guy still asleep, pausing for a moment before smiling softly. He tiptoed to the bedside and tucked the blanket around Might Guy. Good son, he whispered. You know how to rest. After looking a few more times, as if making a firm decision, he took a deep breath and turned to leave. Konoha Village, Hokage Office Building. Dai stood at the entrance, inhaling deeply. He looked down at his worn, faded green clothes, then reached into his pocket for a few crumpled mission payment receipts. This is doable, he murmured, encouraging himself. For Kaya's sake, I will make it happen. He pushed open the door. May I see the 3rd Hokage? The Jonin on duty glanced up, recognized the perennial genin, and replied coolly. The 3rd Hokage is very busy today. Come back tomorrow if you have business. Dai shook his head. I will wait here. He stood silently outside the Hokage's office, unmoving. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. The sun set, and the moon rose. Dai remained standing there. The Jonin on duty changed shifts. The new Jonin glanced at him but said nothing. At midnight, the office door opened. Hiruzen Sarutobi, the 3rd Hokage, emerged, pipe in mouth. He froze upon seeing the figure at the door. Might Dai? Dai immediately dropped to his knees, the Dajiza with his forehead pressed to the ground. 3rd Hokage. His voice rang loud in the empty corridor. I beg you, please give Kai a chance. The 3rd Hokage was silent for a few seconds, took a drag from his pipe, then spoke. Dai did not move. 3rd Hokage Kai was rejected. I know. His ninjutsu is poor, genjutsu worse. The examiners say he has no talent and will never become a ninja. His voice trembled slightly. But 3rd Hokage, he trains every day before dawn. Yesterday he kicked 5,000 times. Today he struck the tree 5,000 times. His fingers are so swollen he can barely bend them. He still bears a wound on his arm. That was from defending others, cut by a kunai. And he is only 6 years old. Dai lifted his head. Eyes red but resolute. Third Hokage, Kai is truly trying. In his own way with taijutsu. I stake my life on it. Kai will become an outstanding ninja. The corridor fell silent. The third Hokage looked at the man kneeling before him. Perennial genin. Took 3 attempts to graduate from the ninja academy. 20 years and still a genin. Some in the village called him the eternal bottom ranker. Others mocked him behind his back, saying his son was just like him. Yet he never complained. Every day, cheerful, taking the hardest missions, doing the toughest work, never shirking. The third Hokage took a drag from his pipe. Dai, do you know what time it is now? Dai was momentarily stunned. Wartime. The third Hokage said slowly, all villages are preparing for war. Konoha needs more ninjas. By regulation, students who fail the exam can be admitted through special recommendation. Dai's eyes brightened. But they must demonstrate talent sufficient to compensate for their lack of ninjutsu. The third Hokage looked at him. Taijutsu might suffice, but if he cannot meet the standards, enrolling him will only harm him. He'll fall behind, be ridiculed by classmates, and ultimately drop out. Dai nodded firmly. Before Dai could speak, the third Hokage fixed him with a deep, meaningful gaze. Moreover, once Kai enters the ninja academy, have you truly considered what he will face? Dai's expression stiffened but was immediately replaced by determination. I have thought it through, and Kai has too. 20 days from now, the third Hokage interrupted. The ninja academy opens in 20 days. Before then, I will have Hatake Tsukumo evaluate him. If he can demonstrate taijutsu at the genin level, I will admit him through special recommendation. Dai was stunned. Hatake Tsukumo, the White Fang of Konoha, the legendary ninja. Why? Do you doubt him? The third Hokage raised an eyebrow. No. Dai's forehead pressed to the ground once more, his voice resounding through the entire building. Thank you, third Hokage. Thank you. The third Hokage waved his hand. That's enough. Go home. 20 days from now at the back mountain training grounds, 8 o'clock in the morning. Dai rose, bowed 3 times, then ran off. At the door, he turned back, gave a thumbs up, his teeth shining. Third Hokage. Kai will not disappoint you. The third Hokage watched the green figure vanish into the night, shaking his head. A faint smile curved his lips. Dai sprinted through streets and alleys, pushed open his front door. The house was dark. Kai was still asleep. Dai stood by the bed, gazing at his son. Moonlight bathed his face. In Dai's hand was a small handkerchief embroidered with tiny flowers. Dai took a deep breath. Kai. He swiftly threw off the covers. Get up. Might Guy groggily opened his eyes. Dad, I senti it's still dark outside? It's light. Look. Dai pointed toward the window. The moon is the sun of the night. Youth knows no distinction between day and night. Might Guy sat up, rubbing his eyes. What's going on? Dai crouched down, placing his hands firmly on his son's shoulders, his eyes shining with intensity. Kai, Dad has some great news for you. In 20 days, Senior White Fang will be assessing you. Might Guy was momentarily stunned. Assess what? Taijutsu. Dai's voice grew louder. If you can demonstrate the level of a genin in taijutsu, you will be admitted exceptionally. This is a promise from the third Hokage himself. System notification. Quest triggered. Entrance assessment. Objective. Within 20 days, cultivate any 2 martial skills to a modest level of proficiency. 100 proficiency points. Reward. 100 monk points. Random beginner-s gift package. Failure penalty, none. However, admission qualification will be forfeited. Might Guy was now fully awake. Exceptional admission. 20 days. White Fang-s assessment. He glanced at Dai's excited face and suddenly recalled something. Dad, where did you go just now? Dai scratched his head. I went to the Hokage building. When did you go? After you fell asleep. Might Guy looked out the window. The sky was almost bright. He had slept through an entire afternoon and night. That meant Dai had stood guard at the Hokage building all night long. Dad, no worries. Dai gave a thumbs up, his teeth gleaming. What's a man standing all night? What matters is you. He stretched out his rough hand. Kai, 20 days. Let us give it our all for 20 days. Let Senior White Fang see that taijutsu ninjas can be formidable too. Might Guy looked at that hand, then at Dai's bloodshot eyes. Something seemed to choke his heart. He raised his hand and high-fived Dai. Clap. All right. Dai grinned broadly. That's my son. He turned and headed outside. I'm going to cook. After eating, we start special training. Time is tight. We cannot waste a single second. At the door, he looked back. Kui. HM? Dad believes in you. The door shut behind him. Might Guy sat on the bed, looking down at his hands. His fingers were still swollen, but much better than yesterday. The warm current of the muscle tendon change classic coursed slowly through his body, and the wounds had scabbed over. 20 days. 2 low-grade ultimate techniques to modest proficiency. He glanced at the floating system panel. Powerful Vajra kick. Initial insight 599. Powerful Vajra finger. Initial insight 599. Modest proficiency requires 100 proficiency points. That meant he needed to train each skill an additional 95 points within 20 days. At yesterday's pace, 5,000 kicks raised the kick skill by 5 points, and 5,000 finger strikes raised the finger skill by 5 points. 10 points a day. 20 days would yield 200 points. More than enough.
Kui smiled broadly.
Moreover, he was improving. He wouldn't remain stagnant. As long as he persisted, success was certain. Might Guy took a deep breath. Although the system task carried no failure penalty, losing admission qualification was the greatest punishment. He rose, dressed, and opened the door. Training. Might Guy walked to the wooden training dummy in the courtyard. Time was precious. Not a second could be wasted. Dai watched his son's retreating figure, his eyes reddening once more. All right, he shouted loudly, making the neighbor's dog bark. Kai, eat first. After eating, Dad will train with you. In 20 days, we'll show everyone. Might Guy turned back, gave a thumbs up together with Dai, both flashing their white teeth. The power of youth. Before dawn, Dai and Kai arrived at the waterfall behind the mountain. Kai. Dai placed his hands on his hips, teeth gleaming. 20 days is too short. Ordinary training 1T do. Dad's going to give you special training. Kai nodded. Okay. Dai was momentarily surprised. You're not going to ask what it is? No. Dai's eyes reddened again. He embraced Kai fiercely. Good son. So passionate. Kai rolled his eyes as Dai loosened his grip. Dai took a deep breath and adopted a rare serious expression. Kai. The training from now on is 5,000 kicks daily. Start with 1,000 single-finger push-ups, increasing by 200 every day. Stand under the waterfall for 1 hour. Also, he paused, giving a thumbs up. Dad will teach you a secret technique. The leaf whirlwind. Kai's eyes lit up. The leaf whirlwind, one of his signature taijutsu moves, and the foundation for many advanced techniques to come. Watch closely. Dai stepped back a few paces, inhaled deeply, then sprinted forward. Leaping into the air, his body spun swiftly. A splendid spinning kick. Whoosh! The sound of air slicing sharply. Landing, Dai glanced back, teeth gleaming. How was that? Kai blinked. In that instant, something seemed to illuminate inside his mind. Not a system prompt, but a sensation. The way the force was applied, the rhythm of the spin, the technique of adjusting balance midair, he seemed to understand it. Dad, I'll try. Dai was momentarily stunned. Now, you only watched once. Kai had already begun his run-up. Leaping, spinning, kicking. Whoosh! His movement was a bit off and he nearly fell on landing, but the kick had been delivered. Dai's mouth dropped open. Kai steadied himself and looked back at him. Dai still hadn't closed his mouth. Kai. HM? You just... Kai scratched his head. I think I got it, but I'm not very skilled yet. Dai was silent for 3 seconds. Then his eyes reddened again. Good son. Genius. You are undoubtedly a taijutsu prodigy. He rushed forward to embrace him, but Kai was ready and dashed away. Dad, calm down first. I can't. 2 green shadows chased each other through the woods, startling a flock of birds into flight. The training had officially begun. Day 1, 5,000 kicks. 1,000 single-finger push-ups, 20 minutes standing under the waterfall. Kai endured. Day 2, 5,500 kicks, 1,200 single-finger push-ups, 30 minutes standing under the waterfall. He persevered again. Day 3, 6,000 kicks, 1,400 single-finger push-ups, 40 minutes standing under the waterfall. At dusk, he sat before a tree, staring at his hands. 10 fingers, none unscathed. His knuckles were raw and torn, flesh shredded. In some places, white bone was visible. Blood dripped down his fingers onto fallen leaves. He lifted his foot. The top was wounded as well. Bloodstains marked the tree trunk. Why was he pushing himself so hard? The question suddenly surfaced. In his previous life, he was an orphan, unloved and uncared for, merely surviving. But this life was different. He had a father, a system, and a chance to grow stronger. He lowered his head, staring at his bloodied, battered fingers. Footsteps approached from beside him. Dai walked over silently and took a horse stance next to him. Then he raised his fist. Bang! punch struck the tree. The trunk trembled, and leaves scattered down. Bang! Another punch. Bang! 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 One blow after another. Soon, the skin on his knuckles was broken, blood seeping through. Kai stared at him in a daze. Dai said nothing, merely continued to strike. 1 blow, 2 blows, 3 blows. Kai bit his lip, turned his head, raised his finger, and jabbed. 1 jab, 2 jabs, 3 jabs. Great Vajra finger proficiency level 1. Great Vajra leg proficiency level 1. Nightfall descended. The forest echoed only with the sounds of thuds and pops, one after another, lasting until late. On the 13th day, at 3 o'clock in the morning, Kai awoke. His fingers ached. The top of his feet throbbed. His shoulders ached. His whole body was in pain. He opened his eyes, intending to circulate the muscle tendon change classic to ease the pain. Then he realized Dai was not in bed. He turned his head toward the doorway. The door was ajar, a sliver open. Moonlight streamed in. Kai climbed out of bed and tiptoed over to look outside. Dai sat on the doorstep, staring blankly at the moon. That man, who usually had the loudest voice and the brightest laugh, now sat quietly. His silhouette seemed somewhat lonely. Kai pushed open the door, walked over, and sat beside him. Dai turned to him, grinning. "Why are you awake? Hurting?" "Dad hurts too." Dai patted his head. "But pain is right. Pain means you're getting stronger." Kai was silent for a moment. "Dad, have you ever regretted it?" Dai was momentarily stunned. 20 years of training and still a genin. Kai gazed at the moon. "Do you regret it?" Dai said nothing. After a while, he finally spoke. "Regret?" He shook his head. "Kai, the only thing Dad regrets is not realizing sooner." Kai turned to look at him. "Realizing what?" Dai looked at the moon, his eyes soft. "Protecting the people you want to protect is more important than becoming a jonin." He paused, then continued. "When I was teamed with White Fang on missions, I was the weakest one, holding everyone back, unable to help, sometimes even needing protection. But White Fang never despised me." He turned to Kai, smiling broadly. He said everyone has their own way of living. Some rely on ninjutsu, some on genjutsu, some on inherited secret techniques. As for me, he gave a thumbs up, his teeth gleaming in the moonlight. "My way of living is to burn my youth to the very end with taijutsu." Kai looked at this man. Moonlight shone on his face, his eyes dazzlingly bright. Though he spoke with a smile, Kai could feel the weight behind his words. This was no mere platitude. This was a man-esque conviction. Kai took a deep breath. "Dad, tomorrow I want to train extra." Dai was momentarily stunned. Then his eyes welled with tears. "Good son." He embraced Kai tightly, his voice booming in the night. Kai was squeezed until his eyes rolled back, but the corners of his mouth lifted in a smile. On the afternoon of the 17th day, in the forest behind the mountain, Kai stood before a tree as thick as a bowless mouth. In these 15 days, he had kicked over 100,000 times, jabbed his fingers more than 99,000 times, used 2 bottles of medicine for his wounds, worn through 2 sets of training clothes, ruined 4 pairs of shoes. Great Vajra leg. Modest achievement 100,300. Great Vajra finger. Initial insight 99,100. His legs came first. He took a deep breath, recalling the move Dai had demonstrated. A running start, leap into the air, spin, and kick. He could do it, had long since mastered it. He sprinted forward, leapt. His body spun in midair. The leaf whirlwind. Whoosh! Bang! The tree trunk, as thick as a bowless mouth, snapped with a crack. The upper half of the canopy crashed down with a roar. Leaves fluttered everywhere. Might Guy landed and steadied himself. He stared at the broken trunk, stunned. Dai stood not far away, equally stunned. Then Dai rushed over. "Kai, you did it! You made it!" He hugged Might Guy tightly, tears streaming, nose running. "Woo-woo, Kai! Dad always knew you could. Always knew you could." Kai was squeezed breathless, his face and clothes smeared with tears and snot. "Dad, let go." "No. Dad is too happy. Too happy." Kai rolled his eyes, his hands hanging weakly, but inside he was warmed. "Forget it. Let us go home and wash the clothes." Great Vajra leg has reached modest achievement, main quest progress 12. Sunlight filtered through the leaves' gaps. 2 green shadows, one large and one small, embraced. One sobbed uncontrollably. The other rolled his eyes, utterly exasperated. The wind stirred through the forest, carrying a faint scent of blood and sweat, and something else indescribable, perhaps youth. A few mornings later, at the Ninja Academy training ground, Might Guy stood in the center, wearing the faded green tight-fitting suit. Dai stood at the sidelines, fists clenched, trembling with nervousness.
Kai.
Go for it. Dada's watching you. His loud voice echoed above the training field. Across from them, a silver-haired middle-aged man walked slowly forward. Hataki Tsukumo, the white fang of Konoha, still dressed the same, his gaze gentle. Might guy. He stopped, lowering his eyes to the 6-year-old child before him. You look stronger. Kai looked up at him. White Fang Senpai, please guide me. White Fang nodded. The assessment has 3 parts. Basic taijutsu, 10 consecutive kicks on a target, and combat confrontation. He paused and looked at Might Guy. Are you ready? Kai took a deep breath. Ready. The first part, basic taijutsu. 1,000 straight kicks. Begin. Kai stepped before the wooden post, lifted his leg, kicked. 1, 2, 3. His movements were so precise it seemed they had been measured with a ruler. His waist straight, leg taut, toes curled back, landing steady. 100, 300, 500. White Fang stood silently at the side, quietly observing. 800, 1,000. Kai withdrew his leg and stood firm. Sweat beaded on his forehead, but his breathing remained steady. White Fang nodded. Your form is very standard. Much better than your father's at your age. Dai's eyes reddened at the sidelines. White Fang Senpai. White Fang ignored him. The second part, 10 consecutive kicks on a target. 3 chunin carried in a wooden target, 1.5 human heights tall. A standard training model, solid wood wrapped in hemp rope. Kai stepped forward. He recognized this kind of target. During previous kick training sessions, this kind of target could withstand several hundred strikes. But that was before. He took a deep breath, lifted his leg. Bang! The first kick. The wooden target shook violently, several strands of the outer hemp rope snapped. White Fang's eyebrows twitched. Kai's second kick was already underway. Bang! Crack. The wooden target split down the middle, splinters flying everywhere. Stop! The examiner beside urgently called a halt. Enough! Enough! The target's broken. Kai withdrew his leg, a bit stunned. I only kicked twice. The examiner looked at the wooden target split in half, his mouth twitching. Yes, 2 kicks were enough. By the sidelines, Dai jumped up excitedly. Kai! Amazing! This is the power of youth. White Fang glanced at Dai, then looked toward Might Kai. There was something new in his eyes. The third event, he said, was practical combat. Kai was momentarily taken aback. With whom? Me. White Fang removed the short blade from his shoulder and handed it to the nearby examiner. Don't worry, I'll use the level of a genin. He flexed his wrist. You give it your all. Kai swallowed hard. Fighting White Fang from Konoha. Even at genin level, White Fang was still White Fang. He took his fighting stance. White Fang nodded. Come on. Kai charged forward. He had no ninjutsu, no genjutsu, only 2 skills, kicking and stabbing. Then kick, then stab. The first kick was a powerful Vajra kick, sweeping toward White Fang's calf. White Fang dodged sideways. The second kick followed swiftly, again a Vajra kick, this time a direct thrust. White Fang stepped back. Kai landed, then thrust out 2 fingers of his right hand, aiming straight for White Fang's shoulder. White Fang's eyes flickered. He raised his hand to block. The fingers jabbed into his forearm. White Fang felt a numbness in his forearm. He was somewhat surprised. This boy's finger strength was much greater than he appeared. Kai gave him no time to think. Kick, stab, kick, stab. He knew nothing else, only those 2 moves. Yet he had practiced them 200,000 times. Every kick sliced through the air. Every finger jab could cause real pain. White Fang retreated. Then retreated again. By the third retreat, he realized he had been pushed to the edge of the training ground. Kai's right hand grabbed at his wrist. The gripping power of the Vajra finger. White Fang's wrist was caught, and for a moment he could not break free. At the same time, Kai's leg swept toward White Fang's supporting leg. Konoha Whirlwind. Whoosh! White Fang's eyes lit up. Bang! A cloud of smoke exploded.
Substitution technique.
A wooden stake fell to the ground, shattered by Might Kai's kick. Kai withdrew his leg, standing in place, panting. White Fang stood 3 meters away, with splinters clinging to him. He looked at Kai, a slow smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Enough. The assessment is paused. White Fang stepped aside and whispered a few words to the examiner. The examiner nodded, then turned and left. Kai stood there, momentarily unsure what to do. Dai rushed over and threw his arms around him. Kai! You're incredible. You even forced Senior White Fang to use the substitution technique. Kai gasped for air under the squeeze. Dad, let go, Senior White Fang is watching. Dai quickly released him, standing aside awkwardly, unsure where to put his hands. After a while, a figure walked into the training ground from outside. smoking a pipe, wearing the Hokage's hat. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Might Kai was stunned for a moment. The third Hokage approached White Fang. How was it? White Fang looked at Might Kai and spoke slowly. Chakra control is basically 0.
Dahil sa face palid.
Ninjutsu aptitude is very poor. Dai's hands began to tremble. Genjutsu resistance was not tested today. Tears welled up in Dai's eyes. White Fang paused. But the strength of his taijutsu, he looked at Might Kai with serious eyes. It is already at genin level. Dai was stunned. Tears still clinging to his face, mouth agape, unsure whether to weep or laugh. The third Hokage took a drag on his pipe. White Fang, your conclusion. White Fang smiled. It was a gentle smile, completely different from the sharpness during the assessment. Lord Third, admit him, he said. Konoha needs children like this. The third Hokage nodded. Very well. He looked at Kai with an appreciative gaze. Might Kai wait for the notice tomorrow. With that, he turned and left. White Fang picked up his short blade and approached Kai, crouching down. Your father was the weakest when we formed a team back then. Kai looked at him, but he never gave up. White Fang patted his shoulder. You have more talent than him. Train hard. He stood up and turned to leave. After a few steps, he looked back. By the way, was that Konoha Whirlwind move your dad taught you? Might Kai nodded. White Fang smiled. That kick was very well executed. He left. Might Kai stood still, a bit dazed. Then, Kai! Dai rushed over and scooped him up, spinning around in place. We did it. We succeeded. You're going to school. Ninja Academy. His tears and snot streamed down, smearing all over Kai's face. Dad, let go. No way. Today is the happiest day of my life. Kai rolled his eyes helplessly. The next day, in front of the Ninja Academy bulletin board, a group of children gathered, looking at the newly posted supplemental admission list. Kosugi, Bokamito, Hidden Sun, and Kai stood outside the crowd, not pushing in. Dai had already squeezed inside. Then a loud shout rang out from within the crowd. Might Kai! Kai, your name is on the list. At the top. Dai burst out, grabbing Kai in a hug. Even though he already knew the news yesterday, he was still overwhelmingly excited. Crying uncontrollably. Kai! We made it! We succeeded! Everyone around was watching. Kai's face flushed. Let go, so many people. No way. Dada's too happy. System notice. Main admission assessment completed. Acquired. Monk value 100. Acquired. Random beginner S package 1. Activate. Yes. Acquired. School uniform youth edition. Green 1. Attributes. Defense 5. Durability 100. Hard to wear out. Kai looked at the system inventory at the lush green uniform. Is it different from what I'm wearing now? Seems a bit greener? Never mind, it's all green anyway. Dai finally let go of him, wiping tears and snot, giving a thumbs up, his teeth gleaming. Kai, to celebrate, I've decided. Today we train extra. Kai was caught off guard. Extra training? Dai's eyes shone dangerously bright. Youth means the more you celebrate, the more you must burn. Kai was silent for 3 seconds. Then he smiled. He raised his thumb, showing his white teeth. All right. 2 verdant silhouettes, one tall and one small, met before the bulletin board and struck their palms together once more. Clap. Then, side by side, they dashed toward the back mountain. Sunlight cascaded over them, their green bodysuits shimmering brilliantly. Behind them, on the bulletin board, the 3 characters Might Guy lay quietly among the list of names. His path as a ninja officially commenced today. 3 days later, at the Ninja Academy, Might Guy sat in the last row of the classroom, nestled by the window. He was dressed in the school uniform provided by the system. Scattered throughout the room were 12 students. He cast a quick glance around. In the front row sat Kakashi Hitaki, whom he had briefly met before. Silver hair, a mask covering his face, exuding an effortlessly cool demeanor. Beside him was a brown-haired girl whose smile radiated warmth. Further back was Akakiri Yuhi, whom Guy had once saved. His garnet eyes furtively glanced backward from time to time, though it was unclear what he was observing. Against the wall sat a boy chewing on a toothpick. Next to him was a cocky little brat with hands shoved in his pockets. In the row behind, a boy held a raveness feather in his hand. Beside him was someone who constantly coughed, his dark circles heavy under his eyes. There was also a quiet girl with purple hair, sitting serenely. In the corner, 3 clustered together. One wearing sunglasses, another with a proud expression, and the last, taciturn and reserved. In the very last row sat a girl with her hair tied in a bun. Her cheeks moved as if she were sneaking a snack. Perhaps dumplings? Finally, Beside Might Guy sat a boy with a shadowed gaze, sitting alone in the farthest corner, exuding an intimidating aura. Guy surveyed them all in turn. Familiar faces all. Yet he remained silent, leaning back in his chair, waiting. Before long, the door opened. A man entered. Brown hair, clad in a chunin vest, his smile gentle and warm. "Greetings, classmates. I am your homeroom teacher," he announced as he stepped to the podium. Might Guy regarded him with a sense of familiarity but could not immediately place him. "Let me introduce myself first." The man picked up a piece of chalk and wrote his name on the blackboard. "My name is Hino Ichikaku. I am 27 years old. I enjoy reading and taking leisurely walks. By the way, I have a child about your age at home, Hino Irika." Might Guy froze for a moment. This was Irika's father? The one who, in the original tale, sacrificed himself during the Nine Tails rampage. "All right," Hino Ichikaku set down the chalk, beaming at the class. "Next, it's your turn. One by one, come up to the front and introduce yourselves. Your name, age, what you like. Feel free to share anything." He looked toward the front row. "Start with you." The silver-haired boy rose and approached the podium. He glanced briefly at the audience. Kakashi Hatake, 6 years old. Having finished, he returned to his seat. The classroom fell silent for a moment. Hino Ichikaku smiled and nodded. "Good, next." The brown-haired girl stepped forward, her smile gentle. "My name is Rin Noera, 6 years old. I enjoy playing with everyone." She bowed and hurried back to her seat. Yuhi lowered his head and stepped up, his cheeks tinged with red. "My name is Yuhi Akakiri, 6 years old. I like green." After speaking, he quickly glanced toward the corner, then bowed his head and dashed back to his seat. "Likes green?" Guy was momentarily taken aback, then noticed the redness at the base of Yuhi's ears. Next, a cocky-looking boy pushed his hands into his pockets and strode forward. "Asuma Sarutobi, 6 years old. I like." He casually pulled a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and expertly tore it open. Hino Ichikaku's expression darkened instantly. He snatched the pack away. "Children are not allowed to smoke. Confiscated." Asuma curled his lips in a pout, shoved his hands back into his pockets, and returned to his seat. The next boy stood up and walked forward. As he reached the podium, he also reached into his pocket. Hino Ichikaku tensed, prepared to confiscate whatever he might pull out. But relief came swiftly. The boy produced a toothpick and held it between his lips. "Genma Shiranui, 6 years old." Hino Ichikaku exhaled quietly. Genma returned to his seat, toothpick in place. Next came a silent, taciturn boy who uttered a brief introduction before promptly returning to his seat. Then the boy with sunglasses stepped forward, clutching a raven's feather. Oba Yamashiro, 6 years old. He pushed up his sunglasses and continued to toy with the feather. Following him was a boy with heavy dark circles who coughed lightly twice. Heiei Tsukikich, 6 years old. A purple-haired girl stepped up quietly. Yukio Yuzuki, 6 years old. The next boy with sunglasses approached, pushing them up with a proud expression. "My name is Ebisu, 6 years old. I will surely become an outstanding elite ninja in the future." He cast a challenging glance at Kakashi. Kakashi ignored him completely, gazing out the window. Ebisu curled his lips in disdain and returned to his seat. The girl with the bun stepped forward, cheeks still moving. "Kato Mitarashi, 6 years old. I like Mitarashi Dango." Hino Ichikaku looked at her plump face with some helplessness. "Kato, no snacks during class." Kato blinked innocently. "I'm not eating anything." "What's in your mouth then?" Akato quickly shut her mouth, swallowed hard, then opened wide. "Ah, nothing at all." Hino Ichikaku waved his hand helplessly. Finally, the boy with the shadowed gaze stood. Mori Noibiki, 7 years old. Having spoken, he returned to his seat and resumed staring at his desk. The 12 introductions concluded. It was finally Might Guy's turn. Guy stood and scanned the room once more. Kakashi Hatake, Rin Noera, Yuhi Akakiri, Asuma Sarutobi, Genma Shiranui, the taciturn boy, Aoba Yamashiro, Heiei Tsukikij, Yukio Yuzuki, Ebisu, Akato Mitarashi, Mori Noibiki, and himself Might Guy, the golden generation of Konoha, all gathered in this very classroom. Yet it seemed one was still missing. That guy. Surely he wasn't late again? The final student. Hino Ichikaku looked toward the corner. "Come on, step up." Guy approached the podium. He straightened, smiled, revealing a row of white teeth. Then, with a sudden thumbs up aimed at everyone, "Might Guy, 6 years old, likes training and taijutsu. Youth must burn bright." Bang! No sooner had Guy finished speaking than the door was flung open with force. A figure burst in, running so hastily that his left foot tripped over his right. Thud! He fell face first onto the floor. The classroom fell silent for a moment. Still holding his thumbs up, Guy watched as the figure picked himself up. A bump adorned his forehead. Dust clung to his nose. He looked around nervously and scratched his head. Sorry, I'm late. Hino Ichikaku smiled and waved it off. It's all right. Just in time, introduce yourself as well. The newcomer paused, then grinned widely. He strode to the podium, standing beside Guy, facing the entire class. Yo! He raised his thumb, revealing a toothless grin, his eyes gleaming fiercely. Listen up. I am Uchiha Obito, the man who will become Hokage. The classroom was enveloped in absolute silence. Kakashi gazed out the window, but the corner of his eye twitched ever so slightly. Rin covered her mouth to stifle a laugh. Kurenai stole a glance at Obito, then quickly glanced at Might Guy. Asuma let out a sharp cough. Ebisu adjusted his sunglasses, his expression conveying a clear "this guy's got issues." Anko almost choked on the snack in her mouth. Ibiki lifted his head to cast a glance at Obito before lowering it once more. Guy stood nearby, watching the boy missing a front tooth, grinning like a fool, unable to suppress a smile. This guy. Is he really this clueless now? Bond triggered. Convergence of the stars. Reward. Monk value 50 as Obito finished his self-introduction. A system notification suddenly echoed in Gaia's mind. Gaia's smile grew even wider. A free reward. How could he not be delighted? Obito, observing Might Gaia's sudden laughter, mistakenly thought he was being mocked and bristled. Hey. Thick eyebrows. What do you mean by that? Are you looking down on me? Guy rolled his eyes, too indifferent to respond. Irika stepped between them, clapping his hands. All right. Introductions are over. Everyone, please return to your seats. Guy shrugged and descended from the podium. Obito scoffed but found an empty seat and sat down. Irika approached the podium, chalk in hand. From today onward, you are students of the Konoha Ninja Academy. Next, you will have your very first lesson here. He turned and wrote 4 bold characters on the blackboard. Will of Fire. 1 month later. Ninja Academy Training Ground. Today was the Squad S practical combat class. Irika stood by the sidelines holding a notebook. Over 20 students were divided into groups, taking turns to demonstrate the 3-body technique they had learned over the past month. Next up, Hatake Kakashi. Kakashi stepped forward. He stood firm, forming hand seals with both hands. Bang! A puff of smoke cleared, revealing 3 identical Kakashis standing side by side. Their movements synchronized, expressions identical. Even the angles at which their hair spikes curled were perfectly matched. Oh! Incredible! 3 clones. Perfect. The classmates erupted in excitement. Asuma smirked but kept his eyes fixed. Rin covered her mouth to whisper in amazement. Ebisu pushed up his sunglasses, a look of disbelief on his face, though he said nothing. Kakashi dispelled his clones and returned to the ranks, his face expressionless as if what he had just done were perfectly ordinary. Very good. Irika made a few notes in his book. Next group, Uchiha Obito. Obito took a deep breath and strode forward. Watch this. He formed hand seals with exaggerated movements, mumbling incantations under his breath. Bunshin, no Kuju. Bang! The smoke dispersed. 2 clones appeared beside him. One tilted his head awkwardly. The other squinted sideways. Both stood crookedly, swaying as if intoxicated. A stifled laugh escaped the crowd. What is this? They call those clones? They're all crooked. Obito's face flushed crimson, his lips biting down hard. Irika, seemingly expecting this outcome, spoke calmly. Next, Might Guy. Guy approached with a stoic expression. He stood firm and formed hand seals. His chakra stirred within, yet nothing happened. No bang, no smoke, nothing at all. Gaia's mouth twitched twice. The air fell silent for 2 seconds. Ha. 0 clones. Even worse than Obito. Can this really be called a ninja? The laughter grew louder than before. Guy stared at his hands and sighed helplessly. So it's still no good. The 18 muscles classic did improve my physique and increased my chakra reserves compared to when I first arrived, but the talent for ninjutsu. It seems utterly unrelated to this body. Over the past month, he had tried countless times. Every time, the chakra dissipated at his fingertips, impossible to gather. First, Guy tried to salvage the situation, but eventually gave up. Rather than wasting time and chakra on a field he was unskilled at, yielding half the effort for twice the work, he decided to commit fully to another path. As for what others thought, he simply didn't care. Guy returned to the group as if nothing had happened. Passing by Obito, he noticed the boy lowering his head, fists clenched tightly. Ding ding ding, the dismissal bell rang. Students began to trickle out in pairs and small groups. Kakashi is amazing, truly a genius. Obito's was hilarious. And Might Guy? 0 clones. Ha ha ha. The voices faded into the distance. Guy ignored them, packing up to head to the back mountain for extra training. Just as he stood, a hand landed on his shoulder. Hey, thick eyebrows. Obito stood before him, eyes wide as saucers. Why aren't you angry at all? Guy paused. Angry about what? They're laughing at us. Obito pointed toward the exit, calling us the bottom of the class, saying we're no match for Kakashi. Guy glanced at him. Obito grew anxious. You just say oh? Don't you feel upset? Guy considered. Upset? First, a little. After all, no one enjoys being mocked. But then I realized, if my ninjutsu is no good, no matter how upset I get, I still can't produce clones. Instead of wasting time feeling bad, it's better to kick 5,000 more times. Not bad, he said. I'm used to it. Obito was stunned. Used to it? How can you be used to that? Guy looked at him and suddenly asked, do you know why Kakashi is so amazing? Obito sneered. Because he is a genius, obviously. Guy shook his head. Because he works hard every day, even if we don't see it. Obito opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but for once, found himself at a loss for words. It was the first time anyone had explained genius to him like that. Guy slung his backpack over his shoulder. So, I'm going for extra training. Want to come? Obito stared blankly. Extra training? Guy headed outside. If your ninjutsu isn't working, train something else. Taijutsu, shuriken, tactics, there's always something to practice. It's better than sitting here stewing. He reached the doorway, glanced back. Obito was still standing where he was. Guy gave a thumbs up, flashing a bright grin. Youth is meant to burn. Without burning, how can you grow stronger? With that, he pushed the door open and stepped out. Obito watched that vibrant green figure retreating, suddenly recalling something his grandmother once said. The true strong are not those who never cry, but those who, after crying, still keep running. After a long moment, he cracked a grin. That guy. He broke into a run, chasing after him. Hey, wait for me. I'm coming too. Back mountain training ground. First, run 100 laps to warm up. Hearing this, Obito swallowed hard instinctively, but thinking about how he couldn't afford to lose face in front of Might Guy, he gritted his teeth and nodded. All right. 2 small figures weaved through the woods. Half an hour later, Obito panted heavily, teeth clenched, struggling to keep pace behind Might Guy. You train like this every day after school? HM? Of course not. Upon hearing Obito's response, he exhaled in relief. See? That was just a warm-up. Kai interrupted him, counting off on his fingers. Next up, 5,000 side kicks, 3,000 one-finger push-ups. And don't forget, you have to stand under the waterfall for an hour tonight. Are you insane? Kai glanced back with a mischievous grin. Youth is meant to be ignited with passion. Observing Kai's demeanor, Obito suddenly fell silent. But soon enough, a smile returned to his youthful face, one that bore the fearless spirit of someone untouched by the world. Bring it on. I'm not afraid of anyone. On the training ground behind the mountain, the 2 small figures plunged into their rigorous regimen. Yet Obito's endurance was woefully insufficient. After just over an hour of training, long before dusk, he collapsed onto the ground. Meanwhile, Kai was still executing one-finger push-ups. His face flushed slightly, but his breathing remained steady. The warm currents of the Yi Jin Jing circulated within him, rapidly restoring his stamina. Obito tilted his head, watching Kai, feeling as if something was lodged in his throat. So this guy had been working this hard all along? Summoning his remaining strength, he stood up. His gaze toward Kai grew resolute. I am destined to become the Hokage. I cannot fall in a place like this. If Thick Brow can do it, then so can I. Bond triggered. Resonance of the Straggler, reward. 30 points of martial monk value. Mato Kai felt a stir in his heart. Casting a glance at Obito, whose legs wobbled, he silently allocated the 30 points of martial monk value to the Yi Jin Jing technique. Yi Jin Jing mastery. Flawless. Breakthrough. A surge of heat erupted from his lower abdomen, instantly coursing through every limb and sinew. It was fiercer than ever before. Kai shuddered all over. His muscles twitched, his bones radiated warmth, and his blood boiled. Looking down, he noticed a layer of gray-black viscous fluid seeping from his arms, sticky with a faint metallic scent. Had the impurities within his body been purged? He could feel every cell breathing, growing stronger. Yi Jin Jing. Greatly enhanced stamina recovery speed, vastly increased physical strength, significantly improved cultivation efficiency. The description remained consistent as ever, yet the effect was overwhelmingly superior. Now, he could effortlessly run 500 laps around the training field without breaking a sweat. Indeed, relentlessly refining the Yi Jin Jing had been the right choice. Kai's eyes gleamed as he checked the proficiency of his ultimate skills. Yi Jin Jing, 618, flawless. Great Vajra kick, 483 mastery. Great Vajra finger, 482 mastery. Since acquiring the system nearly 2 months ago, Kai had devoted all his martial monk value exclusively to the Yi Jin Jing, a total of 610 points. Unlike the Great Vajra kick and Great Vajra finger, the Yi Jin Jing, as a superior ultimate skill, could only be enhanced by 1 point every 7 days. To perfect it, he would need a full 7,000 days. With daily unyielding dedication, that would amount to at least 19 years. Now, however, that duration was set to be drastically reduced. Kai began to look forward to the day when he would fully master the Yi Jin Jing. But before that, he could not neglect the 2 inferior ultimate skills. Decision made. Today would be an extra training day. No going home until proficiency surpasses 500. Fueled by zeal, Kai continued with one finger push-up after another. Obito, lying beside him, twitched the corner of his mouth. Was this guy a monster? Thud. His legs gave out and he plopped onto the ground. Gazing up at the thick darkness of the night sky, Obito's face was a portrait of utter despair. Destroy this Hokage dream. Whoever wants it can have it. Just as Obito was immersed in such thoughts, the faint rustling of footsteps came from afar. Stiffening his neck, he turned to see who was approaching and paused in surprise. Huh? Why is she here? Obito twisted his neck to look. Beneath the moonlight stood a young girl at the edge of the woods. In her hand, she carried a cloth bundle. Her black curls swayed gently. Benihime. She hurried over to Mato Kai, lowering her head and blushing. Then she extended the cloth bundle forward. My mom made too much food again. We can't finish it all. The familiar phrase. Kai took the bundle, opened it and found 2 rice balls, several slices of pickled radish and 2 small meatballs. He grinned broadly. Thanks a lot. This was the nth time this month. Kai had lost count. Whenever Benihime brought food, it was always the same excuse, too much made, can't finish. He accepted it without hesitation and bit into a rice ball. After training for so long, he was starving. Standing nearby, Benihime watched him devour the food greedily, a smile tugging at her lips, her eyes shining brightly. This was her favorite moment now, seeing Kai enjoy the meal she brought. Obito lay on the ground, watching the scene, his mouth twitching. Hey, no one paid him any attention. Hey! Startled, Benihime turned her head and spotted the person still lying there. Obito propped himself up, wearing a look of utter exasperation. I've been lying here for ages. Didn't you see me? Benihime's face flushed even deeper as she hastily stepped back. Obito got up and peered into the cloth bundle at the rice balls, swallowing hard. Got any more? Give me one. Kai quickly withdrew his hand, shifting the bundle behind him. If you want some, go home and get it yourself. Obito glared. I only want one. Kai chewed on his rice ball expressionlessly. No can do. This was given to me. He took another bite, planning to train tomorrow and then have Benihime's mother make some for him too. Obito's teeth itched with frustration. So stingy. Benihime, watching Kai protect his food, couldn't help but smile. Then, on a sudden impulse, she blurted out, how about next time I ask my mom to make some for you too? The words hung in the air, and both Obito and Benihime froze. Realizing her slip, Benihime's face flushed scarlet, her hands fluttering nervously before her. And no, I mean next time, when my mom makes extra. She stammered, struggling to finish her sentence. Kai swallowed the last bite of his rice ball and clapped his hands. All right then, bring more next time, let him have a taste too. His tone was as casual as commenting on the weather. Benihime blinked, looking up at him. Kai was already standing, dusting off his pants, then turning to Obito. Aren't you going home yet? It's already dark. Only then did Obito come back to himself, pouting. I'm going. But stay away from me first. What's that smell on you? Kai sniffed himself. Sweat, earth, and the faint metallic odor of the black mud he had just expelled. Certainly not pleasant. Before he could speak, Benihime broke in. That's the scent of a real man. Her expression was earnest. Obito gaped, glanced at Benihime, then at Kai. Benihime realized what she had said, her face burning again. But this time she held her head high and stood firm. Obito covered his cheek, as if his teeth ached. All right, real men, you're all real men. I'm off now. He turned and walked away, then paused, looking back. Thick brow. See you at school tomorrow. And with that, he vanished into the night. Kai turned to Benihime. Let us go. I'll walk you home. Hong shook her head. No need. I can make my way back on my own. Kai pondered for a moment. Then you go ahead. I'll take a shower under the waterfall and practice a bit more while I'm at it. Hong blinked. Still practicing? I haven't reached today's goal yet. Kai flexed his fingers. Hong looked at his hands. His fingers were swollen, and there were dried blood scabs in the crevices of his nails. She wanted to say something but swallowed it back. Then I'll be off. She picked up her empty cloth bag and turned to leave. After a few steps, she glanced back. Kai was still standing in the same spot, waving at her. Hong waved back and then trotted away, disappearing into the forest. Kai turned and headed toward the waterfall. The sound of rushing water grew louder. He stripped off his clothes and stood beneath the cascade, cold water pouring from head to toe. Refreshing. The muscle tendon change classic circulated within him. The cold water clashed with the heat inside, making his entire body feel as if it were aflame and frozen simultaneously. He assumed a horse stance, striking the stone in front of him repeatedly. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. Great Vajra finger proficiency. 493 7,000 more strikes to go. He continued poking. The following day, Ninja Academy. Might Guy pushed open the door and immediately sensed the classroom's unusual atmosphere. No one spoke. The usual chattering groups sat quietly. More people turned their heads to gaze at Kakashi, who sat by the window. Kakashi remained motionless, staring out the window. Yet Kai noticed his eye above the mask was slightly red. A pang struck Kai's heart. He hurried to his seat, set down his backpack, and nudged Obito sitting in front of him. What's wrong? Obito turned his head, lowering his voice. You don't know yet? White Fang Sr. that's Kakashi's father. He paused, his expression complicated. The mission failed. Kai's mind buzzed. He had heard it was a critical mission, one that should have been accomplished. But White Fang Sr. sacrificed the mission to save his comrades. Obito's voice dropped even lower. The village is whispering that he disgraced Konoha, saying he is unworthy of being a ninja. Kai said nothing. He stared at Kakashi's back. That small, motionless silhouette. In the original story, it was this event. Not long after, White Fang took his own life. Clenching his fists as he looked at Kakashi's back, Kai resolved. This time, I will do something. The dismissal bell rang. Students trickled out in small groups, their conversations hushed but unable to conceal glances drifting toward Kakashi. Have you heard? White Fang Sr. Shu. Kakashi sat by the window unmoving. Kai packed his bag and stood. He glanced at Kakashi's back, then at the door. Obito waved at him. Bushy brows. Let us go, extra training today? You go ahead. I have something to take care of. Obito paused, followed Kai's gaze toward Kakashi, as if understanding something. Oh, I'll wait for you in the back mountain then. He pushed the door open and left. Most of the classroom had emptied. Hong walked to the door, glanced back at Kai with a hint of concern in her eyes. Kai smiled at her and gave a thumbs up. Hong pressed her lips and exited as well. Only 2 remained. Kai walked over to Kakashi and sat in the seat in front of him. Turning around. Kakashi. No response. Kakashi. Still no response. Kai waved his hand before him. Kakashi finally moved, turning his head to look at him. His eyes were still red, but his expression was as cold as ice. What do you want? Kai was straightforward. What do you think about your father's matter? Kakashi's eyes sharpened. None of your business. He stood, grabbed his bag, and headed out. Kai followed. I think it is my business. Kakashi kept walking. Your father saved his comrades. Was that wrong? Kakashi abruptly stopped, turned, and stared at him, voice low but fierce. What do you know? You know nothing. I don't know, so I'm asking you. Kai said. Kakashi bit his lip, chest rising and falling. Move aside. No. Kakashi skirted him and continued walking. Kai trailed behind out of the school building past the gate all the way to the street. Don't follow me. Kakashi shouted back, drawing curious glances from passers-by. Kai stopped, watching him. Then tell me, what are you really thinking? Kakashi clenched his fists. What I think has nothing to do with you. You're the underdog, I'm a genius, we're not on the same path. Don't bother me. Saying that, he turned and walked away. Kai stood still, watching that small white figure retreat. Suddenly, he spoke. Let us fight. Kakashi's steps faltered. Fight. Kai repeated, if I win, you tell me what you think. Kakashi turned back, eyes giving him a strange look. You? Fight me? Yes. What can you do? You don't even know the shadow clone jutsu. Kai grinned, giving a thumbs up, his teeth gleaming. But I have youth. Kakashi was silent for 2 seconds. Boring. He resumed walking. Kai caught up, grabbing his shoulder. Didn't you want to know what's right and what's wrong? After the fight. I'll tell you. Kakashi shook off his hand, staring at him. Those eyes held anger, confusion, and something indescribable. Fine. You want to fight? Then fight. School training ground. The sun gradually set. Kai and Kakashi faced each other, 10 meters apart. No spectators. Only the rustling of leaves stirred by the wind. Rules? Kakashi asked. None. Kai tossed his bag aside. Fight until one cannot stand. Kai grinned, assuming a fighting stance. Kakashi also took a stance, one hand before him, the other holding an unsharpened kunai. Come. Kai charged forward. First kick, great Vajra kick, sweeping toward Kakashi's calf. Swift. Kakashi sidestepped, the kunai slicing toward Kai's arm in a reverse grip. Kai pulled back, stepping back to dodge. Kakashi gave no respite, forming a hand seal with one hand. Shadow clone jutsu. Bang. 3 Kakashis stood side by side, identical in action and gaze. Kai was stunned for half a second. All 3 charged simultaneously. Which one is real? He gritted his teeth, raising his leg to sweep the nearest one. Bang. The clone dissolved into smoke. The other 2 were already before him. The left one swung the kunai to stab, the right one lifted a leg to kick his abdomen. Kai had no time to worry, thrusting 2 fingers of his right hand toward the left clone while sidestepping. His fingers pierced a clone. Bang. But the right kick landed solidly. Kai staggered back 2 steps, his stomach burning with pain. Before he could steady himself, a whooshing sound came from behind. Shuriken. Kai bent sharply. 2 shuriken whooshed past, grazing his back and embedding in the tree trunk. He turned. Kakashi stood 5 meters away, holding 2 more shuriken. None of the 3 clones just now had been real. Kai gasped for breath, grinning broadly. Impressive. Kakashi remained silent, forming hand seals once more. Body flicker technique. His figure flickered, suddenly materializing before Kai as a kunai slashed horizontally toward him. Kai had no time to evade and raised his arm to block. The kunai sliced a gash across his forearm, blood spraying forth. Kai groaned softly and jabbed his other hand toward Kakashi's shoulder. Kakashi leaned back to dodge and followed with a swift kick to Kai's knee pit. Kai dropped to one knee. Enough. Kakashi stepped back a few paces, eyes fixed on him. Enough of what? Kai lifted his head, sweat mingling with the blood streaming down his forehead. He pushed himself up, blood trailing down his right arm from the elbow. I'm only just beginning. Kakashi frowned. You can't beat me. I know. Kai flexed his fingers, knuckles scraped raw from blocking earlier. But I'm still standing. He charged forward again, this time even swifter. The Yi Jin Jing surged wildly within his body, warm currents flooding his limbs, dulling the pain from his wounds. In its place, a boiling fervor. Mighty Vajra kick. Kakashi dodged sideways, but Kai's leg suddenly shifted midair, sweeping across his waist. Kakashi's eyes flickered. He planted one hand on the ground and flipped, barely avoiding the strike. Before he could rise, Kai's fingers jabbed forward. Mighty Vajra finger. Thud. The finger struck Kakashi's shoulder. He grunted, numbness spreading. You. Kakashi gritted his teeth and drove a foot into Kai's stomach. Kai staggered backward several steps but did not fall. He drew a breath and surged forward once more. Kick, jab, kick, jab. No fancy moves, only the simplest 2 techniques. Yet every kick whistled through the air. Every jab stabbed with agonizing precision. Kakashi dodged and countered, carving fresh wounds on Kai with his kunai. Clothes torn, arms soaked with blood, his face scraped raw. Yet Kai pressed onward. Bang! Kakashi's fist collided with Kai's face. Kai's head jerked to the side, blood seeping from his mouth. But he seized Kakashi's wrist with his other hand. The gripping power of the Vajra finger. Kakashi struggled, unable to break free. Kai's other hand balled into a fist and smashed into his abdomen. Thud. Kakashi doubled over but used the moment to wrench his wrist free and stagger back. The 2 stood 5 meters apart, panting heavily. Kakashi's chakra was nearly depleted. He had expended too many shadow clones and body flicker techniques. His interior felt hollow. Opposite him, the man in green was drenched in blood but still upright, eyes blazing fiercely. You're insane, Kakashi panted.
Kai grinjet reveling teet steinet crimson.
Youth is madness itself. He charged again. This time, no ninjutsu, no finesse. Only the simplest fists and kicks. Kakashi, drained of chakra, could only rely on raw physical combat. Bang! Their fists collided. Smack! Their legs swept together. Kakashi's punch struck Kai's ribs. Kai's kick landed on Kakashi's thigh. One strike, then another. No dagging. No defense. Just raw, unyielding force. Perhaps an outlet for something deeper. Until the very end. Kai's punch swung wide. Kakashi's kick missed its mark. They both staggered, then collapsed to the ground, lying there utterly spent. The sun sank completely, darkness enveloping the sky. The forest was silent, save for their heavy breaths. Kai lay on the ground, gazing up at the darkening heavens. Every inch of his body ached. His right arm was numb. Each breath sent pain through his ribs. Yet he smiled. Kakashi. A breath sounded beside him. No reply. Now, can you tell me what you think? Silence. After a long while, Kakashi's voice came, soft and hoarse. I think Dad was right. Kai turned his head toward him. Kakashi lay 2 meters away on the grass, eyes fixed on the sky. Tears traced down his cheeks, soaking into his white hair. What's wrong with saving your comrades? His voice trembled. But everyone says he disgraced Konoha, that he is unworthy of being a ninja. I don't know. I really don't know. He raised an arm to shield his eyes, his shoulders shaking. Kai watched the usually cold genius cry like an ordinary child. He pushed himself up, every muscle aching as if about to shatter, but he managed to rise and move closer. Squatting beside Kakashi, he placed a hand on his shoulder. Kakashi stiffened, moved his arm away, eyes red as he looked at Kai. Kai's face was swollen, blood staining the corner of his mouth, but his gaze was fiercely earnest. I believe he was right. Kakashi was stunned. Those who do not cherish their comrades do not deserve to be ninjas. Kai's voice was soft, but each word struck Kakashi's heart like a stone. Your father saved his comrades. He is a hero. Those who gossip, what do they understand? Kai grinned, the wound at the corner of his mouth twitching painfully, yet his smile remained. When I become a ninja, I will save my comrades too. Even if the mission fails, even if everyone curses me, I will save and protect those I hold dear. He raised his thumb, teeth gleaming. Because that is my ninja way. Kakashi stared blankly at him. The green-clad figure, face swollen and bloodied, utterly disheveled. Yet his eyes shone as if lit by twin fires. Tears welled again in Kakashi's eyes. But this time he did not hide them. He wept openly before Kai, the sobs racking his body. Kai said nothing, simply squatting with his hand resting on Kakashi's shoulder. After crying his fill, Kakashi hiccuped and sat up, looking at Kai, lips trembling. Why did you help me?
Kai pondered briefly.
Because you are my classmate. Kakashi was taken aback. And, Kai scratched his head. Your father praised my kick during the exam that day. He chuckled softly. Kakashi looked at him, suddenly feeling that this underdog was a little foolish. Foolish enough to make one want to cry. Bond activated. Genius and underdog, reward. Monk value 30. Kai did not rush to allocate points. He lay on the ground, turning his head to look at Kakashi. How is Senior White Fang now? Kakashi was silent for a moment. He has locked himself in his room, refusing to come out. Kai was startled. For how many days? 3 days. Kakashi's voice was muffled. He neither ate nor spoke. I knock on the door, but he doesn't respond. That can't continue. Kai propped himself up, looking at him. The best way to overcome pain and doubt is to step out. His expression was earnest and grave. Locking yourself away only magnifies the suffering. Kakashi froze. He turned to look at Kai, his gaze strange. This carefree, thick-browed fellow, who fought like a madman just now, can still say such things? How do you know? Kai scratched his head. My father said so. He immediately shifted the blame onto Might Die. After all, Kakashi wouldn't ask him. Kakashi was silent for a moment, then suddenly sat up. So what am I supposed to do? He stared intently at Kai, his eyes shining with an alarming intensity. Teach me. Kai felt somewhat uneasy under his gaze. Teach you? Yes. Kakashi grabbed his shoulders. What you said earlier was right, it can't go on like this. But I don't know what to do. Teach me. Kai looked at him. That usually aloof genius now had reddened eyes, filled with nothing but anxiety. Kai pondered for a moment. Then, first call your father to the school, and then he whispered a long plan into Kakashi's ear. Kakashi looked doubtful. Will that work?
Kai shrugged.
Whether it works or not, it's better than staying at home all the time, right? Kakashi was silent. Indeed, father hasn't left his room for 3 days. If this keeps up, he gritted his teeth. All right, I'll try. But soon he found himself at a loss. But how do I call him? He won't come out. Kai grinned broadly, pointing at Kakashi's battered body. Aren't these wounds on you the best excuse? Kakashi was taken aback for a moment. He looked down at himself. His clothes were torn, his arms bruised purple and green, his knees scraped raw, and a streak of blood smeared across his face. Then he looked at Kai, who was even worse off, covered in blood, his face swollen like a pig's head. Suddenly, Kakashi understood. He looked up at Kai. You planned this all along? Kai shrugged without a word. Kakashi stared at him silently for a long while. Then he spoke. Thank you. Kai said nothing. He only gave a thumbs up, revealing white teeth. Moonlight fell on his swollen face, making that ugly smile somehow the best thing Kakashi had seen all day. The two supported each other and slowly walked out of the forest. The next day, early morning, at the entrance of the Ninja Academy, students arrived in small groups, some coming alone, others escorted by their parents. Byakugo stood at the gate, his expression complex. He did not want to come. For 3 days, he had locked himself in his room, unwilling to see anyone. Those gazes, those whispers, those pointing fingers, he could not bear them. But this morning, Kakashi knocked on his door urgently. Father, father. Byakugo did not respond. Father, I got into a fight with a classmate. Byakugo's heart tightened, but he still did not open the door. Father.
I am hurt.
Covered in wounds. Byakugo could no longer sit still. He opened the door, looked down, and saw Kakashi's battered state. Byakugo's pupils contracted sharply. Who did you fight? Kakashi lowered his head. A classmate from my class. Byakugo crouched down to examine his injuries. Not light, although all were superficial wounds. For a 6-year-old child, they were painful enough. But that was not the main point. How is the other child's condition? Byakugo frowned. Kakashi hesitated, then recalled Kai's miserable appearance from last night. Worse than mine. As expected, Byakugo fell silent. His son, a genius who could use the triple body technique at 6 years old. He had met all the children in Kakashi's class. Present, no one was a match for Kakashi. Now even Kakashi was hurt. How badly must that child be injured? Father, Teacher Uno wants you to come over. Byakugo sighed. He truly did not want to go, but seeing Kakashi's state and thinking of the child he had fought, Byakugo finally relented. Let us go. Kakashi looked up at him, his eyes brightening. Father, you. Byakugo said nothing, taking his hand and heading out. At this moment, outside the school gates, as soon as Byakugo appeared, gazes drifted toward him. That's Byakugo. Why is he here? Have you heard? He failed his mission. Abandoned the mission to save a comrade. TSK. The voices were low but one by one floated into his ears. Byakugo's steps faltered. Those looks pierced him like needles. He instinctively wanted to lower his head, turn around, and flee back to that dark room. Then he saw the person standing at the gate. Might die. That perennial genin, dressed in faded green clothes, stood at the school entrance like a guardian deity. Byakugo was stunned. He looked down at Kakashi. You fought that hard-working child? Kakashi's gaze flickered evasively, silent. Byakugo wanted to scold him, but opened his mouth and said nothing. He only sighed, his face numb. He released Kakashi's hand and walked toward Dai. More gazes converged. Parents dropping off their children, villagers passing by, and several teachers coming to class all stopped and stared at Byakugo. Whispers spread. That's him. Byakugo of Konoha? I heard disgraceful. Byakugo's steps slowed further. Those words were like knives, cutting into his heart one by one. Suddenly, he felt afraid. Afraid to face Dai. Afraid to hear what Dai might say. Byakugo of Konoha, who had slain countless enemies and undertaken innumerable perilous missions, had never known fear. But now he was afraid. Dai watched him approach, seeing that numb face, those evasive eyes. Suddenly, his heart ached. Was this still the same Byakugo-senpai? The one who had taken him on missions, never blaming him for slowing down? The one who smiled and said everyone had their own way of living? Just as Dai was about to speak, screech, a piercing electrical crackle exploded overhead. Everyone looked up. On the utility pole beside the school gate hung a large loudspeaker, usually used for announcements. Now the speaker faced the crowd. Hey, hey, hey! A voice came through the loudspeaker. It was Kai's voice. Everyone was stunned. Byakugo was stunned too. He looked up at the speaker. Then Kai's loud voice echoed through the loudspeaker, spreading across the entire school entrance. Hey, hey, hey! Kai's voice came through the speaker, tinged with static. Everyone looked up at the loudspeaker. Byakugo did the same. Then he heard his own name. Flag Leaf Shikumo-senpai. Byakugo's whole body stiffened. All eyes around him suddenly focused on him. Blinding, curious, mocking, schadenfreude. Byakugo lowered his head. He instinctively stepped back half a pace, wanting to flee, wanting to hide, wanting to slip into a crack in the ground. But his feet felt leaden, unable to move. The voice from the loudspeaker continued. 3 days ago, Flag Leaf Shikumo-senpai was on a mission and encountered ninjas from the Iwagakure village. White Fang clenched his fists tightly. He could have completed the mission. All he had to do was abandon his comrades, and he could have returned to report success. A murmur rose from the crowd. Yes, just give up. SNT that right? Delaying the mission for your comrades, how foolish. White Fang's face turned pale. He dared not look at anyone. He simply lowered his head, staring at the ground. What was that boy trying to say? Revenge against him? Stabbing him in the back again in front of everyone? After all, it was his own son who had struck someone. It was only natural for others to retaliate. White Fang closed his eyes. Fine, let him speak. He was already like this. The voice from the loudspeaker paused for a few seconds before continuing. But Senior Hataki Tsukumo did not abandon his comrades. He chose to turn back, to save that person. The mission failed, but that person survived. White Fang was stunned. He slowly raised his head. That person's name was Tobarama Dragonfly, and he was still alive. He could still carry out missions. He could still serve Konoha. The crowd fell silent. People began whispering among themselves. Tobarama Dragonfly? I actually know him. I saw him just last month. Yes, I think he was the one White Fang saved. The voice from the loudspeaker continued. The third Hokage once said, "What is the will of fire? It is to protect the people you cherish." Senior White Fang did it. He protected the comrades he treasured. White Fang's lips moved slightly. He wanted to say something, but his throat felt as if it were blocked. However, the voice from the loudspeaker suddenly took a sharp turn. Now everyone is cursing him, saying he disgraced Konoha, saying he is unworthy to be a ninja, saying he should die. White Fang's body trembled. He had heard those words countless times over the past few days. Each time felt like a knife twisting in his heart. I ask you, Kaya's voice suddenly rose. Was he wrong? The crowd fell silent. No one answered. Who among you has never been saved by someone? Still no one spoke. Who among you has never saved someone else? The middle-aged women exchanged glances. A middle-aged man opened his mouth but then closed it again. When your own family member is captured, do you abandon him, or do you save him? White Fang stood there, dazed. What was that boy saying? A failed mission can be done again, but can a fallen comrade be brought back to life? Kaya's voice grew louder and louder. Which is more important, the village's rules or human life? No one answered. Only the wind whispered through the air. Then, Mato Kaya's resolute voice rang out from the loudspeaker. In the ninja world, those who break the rules, we call them useless. He took a deep breath, summoning all his strength to shout the final words. But those who do not cherish their comrades are less than useless. Senior White Fang. You are right. The voices echoed down the entire street, bouncing off the walls, crashing against the trees, entering the ears of every person present. Time seemed to stand still. The entire school gate was deathly silent. White Fang stood frozen in place. He lifted his head, staring at the loudspeaker. His gaze shifted from emptiness to bewilderment, from bewilderment to shock, until tears streamed down his face. Inside the broadcast room, Kaya's hand trembled after uttering the last sentence. Outside the school, White Fang stood motionless, tears flowing endlessly. He heard it, all the words that boy had spoken. He heard every single one. Someone approached and placed a hand on his shoulder. White Fang looked up. Dai stood before him, his eyes red-rimmed. Senior White Fang. Dai gave a thumbs up, his teeth gleaming. I knew you were right. White Fang opened his mouth. Dai continued, when you saved me back then, you never thought about whether it was worth it, right? Dai grinned. At that time, I was a burden. Yet you never despised me. You said everyone has their own way of living. Your way is to save people. White Fang looked at him, at this perennial genin, the one always mocked as the slowpoke, the fool clad in faded green clothes. Tears welled up once again. He could not find the words. Dai patted his shoulder. You don't have to say anything. He turned and pointed to the base of a telephone pole. That boy, my son, said exactly what I wanted to say. Having said that, Dai spun around and dashed toward the broadcast room. Kai! Dai burst in and embraced Mato Kai tightly. Good son. You spoke so well. Dad even cried. Kai rolled his eyes, strangled by the hug. Dad, let go, I can't breathe. No way. Dai sobbed uncontrollably, tears and mucus smearing Kai's face. Kai struggled but could not break free. Just then, a voice came from nearby. Hey, I'm still here. Dai froze and turned his head. Irika Yumino stood at the door, holding a cup of tea, a look of exasperation on his face. You two watch your impact on others. Kai seized the opportunity to wriggle free from Dai's arms, gasping for breath. Dai hurriedly wiped his tears and snot, giving a sheepish smile. Teacher Irika. Irika waved his hand dismissively and walked to the window. He pushed it open and looked outside. In the center of the crowd, White Fang stood there, head bowed, shoulders trembling slightly. Irika raised his teacup and gave a distant nod in his direction. He said nothing, simply nodded. Then he turned and looked at Kai. Next time you use the loudspeaker, give me a heads up. Kai blinked in surprise. Arika shrugged. I never said you couldn't use it. He took a sip of tea and glanced out the window again. And he muttered, Senior White Fang really shouldn't have been treated that way. Outside, the murmurs continued, but the tide of opinion had shifted. White Fang did save someone. If it were me, I would have saved them too. But what about the failed mission? If the mission fails but the person lives, that's better than the person dying. Some began nodding in agreement. White Fang stood still, listening to those voices. He raised his head and looked toward the sky. The sunlight was dazzling. He hadn't seen sunlight in 3 days. So bright, after all. Kakashi stood not far away. He had been standing there all along, watching his father, watching Kai, watching the expressions on everyone's faces change little by little. He clenched his fists, then walked toward Kai. He stopped in front of him. The two locked eyes.
Кай гринет.
Well, Kakashi was silent for 2 seconds, then said softly, Thank you. The voice was faint, but Kai heard it. He scratched his head. Thanks for what? I didn't do anything. Kakashi looked at him. His body was battered, his face swollen, his clothes stained with blood. You call that doing nothing? He opened his mouth as if to say more, but Kai had already turned away. All right. We're going to be late for class. He walked forward. After taking a couple of steps, he turned back. Training behind the mountain after school. Continuing? Kakashi was momentarily taken aback, then nodded firmly. All right. Kai smiled, raised his thumb, revealing his white teeth. The class bell rang. Students surged into the classroom. Arika Umino stood at the podium, gazing toward the last row by the window. Kai lay on his desk, panting. Kakashi sat in the front row, twisting his head to glance at him. Their eyes met briefly before they both looked away. Arika chuckled. He picked up a piece of chalk and wrote on the blackboard. Today I will tell you a story. He paused. A story about a ninja. Outside the window, the sunlight was just right. White Fang stood at the school gate, staring inside. After a long moment, he turned and walked toward home, his steps steadier than before. Congratulations on completing the hidden mission. Shigeru Hataki's fate. Acquired. Monk value 100. Acquired special training item. The weight of a man, pair of weighted leg bands. Attribute. Equipment can automatically adjust weight up to 10,000 Jin. Weighted leg bands? A fine item. Mato Kai's eyes lit up inside the classroom. With this, his progress would accelerate considerably. Kai clenched his fists. Now that White Fang's fate had changed, he was even more convinced that his own path was the right one. Next up was his father's turn. 3 years, at most 3 years, the Third Great Ninja War would erupt. During the war, Mato D would die from opening the 8 gates while saving Mato Kai. But this time, the ending was destined to be different. Kai's gaze was unshakably resolute. 2 months later, training ground behind the mountain. 9,997. 9,998. 9,999. 10,000. Bang. The final kick struck the tree, causing the trunk to tremble and leaves to flutter down. Kai retracted his leg, exhaling deeply. 10,000 side kicks, yet no system notification of improved proficiency came. Kai glanced at the system panel. Powerful Vajra leg, 999. Powerful Vajra finger, 999. Muscle tendon change classic, 758 10 days ago. The proficiency of both inferior techniques had already plateaued. Yet the last bit stubbornly refused to improve. The system notified that a breakthrough required enlightenment or the consumption of 100 monk value points, a so-called bottleneck. Not that Kai lacked 100 monk value points. Even if he did, he wouldn't use them. If he couldn't attain enlightenment for inferior techniques, he would be a disgrace to this body. Despite the inability to raise proficiency, he never ceased his daily training. Thud. Nearby, Abito lay sprawled on the ground, chest heaving violently. Sweat drenched his face, his clothes soaked, hair strands clinging to his forehead. You're done after only 50 laps? Kai turned to him. 50 laps. Abito glared.
50 laps.
Around the entire back mountain. You think everyone is a monster like you? Kai grinned and gave a thumbs up. Youth is meant to blaze. The brighter, the better. Blaze your head. Abito rolled his eyes. Not far off, Kakashi leaned against a tree, stabbing his kunai lightly but repeatedly into the same spot on the bark. The tree was riddled with holes. He said nothing, but glanced in their direction. A little farther away, Rin sat on a rock, smiling warmly at them. She held a water jug, with neatly folded towels beside her. Abito, go drink some water. She stood and walked over. Abito's eyes brightened as he sat up with a plop. Rin, you brought me. Before he could finish, Rin had already passed him and approached Kai, handing him the jug. Kai, have some water. Kai took it and tilted his head back, gulping down a large mouthful. Thanks. Obito's outstretched hand froze midair. He was petrified for 2 seconds, then turned away, face filled with sorrow and indignation. Rin, I'm thirsty too. Rin turned back, smiling. There's still water in the jug. Pour some yourself. Obito. Kakashi's mouth twitched. He didn't laugh out loud, but his shoulders shook slightly. At that moment, footsteps came along the forest path. Akane Yuhi jogged over, carrying a cloth bag. Her black curls bounced as her cheeks flushed faintly. I am late. She approached Kai and extended the bag. My mom made too much food. Kai took it and opened it up. Inside were rice balls, pickled radish, and a small box of meatballs. He picked up a rice ball and took a big bite. Delicious. Akane stood nearby, lips curling up, eyes bright. Obito leaned over. Give me one. Go home and get your own if you want some. You. Familiar recipe. Familiar taste. Obito's teeth itched with frustration. Rin laughed aloud beside him. Akane joined in, her face reddening even more. After laughing, she suddenly remembered something. By the way, you guys shouldn't train behind the mountain recently. Kai chewed his rice ball, mumbling, why? Akane lowered her voice. There's a bear. Obito was stunned. A bear? A ninja bear? Akane said. Someone spotted it deep in the mountains a few days ago. It's huge, several times larger than a normal bear. The village sent many ninjas to find it, but they haven't succeeded. Rin nodded. My dad said not to go too deep into the back mountain lately. Obito swallowed hard. Then, shall we train somewhere else? Kai said nothing, turning to look at Kakashi. Kakashi remained silent as well. Their eyes met, then simultaneously lit up. Obito's heart skipped a beat seeing those two pairs of eyes. Hey you two, Kai grinned. A ninja bear? Kakashi pulled his kunai from the tree. Not found yet? That's a rare real combat target. In unison they said exactly. Kai was genuinely excited. After these days he had guessed something. To achieve enlightenment, simple training was insufficient. Real combat was necessary. The appearance of this ninja bear was the perfect opportunity. Obito's face paled. Are you crazy? That's a bear. A ninja bear. Kai stood up, brushing dust off his pants. What's there to fear? Kakashi packed his kunai into his ninja pouch. Perfect chance to test what we've achieved these past 2 months. Obito's eyes widened as he looked at Kai, then Kakashi. You two are absolutely insane. Rin was also stunned. Kakashi, are you really going? Kakashi said nothing, but his expression spoke volumes.
Akane panitsket grabing kay esleve.
No, it's too dangerous. Kai looked down at her. Her eyes were red-rimmed, her grip tight. You're only 6 years old. That's a bear. You'll die. Kaineo grinned broadly. It's nothing. I have youth on my side. What use is youth? Youth is meant to be set ablaze. Hong was choked by his words, tears swirling in her eyes. Kaineo, seeing her like that, grew a little flustered. Hey, don't cry. Hong bit her lip, silent, yet her hand still clung tightly to his sleeve. At that moment, Kakashi spoke up. We'll go tonight. He glanced at Kaineo. There are too many people now. Kaineo nodded. All right. The moment Hong heard the word tonight, tears streamed down her face. You guys. She released his sleeve, wiped her eyes, then took a deep breath. Then I'm coming too. Kaineo was momentarily stunned. What are you going to do? Hong looked up at him, her eyes still red, yet her expression solemn. I'll watch over you all. If you can't win, I'll run back and get help. Kaineo opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but upon meeting those reddened eyes, he swallowed his words. Obito was wildly shaking his head beside them. I'm not going. Not even if you kill me. Rin stood up and walked over to Obito. Obito. Obito turned to look at her. Rin smiled. If you want to go, then Hong and I will go together. Following them, Obito was petrified. You're coming too. Rin nodded. Obito glanced at Rin, then at Hong and finally at Kaineo and Kakashi. His face flushed a deep red, then paled white. In that case I'm going, he shouted. I absolutely cannot let you two girls go alone. It's far too dangerous. Rin smiled even more brightly. Then we'll go together. Obito ground his teeth, feeling utterly trapped. Night had just fallen. At the entrance to the back mountain, 6 shadows gathered. Kaineo took a quick scan. Kakashi, Obito, Hong, Rin, and Ebisu? Kaineo was taken aback. What are you doing here? I ran into Ebisu on my way here, Hong whispered. Ebisu snorted coldly. I'm merely here to supervise you, to prevent you from bringing disgrace upon the Ninja Academy. Obito curled his lip. If you're scared, just say so. Who is scared? Then why are your legs shaking? This is the warm-up exercise of an elite ninja. Kaineo was tired of their bickering and turned to Kakashi. Kakashi nodded and began to walk deeper into the woods. Let us go. The moonlight was thin. The six moved cautiously into the dense forest, the dry leaves and twigs beneath their feet crunching softly. Hong followed behind Kaineo, clutching a kunai tightly, her knuckles white. Kaineo glanced back at her. Afraid, Hong shook her head, then nodded. Kaineo grinned, giving her a thumbs up. It's fine. I have youth. Hong was momentarily stunned. Then the corners of her mouth lifted. Ahead, Obito looked back, seeing the two sharing a secretive glance, his teeth aching with jealousy. Hey, are we going or not? After about half an hour, the forest grew denser, and the moonlight barely penetrated the canopy. Suddenly, Kakashi stopped and raised his hand. Everyone fell silent immediately. Obito opened his mouth to ask something but was silenced by Rin covering his lips. Kakashi tilted his ear, listening. The heavy breathing sounded like someone snoring. He pulled a shuriken from his pocket and threw it toward the sound. Thwack! It embedded in the tree trunk. No reaction. The breathing continued steadily. Kaineo whispered, sleeping. Kakashi nodded. They exchanged a glance and silently crept forward, crouching low. Passing through a thicket, the space suddenly opened up. On a clearing beside a huge boulder lay a massive black shape. Over 3 meters tall, even lying down it resembled a small mountain. Its fur shimmered faintly in the moonlight, each strand as thick as a chopstick. Its exposed claws were longer than Kaineo's palm. The breathing rose and fell, stirring gusts of wind that sent leaves swirling. Kaineo's eyes gleamed. Kakashi's eyes lit up as well. Those following behind were all wide-eyed. Obito's jaw nearly dropped to the ground. Hong's face drained of color, her hands gripping the kunai tightly. Rin covered her mouth to stifle a scream. Ebisu's sunglasses slid halfway down his nose. He pushed them up, only for them to slip down again. Only Kaineo and Kakashi's eyes shone fiercely. Found it. Kaineo grinned. Kakashi nodded. Obito finally found his voice, shouting hoarsely, "You're insane. That thing could crush us into mince meat with a single swipe." Kaineo ignored him and turned to Kakashi. The plan? Kakashi pondered briefly. I'll create clones to distract it. You focus on the main attack. Got it. They both turned to Obito. Obito stepped back a pace. What are you looking at me for? You're in charge, Kakashi said. In charge of what? Kaineo took over. You're responsible for making sure the 3 girls stay far away while we fight. Obito was stunned. Then his face flushed. You? Do you look down on me? Kaineo patted his shoulder. Not at all. That's why I'm entrusting you with this. Obito was still taken aback. Kaineo had already turned, staring at the giant bear with Kakashi. Ready? Kakashi formed a hand seal with one hand.
Bang.
2 clones appeared beside him, mirroring his every move. The 3 Kakashis charged forward simultaneously. The giant bear was still asleep. The first clone rushed up and stabbed a kunai into its rear. It didn't penetrate. The kunai bent. The bear twitched its ear. The second clone leaped onto its back and stabbed again. Still no penetration. The bear snorted. The third clone circled to the front, throwing a shuriken at its face. The shuriken bounced off. The bear's eyes snapped open. Those eyes were larger than Kaineo's fist. Its pupils narrowed to slits, fixed on the white-haired small figure before it. The bear pushed up its massive front paws and stood. For meters. 5 meters. Standing upright, it was 5 meters tall. It opened its mouth, revealing a mouthful of sharp fangs. A roar like thunder shook the trees, causing leaves to fall in torrents. Obito's legs went weak, almost causing him to sit down. Hong's face was as pale as death, but she did not move. Rin pulled her back. Ebisu's sunglasses slid down again. This time, he didn't bother to push them up. But Kakashi did not retreat. His 3 clones stood side by side, drawing all the bear's attention. Then, a green figure burst out from the side, leaping into the air, spinning. A Konoha Whirlwind. Whoosh! Bang! A fierce kick struck the back of the giant bear's neck. The bear's massive head drooped, eyes rolling back. Crash! The 5-meter-tall beast collapsed forward, shaking the ground thrice as it hit. Lying there, motionless, unconscious, a deathly silence fell. Obito's mouth hung open wide enough to fit a fist. Ah! Hong covered her mouth, eyes wide with astonishment. The medicine pouch in Lin's hand slipped to the ground, forgotten and left unpicked. Ebisu's sunglasses slid down to the tip of his nose as he peered through the lenses at the bear, then at Kai, then back at the bear, and again at Kai. Kai landed, steadying himself. He glanced back at the bear lying prone, scratched his head, and looked somewhat embarrassed. Perhaps his kick was a bit too forceful? Kakashi dispelled his clone and approached. He glanced at the bear, then at Kai, rolling his eyes dramatically. Hey, what kind of expression is that?
Kay muttered discontentedly.
Kakashi remained silent for 2 seconds. I'm just wondering what exactly you've been training these past 2 months. Kai grinned broadly and gave a thumbs up. Youth! Kakashi was about to roll his eyes again. Obito dashed over, circling the bear 3 times before delivering 2 more kicks. Really knocked out. You knocked out such a big bear with 1 kick. Kurenai hurried over, grabbing Kai's sleeve and scrutinizing him up and down several times. Are you hurt? Bleeding? Does it hurt? Kai shook his head. No, I'm fine. Kurenai sighed in relief, then blushed, releasing his sleeve and stepping back 2 paces. Lin picked up the medicine pouch and approached with a gentle smile. Kai, you're amazing. Ebisu adjusted his sunglasses and cleared his throat twice. Ahem, well, this old man admits you do have some real skill. Before he could finish speaking, a tremendous rumble shook the ground. Everyone staggered. Kai and Kakashi looked up simultaneously, eyes fixed toward the depths of the forest. Obito had just regained his footing, mouth still agape. Boom! 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 The earth trembled violently. Trees toppled over. A colossal shadow burst forth from the woods. A tree as thick as 3 men's embrace was shattered with a single slap, snapped like a mere chopstick. The shadow surged forward. Under the moonlight, the enormous beast came to a halt. 6 meters, 7 meters, 8 meters, 9 meters, 10 meters, a 10-meter-tall giant bear. Its fur was even thicker and blacker than the previous bearess, like it was clad in iron armor. Its eyes glowed blood red, fixated on the small group before it. Saliva dripped from its jaws, striking the ground and chipping out tiny craters. The true ninja bear had appeared. Obito collapsed onto the ground. Mom! Kurenai and Lin clung to each other, trembling uncontrollably. Ebisu was staggering as if about to collapse. Only Kai and Kakashi remained motionless, but their expressions had changed as well. This bear's overwhelming presence was at least 10 times greater than the last one. The giant bear lowered its head toward the smaller bear lying prone, then raised it again to survey the group. A roar erupted, 10 times louder than before, piercing their eardrums with agonizing pain. It raised its massive forepaw and slammed it down toward them. Scatter! Kai and Kakashi moved in unison. They darted left and right. Boom! The ground where the paw struck was gouged into a huge crater. Kakashi landed and immediately formed hand seals.
Clone technique. Bang! Bang!
Bang! 3 clones charged at the giant bear. The bear swatted them away with a single slap. 2 of the clones instantly exploded into smoke. The remaining clone stabbed at its eyes. The kunai bent. The giant bear didn't even blink. Its other paw swept horizontally. Kakashi's true body flipped back sharply. The paw grazed his scalp, and the wind it stirred stung his face painfully. Earth release. Earth flow wall. A half-meter thick wall of earth rose from the ground. Bang! The paw struck the earth wall, shattering it into rubble. Kai seized the opportunity and surged forward, leaping into the air. Konoha Whirlwind. Bang! A kick landed squarely on the giant bear's hind leg. The bear's leg wobbled but did not collapse. It turned its head, its blood-red eyes fixed on Kai. Its other paw was already coming down. Kai couldn't evade. He crossed his arms to brace himself. Boom! He flew backward like a rubber ball, crashing through one tree, then another, finally collapsing beneath the roots of a third.
Kai!
Kurenai screamed. Kai struggled to stand, every inch of his body aching, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. At least 2 ribs were fractured. Yet he grinned. No worries, youth can still burn bright. The giant bear gave him no chance to catch his breath. It lowered its limbs and charged toward them. Each step made the ground tremble. Kakashi gritted his teeth and hurled shurikens. They were all deflected. The clones charged again. All were swatted away. His chakra was nearly depleted. Obito, take them and run. Obito was still on the ground, legs too weak to stand. The giant bear reached Kai. Its enormous paw lifted high. Kai clenched his teeth, trying to dodge. His leg wouldn't move. Bones broken, strength gone. The paw drew closer and closer. Then, a petite figure dashed forward, placing herself before him. Kurenai! Her black curls shimmered under the moonlight. She spread her arms wide, eyes closed. You shall not harm him. A ringing buzz filled Kai's mind. Time seemed to slow. He saw Kurenai's back so small, so frail. He saw the giant paw poised to strike. He saw Obito struggling to rise, face flushed, eyes wide as a bull's. He saw Kakashi gritting his teeth, rushing forward, but too late. He saw Lin covering her mouth, tears welling. Then he saw nothing. Only a surge of heat exploded in his lower abdomen. The Ijinkian flowed wildly through his body, faster than ever before. Heat coursed through every fiber, flooding into his legs. A voice echoed in his ears from the system. Enlightenment opportunity detected. Confirm. Kai paid no heed. He didn't even hear it. All he knew was that Kurenai stood before him. That paw was about to strike. He had to kick. He stood. The pain in his leg vanished. The bones knitted back together. Blood burned fiercely. His mind emptied. Only one thought remained. 10,000 kicks. 100,000 kicks. 200,000 kicks. Every strike, every leg, every instant, all converged in this very moment. He stepped forward. His right arm wrapped around Kurenai's waist, pulling her behind him. His left hand clenched into a fist, tucked at his side. His right leg rose. Countless images flashed through his mind, demonstrating the Konoha Whirlwind before the waterfall, teeth gleaming. The tree broken by a kick in the back mountain, with splinters flying. The training ground target split in two, the examiner's stunned face. Kakashi saying, "You can't beat me," and his smiling reply, "But I'm not down yet." White Fang standing at the school gate, tears streaming. And that phrase from Obito, "Protecting those you want to protect is more important than becoming an elite ninja." Yes, protecting those you want to protect. His right leg kicked out, slowly. So slowly it seemed frozen in time, yet fast. So fast the very air screamed. At that moment the world fell silent. Only the heartbeat remained. Thump, thump, thump. The leg hovered in midair, emitting a streak of light. A faint golden hue spread from the sole of the foot, ascending to the ankle and then to the calf. It resembled diamond. It resembled flame. It resembled a power inherited through a millennium. Mastery of the mighty Vajra leg. The right leg suddenly enlarged tenfold. A colossal golden leg appeared before Kai, perfectly mirroring his kicking motion. The golden light was blinding, illuminating the entire forest. The air exploded. Boom! That was not merely a sound. It was the piercing scream of air being torn apart. The giant bear's claw remained suspended midair. The golden giant leg had already crashed into its chest. Bang! The 10-meter-tall bear was struck as if by a speeding train, as if hit by a tailed beast, as if crushed by a mountain. Its massive body was lifted off the ground. Flying over the forest it had just shattered, soaring past the massive boulder, and launched 10 meters away. Rumbling thunderously, it smashed into the hillside, creating a large crater. Half of the hillside collapsed. The giant bear lay in the pit, motionless. Dead silence. The golden leg's silhouette slowly dissipated. Kai remained poised in his kicking stance. His right leg trembled slightly. He took a deep breath, retracted his leg, and stood upright. Looking down, he saw Hong staring up at him blankly. Moonlight shone upon her face. Tears glistened in her eyes, sparkling brightly. "Are you all right?"
Kay Grinyed.
The pain from the wound tugging at the corner of his mouth causing a brief twitch. Nevertheless, he gave a thumbs up, his teeth gleaming. Hong's tears fell. Then she lunged forward, throwing her arms around him. "Idiot! Idiot! You scared me to death." Kai froze, caught in her embrace, unsure where to place his hands. Meanwhile, in the distance, Obito gaped, staring at the hillside flattened by the kick, then back at Kai. "Is this youth?" Kakashi stood beside a tree, watching the green-clad figure being embraced and then looking at the giant bear flung 50 meters away. The corner of his mouth twitched. That creature, congratulations, host, for mastering the inferior technique Mighty Vajra leg to its perfect realm. Random martial skill pack acquired. Activate now. Kai, held by Hong, had no time to attend to the system, but a flicker stirred within his heart. So this was the effect of perfecting a martial skill. So this was what it felt like to protect someone. He looked down, observing Hong's head buried against his chest. Her black curls were slightly tousled, trembling faintly. He then glanced toward the crater on the hillside, then at his still slightly trembling right leg. He smiled broadly. "Worth it. Absolutely worth it." Kakashi approached. Kai looked up. Kakashi regarded him silently for 2 seconds. That kick, was that the multiplication technique? Kai was momentarily stunned, then grinned without explanation, instead giving a thumbs up. That's the power of youth. At that moment, Hong lifted her head from his embrace. Her face flushed, but she did not loosen her hold. Obito finally found his voice and rushed over. "Monster. You're definitely a monster. A 10-meter-tall bear, kicked flying over 10 meters with one strike. What exactly are you?" Rin nodded heavily. Compared to that ninja bear, Kai seemed more like a humanoid beast. The humanoid beast of Konoha? Kakashi tilted his head, scrutinizing Kai. Fitting. though a bit crude. I think a better name would be the Vajra Beast of Konoha. Ebisu muttered softly. That remark instantly resonated with the others. Kai sighed and rolled his eyes. Vajra Beast? That nickname actually sounded less appealing than his original Azure Beast. But he didn't mind. The title of Azure Beast belonged to Kai alone, and one day it would surely return to him. He believed that without doubt. Might Dai smiled broadly. The giant bear fled. While the children excitedly chatted, the bear regained consciousness, then glanced fearfully at Might Dai before fleeing without looking back. The crater on the hillside still emitted smoke. 6 children stood beneath the moonlight, looking at the small bear lying there, then at the enormous figure vanishing into the darkness. The atmosphere suddenly grew somewhat delicate. Obito scratched his head. What do we do now? No one answered. Kai looked down at the leg that had delivered the golden giant kick, then at the small bear. The small bear was still dazed, lying motionless as its belly rose and fell. Then he glanced toward the distance. The 10-meter giant bear had fled faster than it came. Its shadow already vanished. It ran away? Obito's eyes widened. You left your child behind and ran? Kakashi nodded. Even ninja beasts fear death. Obito gaped, looking between the direction and the small bear. Then what about this one? Everyone exchanged glances. Kill it? That thought circled in several minds but remained unspoken.
On whispered softly.
How about we release it? Rin nodded. Still small. Ebisu pushed up his sunglasses. Release it, and then it grows up and comes back for revenge? Obito shuddered. Right. It saw us just now. Silence fell again. Kai crouched, patting the small bear's head. The fur was coarse and prickly. The small bear groaned faintly but did not awaken. Kai pondered, then looked up at Kakashi. What do you think? Kakashi stepped forward, standing before the small bear. Moonlight illuminated his masked face. His eyes shone brightly. Alive is more valuable than dead. He paused. It's a time of war. A ninja bear comparable to a genin, if sold, could fetch a good sum. Everyone was momentarily stunned. Sell? Obito blinked. Sell to whom? Kakashi glanced at him. There are many ninja clans in the village eager to acquire summoning beasts. Though this one can't use ninjutsu, its tough skin and durability make it an excellent shield, and it's easy to raise. He spoke calmly, as though commenting on the pleasant weather. The children listened, strangely not finding anything wrong with it. Ninja era. War era. Even 6-year-old children already understood these realities.
Kai nodded.
Makes sense. He patted the small bear's head. Then if we sell it, the money is split. Obito's eyes lit up. Split? Really? How much can we get? Kakashi estimated. A genin-level ninja bear alive, each person would get at least this amount. He held out one hand. Obito swallowed hard. 55,000 ryo? Kakashi shook his head. 50,000. Obito gasped. 50,000 each, 6 people, that's 300,000 ryo. Kai had no objections. Might Dai worked hard on missions so he could eat better. 50,000 ryo was no small sum, roughly equivalent to a month's mission pay for Dai. Even Kai glanced toward the direction where the large bear had fled, licking his lips. I'm buying it. At that moment, a voice rang out. Everyone turned their heads. Kurenai stood there, bathed in moonlight, her wine-red eyes shining brightly. Obito's mouth fell open. You? Where on earth did you get 300,000 ryo? Kurenai's cheeks flushed slightly, but her voice remained firm. I have it at home. Obito was stunned, then suddenly remembered. Ujito Kurenai, the Ujito clan, a genjutsu family from Konoha, not among the top few, but with a legacy spanning decades. Their territory was not small, and their enterprises were considerable. 300,000 ryo was a fortune for an ordinary household. For the Ujito family, Obito fell silent. Ebisu also shut his mouth. Rin smiled sweetly at Kurenai. Kai grinned widely. Fine, just one word. Kurenai blinked. You're not going to ask the price? Kai shook his head. You're buying it, so it's at the price you said. Kurenai's face reddened even more. She lowered her head and whispered softly. Then I'll go back and tell my father.
Kai nodded.
All right. Obito watched in disbelief from the side. Hey, you just agreed to that. 300,000 ryo? What if her father doesn't consent? Kai turned to look at him. Then sell it to someone else. Obito was momentarily speechless. That actually made sense? But something still felt off. He glanced at Kurenai, who kept her head down, ears flushed red. Then at Kai, whose face bore a nonchalant expression as he patted the little bear's head. And then at Rin, whose eyes curved like crescent moons as she smiled warmly. Obito suddenly felt a pang of jealousy. All right, enough. Let us tie it up first. The group busied themselves. They tore vines, braided ropes, and bound the little bear tightly. The little bear was roused by the commotion, blinking drowsily as it saw a cluster of small figures surrounding it. It struggled twice but could not break free. Then it saw a green face approach, bushy eyebrows, large eyes, smiling directly at it. "Don't move. I found you a good home." The little bear blinked, not understanding, but the tone suggested it was not a bad thing. It lay still. Kurenai squatted nearby, watching it with bright eyes. "So obedient." Rin nodded with a smile. "Yes, quite adorable." Obito curled his lips disdainfully. "Adorable? One slap and it's dead." Kurenai ignored him and continued gazing at the little bear, whispering softly, "What should I call you from now on?" Ebisu, tying vines beside her, muttered as he worked, "Can that thing really be a summoned beast? What if it wakes up at midnight and eats Kurenai?" Kakashi glanced at him. "Once the summoning contract is signed, it won't happen." Ebisu fell silent. After half an hour of tying, they finally finished. 2 bears. The larger one had escaped. The smaller one was bound into a ball, with only its head exposed. Obito circled it 3 times. "Now how do we get it back?" Kakashi pondered. Drag it. Drag it. What else? You carry it?" Obito looked at the bear ball, 3 times his size, and fell silent. Kai had already taken action. He grabbed a vine and slung it over his shoulder. "Let us go." The little bear was dragged along, sliding on the ground with a scraping sound, its expression somewhat dazed, as if asking, "Where am I being taken?" The group headed back. The moon hung high in the sky, shining brightly. Not far along, Kakashi suddenly slowed his pace and walked side by side with Kai. Kai glanced at him. Kakashi said nothing, but his expression clearly conveyed he had something to say. Kai waited a moment. Kakashi still remained silent. "Hey," Kai finally spoke. "What do you want to say?" Kakashi hesitated. He glanced back at the others. Obito was arguing with Ebisu, Rin and Kurenai laughing nearby. No one was paying attention to them. He took a deep breath. "Kai, Kakashi opened his mouth, then closed it again. Kai stopped and looked at him. Under the moonlight, that masked face rarely showed a hint of hesitation. "What was it?" Kakashi was silent for a few seconds, then said, "I'm planning to apply for early graduation." Kai's heart skipped a beat. Here it comes. In the original story, Kakashi graduated from the Ninja Academy in less than a year because of the death of White Fang. He wanted to become stronger, to prove something. Now, White Fang was alive. He thought Kakashi would wait until next year to graduate with them. Unexpectedly, "Why?" Kai asked. Kakashi looked at him with earnest eyes. "The Ninja Academy can no longer teach me anything." Kai said nothing, especially after the recent battle. Kakashi continued, "I used the Shadow Clone technique, Shuriken, and Earth Style. But against that large bear, none of it worked." He paused. "Only in real combat can one break through their limits." Kai was silent. He understood that feeling all too well. His mighty Vajra kick had been stuck at 999 proficiency points for over 10 days. 10,000 kicks and 10,000 finger strikes every day, but the proficiency remained unchanged. Just now, with Rin's life hanging by a thread, he didn't think, he just kicked. And then he broke through. Transcendent. Vajra giant leg. That feeling truly could not be attained in the training ground. "Kai." Kakashi looked at him, eyes shining. "Will you join me?" Moonlight bathed the 2 of them. Behind came the sounds of Obito and Ebisu's quarrel, Rin and Kurenai's laughter, and the little bear scraping on the ground. Quiet. Noisy. Kai looked into Kakashi's eyes. In that gaze was a sincere invitation. No arrogance. No condescension from a prodigy looking down on the slowpoke. "I want to grow stronger with you." Kai's heart stirred. How could he not want that? To go to the real battlefield, to fight true battles, to perfect those ultimate techniques one by one. But a vision flashed through his mind. The green tight suit, bushy eyebrows and large eyes, a smile missing one front tooth. "Kai, youth is about rising again where you fall. Might die. That foolish old father." Kai knew what the future held. The third great ninja war was at most 2 or 3 years away. The 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist would infiltrate near the land of fire. That foolish old father would open the 8 gates to save them, kicking the 7 ninja swordsmen down to 3, then burn out. He could not act rashly. If he graduated early with Kakashi now, which team would he be placed in? Unknown. What missions would he undertake? Unknown. Would he still encounter the 7 ninja swordsmen? Even more unknown. What if he missed them? What if he lost that chance? That foolish old man. Could it be that somewhere unknown to him, in his attempt to save someone else, he has completely consumed himself? He cannot afford to gamble with that. Moreover, he cast his gaze downward at his own hands. The mighty Vajra leg had reached perfection. The mighty Vajra finger was still just shy of completion. The muscle transformation classic was still far from mastered. He still had many formidable techniques to learn. He still had to grow stronger. Present, he could kick a 10-meter-tall ninja bear flying. But what of the 7 ninja swordsmen? 7 individuals. 7 legendary blades. Each one at the Jonin level. If he were to face those 7 now, how many could he take down with a single kick? 1, 2, and then? That foolish old man would still open the 8 gates. He would still burn himself out. He would still turn to ash before his very eyes. No, not nearly enough. Far from it. Kai? Kakashi looked at him. Kai snapped back to reality. He took a deep breath, then shook his head. I'm not going. Kakashi was momentarily stunned. Why not? Kai grinned. There's still so much I haven't learned. Kakashi frowned. That kick you just delivered, that kick isn't enough. Kai interrupted him. Far from enough. He met Kakashi's eyes unusually earnest. Kakashi, you go ahead. You leave first. As for me, I need to stay at the academy a little longer. Kakashi said nothing. Kai continued at most 1 year. A year from now I'll graduate too. Then he gave a thumbs up, his teeth gleaming. We'll meet on the battlefield. Kakashi watched him. Moonlight illuminated the face of the young man clad in green, the swollen corner of his lips, the grazed eyebrow, but his eyes shone with terrifying intensity. Those were eyes with a purpose. Suddenly, Kakashi understood something. He did not question further. He simply nodded. Very well. Kai grinned. You're not going to ask me why? Kakashi shook his head. No questions. He paused. You have your reasons. Kai was momentarily taken aback, then smiled even more brightly. Thanks. Kakashi rolled his eyes. Thanks for what? The two of them resumed walking forward. Behind them came Obito's anguished shout. Hey! What are you two sneaking around whispering about up there again? Kai turned around. None of your damn business. You! Kurenai and Rin covered their mouths, laughing. Bullying Obito had become their daily routine. The next day, the Hokage's office. Kakashi stood at the doorway, inhaled deeply, and pushed the door open. The third Hokage sat behind his desk, pipe in mouth. Upon seeing Kakashi, he raised an eyebrow. The boy from the Hitaki family? What brings you here so early? Kakashi approached and stood firmly before him. Third Hokage, I request early graduation. The third Hokage paused his pipe-smoking motion. He regarded the 6-year-old boy before him. Silver hair, white mask, eyes bright, just like his father. Reason? The Ninja Academy can no longer teach me anything. I want to go to the battlefield and truly become stronger, Kakashi answered. The third Hokage was silent for a few seconds, then took a puff of his pipe. Does your father know? He does. What did he say? Kakashi hesitated briefly. He said I should decide for myself. The third Hokage nodded. He looked at Kakashi. This child was even more precocious than his father had been at that age. Very well, he said. In 3 days I will personally assess you. If you pass, I will grant your graduation. Kakashi bowed. Thank you, third Hokage. He turned to leave. Reaching the door, he paused and looked back. Third Hokage. Yes? Might guy, Kakashi hesitated. He said he will graduate in 1 year. The third Hokage raised an eyebrow. Oh? Kakashi said no more and pushed the door open. The third Hokage watched the door close behind him and took a puff of his pipe. Might guy. That eternal Genin-'s son. White Fang mentioned him a few days ago during his report. Said that Kid's kick was stronger than many Genin. He smiled softly. Interesting. 3 days later, outside the Ninja Academy, Kakashi stood there with a small pack slung over his back. Kai faced him. Obito stood beside Kai, his expression full of defiance. Humph. Early graduation is nothing special. I can graduate next year too. Kakashi ignored him and looked at Kai. Shall we go? Kai nodded. After 2 seconds of silence, Kakashi suddenly reached out his hand. Kai was momentarily stunned, then extended his own. Clap. Their hands clasped together. Don't die, Kai said. You too, Kakashi replied. Obito jumped up and down beside them. Hey, what about me? What about me? Kakashi glanced at him. You live well. Obito froze. What does live well mean? I'm strong too. Okay. No one paid him any mind. Rin walked over smiling and handed Kakashi a small pack. Eat this on the road. Kakashi was momentarily taken aback. Thank you. Kurenai stood beside Kai and waved at Kakashi. Take care, Kakashi. Kakashi nodded. He turned and took a couple of steps forward, then looked back. Kai. That 1 year you mentioned. Kai grinned. 1 year. I'll be waiting. Kai gave a thumbs up. Kakashi's lips curled upward. He turned and walked away, disappearing around the corner. Kai watched that disappearing figure. A smile slowly spread across his lips. It was not the kind of laughter born of youthful passion. It was a different kind of smile, quiet, measured. He lowered his head. The system panel appeared before his eyes. Host. Might Guy. Monk points. 0. Skill list. Muscle Transformation Classic. Superior grade 788. Mastery. Mighty Vajra Leg. Inferior grade 1000. Transcendence. Mighty Vajra Finger. Inferior grade 999. Mastery. Broken Command Blade. Medium grade 0. Novice. 1 month later. The Back Mountain. Broken Command Blade. 36th form. Falling red dust. A green shadow flashed by. The wooden sword striking the tree trunk. Crack. The sound of splintering wood was exceptionally crisp. Kai looked at the half-broken wooden sword in his hand and sighed. Broken again. He tossed the broken half aside and plopped down on the grass. This was already the 12th wooden sword he had broken this month. From the earliest crude tree branches, to the more refined wooden swords he carved himself, to the reinforced version he specially commissioned from the village carpenter yesterday, all had shattered. Not a single one could withstand 3 rounds of the broken command blade technique. Kai gazed at the number displayed on the system panel. A slight ache gnawing at his teeth. Breaking Vow Blade, Intermediate Grade 12, Initial Mastery. This was the latest skill he had unlocked from his random technique gift pack. Kai now understood how to continue acquiring the 72 Shaolin techniques. By mastering one skill to perfection, he could then obtain a new skill gift pack. Perfect one, perfect another, and so on in an endless cycle. The new technique, Breaking Vow Blade, comprised a total of 49 moves, more precisely 49 strikes. Performing all 49 strikes in one continuous flow would increase his proficiency by 1 point. Although completing a full sequence left Kai utterly exhausted for a while, given his body's recovery rate, practicing 3 times a day, morning, noon, and evening was manageable. 3 proficiency points a day would not significantly disrupt his other training. Before long, he would master it completely. Yet, a month had passed and he had only gained 12 proficiency points. The reason was clear. He lacked the proper sword. A mere wooden sword could not withstand the power of the Breaking Vow Blade. Even reinforced versions barely survived a single round before being nearly ruined. He had already spent several hundred taels just on wooden swords. To buy a decent blade, the cost started at no less than 10,000 taels. He was utterly broke. Kai tilted his head back and looked up at the sky, his face the picture of hopelessness. A month ago, after selling the ninja bear, he had received 50,000 taels. At the time, it seemed like a fortune. Now, gone. All gone. Where had it all gone? It wasn't tea on swords. The main culprit was one word: food. After mastering the muscle tendon change classic to perfection, his body became like a bottomless pit. Each morning, he awoke so ravenous he could gnaw through the bed slats. 1 bowl of rice? Not enough. 2 bowls? Barely a snack. 3 bowls? Just enough to stave off hunger. If his training was especially intense, he could devour 3 days' worth of his family's food supply in one sitting. Dai stared at the empty rice jar, her eyes red, not from emotion this time. Dad, can't you afford to feed him anymore? Kai fell silent. What could he say? Don't worry, Dad. I'll go hunt the bear again and sell it. But bears weren't always available. In this past month, the 50,000 taels had all gone straight into his mouth. How much was left? He fished out the last few copper coins from his pocket and counted them. 43 taels. Kai stuffed the coins back into his pocket and collapsed onto the grass. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, shining onto his face, a bit too bright. He raised his hand to shield his eyes. Suddenly, 2 words flashed through his mind. Part-time job. Kai shot up, eyes gleaming. Of course, the blacksmith's shop. He could work there. Whether swinging a hammer or operating the bellows, it was all laborious work, perfect for building strength. Swinging the hammer would develop his arm power. Pumping the bellows would enhance his endurance. Plus, he could earn money. Maybe even score a discarded, defective ninja blade. Perfect. Kai slapped his thigh. Youth. This was what youth was all about. He sprang to his feet, invigorated. But as soon as he stood, he froze. The question was, where would he find a blacksmith's shop? Kai was familiar with Konoha village, but only the training grounds, the back mountain, his home, and the school routes. He had never paid attention to places like blacksmith shops. Just then, footsteps echoed from afar. Abito burst out of the woods, gasping for breath, sweat streaming down his face. He had just run a lap around the back mountain. Kai looked at him and an idea sparked in his mind. The Uchiha clan, one of the most renowned families in the Hidden Leaf. Famous for the Sharingan, but also one of Konoha's top forging clans. The Uchiha's ancestral ninja tools were respected throughout the entire ninja world. Obito, though a low-ranking member, was still part of the Uchiha. Obito, hey, do you know anyone at the blacksmith's shop? Obito straightened up, startled. The blacksmith's shop? Yeah, my second uncle works there. Why do you ask? Kai didn't hesitate. I want to get a part-time job. A part-time job? Obito's mouth dropped open, eyes wide with shock. You? Working? Yeah. You short on money? Yeah. Obito paused, then suddenly remembered something. Wait, didn't you just get 50,000 taels last month? You already spent it all? Kai nodded. Spent it all. Obito's eyes grew even wider. 50,000 taels. In 1 month. What did you spend it on? Kai thought for a moment and answered truthfully. Food. Obito fell silent. He stared at Kai, sizing him up from head to toe. Same green clothes, same thick eyebrows, same look, but his gaze slowly shifted, as if observing some extraordinary creature. You ate 50,000 taels in 1 month? Kai corrected him, not a month. 23 days. Obito suddenly understood why Might Dai worked so hard on missions. Raising a son like you have to work hard. Alright, Obito scratched his head. I'll ask around for you. But my second uncle has a bit of a temper. He might not agree.
Kai nodded.
Then let us go now. Obito was taken aback. Now? Yeah. Kai grinned, giving a thumbs up. I have training today anyway. Whether it's a day earlier or later makes no difference. Youth must not be wasted. Obito's lips twitched. Your youth is really something else. The two packed their things and set off beyond the back mountain. After a few steps, Obito suddenly remembered something. Oh, Kakashi sent a letter a few days ago. Kai stopped in his tracks. What did it say? That he has been assigned to Minato Namake's S-squad and is being pushed to the brink every day. He also said you and I, the bottom ranks, are probably still slacking off.
Kai loghead.
Next time I see him, I'll show him how fierce the bottom ranks can be. Obito chuckled. Yeah. Show him. The two left the back mountain and headed toward the Uchiha estate. Located on the east side of Konoha village, Kai followed Obito through several streets, gradually moving into more secluded areas. The houses on either side shifted from ordinary residences to Japanese-style estates with courtyards. Occasionally, the clan's fan emblem appeared on the walls. Your clan is pretty big, Kai observed, looking around. Obito snorted, big doesn't mean much. We still get scolded every day. Who scolds you? The clan elders. Obito rolled his eyes. They say I disgrace the Uchiha name, that I'm the worst of the worst, and that I'll never amount to anything. His voice trailed off as he lowered his head, staring at the ground, his steps slowing. Kai reached out and patted his shoulder. It's okay. Obito looked up. Kai gave him a thumbs up, teeth gleaming. When I become Hokage, you just tell everyone you're brothers with the Hokage. Let us see who dares to scold you then. Obito blinked, a flush rising in his eyes. But he quickly lowered his gaze, wiping his eyes with the back of his hand. When he looked up again, his usual cocky expression had returned. TCH, who wants to be your brother? I intend to become Hokage myself.
Kai grinned broadly.
Alright, be my guest. Be Hokage all you want. The two continued onward. After winding through numerous twists and turns, they finally halted before a weathered wooden door. A crooked wooden sign hung above the lintel, bearing the words Uchiha Blacksmith scrawled unevenly. Obito pushed the door open and peered inside. Uncle, are you here, uncle? The clanging sound of hammer striking metal resonated from within, but there was no reply. Obito turned to Kai. Come on in. They stepped through the doorway into a modest courtyard. In the center stood a canopy under which a roaring fire blazed. A middle-aged man, bare-chested, swung a hammer relentlessly, striking a glowing red-hot piece of iron. Sweat trickled down his tanned back, dripping onto the ground and hissing as it met the heat. Uncle, Obito called out once more. The man did not pause his hammering. Bang! 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 After finishing this round, he grasped the iron piece with tongs, flipped it over, and plunged it into a bucket of water. Steam billowed upward. Only then did he lift his head. His face was rugged, covered in stubble, with thick eyebrows and deep-set eyes that bore a certain resemblance to Obito's. Yet his gaze was far fiercer, like that of a wild boar. This is my uncle, Uchiha Toya, Obito whispered quietly. What brings you here, boy? Uchiha Toya's voice was as coarse as sandpaper scraping wood. Got yourself into trouble again? Obito pouted. No trouble. I brought my friend. Friend? Uchiha Toya glanced at Kai, appraising him from head to toe. Green tight-fitting clothes, thick eyebrows. His expression shifted from doubt to disdain. You mean the son of that perpetual genin? Kai was momentarily stunned. Obito's face flushed crimson. Uncle. Uchiha Toya waved dismissively, setting down his hammer and grabbing a towel from the rack to wipe his sweat. Enough, enough. Everyone in the village knows that already. Now, what is it you want from me? Kai stepped forward and straightened his posture. Sir, I wish to work here. Uchiha Toya paused mid-wipe, his eyes fixed on Kai with a strange look. Work? You? Yes. How old are you? 7. Uchiha Toya laughed, a bitter, incredulous laugh. 7 years old, wanting to work here? Do you even know what this place is? This is a blacksmith's forge. Not some playground for kids. He flung the towel back onto the rack. The work here, lifting hammers, pumping bellows, hauling iron ingots. How much of that can you handle? Kai said nothing. Uchiha Toya continued, your father, that eternal genin, barely earns enough money a month. Supporting you must be a struggle. Huh? Wanting to earn money is commendable, but you must know your limits. Come back when you're older, taller, and stronger. I can do it, Kai interrupted. Uchiha Toya was taken aback. Kai walked over to the edge of the canopy, where a stack of iron ingots lay. Each ingot was as thick as his waist and stood half his height. He looked at his uncle. Where should I move them? Uchiha Toya raised an eyebrow, pointing to an empty rack in the corner. There. Move them one by one. When you're done, we'll talk. Kai approached, crouched down, wrapped his arms around an iron ingot, and exerted force. The ingot lifted off the ground. He straightened and turned, carrying it to the empty rack and set it down. The entire process took less than 10 seconds. His face remained unflushed, and he showed no signs of exhaustion. Uchiha Toya's eyes widened slightly. Kai returned for the second ingot, then the fourth. In less than 2 minutes, he had moved the entire stack of 10 ingots. Kai dusted off his hands and walked back to Uchiha Toya. All done. Uchiha Toya opened his mouth to speak but said nothing. He eyed the neatly arranged stack of ingots, then looked back at Kai. How can this boy be so strong? And he's only 7? Obito grinned beside him, wearing a "see, told you so" expression. Uchiha Toya cleared his throat. Well, he's got strength, I'll give you that. But a blacksmith's forge isn't just about muscle. You have to know how to pump the bellows, understand the fire's temper, when to add charcoal, and when to let it rest. I can learn.
Kai repeated firmly.
Uchiha Toya was momentarily at a loss for words. He looked into Kai's earnest eyes and suddenly felt a bit annoyed. All right, you can learn. But can you actually forge metal? Kai shook his head. Then that's settled. Why should I hire you if you don't know anything? This is a time of war. Do you realize how many people are waiting for ninja tools? I'm swamped. I don't have time to teach you. Kai was silent for 2 seconds, then spoke. I don't want wages. Uchiha Toya blinked, thinking he misheard. What? I don't want wages, Kai repeated. Just feed me 1 meal. Uchiha Toya blinked again. Is that even a thing? But then he shook his head. No wages or not, it won't work. You don't know anything and will only be a burden. When I'm busy, you can't help. When I'm not, teaching you is a waste of time. Even 1 meal costs money, why should I? I can try first. Kai interrupted again. Just today. Let me work for 1 day. If I do well, I stay. If not, I leave on my own. No need to feed me either. Uchiha Toya looked at him. This boy was truly determined. He turned to Obito. Obito shrugged, wearing an expression that said, Don't look at me. He insisted on coming. Uchiha Toya glanced again at the neatly stacked ingots. The strength was undeniable and not insignificant. He thought for a moment and pointed to the bellows in the corner of the canopy. Fine. Pump that for 1 full hour without stopping. Then we'll talk. Kai nodded, approached, crouched down, and gripped the bellows handle. He took a breath, then another, and the bellows began to work. The furnace fire flickered in rhythm with his pace. Uchiha Toya watched from the side. At first, he waited, anticipating the moment when the boy would cry out in exhaustion. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes. Kai's movements never faltered. His rhythm remained steady. His face was calm, and he showed no signs of fatigue. He didn't even blink. Uchiha Toya's expression changed, from expecting a joke to surprise, then to seriousness. He approached and crouched beside Kai. Reaching out, he touched the furnace fire. The temperature was just right, the airflow perfect. This fire was better tended than those of any apprentice who had come before. Have you practiced this before? Kai did not stop pumping and turned to him. Every day. Practiced what? Taijutsu. Kicks, push-ups, weighted running. Uchiha Toya fell silent. He knew about taijutsu. All the kids at the ninja academy practiced it. But to reach this level, he glanced at Kai's arms. Those arms were thicker than any 7-year-old he had ever seen. Not fat, muscle. Solid, well-defined muscle. He looked again at Kai's breathing, steady as if he were asleep. This boy was definitely no ordinary child. The hour had come to an end. Kai ceased his actions and rose to his feet. His legs tingled slightly, but a few movements soon eased the sensation. He turned his gaze toward Uchiha Toya. How is it? Uchiha Toya remained silent. He pivoted and walked to the opposite side of the shed, retrieving a piece of glowing hot iron from the shelf. Clamping it onto the anvil, he then lifted a hammer and gestured toward the iron blank. Watch closely. Bang! One strike landed. Forging isn't merely about strength. You must know where to strike, when to strike, and with how much force. Bang! Bang! As he hammered, his movements were deliberate and unhurried, yet every blow struck the exact same spot. Under his hands, the iron slowly yielded, gradually taking the shape of a rudimentary ninja tool, a kunai. Second uncle picked up the blank and submerged it into a bucket of water. A wisp of white steam dispersed. He tossed the blank at Kai's feet. Make 10 just like this. When you're done, we'll talk. Kai bent down to examine the blank, then glanced at the hammer in Uchiha Toya's hand. The hammer? He asked. Uchiha Toya pointed toward the corner, where 7 or 8 hammers of varying sizes rested against the wall. Kai walked over and picked up the smallest one, weighing it in his hand. Too light. He switched to another, still too light. He continued until the 4th hammer, which he lifted and tested. Just about right. Uchiha Toya watched from the side, his eyelid twitching. That hammer was meant for adult apprentices. Could this kid really wield it? Kai approached the anvil, clamped another glowing hot iron blank in place, and raised the hammer. Bang! The first strike tilted the blank. Bang! The second strike skewed it even more. Uchiha Toya furrowed his brow. Bang! The third strike sent it lopsided. Uchiha Toya opened his mouth, ready to scold, but then noticed Kai had stopped. Kai lowered his gaze to the crooked blank and fell silent for 2 seconds. Then he clamped a new piece of red-hot iron, positioned it carefully, and raised the hammer again. Bang! This time, no tilt. Bang! The placement was correct. Bang! 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 Strike after strike, the rhythm steadied. Uchiha Toya's agape mouth slowly closed. He fixed his eyes on Kai's hands. The way he held the hammer was initially incorrect. Yet with each blow he adjusted. 3 strikes, 5 strikes, 10 strikes. By the 15th blow, his posture resembled that of someone with years of practice. Under Kai's hands, the iron gradually morphed into the shape of a kunai, identical to the one Uchiha Toya had forged earlier. Bang! The final strike landed. Kai clamped the blank and plunged it into the water bucket. A wisp of white steam dissipated. He tossed the blank beside Uchiha Toya's, lying side by side, indistinguishable. Uchiha Toya looked down at the 2 blanks and remained silent for a long while. Then he raised his head and met Kai's eyes. Is it really your first time forging? The first 3 strikes were, Kai answered honestly. Uchiha Toya's mouth twitched. You learned it in 3 strikes? He stared into Kai's eyes. They shone brightly yet calmly, devoid of triumph or boastfulness, as if the earlier act had been nothing extraordinary. Suddenly, Uchiha Toya recalled something Obito's mother once said. True genius isn't born knowing everything. It's about learning faster than anyone else. He glanced at the 10 blanks. Each one looked more refined than the last. The final piece was better crafted than many apprentices who had trained for an entire year. He looked back at Kai. This kid was only 7 years old. Second uncle? Obito approached cautiously, asking, Can he stay? Uchiha Toya ignored him and looked at Kai. You said you don't want wages, just a meal, right?
Kai nodded.
Yes. Any other requests? Kai thought for a moment. 3. Uchiha Toya raised an eyebrow. First, I'll come here every day after school. Dinner will be here. Uchiha Toya nodded in agreement. Second, after finishing work, I want to practice swordsmanship here. Uchiha Toya was taken aback. Practice swordsmanship?
Kai nodded.
Yes. Using those discarded defective blades is fine, or even iron scraps that aren't suitable for forging. Uchiha Toya glanced at the pile of scrap metal stacked in the corner. Those were usually thrown away as garbage. This kid wants them? Fine. They're just trash anyway. You can have them. Third, Kai looked at him. Let me work for 1 month on trial. After a month, if you think I'm fit, I'll continue. If not, I'll leave. Uchiha Toya was silent for several seconds, then smiled. A smile he hadn't worn in a long time. Done. Settled. He extended his hand. Kai reached out, and their hands met, one large, one small, with a crisp clap. Obito watched nearby, suddenly recalling something. He opened his mouth to speak but glanced at Kai and closed it again. Never mind. It's just 1 month. At worst, it's only a month's loss. That night, Kai sat in the corner of the shed, a large bowl before him. It brimmed with rice, topped with 2 pieces of grilled fish, a heap of pickled vegetables, and a generous ladle of miso soup. He picked up his chopsticks and began to eat. Uchiha Toya sat beside him, wiping sweat from his brow as he watched Kai eat. First bowl, 30 seconds. Second bowl, 40 seconds. Third bowl, 1 minute. Fourth bowl. Fifth bowl. Sixth bowl. Uchiha Toya ceased wiping his sweat. He looked at the stack of empty bowls. Then at Kai's belly. Why was it still flat? Second uncle. Obito leaned in and whispered, I forgot to tell you something. Uchiha Toya turned to him. What is it? Obito swallowed. Kai eats a lot. Uchiha Toya blinked. I know. SNT it normal? He worked half the day and ate 6 bowls before he could finish. The 7th bowl appeared. The 8th bowl. The 9th bowl. Kai lifted the 10th bowl. Uchiha Toya's mouth hung open. He looked at the towering pile of empty bowls. Then at Kai's face still chewing. Suddenly, he felt a pang of pity for himself. This kid could consume the daily ration of 3 men in a single meal. Kai finished the 10th bowl, set down his chopsticks, and looked up at second uncle's stiff expression. He grinned broadly and gave a thumbs up. Thanks for the meal. Uchiha Toya's mouth twitched. He wanted to say something but, seeing the sincerity in Kai's eyes, swallowed the words. Fine. You said just 1 meal, right? What's a few extra bowls? He looked down at the stack of empty bowls. 10 in total. This kid truly has an insatiable appetite. The following day after school, Kai appeared punctually in the shed. The 3rd day, the 4th day, the 5th day. He came every single day. After finishing his chores, he would practice swordsmanship. He rummaged through piles of scrap to find broken fragments of ninja tools, repeatedly mimicking the techniques of the broken blade. Sometimes he practiced until midnight. When Uchiha Toji finished work and returned home, he could still hear the rushing sound of cutting wind coming from the backyard. Thus, another month slipped by. One evening, Obito strolled over after school. Pushing open the door, the courtyard looked just as usual. Inside the shed, flames roared skyward, and the clanging of ironwork thundered. He peeked inside. Kai stood before the anvil, bare-chested, swinging a hammer. The once slender frame from a month ago now bore distinctly defined muscles. This was the result of improved nutrition. Sweat trickled down his spine, dripping onto the ground, hissing as it met the cold earth. The iron piece beneath his hands was slowly taking shape. It was not a crude kunai blank but the prototype of a short blade. The edge was evenly thin, the blade perfectly straight, and the handle's finish was smooth and rounded. Obito's mouth fell open. Did he forge this? Bang! The final hammer stroke landed. Kai lifted the short blade and plunged it into a bucket of water. Steam hissed upward. He picked up the blade and examined it under the lamplight, nodding with satisfaction. Then, turning his head, he spotted Obito. Well, you're here? Obito blinked. You forged that blade? Kai tossed the knife to him. Just finished it. Take a look. Obito fumbled to catch it. Looking down, the blade was smooth, the edge razor-sharp, and even the anti-slip patterns on the handle were carved with meticulous precision. He cautiously ran his finger along the edge and winced as a cut appeared on his fingertip. Kai grinned. Be careful, it's not yet sharpened, but it's sharp enough. Obito stared at the cut, then at Kai. 1 month. Just 1 month. This guy went from knowing nothing about blacksmithing to forging something like this? What about my uncle? Obito asked. Kai pointed toward the backyard. Obito walked around. The backyard was small and cluttered with all manner of scrap. Broken ninja tools, damaged blanks, and warped iron blocks. Uchiha Toji squatted there, holding a recently ruined kunai, turning it over in his hands. Uncle? Uchiha Toji looked up. Obito, here to see your friend? Obito nodded, pointing toward the front courtyard. How is he doing? Uchiha Toji was silent for 2 seconds, then glanced toward the front yard. Through the gaps in the shed, Kai's figure was visible, picking up another iron blank to begin the next piece of work. His movements were so practiced, it was as if he had been doing this for years. That kid uncle began. Obito pricked up his ears. He really eats a lot. Obito nodded. Yeah, that's what I wanted to say. But Uchiha Toji cut him off. The work he's producing is really good too. Obito was momentarily stunned. Uchiha Toji handed him the ruined kunai. Obito took it and examined it. It was ruined because a small chip had broken off the edge, but the rest was so neat it was almost unbelievable. Do you know what he's making now? Uchiha Toji asked. Obito shook his head. Ninja tool blanks, Uchiha Toji explained. Kunai, shuriken, short blades, all finished blanks that other blacksmiths can take and use directly. He paused. Before, this work was done by hired genin. One person gets 20,000 yen a month, including food and lodging. Making 300 blanks a month is considered decent. Obito blinked. And Kai? Uchiha Toji looked at him. That kid made 800 in 1 month. Obito's mouth dropped open. 800? That's nearly 3 times the output of a genin. And Uchiha Toji pulled a sheet of paper from his pocket, covered with dense writing. Take a look. Obito took the paper. It listed dates alongside numbers. Day 1, 27, crooked. Day 2, 35, fewer crooked. Day 3, 42, qualified. Day 4, 48 day 27, 88 day 28, 90 day 29, 93 day 30, 97 at the bottom. In red ink was a note. Total, 824. Qualification rate, 97.3%. Obito's hand trembled slightly. A 97% pass rate? That meant out of 824 blanks forged by Kai, only a couple dozen were defective? He looked up at Uchiha Toji, who was staring toward the front yard. The figure cloaked in green was still busy inside the shed. How late does he work every day? Obito asked. Uchiha Toji was silent for a moment. Yesterday, when I left, it was 11 o'clock. He was still there. The day before? Midnight. The day before that? 1 o'clock. Obito did not ask further. Suddenly, he recalled the thoughts he had standing there a month ago, mulling over those words in his heart. It's only 1 month anyway. At worst, I'd lose just 1 month. Now the month was up. He looked at Uchiha Toji. So, are you still keeping him? Uchiha Toji said nothing. He turned and walked toward the front courtyard. Obito followed. The two reached the edge of the shed. Kai had just finished forging a blank and was about to pick up the next piece. Uchiha Toji spoke. Might Kai. Kai stopped and turned his head toward him. Uchiha Toji studied him silently for a few seconds, then said, continue tomorrow.
Kai blinked.
Wasn't it just a 1-month trial? That month's over. Uchiha Toji interrupted. You passed. Kai was momentarily stunned, then broke into a grin and gave a thumbs up. Thanks a lot. Uchiha Toji waved his hand. Less talk, more work. This batch is urgent. Kai nodded and turned back to his task. Bang! 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 The sound of hammer striking iron filled the air again. Uchiha Toji stood watching for a while, then pulled a cloth bundle from his pocket and tossed it to Kai. Kai caught it one-handed and opened it. Inside lay a short blade, not a blank, but a real blade. The edge shimmered with a cold gleam, and the handle was wrapped in black hemp cord. This was for Kai. Kai looked up. Uchiha Toji was already turning away, walking out the door. He spoke as he left. These are defective rejects. Usable, but 1 T-cell for much. Perfect for you to practice with. He paused at the door. That way, you 1 T sneak in every morning to practice and disturb my rest. Then he pushed the door open and stepped outside. Kai looked down at the blade in his hand. There was indeed a small dark blemish on the edge, a flaw left from forging. But compared to the scrap, this blade was far superior. He gripped the handle tightly and swung it through the air with ease. Obito stepped closer, eyeing the blade. This isn't a defective knife. Is it? Kai grinned broadly. I know. Then Kai gave a thumbs up, his teeth gleaming. Second uncle's kindness cannot be squandered. With that, he resumed hammering the iron. Bang! 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 Obito stood beside him, watching the silhouette of Kai swinging the hammer. Then his gaze shifted toward the backyard. A sudden pang of envy stirred within him. Wherever this guy went, there was always someone willing to lend a hand. He recalled a month ago when Kai had said he was coming to work here. He remembered Kai's figure arriving promptly after school every day throughout the past month. He remembered those late nights when the shack still glowed with firelight. Perhaps, it wasn't that people were willing to help him. It was that he was worthy of it. Life went on like this, monotonous, dull, yet fulfilling. Each day, he rose at dawn and ran 10 kilometers to the back mountain. Attended school, listened to lessons, and finished classes. After school, he went to the Uchiha Forge, hammering iron until nightfall. When darkness fell, he ate. After dining, he practiced with the blade. Then he headed to the waterfall, training for an hour while occasionally poking at the stones. Finally, he returned home and collapsed into sleep. Day after day, month after month. 2 more months slipped by. One day, the Ninja Academy was on holiday. Kai didn't go to the smithy. Early in the morning, he slipped into the back mountain, heading toward the waterfall. In 2 months, this was his first day off. Not because he was exhausted, but because he felt it was almost time, just a little more. His mighty Vajra finger skill had been stuck at 999 points of proficiency for nearly 3 months. Since the night he kicked the ninja bear away, he knew this finger technique required not more training, but breaking through a thin veil. Yet, after 3 months of pushing, he hadn't pierced that veil. Kai shed his shirt and stepped into the waterfall. The autumn air had turned the water somewhat chilly, but to him it was nothing. He stood beneath the waterfall, facing the stone that had been poked countless times. That stone no longer resembled a stone. Its surface was riddled with holes, deep and shallow, new and old, large and small. Some holes could fit a single finger. Others were mere pinpricks. The deepest one was from last night's poke. When he pressed his finger in, it wouldn't even go all the way. Kai took a deep breath, raised his hand, began to poke. 1 poke, 2 pokes, 3 pokes. The waterfall's water hammered down from above, pounding his shoulders until they ached. But after months of this, he was long accustomed. 2,000 pokes, 3,000, 5,000. His fingers had long gone numb. Yet the warm currents of the Yi Jin Jing circulated steadily, suppressing the numbness and sending fresh energy into his fingers. He pressed on. 7,000 pokes, 8,000, 10,000. The sun climbed to its zenith, then gradually tilted westward. Kai had lost count of how many times he had poked. His mind grew emptier and emptier, with only the sound of the waterfall filling his thoughts. Suddenly, he recalled something Uchiha Toji once said. There's no secret to forging iron, just hammer over and over until the iron remembers you, and you remember the iron. He looked down at the stone. The stone had remembered him, and he had remembered the stone. But what about his finger? Kai raised his hand, gazing at his index and middle fingers. 3 months ago, those 2 fingers had swollen like carrots. Now the swelling was gone, but the knuckles were thicker by a full circle. The pads were covered with calluses, thick as tree bark. The nails never fully cleaned, always stained with rust and stone dust. These were his hands. Hands of a 6-year-old child that looked like they had endured 20 years of backbreaking labor. Kai stared intently at those 2 fingers. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. Forging iron was about hammering. Poking the stone was about poking. But what if, when poking, he also applied the force of hammering? He raised his hand toward the stone, not exerting force, just slowly extending his fingers. The moment his fingers touched the stone, a buzzing sound echoed in his mind. Every strike, every poke, every drop of sweat, every breath from the past 3 months flooded back. Pop, faint sound. His finger sank into the stone as if penetrating a block of tofu. Kai was stunned. Then that force surged outward along his finger, unstoppable and unwilling to be restrained. Kai spun around sharply, directing the finger behind him. A golden light exploded from his fingertip. A phantom finger suddenly magnified, 10-fold, 20-fold, 30-fold. A colossal golden finger appeared within the waterfall, perfectly mirroring his poking motion. The golden light was blinding. The waterfall stopped. In that instant, the water cascading down was forcibly halted by that finger, for a full second. Then the golden light dissipated. The water resumed its fall. Kai slowly withdrew his fingers and looked down. Still the same 2 fingers. But they felt different, somehow heavier, yet somehow lighter. Mighty Vajra finger mastery achieved. A system prompt resonated in his mind. Kai froze for 2 seconds. He had broken through. He roared aloud, his voice echoing through the mountains, startling a flock of birds. Finally, he had broken through. He raised both hands toward the waterfall, the sky, and the setting sun. 3 months. 3 whole months. After roaring, he stood in the water, catching his breath. The icy cascade poured over him, but his entire body burned with heat. 3 months. A full 3 months. No battles. No opponents. No sudden epiphanies. Just poking every day, practicing every day, repeating the same task daily. At last, he had pierced through. Congratulations, host. Low-grade skill Mighty Vajra finger reached perfection. Random martial arts gift pack acquired. Would you like to activate it? Yes. Golden light burst forth. An ancient, unadorned manual materialized in his consciousness. 3 large characters adorned the cover. Golden bell shield. Low-grade skill. Defensive martial art. Upon cultivation, it condenses true energy around the body to repel attacks. Kay blinked. Golden bell shield? He scratched his head. Just low-grade. He was a bit taken aback. Among the Shaolin 72 ultimate skills, the Golden Bell Shield was quite famed. Iron Shirt, Golden Bell Shield, the signature arts of the Hung practice. Yet here, in the system's estimation, it was low-grade, but then he thought again. Yi Jin Jing was top-grade. The Breaking Blade was mid-grade. So Golden Bell Shield being low-grade seemed reasonable. Besides, low-grade or not, this was a defensive skill. Exactly what he needed most. Kai's eyes shone. For months, he had been pondering a question. He had enough offense. His Mighty Vajra leg was perfected. A single kick could send a ninja bear flying 10 meters into the air. His Mighty Vajra finger was about to reach perfection as well. The broken precept blade was also being practiced. But what about defense? What if one day he encountered someone faster and couldn't dodge in time? What if one day he was surrounded by a group and couldn't hold them off? Now it was different. The Golden Bell Shield, Although it was only a low-grade technique, it was still a proper defensive skill. How to train it? He opened the detailed description of the Golden Bell Shield. The Golden Bell Shield condenses 1's vital energy to form an ethereal golden bell that protects the body. The stronger the vital energy, the more formidable the defense. Training method. Endure blows daily, guiding vital energy to flow along the body's surface. The more attacks endured, the faster the proficiency improves. Kai finished reading and grinned broadly. Training by getting hit? This suited him perfectly. He had been fretting over poking stones every day until he was bored. Now it was perfect. After poking stones, he could let others hit him. Ideal. He was just about to get out of the water and try practicing the Golden Bell Shield when suddenly, Kai! A voice called out urgently from the edge of the forest. Kai turned his head. Hong burst out from the trees, panting heavily, her cheeks flushed red. Her black curly hair stuck to her forehead, and her clothes were soaked with sweat. She saw Kai standing in the waterfall and paused for a moment, then shouted without hesitation, Kai, hurry! The school is calling an assembly. Kai was momentarily stunned. Assembly? But today was a holiday. I know. Hong ran over and stood by the water's edge. Teacher Uno had people notify every household. All students must go. Immediately, Kai stepped out of the waterfall, picking up his clothes. What's so urgent? Hong shook her head. I don't know, but the people delivering the message said it's mandatory. No one can skip it. Kai dried himself off and put on his clothes. A sudden thought flashed through his mind. Today was the weekend. The school was on holiday. An emergency assembly. All students had to attend. Could this be that matter? He looked at Hong. Hong met his gaze, worry shining in her eyes. Kai, do you know what this is about? Kai was silent for 2 seconds, then shook his head. No idea. He tied his shoelaces and stood up. Let us go. The two dashed out of the woods, running toward the school. By the time Kai and Hong reached the school, dusk had already fallen. Many people stood at the school gate. Not the usual small groups after classes, but a dense crowd. Parents clustered in small groups, whispering among themselves. Children stood nearby, some still confused, others already tense from the atmosphere. Kai glanced around and saw Obito standing at the gate, tiptoeing and looking this way. This way. Obito waved. Kai and Hong squeezed through. What's going on? Kai asked. Obito shook his head and lowered his voice. No clue. I just got here, and the gate's already blocked like this. Rin hasn't arrived yet. While speaking, Rin pushed through the crowd, panting heavily. I'm here. I'm here. She stopped and caught her breath, then looked at Obito. Obito, do you know what is happening? Obito shook his head. How would I know? Where's Asuma? That guy's the third Hokage's son. He should know more. The group turned to look for Asuma. Not far away, Asuma leaned against a tree, a matchstick dangling from his mouth. His usual cocky demeanor was gone, replaced by a rare seriousness. Obito approached him. Hey Asuma, do you know what is going on? Asuma glanced at him but said nothing. Obito blinked in surprise. I'm talking to you. Still no response. Asuma took the matchstick from his mouth and clenched it tightly in his palm, his grip fierce. Kai noticed the gesture and felt a sudden pang in his heart. This kid definitely knew something, and it wasn't good news. Suddenly, the crowd at the gate fell silent. Someone shouted, Teacher Uno is here. The crowd automatically parted, forming a path. Uno Ichikaku entered from outside, his expression grim. Not the usual warm smile, but a heavy repression of something. He reached the school gate and stood still, glancing over the students present. Everyone here? No one answered. He counted silently. Good. Follow me inside. He turned and walked in. The students followed. Parents tried to follow but were stopped by the chunin guarding the gate. The parents waited outside. The school gate closed behind them. Inside the classroom, over 20 people sat scattered about. No one spoke. Usually the loudest, Obito sat quietly, eyes fixed on the podium. Uno Ichikaku stood at the front, looking down at the young faces 6-7 years old. The youngest barely 6. He was silent for a few seconds, then spoke. I called you here today because there is something I must tell you. The classroom grew even quieter. The rustling of leaves outside the window was audible. Uno Ichikaku took a deep breath. 3 days ago he paused. The third Kazekage has gone missing. The room fell into a stunned silence, then immediately erupted into chatter. The Kazekage? SNT that the leader of Sunagakure? Sunagakure? That desert village? What does his disappearance have to do with us? Whispers spread. But soon the room quieted again. Kai sat in the last row by the window. When he heard those words, his heart sank sharply. As expected, the third Kazekage disappearance incident. Sanagekyur's strongest warrior, gone without a trace. And this incident was precisely the spark that ignited the Third Great Ninja War. Sanagekyur mobilized all its forces to search. The hidden cloud village of the Land of Lightning took the opportunity to launch a sneak attack, then declared war on the Land of Earth and the Land of Fire. And thus the war began. Kai clenched his fists. It had come a little sooner than he expected, but not by much. He turned to the side. Obito looked confused, whispering to Rin, "What does the Kazekage's disappearance have to do with us?" Rin shook her head but frowned deeply. Looking ahead, Asuma kept his head down, staring at the desk, his shoulders tense. Clearly, as the third Hokage's son, his political instincts were sharper. The Kazekage's disappearance was no trivial matter. Uno Ichikaku scanned the classroom again. Sanagekyur is under complete lockdown. All ninja are searching. He paused. But if they can't find him, what then? No one answered. Uno Ichikaku continued. If the Kazekage really suffered an accident, who do you think Sanagekyur will blame? The classroom grew even quieter. Between the 5 great nations, peace was already fragile. Uno Ichikaku's voice was even, but each word struck like a stone. The hidden rock and hidden cloud villages have been reinforcing their borders. If Sanagekyur falls into chaos as well, he did not finish. But the implication was clear. Va. The word circled through everyone's mind. Some turned pale. Some swallowed nervously. Some remained bewildered. Keikaku Uno gazed upon their reactions, falling into silence for a few seconds. Then he moderated his tone. Naturally, this is merely a notification for now. Konoha is still engaged in negotiations and investigations. It does not necessarily mean conflict will erupt. He paused briefly. However, you are students of the Ninja Academy. In the future, you will all be sent to the battlefield. Therefore, prepare yourselves. Having said this, he turned around and inscribed a few words on the blackboard. Effective immediately, training intensity will be doubled. All leaves are cancelled. Class dismissed. The classroom remained motionless. Keikaku Uno exited, his footsteps gradually fading away. What does that mean? Someone spoke up. Doubling training intensity? One T that exhausts us to death? Didn't you hear? We're going to war. Va? Against whom? The hidden sand village. The Kazekage disappeared. It must be our doing. Nonsense. Why would we do such a thing? Who knows? The argument erupted, though less boisterous than usual. Their voices were hushed, as if fearful of being overheard. Kai stood up, and Akane nervously approached. Kai, do you really think war will break out? Kai looked at her worried expression and, although wanting to reassure her, still nodded. Yes. Akane was momentarily stunned, seemingly unprepared for Kai's certainty. Before she could speak, Kai placed his hand atop Akane's head, ruffling her hair, revealing a row of white teeth in a smile. But it's all right. I will protect you. Akane's face flushed instantly. Both her hands clenched nervously, uncertain where to place them. This was the first time Kai had touched her head like that. Nearby, Obito watched Kai's demeanor with envy. Then he cleared his throat and prepared to raise his hand to do the same to Rin. But Rin immediately dodged. Obito, what are you trying to do? Rin's expression was wary. Obito, embarrassed, winced and said, Haha, I meant to say, I will protect you too. Rin. Rin rolled her eyes and ignored him. Then, thinking of Kakashi on the battlefield, worry crept onto her face. Kai approached her seriously. Kakashi will be fine, and besides, worrying now serves no purpose. Rin nodded. I know, Kai waved his hand, interrupting her. Rather than indulging in wild speculation, it's better to strengthen ourselves. Only when we become stronger can we rely on one another when the time comes, right? Rin was stunned. Looking at Kai's earnest face, she suddenly smiled. Kai, I'm truly glad to be in the same class as you. Akane also nodded quickly. Kai laughed heartily before turning to leave without looking back. I'm going to train extra. Those who want to come, follow me. Having said that, Obito, Akane, and Rin immediately followed. Nearby, Ebisu, who had been eavesdropping anxiously, hesitated briefly before trailing after them. Once they had all departed, Asuma, who had barely spoken, finally turned to look. Though still carrying his usual aloof demeanor, his gaze had shifted, relying on one another. Huh? After a long moment, he pursed his lips. Although Asuma was quite displeased with Kai's hand on Akane's head earlier, he could not deny that he agreed with what Kai had said. Hopefully, the war will be delayed for a while longer. Asuma's wish was doomed to go unfulfilled. Only 3 days passed. On the evening of the 3rd day, Kai was forging at Uchiha Toji's smithy when Akane suddenly came running, even more urgently than before. Kai, the school is assembling. Kai stopped his work, looking at her. Another assembly? Akane nodded, her face pale. Something serious has happened. Inside the classroom, even more students were present than before. No one spoke. Even breaths were held low. Keikaku Uno stood before the podium, his complexion grimmer than the last time. He scanned the children below, aged 6 or 7, the oldest no more than 8. He remained silent for a long while, then began. In the early hours of today, the hidden cloud village of the Land of Thunder launched a surprise attack on our border garrison in the Land of Rice. The classroom fell into a deathly silence. The 3 station squads, 12 men in total, were all killed. Some gasped sharply. Others covered their mouths. Some turned pale as paper. Keikaku Uno's voice continued. Simultaneously, the border garrison of the Land of Earth was also attacked. 16 men, none survived. He pressed his hands firmly on the podium, knuckles whitening. When people die, negotiation becomes impossible. The hidden cloud village has declared war on the Land of Fire. The hidden stone village has likewise declared war on the Land of Fire. Although the hidden sand village has yet to act, 3,000 troops have already amassed at the border. He looked at the children beneath him. War has begun. The classroom was so quiet one could hear heartbeats. Obito opened his mouth, intending to speak, but no words came. Rin lowered her head, her shoulders trembling slightly. Akane gripped Kaya's sleeve tightly, her fingers white from the strain. No one uttered a sound. Keikaku Uno took a deep breath. Next, he wrote a few words on the blackboard. Graduation date advanced. Someone whispered, "How much earlier?" Keikaku Uno turned to face them. Your class was already shortened from 6 years to 3 because of the war. Now he paused. Shortened by half again. Obito suddenly lifted his head. Half? That means 1.5 years. Keikaku Uno said, you have already completed more than half a year. Less than 1 year remains. The classroom erupted in chaos. 1 year. We're only 7 years old. Graduating in less than 1 year? That means going to the battlefield. Keikaku Uno said nothing, merely watching them. When the noise subsided, he spoke. Yes. In less than 1 year, you graduate. After graduation, you will be immediately assigned to combat units. The lucky ones will remain in the village on guard duty. The unlucky, he left the sentence unfinished, but everyone understood its implication. The front lines. The battlefield. A place where people die. Obito's face turned pale. Akane's grip on Kaya's sleeve was so tight her knuckles whitened. Rin lowered her head, tears welling in her eyes. Ebisu's sunglasses slid completely down his face, falling to the floor, and he did not pick them up. Kai sat in the last row by the window, silent and still, but his hands clenched into fists. 1 year. Less than 1 year. These children, Akane, Obito, Rin, Ebisu, Asuma, they would all be dispatched to the battlefield. Though they had not yet died, Kaya's gaze fell upon classmates whose names could not be recalled. These children never appeared in the subsequent narrative. Some of them would perish. Some, like in the original story, would die in places beyond his sight. Konoha's golden generation was not merely those 14 individuals, but rather that only those 14 survived in the end. No, possibly even fewer. Kai took a deep breath and opened the system panel. 8,332 refinements of the Yi Jin Jing. Mastery, 1,000 feats of the Great Vajra Leg. Transcendence, 1,000 feats of the Great Vajra Finger. Transcendence, 316 breakthroughs of the Breaking Precepts Blade. Integration, 3 insights into the Golden Bell Shield. Initial understanding not enough. Still not enough. He needed to be stronger, strong enough to protect everyone. After school, once everyone had left, Kai walked alone toward the back mountain. Halfway there, a shadowy figure suddenly appeared before him. My Kai?
Kai halted.
Yes. The figure handed him a letter. From Kakashi Hitaki. Kai took it. The figure vanished. He unfolded the letter and read it by the moonlight. It was brief. Kai. I have been promoted to Chunin. Thrust into the role under urgent circumstances, and having slain many enemies, I am an exception. A 7-year-old Chunin. Third Hokage said Konoha has never seen such a thing. But I have no pride in this. On the battlefield, there is no difference between Chunin and Genin. Both die. A few days ago, my squad was annihilated. People I knew gone. I don't want that fate for you. So become stronger. I will be waiting for you on the battlefield. Kakashi. Kai gazed at the letter, his eyes lingering on the final words. I will be waiting for you on the battlefield. He folded the letter carefully, tucked it into his chest, and looked up. The moon shone brightly, casting its light upon his face. Suddenly, he recalled the Kakashi of the original tale, the prodigy who became Chunin at 7, the genius who lost Obito at the Canopy Bridge, the genius who turned cold after Rin's death. This time it would be different. He turned and resumed his walk toward the back mountain. He had taken only 2 steps when a familiar booming voice exploded from behind. Kai! Kai turned around. Under the moonlight, a green figure stood there, thick eyebrows, big eyes, wearing a faded green bodysuit. It was Might Dai. He ran up and stood before Kai, his eyes shining fiercely. Kai, Dad has been thinking about something for a long time and has finally decided to tell you. Kai's heart stirred. Could it be? At this moment, Dai inhaled deeply, then gave a thumbs up, his teeth gleaming. Son, Dad is going to teach you a forbidden technique. Under the moon's glow, father and son stood face to face. Kai looked at Dai's excited expression and already guessed. The 8 gates, the forbidden technique that made Might Dai burn himself out, crushing the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. The technique that later enabled Might Kai to deliver the ultimate kick, the pinnacle of taijutsu. Finally, it was coming. Dai glanced around, lowering his voice. This place won't do too many people. He grabbed Kai's hand. Come with me, son. They passed through the woods, skirted a waterfall, and slipped into a narrow path Kai had never taken before. Winding and twisting, they finally stopped in a valley surrounded by sheer cliffs, with only the path they had come by as an exit. The ground was littered with rubble. Not a blade of grass in sight. Dai stopped and turned. He looked at Kai, unusually serious, without even a thumbs up. His solemn expression made Kai feel slightly uneasy. Kai, HM? Do you know why Dad stayed a genin for 20 years? Kai said nothing. Dai answered himself because Dad spent all that time on one thing. He raised his hand and made a fist. Taijutsu. Not just ordinary taijutsu. As he paused, the 8 gates. The moonlight illuminated his face, as if something hidden for 2 decades was suddenly unveiled. Kai, the human body has 8 gates. Dai began to explain. The gate of opening, the gate of rest, the gate of life, the gate of injury, the gate of closure, the gate of view, the gate of shock, and the gate of death. Each gate is a limit, restrictions that prevent us from unleashing our true power. He clenched his fist tightly, because if you remove those limits, the body cannot endure. It will be injured. It will die.
Kai nodded.
Of course, he knew that, but he did not interrupt. He simply listened. Dad had spent 20 years. Dai continued, 20 years focused on one thing, opening the gates. He took a deep breath. Watch closely. Dai took a horse stance, fists clenched at his waist. The 8 gates. The first gate. The gate of opening. Open. Bang! A shockwave erupted from him, blowing the rubble on the ground backward. Kai squinted. Dai's skin reddened slightly. Veins bulged from his forehead. Yet his expression remained calm. The gate of opening releases the brain's restrictions, allowing 100% of the body's strength to be utilized. No sooner had he spoken than Dai vanished. No, not vanished, just too fast. Kai's eyes hadn't tracked him before Dai reappeared 10 meters away, in front of a massive boulder. Lotus blossom. Dai leapt into the air, spinning his body. The speed generated a whirlwind. Bang! His foot struck the boulder, shattering it. Fragments flew everywhere. The largest piece hurtled over 20 meters. Dai landed and stood firm, neither flushed nor breathless. He turned to Kai. Did you see that? Kai swallowed hard. He had seen it, but that speed and power opening the first gate. And this is just the beginning?
Dai approached.
The second gate, the gate of rest. This gate removes the body's fatigue limits. He inhaled deeply. The 8 gates. The second gate, the gate of rest. Open. Bang! The shockwave was even stronger than before. Dai's muscles visibly swelled. Veins stretched from his forehead down to his neck. He disappeared again, faster still. Kai couldn't keep up, only hearing the roar of the wind. Lotus blossom. Boom! Another massive boulder was struck. Not shattered, but pulverized into dust. Dai stood in the mist, his breathing slightly heavier. He stepped forward and looked at Kai. The third gate, the gate of life. Opening the gate of life truly unleashes strength. He paused, but it also begins to damage the body. Kai watched him. A flicker passed through Dai's eyes. Not hesitation, but earnestness. Kai, watch closely. This is what Dad has trained for 20 years. He drew a deeper breath than before. The 8 gates. The third gate. The gate of life. Open. Bang! The shockwave exploded outward, not just displacing rubble, but hurling every stone around into the air. Kai raised his hand to shield his eyes. Through the narrow gap between his fingers, Kai glimpsed Dai's silhouette. His skin had turned even redder. Veins bulged from his forehead down to his arms, and then throughout his entire body. Each strand of hair stood on end. Green chakra, like steam, wafted from him. This was Kai's Dai. The green vapor. Dai moved. This time, he did not vanish but instead tore through the air. Boom! The ground where he stood exploded, creating a crater. The next moment, he had already appeared at the far end of the valley. There stood a colossal boulder, towering thrice the height of a man, larger than the previous two. Dai raised his hand. A single punch. Boom! The massive rock split cleanly in two. Dai turned around and, facing the fractured boulder, delivered a midair kick. The great leaf whirlwind. Whoosh, the gust swept by. The two halves of the boulder shattered into pieces. Stones rained down like a storm. Dai stood amid the rubble, green steam billowing from his entire body, resembling a demon emerging from hell or a war god descending from the heavens. Kai was dumbfounded. This was the 8 gates technique. The third gate, the gate of life, could shatter a boulder thrice a man's height with a single punch. Then what about the 6th gate? The 7th? Or even the 8th? Dai walked back, his breathing heavy, his skin still flushed. He looked at Kai. That was the 3rd gate just now. The 4th gate is the gate of wounds. The 5th, the gate of closure. The 6th, the gate of view. The 7th, the gate of shock. He paused. And finally, the 8th gate, the gate of death. Even I can open it, but I must not open it again. Kai stared at him. Why?
Dai smiled WRYLY.
Opening it again would injure the body. You haven't mastered it yet. I cannot allow myself to be broken by training. Kai fell silent. This was Mado Dai, 20 years of training to master the 8 gates, yet never displaying it before others. All for what? To teach his son? Dai approached and crouched down, locking eyes with Kai. Kai, your father trained for 20 years to master the 8 gates, but you can learn faster because you have more talent than I do. Kai wanted to say something, but Dai reached out and placed a hand on his shoulder. But you must remember, the 8 gates is a forbidden technique. Not because it isn't powerful, he hesitated. The higher you open, the closer you are to death. Kai's heart tightened. He knew. Of course, he knew. In the original story, Dai opened the 8th gate, the gate of death, to defeat the 7 ninja swordsmen, then burned out and turned to ashes. Dai looked at him, his gaze gentle. I am teaching you not so you will use it, but so you will understand. Understand what? Dai stood and raised his head to gaze at the moon. Understand that some things in this world are more important than life itself. He turned back to Kai. When you truly want to protect someone, when you are willing to risk your life for them, the 8 gates will be your final trump card. Mado Dai looked at Kai and suddenly smiled broadly. I have never opened the 8 gates, but I know that one day you will. Kai's heart clenched sharply. He knew. Of course, he knew. But he could not say it aloud. Dai reached out, placed a hand on Kai's head, and ruffled his hair. I teach you the 8 gates not so you open the gate of death, but so you have a choice. He paused. Having a choice is stronger than anything. Kai looked up at him. The moonlight illuminated the face covered in stubble, his eyes bright, just like always, yet somehow different. Dad? HM? I will learn. Dai smiled. Good. But you must promise me one thing. What? He looked at Kai with a seriousness that was almost frightening. Unless it's absolutely necessary, never open the 8th gate. Kai was stunned. Dai continued. My greatest wish in life is to watch you grow up, watch you get married, watch you have children, watch you become a ninja stronger than I am. Then he gave a thumbs up, his teeth gleaming. Kai, you must live. Living is the greatest youth. Kai looked at that hand, that face, those eyes. A warm current surged within him, not from the muscle transformation technique, but something else. He could not explain it, but he knew this time, this foolish old father of his would not die. Absolutely not. All right. Kai raised his thumb, clashing it with Dai's. Clap. Under the moonlight, the father and son's shadows stretched long. Dai began teaching each move, each technique, each gate to be opened. Open the gates. Focus on your breathing. Don't hold your breath. The gate of rest. Feel the limits of your body. But don't push too hard. The gate of life. This is the turning point. Opening this gate means you have truly entered the 8 gates. Kai tried again and again. The first attempt opening the gate, he failed. The second attempt, the same. Third, fourth, fifth attempts. Until dawn. He finally opened the gate. Boom! The surge of energy exploded outward. Though much smaller than Dai's, it was indeed opened. Kai stood still, his body burning hot, his heart beating like a drum. Yet he smiled broadly. Dai rushed over and embraced him tightly. Kai! You opened it! You opened it! Kai rolled his eyes as Dai squeezed him. Let go, Dad. I only trained for one night. One night. You took 3 months to open the first gate. Kai rolled his eyes again, but the corners of his mouth lifted. Dai released him, stepped back, and gave a thumbs up, tears and snot streaming down his face. Kai, you're a genius. A true taijutsu prodigy. Kai panted, gazing at his reddened arms. Opening the gate was only the first step, but the sensation, the power surging through his entire body was extraordinary. Speed, strength, reflexes all transformed. He looked up at Dai. That, HM? Keep going. Dai hesitated. Aren't you tired?
Кай гриннят.
Youth never stops. Dai smiled too. Good. The sun rose, then set, then rose again. 3 days. For 3 whole days, Kai and Dai remained in the valley, skipping school. When hungry, they ate rations. When thirsty, they drank from the stream, training until he collapsed into sleep, then awakening to continue. On the first day, Kai unlocked the first gate. On the second day, he opened the second gate. On the third day, the third gate, the gate of life. Open. Bang! A shockwave burst forth. A faint green steam emanated from Kai's body. Though subtle, it was undeniably present. He stood there, his entire body flushed red, veins bulging, heart pounding as if it might explode. Yet he remained standing. Dai stood nearby, watching him, his eyes glistening with tears. Kai turned his head, breaking into a grin. Father, I opened it. Dai rushed over. This time he did not embrace him, but stood before him, gazing intently. Does it hurt? Kai shook his head. No pain. How does it feel? Kai pondered for a moment. It feels like he raised his hand, clenching it into a fist. Like I could kill a ninja bear with a single punch. Dai smiled. Really?
Кай nodded.
Dai pointed at a massive boulder some 20 meters away. That one. Kai looked over. The boulder towered above him. He walked over, stood firm, and took a deep breath. The gate of life fully opened. He lifted his leg. The leaf whirlwind. Whoosh. Bang! Without employing the great strength Vajra kick. Relying solely on raw physical power combined with rudimentary taijutsu, the boulder cracked down the middle, splitting cleanly in two.
Кай landed panting heavily.
Dai approached and stood beside him, staring at the fractured rock. After a long silence, he spoke.
Кай.
You're stronger than your father. Kai turned to look at him. Dai met his gaze. Truly. Took me 20 years to reach the 6th gate. You've opened 3 gates in just 3 days. He paused. In the future, you will surely become a formidable ninja. Kai looked at that face. Still the same foolish expression, but the pride in his eyes was unmistakable. Kai's heart warmed. Father. Yes? When I open the 8th gate, I'll show you a kick. Dai was momentarily stunned, then burst into hearty laughter. All right, I'll be waiting. He gave a thumbs up, his teeth gleaming. But before that, let us eat. Kai smiled as well. Okay. 3 days later, early morning, at the entrance of the Ninja Academy, Kai stood with his backpack. He still wore the same green outfit, but he seemed different, not in appearance but in presence. Obito ran up from behind, pausing as he saw him. Kai? Kai turned. Obito scrutinized him from head to toe, scratching his head. Where were you these past 3 days? Teacher Yumino said you took leave. Training. Training? Where? Kai thought for a moment. In a valley. Obito waited for him to continue. Kai said nothing further. Obito waited a long while, then couldn't he help but ask, and then? And then what? What did you train? Kai grinned, giving a thumbs up. Youth. Obito rolled his eyes. All right, here we go again. The two walked toward the school. Fewer people than usual stood at the school gate. Kai glanced around. Those children who usually crowded the entrance were sparse today. Many familiar faces were absent. Where is everyone? He asked. Obito lowered his voice. You don't know? A lot of people Haven Tea come these days. Why? They were called home. Obito smirked. The war Espin moved up. The secret techniques and special training those clans had planned were rushed forward. My clan says many families have locked their kids up to train nonstop. No leaving until they finish.
Kai nodded.
Just as expected. Shrinking 3 years into 1.5 meant having the time these clans had. What was meant to be taught gradually now had to be crammed all at once. They entered the classroom. Sure enough, fewer than half the usual 20-plus students were present. Kurenai noticed Kai's arrival. Her eyes lit up. Rin was there too, waving at them. Asuma was absent. Yukamaru was absent. Yuzuki Yukari was absent. Yamashiro Aoba was absent. Several others whose names Kai didn't know were absent as well. Kai took his seat. Kurenai came closer, concern evident in her voice. Kai, where were you these past 3 days? Kai looked at her. Her wine-red eyes brimmed with worry. Training, he replied. Training what? Kai thought briefly. Taijutsu. Kurenai blinked. Just taijutsu? She didn't press further. But the way she looked at Kai was different somehow, indescribable. It was as if he shone brighter than before. The bell rang. Yumino Ichiro entered. He scanned the empty seats but showed no change in expression. Those present, listen carefully. Those absent, catch up on your own later. The class proceeded quietly. The usual whispers and side conversations were absent today. After class, Kai stood and headed out. Kurenai called after him. Kai, where are you going? To the smithy. Still going today? I haven't been these 3 days. I have to apologize to Uncle Toya. Kurenai pressed her lips together, then whispered, Can you not go today? Why? Kai was puzzled. Before this, Kurenai had never once advised him against training. Her face flushed with nervousness. Then she quickly waved her hand. And nothing. Be careful on your way. I'll go home now. With that, she hurried away. Kai found her behavior strange. Seeing Obito about to leave, he followed. Obito looked puzzled as Kai approached. Why are you coming along? To the smithy. Don't you want to stay with Kurenai? She might not come tomorrow. Not coming tomorrow. Kai froze, then suddenly understood Kurenai's odd demeanor. As a Genjutsu clan member, she too had to undergo intensive training at this time. No wonder she acted that way. Kurenai had wanted Kai to accompany her, but didn't he want to disturb his training?
Kisame.
He tossed his backpack onto Obito. Put my bag by Uncle Toya's place. I'll come later. With that, he dashed off. Obito stared at the 2 backpacks in his hands, his mouth twitching. A friend who forgets friends when he sees pretty girls. When Kai caught up to Kurenai, the sun was nearly setting. Kurenai walked slowly, head bowed, her black curls swaying back and forth. Kurenai, Kai called out once and ran over. Hong's footsteps faltered briefly. She did not turn back, yet her pace slowed. Kai caught up beside her, gasping for breath. Why are you running so fast? Hong remained silent, tilting his head. Kai looked at her. The sunset bathed her face in warm light. Her deep wine-colored eyes were fixed on the ground, her eyelashes trembling. Did you cry? Kai asked. Hong shook her head and turned away. No. Then lift your head so I can see. Hong, unable to resist, finally raised her gaze. Indeed, she had not cried, but her eyes were rimmed red. Kai scratched his head. He wanted to say something, but his mouth opened and closed in hesitation. The usual passionate words of youth felt somehow out of place at this moment. The two stood in silence. The wind swept by, stirring a few fallen leaves. At last, it was Hong who broke the quiet. Kai, you should go back to training. Her voice was soft.
Iemme fine.
Kai looked at her. Suddenly, he reached out and grasped her wrist. Hong froze for a moment and looked up. Let us go, Kai said. Where? Follow me. Kai pulled her along. Not toward the school but heading toward the back mountain. Hong stumbled a little but did not break free. The sunset stretched their shadows long and intertwined. One after the other, they passed through the forest, skirted around the waterfall, and slipped onto a narrow path Hong had never walked before. Twisting and turning, they finally stopped at the edge of a cliff. Hong stood still, stunned. Before her lay a vast open sky. The sun was sinking below the horizon, dyeing the entire sky a fiery orange-red. Layers of clouds billowed like flames. Below was Konoha village, houses, streets, the Hokage rock, all reduced to tiny silhouettes. Hong parted her lips. I discovered this place. Kai released her wrist and strode to the cliff's edge, sitting down with a thud. When training wears me out, I sneak here to zone out. He patted the ground beside him. See. Hong walked over and sat down next to him. Side by side, they gazed at the blazing sky. Neither spoke. The wind blew from the mountains, carrying the scent of grass and wood.
Slowly, Hong relaxed.
Her shoulders loosened, her breathing eased. She stole a glance at Kai. He was staring at the sun, his eyes shining with reflected light. That profile, the thick eyebrows, that goofy expression, somehow brought a sense of calm. Kai, she began. Do you come here every day? Kai thought for a moment. Not every day. Only when training is too intense. He paused. Last time I came was after kicking that big bear.
Hong blinked.
That was 3 months ago.
Yeah.
Have you not felt tired in these 3 months? Kai turned to her, grinning. Of course I'm tired, but there's no time to rest. Why? Kai considered carefully and said seriously, because there's too much to train for, no time for fatigue. Hong was momentarily speechless. Then couldn't he help but laugh. You're really strange. Kai laughed too. So be it strange. He turned back to the sunset. Anyway, you're the first person to know about this place. Hong's heart fluttered. She lowered her head, staring at her fingers twisting on her lap.
Kai.
Yes? I want to be able to come to school tomorrow.
Kai nodded.
I know. Family training, it takes a long time.
Yeah.
After training, I might just graduate directly. Hong looked up at him, pouting. And you just say Kai turned to her. His expression was the same, but his eyes were earnest. What else? Want me to cry for you? Hong was caught off guard. Kai turned back to watch the sunset. You train your Genjutsu. I'll train my Taijutsu. He paused. Either way, we'll end up on the battlefield. Hong fell silent. Of course she understood. The war had already begun. The front lines claimed lives every day. Their generation would all be sent to the battlefield within a year.
Su denli kay spoke.
Hey, let us make a promise. Hong was stunned. Kai turned to her. The afterglow of the sunset illuminated his face, his eyes sparkling. When your genjutsu is mastered, and I've become stronger, we'll team up on missions. Hong stared blankly at his outstretched hand, rough, calloused. She thought of those hands, poking stones 10,000 times daily. Thought of those hands, hammering iron late into the night. Thought of those hands, just now pulling her along that path. You'll be my genjutsu support, Kai said. And I'll be your. He hesitated, then grinned. Strongest shield. Hong's eyes suddenly felt warm. She lowered her head, blinking hard, then slowly extended her hand, hooking her pinky around his. It's a promise, she whispered. Yeah. Their pinkies intertwined as they watched the sun slip completely below the horizon. The sky held the last streaks of orange-red. Stars began to emerge. The breeze was cool, but Hong felt warmth within. She glanced at Kai secretly. He was still staring at the sky, lost in thought. She pressed her lips together and whispered, Kai, don't always bear everything alone from now on. Kai turned to look at her. Hong did not meet his gaze, focusing on her fingers instead. If you're tired, come here to zone out. No one will know this place since I won TB at school anymore. She paused. But you have to remember I'm training too. Getting stronger. Kai looked at her. The last light touched that profile, eyelashes fluttering. Suddenly, he smiled. Not the raucous laughter of youth, but a quiet, sincere smile. All right, he said. I'll remember. Hong said nothing, but the corners of her mouth lifted. Darkness fully settled. The moon rose, casting its glow on the cliff. Two small figures still sat there. Neither spoke of leaving. In the distance, Konoha's lights flickered on one by one like stars scattered upon the earth. Bond triggered. Promise on the cliff. Reward. Monk value 40. The days that followed returned to their usual rhythm, but not quite the same. Every morning, they rose at dawn for training. They ran 10 kilometers to the back mountain, practicing leg techniques, finger techniques, and swordsmanship. The difference was that their morning regimen now included the 8 gates technique. Kai, focus on your breathing. Dai's loud voice echoed through the woods in the early light. Opening the gate isn't about holding your breath. It's about guiding. Feel the flow of chakra within your body. Kai planted his feet firmly, his body flushed red. Veins throbbed on his forehead. Yet his breathing remained steady. Open. Boom. A wave of energy exploded outward. The door opened steadily and firmly. Dai raised his thumb upright, his teeth gleaming. Excellent. Maintain that. Now try moving. Kai moved. He lifted his leg, kicked, punch, struck. The speed was more than double the usual. After completing the entire sequence, he concluded the stance and took a deep breath. The moment the door closed, his body relaxed, as if a great burden had been lifted. Dai approached. How does it feel? Kai thought for a moment. Fast. But it also consumes a lot of energy. Dai nodded. Indeed. The 8 gates release technique isn't meant for ordinary combat. It's for critical moments when you fight desperately. He paused. That's why when practicing, you must train until your body remembers. When the time comes, you don't have to think. Your body will activate it on its own. Kai nodded. Morning training concluded. Then school. Classes. Breaks. After school, he went to Uchiha Toji's forge. Kai, control the heat. Uchiha Toji's voice echoed from the shed. The furnace's fire isn't better just because it's fiercer. You must consider the quality of the iron. Kai crouched before the bellows, pulling while fixating on the flames. The firelight flickered across his face, alternating between brightness and shadow. He could already gauge the iron's temperature with his eyes alone. After finishing the bellows, he stood and lifted the hammer. Clang, clang, clang. A rough kunai blank took shape under his hands. Faster than before. More precise than before. Uchiha Toji stood silently beside him, but satisfaction gleamed in his eyes. After finishing a batch of work, night had fallen. Kai rummaged through the scrap pile and retrieved the short blade Uchiha Toji had given him. He walked to the backyard, stood firm, gripped the blade. First form of the broken oath blade. Hoo! The blade's light flashed by. Second form. Hoo! Third form. Blade after blade, flashing in succession. Under the moonlight, they formed a seamless flow. Kai's figure moved nimbly in the backyard, every step precise. After completing the 49th form, he sheathed the blade. He gasped for breath, lowering his gaze to the blade. A faint white scar marred the edge. It was earned through today's practice. He carefully stored the blade and turned to leave. The waterfall. He stripped and stepped beneath it. Cold water cascaded from above. He inhaled deeply and raised his hand, striking the stone he had been drilling for 3 months. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes, 1,000 strikes, 2,000 strikes, 5,000 strikes, 10,000 strikes. Moonlight shifted from overhead to the west. Kai emerged from beneath the waterfall and dressed. Returning home, he pushed open the door. The room was illuminated. Dai sat at the table, 2 bowls of rice and 2 plates of dishes before him. Seeing Kai enter, he looked up and smiled broadly. Back already? Hungry? Eat. Kai sat down and lifted his bowl. Father and son sat opposite each other, eating vigorously. No words were spoken, yet the feeling was good. After dinner, Kai lay on the bed. His mind ran through everything he had practiced today. The morning training of the 8 gates release, the classes in the morning, the blacksmithing in the afternoon, the broken oath blade in the evening, the midnight waterfall practice. A day fully scheduled. He closed his eyes, slept. The next day repeated. The 3rd day repeated. The 4th day repeated. Days passed in this manner. Tedious. Monotonous. Yet with each passing day he grew stronger. 2 months later. Early morning. The back mountain. Kai stood in a clearing. Dai faced him. Ready?
Kai nodded.
Come then. Dai took a deep breath. The 3rd gate of the 8 gates release. The life gate. Open. Boom. Green steam burst from Dai's body. He vanished. The next second, he appeared before Kai. Punch struck down.
Kai dodget si device.
Dai's leg swept through. Kai raised his hand to block.
Bang!
Both retreated 3 paces. Dai grinned widely. Not bad. Your reaction is faster. Kai said nothing and charged. Konoha Whirlwind. Boo! Dai leaned back to evade. Kai landed, not yet steady, when the other leg swept through. Konoha Great Whirlwind. This kick was even faster. Dai's eyes lit up. He supported himself with one hand, flipped to avoid it. But as he landed, Kai was already close. Hyarenka! Kai leapt into the air. His body spun midair, so swift it stirred a gust. Dai looked up at that figure, a smile curling his lips. He jumped as well. The two exchanged a kick midair. Bang! A shockwave exploded. Both landed, 5 meters apart. Dai straightened, brushing dust from his clothes. Hyarenka, mastered. Kai gasped for breath but smiled broadly. What about Rarenka? Dai shook his head. That one can't be used now. The strain on the body is too great.
Kai nodded.
2 months. The 8 gates release, all 3 gates opened at will. Konoha Whirlwind, Konoha Great Whirlwind, Hyarenka, Rarenka, all thoroughly ingrained. Broken Oath Blade, fully integrated. Golden Bell Shield, partially accomplished. Muscle Tendon Change Classic, steadily advancing. He looked down at his hands. Compared to 2 months ago, they were thicker, calluses tougher, knuckles broader. Yet when clenched, they felt firmer. Dai approached, patting his shoulder. That's enough for today. Let us go to school.
Kai nodded.
The two walked out. Upon reaching the mountain base, Dai suddenly stopped. Kai turned back. Dai looked at him, unusually serious. Remember, all this training is for survival. To live is to have a future.
Kai nodded emphatically.
Understood. Dai grinned, raising his thumb. Good. Go forth. Kai turned and ran toward the school. At the school gate, the crowd was unusually large today. Faces unseen for 2 months suddenly appeared all at once. Asuma stood at the gate, a matchstick dangling from his mouth. He still carried that cocky air but looked more robust. Tsukikage Hayate leaned against a tree, his complexion paler. Nearby stood Mayuzuki Yukari, her purple hair fluttering in the wind, a short blade at her waist. Shiranui Genma held a toothpick between his lips, hands in pockets, wearing an expression that said he hadn't trained at all, though his stance was noticeably steadier. Kurenai was absent. Kai scanned the crowd. Everyone had changed, not just in appearance, in aura, like a blade sharpened to its edge. Obito pushed through the crowd and ran to Kai. Kai looked at him. Obito had changed too in 2 months. A bit taller, same face, but his eyes blinked. Once, twice, thrice, blinking incessantly.
Kai started.
What is wrong with your eyes? Obito was stunned. Nothing else wrong? Then why are you blinking? Obito's face flushed. I am not blinking. Kai watched him. Obito felt uneasy under his gaze and turned his head away. All right, come on in, class is about to start. The two of them entered the classroom. The room was almost full. Kai took a seat in the last row by the window. Obito sat right in front of him. The bell rang. Heino Ikaku walked in. He stood at the podium and cast a glance over the students below. These past 2 months, some of you have been training at home, others out in the field. No matter how you trained, you should have made some progress. He paused briefly. But how much progress you've made isn't for you to decide. He turned around and wrote a few words on the blackboard. Random team combat drill starting today. You will begin to adapt to the ninja team format in advance. He put down the chalk. Groups of 3, teams will be formed by drawing lots at random. Whoever you pick is your teammate. After the teams were formed, he announced the first mission. He glanced over the students again. Eradicate the mountain bandits. There was a brief silence in the classroom. Then it erupted. Mountain bandits? Really? Where? Heino Ikaku raised his hand, pressing for quiet. Quiet down. There's a gang of mountain bandits about 50 ri northwest of Konoha village. Around 30 of them, no ninja, but they've killed passing merchant caravans. Normally, this kind of mission would be for the genin. He looked at these 7-year-old children. But now we are at war. The genin are all on the front lines. So, he paused. You will go. No one spoke. Heino Ikaku continued, of course, I want to send you in directly. I will lead the team and watch over you. But unless absolutely necessary, I will not intervene. He scanned the room. This is your first real battle. Your first taste of blood. If you are afraid, you may withdraw now. No one moved. No one spoke. Kai sat in the last row watching the backs of those children in front. Those 7-year-olds. Each with a tense expression. No one flinched. This was the ninja era. School at 6, battlefield at 7. Not a story. Reality. Heino Ikaku waited a few seconds. No one withdrew. He nodded. Good. He picked up the lot tube on the podium. Now, draw lots to form your teams. Kai. Enemy at what o'clock? In the dense forest. Shiranui Gunma held a toothpick in his mouth, his voice low. Kai didn't even turn his head before dashing out. From the woods, 3 black shadows burst forth, each wielding a machete. Before they could react, the one in front felt his vision blur. Bang! A kick landed squarely on his chest. He was sent flying 2 meters, crashing against a tree. His eyes rolled back, and he collapsed limply. The 2 behind were stunned for a moment. The second kick came swiftly. Bang! Another rolled on the ground, lying still in the grass. The last one turned to run, but Kai landed, pushed off the ground, vaulted, and spun. Konoha Whirlwind. Whoosh! The top of his foot struck the bandit's back of the head. The man flew forward, face down into a pile of fallen leaves. Less than 3 seconds had passed. 3 down. Ebisu came running from behind, clutching a rope, moving with practiced efficiency that was almost painful to witness. First, he tied up the first one. When finished, he turned to Kai. Could you be a bit gentler next time? If you kill them, all this effort will be for nothing. In times of war, capturing bandits alive did not necessarily mean a better fate than death. But these were bandits who had killed before, so they had no qualms about capturing them. Kai grinned. They won die. I was holding back. Ebisu sneered and went on to tie up the second and third. Once finished, he stood up, dusted off his hands, and looked at the 3 bandits tied up like rice dumplings on the ground. His expression somewhat complicated. The third wave. Shiranui Genma came over and kicked the nearest one to confirm the bindings were secure. Team 6, 3 captured. He glanced at Kai. How many on your side? Kai thought for a moment. First wave 2. Second wave 4. Plus these 3 he counted on his fingers. 9. Ebisu's mouth twitched. The 3 of us went out. And you took down 9 by yourself? Kai scratched his head. Seems like it. Genma said nothing. He took the toothpick from his mouth, stared at Kai for 2 seconds, then put it back. Fine. Just one word. But his expression clearly said, is this guy really human? In the distance, occasional noises could be heard from other directions. Today was the first real battle. 21 Ninja Academy students were divided into 7 teams of 3, forming a fan-shaped encirclement around the bandit camp. From left to right, numbered 1 through 7. Heino Ikaku was at position 4, ready to support either side at a moment's notice. Theoretically, the best formation was a circle with no escape. But Heino Ikaku dared not do that. The oldest of these children was 8, the youngest 6. If they formed a circle and spread out, if one side met trouble, he would not be able to save them in time. A fan shape ensured every squad was within his support range. Kai's team was number 6, second from the far right. To the right was number 7. Moonlight Gale, Yuzuki Yuyaka, and another child Kai couldn't recall the name of. That child rarely spoke and had very little presence. But now Kai suddenly remembered him. What's his name again? Hey, Ebisu whispered. Isn't it a bit too quiet over there? Kai snapped back to attention and looked to the right. The forest was pitch black. Nothing visible. Silent. Indeed, too silent. No movement at all from the direction of Team 7. They probably haven't encountered anyone, Genma said. Ebisu nodded. Yeah, we've met 3 waves already. If they Haven T met anyone, that's normal. He brushed the dust off his hands, stood up, and stretched his neck. But honestly, this mission doesn't seem that hard. His tone was a bit boastful. When I heard Teacher Hano talk about it, I thought it would be much more dangerous. But this? He kicked a bound bandit on the ground. They're not even ninja, just a bunch of ordinary bandits. The three of us, Kai alone took down 9. He pushed up his sunglasses, wearing a proud look. At this rate, we'll wipe out the whole camp in no time. Ebisu was about to speak when Kai interrupted. Ebisu turned his head. HM? Kai looked at him with a rare serious expression. Don't get cocky. Ebisu paused, then sneered. Who is cocky? I'm just stating facts. Teacher Hano said, Kai said, on the battlefield, those who are careless die the fastest. Ebisu opened his mouth to retort, but seeing the look in Kai's eyes, he swallowed his words. He snorted and turned away. Got it, got it. But the tone of his it was noticeably more serious than before. Kai said no more. He turned to look at Genma. Genma was watching him too. Their eyes met, and Genma gave a slight nod. Evidently, he sensed that something was amiss as well. Kai lowered his head subtly, casting a glance at the system panel. Mission: eradicate the mountain bandit group. Reward: 100 monk points. Random intermediate gift pack. This mission had been abruptly issued by the system just before departure. An intermediate gift pack. This was his first encounter with such a reward. All previous missions had granted only beginner gift packs. Now, this task to eliminate the mountain bandits offered an intermediate one. Kai clenched his fists tightly. An intermediate gift pack. What did that signify? It meant this mission was more challenging than all those before it. It implied that fatalities could very well occur. He chose to say could, but deep down he understood the system's verdict left no room for possibility, only certainty or impossibility. 100 monk points. An intermediate gift pack. This mission was unquestionably far more complicated than dealing with a mere handful of ordinary bandits. Lost in thought, a sharp whistle suddenly pierced the air from the right, far off. The three of them looked up simultaneously. Above the treetops, a signal flare trailed a crimson tail as it ascended, illuminating half the sky. That was the 7th squad. Ebisu shouted out. Instantly, Kai's mind flashed to that location, the far right, the outermost edge, the spot farthest from the corner of the sea field. The 7th squad, Moonlight Gale, Yuzuki Yuga, and that nameless child. The flare continued to rise, its red light signaling a call for aid. Move! Without hesitation or deliberation, Kai dashed forward. Shiranui Genma and Ebisu didn't even exchange a glance before following closely behind. 3 figures tore through the forest at breakneck speed, Kai leading the charge. His mind held but one thought: don't let anything go wrong. The flare's glow still blazed overhead as Kai surged 20 meters ahead. Trees on either side blurred in retreat, dry branches snapping beneath his feet. Behind him, Genma and Ebisu pressed on desperately, but the gap between them widened. Kai, wait! Ebisu's voice was swallowed by the wind, but Kai paid no heed. His mind fixated solely on that position, the 7th squad, the far edge, the most perilous place. Faster! Even faster! He screamed inwardly. The Yi Jin Jing coursed wildly through his body, warm energy flooding every limb. His speed had increased by 20% beyond his usual pace. Sounds of combat echoed ahead, metal clashing, muffled groans. Yuga! Watch out! Moonlight Gale's voice was hoarse, urgent, breathless. Kai burst from the woods and found himself facing a clearing. 3 silhouettes were locked in struggle, 2 smaller figures against 1 larger adversary. Moonlight Gale wielded a kunai, his body bloodied, steps faltering but still lunging forward. Yuzuki Yuga stood slightly behind and to his side, clutching a short blade marred with notches, her hair disheveled, a smear of blood on her face. Opposing them was a scar-faced man in his 40s, his face rugged and fierce, a slash running diagonally from his left eyebrow down to his chin, grotesque beneath the flickering firelight. In his hand was a massive machete, its blade longer than an adult's forearm. Most ominously, his right hand radiated a muddy yellow glow, a user of Earth-style ninjutsu, not an ordinary bandit. The man swung his blade down. Moonlight Gale, unable to dodge in time, raised his kunai to block. Clang! The kunai slipped from his grasp. Gale was sent flying backward, crashing to the ground and rolling twice. Gale! Yuzuki Yuga rushed forward, stabbing her short blade into the man's back. Without turning his head, the man swung his left hand back. Bang! Yuga was flung against a tree, sliding down it, clutching her chest as she coughed up blood. Cough, cough, cough. Moonlight Gale struggled to rise, his coughs piercing the night's silence. Yet he could barely stand. His legs trembled, his chakra was depleted. Kai's eyes swept over the clearing and fell upon the 3rd figure lying prone on the ground, that nameless child. He lay face down in a pool of blood, motionless. A long gash marred his back. Flesh peeled away. More air entered than escaped. Blood still oozed forth.
Кăi e pupil sconstristet sharply.
He recognized that child, usually seated in the back row in the corner, never speaking. What was his name? What was it? He couldn't recall. But he was a classmate, a companion. The scar-faced man grinned, staring at Moonlight Gale and Yuzuki Yuga. Two little brats, you're putting up quite a fight. He stepped forward. Too bad. Fighting 1T help. Blood dripped from his blade. I'm a rogue chunin from Iwagakure, hiding out in this godforsaken place for 3 years, just waiting for the heat to die down so I can return. He raised his right hand. The muddy yellow glow intensified. Today's your unlucky day. Yuzuki Yuga gritted her teeth, attempting to stand, but her legs faltered. Moonlight Gale leaned against a tree, trying to shield her, yet he too was unsteady. The man regarded them like two dying ants. Don't worry, I'll send you off together. He lifted his machete. At that moment, stop! A fierce shout exploded from the forest edge.
Кăi burst fort.
The scar-faced man turned his head, spotting a small green figure charging toward him. He hesitated briefly. Another brat? Then he sneered disdainfully. Another fool rushing to his death. He waved his right hand. The muddy yellow glow surged outward. Earth style. Earth spikes. 3 sharp earth spikes formed, shooting toward Kai. Kai twisted his body, evading the first spike. Ducking low, he dodged the second. The third grazed his shoulder, tearing a piece of cloth. Yet he did not pause, pressing onward. The man's gaze shifted, impressed. Not bad, but he had no time to linger on these kids. He glanced behind him. There lay his prepared escape route. If he could shake off these 2 pesky brats, he could slip into the forest and vanish without a trace. Yet these 2 clung like stubborn gum. A fierce gleam flashed in the scar-faced man's eyes. He concentrated the glow once more in his right hand. Not toward Kai, but toward the child lying on the ground, the pathetic one gasping for breath. If he killed that one, the other 2 would surely panic. Panic meant escape. The muddy yellow glow in his hand intensified. Moonlight Gale's eyes widened. No! Yuzuki Yuga braced herself against the tree, trying to rise and charge forward, but she was too far away and too weak. There was no time. The scar-faced man grinned cruelly. Earth-style earth spikes. Kai's eyes widened. In that instant, time seemed to slow. He saw the child lying motionless in the pool of blood. He saw the despair etched on Moonlight Gale and Yuzuki Yuga's faces. He witnessed the 3 earthen spears coalesce into form, aimed directly at the child's back. He saw the child's fingers twitch ever so slightly. Still alive. Still alive. A buzzing noise echoed in Kai's mind. Everything vanished. The Yi Jin Jing, the rhythm, the gradual progression, all gone. Only one thought remained. That child must not die. At that moment, Kai did 2 things. The first, the weight of a man. He automatically adjusted the burden to 10,000 jin, approximately 11,000 pounds. The numbers displayed above each read 300. 300 each, totaling 600 jin, weighing him down for months. At this instant, 0, click, faint sound. Kai's entire body surged upward. That was the sensation of 600 jin vanishing instantly. Light. So light it felt as if he might drift away. But Kai did not float. He drew a deep breath. In his mind flashed Dai's words. The 8 gates of Duinjia is a forbidden technique. The open gate.
Restgate, Laufgate, Ingerigate, Closing-gate, View-gate, Freude-gate, Det-gate.
Kai, unless absolutely necessary. This moment was absolutely necessary. He raised his hand, clenched his fist. The 8 gates of Duinjia, the 3rd gate, the life gate. Open.
No exis. No delay.
Straight away. The ultimate 3rd gate. Boom! The shockwave exploded fiercely. Kai's skin instantly flushed crimson. Veins bulged from his forehead. Dai had said the 4th gate, the injury gate, was the watershed where true power manifests but the body suffers damage. Yet Kai gazed at the 3 earthen spears already released from their wielders, flying toward the child. He saw the despair in the eyes of Moonlight Gale and Mayuzuki Yugen. The 4th gate, the injury gate. Open. Boom. The shockwave detonated, tenfold stronger than before. The surrounding fallen leaves were swept away, the grass torn up, and shattered stones scattered like bullets. A faint green vapor emanated from Kai's body. Subtle, yet undeniably present. He vanished. No, not vanished. Too swift. So fast that even the afterimage was invisible. The scar-faced man only saw a flicker before his eyes. A streak of green dashed across the edge of his vision. The next moment, boom! The 3 earthen spears exploded midair into fragments. The scar-faced man stood dumbfounded. He hadn't seen what had happened. Only that the green figure had somehow already positioned himself before the lying child, maintaining a kicking stance. On his right leg, a faint golden glow shimmered. The mighty Vajra leg. The golden light was dazzling amidst the green vapor. The scar-faced man's pupils contracted sharply. What in the world was this? A child?
Amir brat.
One kick scattered his earthen spears. Kai withdrew his leg and turned around to face him. Those eyes gleamed frighteningly, as if two fires burned within. The scar-faced man instinctively stepped back. But the next second, he recovered. What was there to fear? A mere brat couldn't be that formidable. That kick must have been some secret technique, which wouldn't last long. He gripped his broadsword tightly. The ochre light coalesced once more. Brat, you, before he could finish, Kai charged at him. This time, even faster. The scar-faced man had no time to react. He only saw the green figure grow larger in his vision. Then a leg. A leg shimmering with golden light and green vapor. The leg. The mighty Vajra whirlwind kick.
Boom!
A tremendous blast shook the entire forest. The scar-faced man felt as if struck by a train. His entire body hurled outward. Not flying, launched. Crack, crack, crack. He smashed through 3 trees in succession. The first tree snapped at the waist. The second split down the middle. The third was driven into the trunk, embedded half a meter deep. His broadsword spun 7 or 8 times in the air before embedding itself into the ground 10 meters away, the blade still trembling. Hum hum hum, deathly silence. Moonlight Gale stood with his mouth agape, forgetting to cough. Mayuzuki Yugen leaned against a tree, forgetting to breathe. Shiranui Genma and Ebisu had just burst out of the woods, standing at the edge of the clearing, eyes wide and motionless. Everyone's gaze fixed upon the green figure. Kai remained where he stood, his right leg still extended from the kick. The golden light slowly faded. The green vapor continued to rise from his body. He gradually retracted his leg, straightened up, and glanced toward the scar-faced man embedded in the tree. Motionless, eyes wide open but devoid of light. Dead. One strike. Kicked to death.
Kay inhaled deeply.
The green vapor slowly dissipated from his body. His skin returned from crimson to normal. The bulging veins receded. He stepped forward 2 paces. His leg suddenly weakened, nearly causing him to collapse to his knees. But he held firm, stood straight, and turned to face Moonlight Gale and Mayuzuki Yugen. He grinned. The wound tugging at the corner of his mouth throbbed sharply, but he still gave a thumbs up. His teeth gleamed. It's all right. It's all right. Just 3 words. Yet, at this moment, they brought profound reassurance. Moonlight Gale looked at him, lips moving as if to speak, but no words came out. Mayuzuki Yugen leaned against the tree and slowly slid down to sit. She looked down at her trembling hands. At that moment, she truly believed she was about to die. Then this guy appeared like a green whirlwind. She lifted her head and looked at Kai, her eyes reddening. Just then, a figure dashed out of the woods, Ano Ichikaku. Gasping for breath, his face pale, he froze upon seeing the scene in the clearing. Moonlight Gale was covered in blood but standing. Mayuzuki Yugen leaned against the tree but alive. The child lay on the ground, gravely wounded, yet his chest still rose and fell. In the distance, a scar-faced man was lodged in a tree, motionless. Ano Ichikaku's gaze shifted to Kai. The boy, just over 7 years old, drenched in sweat, his right pant leg scorched black. Ano approached the tree with the embedded man and glanced at him. A chunin, a rogue chunin from Iwagakure, dead. He looked again at the 3 broken trees. What magnitude of force was this? He turned to Kai. Kai met his gaze and grinned. Teacher Ano, it's all right now. Ano Ichikaku was silent for 2 seconds. Then spoke. You did this?
Kay nodded.
Yes. Kazumi Ano refrained from further inquiry. His gaze settled upon Might Guy, the boy of just over 7 years, whose body still emitted a faint green mist. Was that a unique form of taijutsu? And the force behind that single kick? Kazumi inhaled deeply. Suddenly, he recalled the words of the 3rd Hokage. This generation harbored several extraordinary children. Now, it seemed they were far more than extraordinary. He looked at Guy again, his eyes revealing an ineffable emotion. Shock, admiration, and a trace of reverence. Yes, reverence. A 7-year-old child, delivering a fatal kick to a chunin. What concept was this? He opened his mouth as if to speak, but in the end only uttered 3 words. Save them first. He strode toward the gravely injured child. Guy remained rooted in place, watching Kazumi's retreating figure, then lowered his gaze to the system panel. Mission accomplished. Annihilate the Mountain Bandit faction. Rewards: 100 monk points, 1 random intermediate level gift pack, Open now. Guy hesitated to click open. He looked up, observing Moonlight Gale and Yuzuki Yuka, their faces marked by survival after calamity. Then he glanced at the child being carried. Still alive. Alive was enough. He slowly sat down. His legs finally gave way, and he collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Ebisu approached and stood beside him, lowering his head to look at him. Are you all right? Guy lifted his head, a grin spreading across his face, unchanged as ever.
Iemme fine.
Youth still burns bright. Ebisu's mouth twitched, as if about to say something, but upon seeing Guy's pale face, he swallowed the words. Genma approached, stooped to retrieve a toothpick from the ground, and placed it back between his lips. He looked at Guy, silent for 2 seconds before speaking. That kick, he paused. Well done. Guy laughed, raising his thumb. Of course. Moonlight shone upon the clearing. In the distance, Kazumi Uno was staunching the child's bleeding. Nearby, Guy sat on the ground, with Ebisu and Gunma standing by his side. Yuzuki Yuka leaned against a tree, slowly rising to her feet. She approached Guy and lowered her gaze. Thank you. Her voice was faint but sincere. Guy looked up at her. Thank what? We're classmates. Yuka pressed her lips together. Moonlight Gale also stepped forward, clutching his chest and coughing twice before looking at Guy. I owe you my life. Guy waved his hand dismissively. Don't make a fuss. Just treat me to a meal sometime. Gale was momentarily stunned, then smiled. All right. Guy turned his head to the distant scar-faced figure embedded in a tree. The Earth-released Chunin, a rogue shinobi who had nearly slain their comrade. Now, he was but a corpse. Guy clenched his fists. Perhaps it was the resolve of a shinobi, or the identity of his foe. But unlike the discomfort he had felt after his first kill, this time he felt only one thing. It was not enough. He must grow stronger. Next time, such a tragedy must never recur. Next time he must act faster. Because every mission bore no guarantee of safety. People could die. This truth Guy had always known. He possessed this resolve. But what he must do was never again watch a comrade perish before his eyes. Kazumi finished treating the child's wounds and stood. He walked to the center of the clearing, casting a glance over everyone. Mission complete. He paused. Everyone, rest here. Before dawn, clear the battlefield and tally the prisoners. He looked at Guy. You don't move. Rest well. Guy nodded. Understood. Kazumi turned and walked toward the forest. After a few steps, he paused and looked back at Guy. Moonlight bathed his face, revealing a complex expression. That kick, he hesitated. I will remember it. Then he vanished into the woods. Guy sat on the ground, gazing in that direction, grinning. If he remembers, then so be it. He will only grow stronger. Moonlight spilled across the clearing. 7 figures, alive, wounded, or lying prone, and the corpse embedded in the tree in the distance. All was quiet, but Guy knew this was only the beginning. The war had just begun. The next day, Ninja Academy. The classroom was quieter than usual. The same students sat within, but each bore something different upon their face. Obito sat in front of Guy, twisting his head, eyes scanning him repeatedly. You really kicked a Chunin to death? Guy nodded. Yeah. With one kick? Yeah. Obito remained silent, staring at Guy as if he were an alien. That guy was a rogue from Iwagakure, a bona fide Chunin, and you took him down with a single kick? Guy thought for a moment. Not completely with the kick. Obito's eyes brightened. Huh? He died after being lodged in the tree. Obito nodded. Ebisu, standing nearby, pushed up his sunglasses, his expression complicated. He had been present and witnessed it firsthand. The scar-faced man embedded in the tree, eyes wide open, body sunken in. Even now, recalling it made his legs feel weak. Ebisu. Ebisu turned his head. Shiranui Gunma, toothpick between his lips, looked at him. You weren't spaced out then? How about now? Ebisu's mouth twitched, as if to retort, but after consideration, he remained silent. Compared to that guy kicked a Chunin to death with one blow. What had he ever kicked to death? A few bandit grunts and they were tied up. The classroom door opened. Kazumi Uno entered, holding several envelopes. Everyone, take your seats. All straightened in their places. Kazumi glanced over them and began calling out names. First squad, 2,000 ryo each. Second squad, 2,000 ryo each. When he reached the 5th squad, he hesitated. 6th squad. Might Guy, Shiranui Gunma, Ebisu. The 3 stood. Kazumi looked at them. You 3 handled the most bandits. Especially when the 7th squad was in danger, you were the first to arrive with support. He handed over the envelopes. 3,000 ryo each. Ebisu's eyes lit up. 3,000 ryo. More than his father gave him for an entire month's allowance. Genma accepted the envelope expressionlessly, twirling the toothpick in his mouth. Guy took the envelope and casually slipped it into his pocket. Kazumi fixed his gaze on him. Guy, stay behind. The rest school is dismissed. Half a day off this afternoon. Obito stood and, passing by Guy, lowered his voice. Dinner S on you next time. Guy nodded. Deal. The classroom emptied, leaving only Guy and Kazumi Uno. Kazumi Uno retrieved an object from beneath the podium, carefully wrapped in cloth. It was lengthy. He placed it upon the lectern and unraveled the fabric, revealing a large machete. The blade exceeded the length of an adult's forearm. The handle was bound with black hemp cord, gleaming with a muted luster. It was the exact blade wielded by the mountain bandit leader from yesterday. Kai blinked in surprise. Uno fixed his gaze on him. I heard you've been practicing with a blade?
Kai nodded.
Yes. What kind of blade technique are you practicing?
Kai pondered briefly.
A set of self-invented swordsmanship. Uno did not press for details. Instead, he slid the machete toward Kai. This is for you. Kai's eyes widened. For me? Uno nodded. Indeed, this blade is of fine quality, superior to ordinary ninja swords. He paused, studying Kai. If it weren't for you yesterday, that child from the 7th squad would have perished. He is now in the hospital, his life spared. The doctor said that if you had been half a minute later, even divine intervention couldn't have saved him. Kai remained silent. Uno continued, this blade belonged to that mountain bandit leader. You were the one who struck him down, so it's only fair that his sword be yours. From his chest pocket, he produced an envelope, noticeably thicker than the earlier ones, and placed it beside the blade. This is a separate gift for you. Kai took it and opened it. Inside were 30,000 taels of silver. He looked up at Uno. Uno waved his hand dismissively. Don't thank me. This is authorized by the village. The child you saved comes from a family with some influence, and this is their token of gratitude. Along with the tasks you completed, it roughly adds up to this amount. Kai remained silent for 2 seconds, then slipped the money into his pocket. Thank you, Teacher Uno. Uno nodded. All right, let us go. You've got a few days off, rest well. Kai hoisted the machete. It was heavy, far heavier than the unfinished blades at the blacksmith's forge. Yet, held in his hand, aside from its considerable size, it felt surprisingly natural. He turned to leave. At the doorway, something struck him. He looked back. Teacher Uno? HM? That classmate, what is his name? Uno blinked. You don't know?
Kai nodded seriously.
Having been classmates for almost a year, not knowing a peer's name was indeed awkward. Uno rolled his eyes. His name is Shikamaru Yuna.
Kai nodded.
Shikamaru Yuna. I'll remember it this time. As he stepped out of the school gates, the sun shone directly overhead. Kai stood at the entrance, glancing down at the blade in his hand, then at the 30,000 taels in his pocket, and cracked a grin. Days off. Where to go? Obviously, the back mountain. Carrying the machete, he made his way toward the rear hills. Along the path, he encountered several acquaintances. The ramen vendor poked his head out, catching sight of the blade Kai carried, and paused in surprise. Yo, Kai, where did you get that sword? Kai gave a thumbs up. Spoils of war. The vendor blinked, eyeing the blade that was taller than Kai himself. Doesn't it tire you to carry that thing? Kai shook his head. Not at all. With that, he continued on. The vendor muttered to himself, watching the retreating figure, this kid-s starting to look less like a 7-year-old. The back mountain remained the same clearing it always was. Kai drove the machete into the earth and plopped down. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, warm and soothing. He closed his eyes and inhaled deeply. Yesterday had left him utterly exhausted. After returning home, he had poured his monk points into the Yi Jin Jing technique and collapsed into sleep without even opening his bag. Now was the perfect moment. He accessed the system panel. Host. Might Kai, 7 years old. Monk points, 0. Mastery list, Yi Jin Jing. Superior grade 952, mastery. Cliff bond 40. Eliminated mountain bandits 100. Several months of regular practice. Breaking command blade, intermediate grade 348. Comprehension. Powerful Vajra leg, lower grade 1000, exquisite. Powerful Vajra finger, lower grade 1000, exquisite. Golden bell shield, lower grade 87, moderate proficiency. Intermediate gift pack 1 Yi Jin Jing proficiency. 952 points, only 48 points shy of perfection. However, Yi Jin Jing improves only 1 point every 7 days. 48 points equate to 336 days. Less than a year. Kai drew a deep breath. At this rate, it would take only a few months to reach the ultimate limit of Yi Jin Jing, assuming no bottlenecks. He then glanced at another prompt on the system panel. Random intermediate gift pack 1. Ready to be opened, an intermediate gift pack. It was his first time seeing one. Kai sat upright, a spark of anticipation in his eyes. He activated it. A burst of golden light exploded forth. 2 items manifested in his consciousness. Acquired. 3 minor recovery pills. Acquired. 1 Shaolin sobering stone. Kai was momentarily stunned. Minor recovery pills? He opened the description. Minor recovery pill, Shaolin healing medicine. Rapidly restores stamina and treats moderate injuries. Suitable for use during combat. A useful item. He then examined the other. Shaolin sobering stone. Held in the mouth to maintain alertness and provide some resistance against ordinary illusions. Can also be swallowed to greatly enhance resistance to physical illusions. Side effect when swallowed. Inability to become intoxicated. Kai's lip twitched. Unable to become intoxicated? That S considered a side effect. For ordinary people, that S hardly a drawback. Those who cannot drink would be overjoyed. But Kai suddenly recalled something. Among Shaolin's ultimate skills, there were Drunken Fist, Drunken Staff, Drunken Sword, and even Drunken 8 Immortals. These martial arts relied entirely on intoxication to unleash their power. If he consumed this item, how would he ever master those techniques? Would he be forever stuck at the beginner level? He shook his head decisively. This item must never be ingested. Holding it in the mouth to resist illusions was acceptable, but swallowing it was out of the question. If, in the future, he unlocked Drunken Fist, he would regret it bitterly. Kai pocketed the sobering stone. He rose, drew the machete from the ground, and swung it lightly in his hand. Felt natural. Although larger than his own blade, it did not feel heavy, only somewhat conspicuous. A child not yet 8 years old, wielding a machete longer than himself. What did that look like? Kai thought for a moment but could not find a fitting analogy. Whatever the image, it was useful. He inhaled deeply and assumed his starting stance. Having practiced the breaking command blade for months, he had achieved mastery. Breaking command blade. First form. Whoosh! The blade flashed through the air, far smoother than the training sword he usually used. The edge sliced the air, emitting a faint whistle. Second form. Third form. After completing the entire 49-move sequence, Kai sheathed the blade and caught his breath. Sweat dripped down his forehead, but his eyes shone brightly. This blade was smooth and effortless. He was about to begin a second round of practice when a voice called out. Kai! A voice drifted from the edge of the woods. Kai turned his head. Akane Yuhi stood there, her ebony curls swaying gently in the breeze. In her hand, she held that familiar cloth bundle. Kai was momentarily stunned. Akane, what are you doing here? Akane stepped forward, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. I guessed you'd come here during the holidays. My family gave me half a day off, so I came to find you all. Kai remained silent, simply gazing at her. Akane grew uneasy under his watchful eyes and turned her head away. What are you looking at?
Kai grinned.
Nothing. He knew Akane was lying. No holiday, obviously. She must have heard about yesterday's raid on the mountain bandits and worried he might have been hurt, so she came to check on him. But girls are delicate. With thin skins, it's best not to call them out on it. What did you bring? Kai gestured toward the cloth bundle. Akane handed it over. My mother made too much. Kai set his large broadsword on the ground, took the bundle and opened it. Rice balls, pickled radish, and a small box of meatballs. He picked up a rice ball and took a big bite. Delicious. Akane stood beside him, watching as he ate, a faint smile curving her lips. After a while, she suddenly remembered something. By the way, Kai, still chewing the rice ball, mumbled, Kane's eyes sparkled. I've been practicing a very powerful illusion technique.
Kai paused, surprised.
An illusion? Yes. Akane nodded eagerly. My family taught me. I've been practicing for 2 months, and I finally mastered it. She was both excited and a little nervous. Would you like to try it? Kai looked into her expectant eyes and smiled broadly. Sure. He stuffed the rice ball into his mouth, brushed the grains off his hands, and said, Let us go. Akane took 2 steps back. Are you ready? Kai nodded. Akane lifted her head and formed hand seals. Illusion. Cherry blossom appearance technique.
Kai vision blurred.
Petals of cherry blossoms bloomed before his eyes. His entire being grew dazed. His body stiffened, frozen in place. He stood rooted, eyes fixed straight ahead. Watching him like this, Akane's eyes shone brighter. Kai? No response. Kai? Still no response. Akane cautiously stepped forward, approaching his face, waving her hand. Kai didn't even blink. Akane pressed her lips together, then glanced around. The forest was silent, save for the rustling of leaves in the wind. No one was there. She inhaled deeply and whispered, Kai, do you know who I am? Kai stood there, his gaze hazy. He muttered in a daze, "Akane Yuhi." Akane smiled, radiantly joyful. She bit her lip, glanced around once more to confirm they were truly alone, then leaned in closer, lowering her voice even further. "Kai, then do you?" She hesitated, her face growing redder by the second, but she still asked, "Do you like me?" Kai's body stiffened as he stood there, his eyes still clouded, but his mouth opened. Kai likes Akane the most. Akane's stunned expression instantly flushed crimson. Then she laughed, her eyes crescent-shaped with happiness. She looked at Kai's bewildered face, suddenly tiptoed forward, and swiftly kissed his cheek. Then she stepped back 2 paces, covering her face. I'm going home first." She turned and ran off. Her black curls swayed in the sunlight, soon vanishing into the forest.
Kistod motionless.
Waiting until her footsteps faded completely before blinking. His expression was indescribably strange. Then he opened his mouth and spat out a small stone. A sobering stone. Just moments ago, when Akane lowered her head, he had stealthily slipped his hand into his pocket, retrieved the stone, placed it under his tongue's root, intending to test its effect. The stone was a bit cool and emitted a bitter taste as Akane cast her illusion. Kai immediately sobered up. He had meant to tease Akane a little, but what was this? A maiden-esque confession? An odd expression flickered across Kai's face. But if it was truly a confession, then just now, it was I who was confessing, wasn't he it? Kai shook his head, dismissed the distracting thoughts, picked up his broadsword from the ground, and resumed practicing the breaking blade technique. Although he had just gone through it once, for some reason, Kai now felt an inexhaustible surge of energy coursing through him. Time flew by and half a year passed. On the outskirts of the Death Forest, the morning mist still clung to the air. 23 figures stood in perfect formation beyond the guard line.
No whispered conversations, no hushed murmurs.
Even Obito, usually the most unruly, wore a stern expression, his eyes fixed unwaveringly on the mist-shrouded woodland ahead. Kai stood toward the middle rear of the formation. Half a year. A full half a year. He glanced down at his hands. They had grown thicker since 6 months ago, calluses layered upon calluses, knuckles protruding. His height had shot up at some unknown point. When last measured 3 months ago, he was 5 feet 6 inches tall. Now, he estimated just over 5 feet 7. His large broadsword strapped to his back. Amidst a group of 8-year-olds, he looked like an anomaly. The mountain bandit leader S-blade had been his for half a year. The blade bore several nicks, yet its edge remained keen. The hemp cord wrapped around the hilt had been replaced thrice, now polished to a glossy sheen by his grip. He lifted his gaze, scanning those ahead. Everyone had changed significantly. Obito stood in the front row, taller, broader-shouldered. His face still carried that cocky smirk, but his gaze was steadier than before. Rin stood beside Obito. Her brown hair had grown a little longer, tied into a small braid resting on her shoulder. A medical pouch bulged at her waist, its contents a mystery. Ebisu sported new sunglasses with thicker lenses. Next to him stood Aoba Yamashiro, empty-handed but with calloused knuckles. He had practiced many shuriken throws in the past 6 months. Even the usually brash Asuma had become considerably more composed. Of course, Gecko Heiei's face was paler, and he had lost some weight. One might think he had starved over the past half year. The others were much the same. Kai withdrew his gaze and looked to the front of the line. There stood Akane. Her black curls had grown slightly longer, brushing her shoulders. She had grown taller, standing beside Rin only half a head shorter. She wore a dark training suit, a kunai pouch fastened to her waist. This was the first time Kai had seen her in 6 months. Akane seemed to sense his gaze and slightly turned her head. Their eyes met. Akane's lips curved into a smile. Not the shy, downcast, blushing smile from half a year ago, but a different one. Bold and unreserved. Her eyes curved like crescent moons. Then she turned back and continued gazing ahead. Kai was momentarily stunned. Half a year had passed. Had this girl grown braver? He recalled that swift kiss in the woods that day, and the question she had asked. Do you like me?
Kaya lips twitched involuntarily.
And he shook the thought from his mind. Now was hardly the time to dwell on such matters. At the forefront of the formation stood Irika Yumino. Clad in his chunin vest, his expression was tenfold more solemn than usual. His hands were empty, no notebook in sight. Everyone else here? He scanned the group. 23 individuals, all neatly arranged. Not a single one late. Irika nodded. Good. He turned, pointing toward the mist-shrouded forest behind them. Do you know where this is? The squad fell silent. Irika continued without waiting for a response. The Forest of Death. Konoha's 44th training ground. It spans 20 kilometers in diameter, with a towering structure at its center. Within its depths dwell ferocious beasts, venomous insects, poisonous plants, and the traps and mechanisms set by generations of Konoha's shinobi. Every year there are genin who perish within. Irika's tone was even, yet each word struck like a stone against the hearts of the assembled. The silence grew heavier. A few swallowed nervously. He pressed on. Your final mission before graduation is to traverse the forest of death. Raising one finger, he added, you are only permitted to carry 3 days' worth of rations. 2 fingers followed. You must reach the central tower within 7 days. He glanced over the group. I will be waiting for you at the tower. Except for certain special shinobi who may form pairs. Everyone else must enter alone. He swept his gaze across the formation. Of course, what you encounter inside, whether you meet others, that is your concern. But, his voice deepened with emphasis. The rule is that you rely solely on yourselves. Kai fell silent. To cross the forest of death alone, an 8-year-old child, no less, within 7 days. He turned his head to look at the forest again. The mist enshrouded it, obscuring what lay within, yet the occasional low growl echoed faintly. Fierce beasts, venomous insects, traps, mechanisms, and if fate were truly cruel, perhaps enemy scouts from other villages. After all, it was a time of war. Though the forest of death was Konoha's training ground, occasionally some stray adversaries slipped through its perimeter. Cruel? Perhaps. But failure here might still leave a chance to survive. The battlefield beyond would be far more merciless. Kai took a deep breath. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He glanced toward the other side of the formation. Azuki was bowing her head, stuffing dumplings into her mouth with reckless abandon. Sneaking food again. Kai regarded her swollen cheeks with a peculiar expression. No wonder she bore such resentment toward the forest of death. His lips twitched. The root of it all lay here. 8 years old, alone, crossing the forest of death. They hadn't even been given signal flares. If he faced unknown dangers, he might well bear psychological scars. Yet Irika offered no time for preparation. Or rather, he had already afforded everyone ample time beforehand. Now he began issuing orders. Number 1, Uchiha Obito. Step forward. Obito's body stiffened. Then he inhaled deeply and strode forward resolutely. Irika watched him intently. Remember, once inside, head east. Do not look back. If danger arises, run if you can. If not, hide. Do not engage recklessly. Obito nodded. Yes. Irika gestured toward a narrow path behind them. Enter from there. After entering, proceed deeper into the forest. Everyone else, turn around and face away from the entrance. All turned their backs. Kai faced away from the path, listening to footsteps behind him, Obito's steps. At first brisk, then slowing. Upon reaching the forest's edge, he paused for a moment, then stepped inside. The sound of his footsteps was swallowed by the mist. Irika led the others forward for a short distance. Number 2, Asuma. Step forward. Asuma approached, glanced briefly at the others, then entered the forest of death directly. The others repeated the same ritual, 1 by 1, 3rd, 4th, 5th, each time Irika repeating the same instructions. Head east, don't look back, run if you can, hide if you must, don't fight recklessly. After several rounds, Irika's voice called out, Tsunako and Rin, you two may enter together. Tsunako blinked. Rin blinked as well. Kai felt a surge of relief. Though he knew they were unlikely to encounter trouble, having two together was a comfort. When the two neared the forest's edge, Tsunako suddenly halted. She turned back, passing rows of classmates who faced away from her, and looked straight at Kai. Though his back was turned, Kai knew she was looking at him. Kai. Her voice was soft, yet in the stillness of the group, it rang out clearly. Kai froze but did not turn around. Tsunako stared at his green figure, shoulders squared away from her. She took a deep breath, then smiled. A smile profoundly sweet. I'm going in first, she said. You hurry up and come too. Kai still did not turn, but raised his left thumb beside his shoulder. His teeth remained hidden, but Tsunako knew he was smiling. She turned and took Rin's hand. Two small figures vanished into the mist. Kai lowered his hand and followed Irika forward to the next position. One by one until the last. Number 23, Might Guy. Step forward. Kai turned and strode forward. Irika regarded him. Head east. Don't look back. Run if you can. Hide if you must. Don't fight recklessly. The familiar words. Kai nodded. Yes. He turned and walked toward the narrow path. 2 steps in, he suddenly stopped and looked back. Teacher Irika. Irika raised an eyebrow. Kai grinned broadly and gave a thumbs up. His teeth flashed in the sunlight. Youth will not perish in the forest. Irika was momentarily taken aback, then laughed. A laugh long absent from his lips. Get going, he waved him off. Kai turned and strode boldly into the mist. Behind him, Irika stood still, watching the retreating figure disappear. He lifted his gaze to the sky. The mist dispersed. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled light. 23 individuals. 23 8-year-old children. 3 days' rations. 7 days' time. To cross the forest of death. May they all emerge alive. Irika muttered softly as he gazed at the forest. The mist within the forest of death hung thick and heavy. The very moment Might Guy stepped into the woodland, the path behind him vanished. This was no metaphor, it had truly disappeared. He glanced back once. The once clear trail he had followed was now swallowed whole by the blinding white fog, its outline completely obliterated. He had even lost all sense of direction. Wow, this fog has something else, Guy muttered. Yet he remained unperturbed. Navigating outdoors was a fundamental skill taught in the very first year of Ninja Academy. When Irika Umino had taught their class, he had said, "Getting lost on the battlefield is a fate swifter than death by the enemy. At least with an enemy you have a chance to fight. Lost in the wild, you don't even get that." Back then, Obito had whispered under his breath, "Who would even get lost?" Only to be overheard by Irika, who promptly made him stand as punishment for the entire lesson. Guy remembered that vividly. He also recalled Irika's repeated admonition, "Head east." This was no casual remark. Before anyone ventured into the forest, Irika would reiterate it. 23 people, 23 repetitions. Why? Because from their position, the only way to the exit was eastward. Guy crouched down, inspecting the roots beneath his feet. The bark was rough, cloaked in a thin veil of moss. He reached out to touch it. The moss was not thick, yet it was evident that one side was denser than the other, the shaded side. That was the north. Standing up, he looked in the opposite direction, south. Raising his hand, he gauged the sun's position. Though the fog was dense, the sunlight faintly pierced through, allowing him to estimate the time, morning. The sun was in the east. Following the light's direction meant heading east. A grin tugged at Gaius' lips. School really does come in handy. He strode forward, attentively scanning his surroundings. Marks on tree trunks, the direction in which bushes had been crushed. Occasionally, he spotted signs left by others, some encoded messages from Konoha, others warnings carved by ninjas from eras long past. Ahead lay a deep pit. "Bears here." Another inscription read, "Trap here, no longer active." Gaius' mouth twitched. If it's defunct, why carve it here? Scaring people for fun? After wandering for more than 2 hours, the fog gradually thinned. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, markedly improving visibility. Guy halted, ears pricked. There was a faint sound, a gentle rustling of flowing water. His eyes brightened. A water source. The first lesson in wilderness survival. Find water, and you secure the means to live. It was also the most likely spot where others would gather. He followed the sound, pushing through a thicket, and suddenly the view opened wide before him. A narrow stream stretched across his path, about 10 to 13 feet wide. The water was shallow and crystal clear, revealing smooth river stones and darting fish below. Guy crouched, reaching out to test the water's temperature. Suddenly, a splash echoed upstream. He froze, looking up. About 30 feet away, beside a large boulder, someone was crouched. Purple hair tied in a bun, clad in a dark training suit with sleeves rolled to the elbows. Both hands submerged, lifting handfuls of water to splash upon her face. Next to the rock lay an empty oiled paper bag. Mitarashi Dango. Guy blinked. The first person he encountered was her? Apparently sensing something, Azuki suddenly turned her head sharply. Their gazes locked. Azuki froze momentarily. Then, whoa! She slipped, falling backward. Careful. Guy reacted swiftly, rushing forward and grabbing her wrist. Azuki staggered but regained her footing, panting as she glared at him. "How come you walk without making a sound?" Guy released her hand, scratching his head. "There is sound, you just didn't hear it." Azuki snorted, glancing down at the wrist he had grabbed, then back up at him. "What are you doing here?" He pointed to the stream. "Looking for water." "You too?" She nodded. "Yeah, been walking all morning. Thirsty to death." She bent down to pick up the empty oil paper bag, crumpling it before tucking it into her ninja pouch. Guy eyed the bag, stained with grease and powdered sugar. "Dango?" Azuki's cheeks flushed. "Just the last one left. I can't give it to you." Gaius' mouth twitched. 3 days' rations gone in a morning? No wonder this girl harbors such resentment toward the forest of death in the original story. Turns out she was just starving. Azuki, feeling his gaze, looked away uncomfortably. "What are you staring at?" "I just love Dango, so what?" Guy said nothing, simply watching her. After a moment, he suddenly smiled. Azuki blinked. "What is so funny?" Without answering, Guy turned toward the riverbank, crouched, and unfastened a small cloth bag he carried. Inside were 3 rice balls, a small packet of jerky, and several pieces of dry rations. He handed her 2 rice balls. Azuki was stunned. Here, take these first. Eat when you're hungry. Guy said, you finished your 3 days' rations in 1 morning. What about the remaining 6.5 days? Azuki opened her mouth, about to reply, then swallowed her words. She looked at the rice balls, then at Guy, her nose tingling with emotion. Why are you being so nice to me? Guy found it a little odd. Aren't we classmates? Azuki blinked. Is that all it takes? Guy rolled his eyes. Azuki was silent for 2 seconds, then snatched the rice balls and took a big bite. Hey, those are for later. If you eat now, there won't be any left. But I'm hungry, Azuki said plaintively. Guy studied her, his mind involuntarily picturing her grown-up self. A little plump sniper. Suddenly, he found himself understanding. Fine, eat. The rations aren't enough anyway. We'll have to hunt. Might as well catch extra. After briefly rinsing in the river and replenishing his water supply, Guy confirmed their direction and glanced at Azuki. I'm heading out. Wanna come along? Together. Azuki agreed without hesitation. Guy was a legend in their class, knocking over the ninja bear, defeating a Chunin. Being with him meant a sense of security that was absolute. Unless Azuki was out of her mind, she wouldn't refuse. Guy didn't mind. Having company was better. Besides, with him around, perhaps Azuki's bitterness toward the forest of death might lessen considerably. 3 days later, deep within the forest of death, a crackling bonfire illuminated 2 soot-streaked faces. Guy sat cross-legged on the ground, expression fraught with complexity. He stared at the object roasting over the fire, his mouth twitching repeatedly. A centipede. A large centipede, measuring over 3 meters in length. The reddish-brown exoskeleton gleamed from being roasted. The countless centipede legs had been plucked off and tossed aside. Yet, the 2 rows of remaining leg sockets still sent chills down one's spine. Are you sure about this? Kai asked with difficulty. Is this thing even edible? Red Bean crouched on the opposite side of the campfire, intently turning over the enormous centipede. She didn't even look up upon hearing Kai's question. Don't worry, she replied with an air of calm nonchalance. I've eaten centipedes like this many times before. They're delicious. This one's just a bit bigger. The pattern's more or less the same. No problem at all. Kai regarded her with lingering doubt, then glanced again at the centipede. The pattern's more or less the same. Considering the past 3 days, the words of doubt hesitated on his tongue. On the first day at noon, Kai had caught a wild rabbit. While he was still figuring out how to skin it, Red Bean had already cleaned the rabbit and set it over the fire. The roasted rabbit was crispy on the outside and tender within. Kai nearly chewed on the bones. That night, Red Bean retrieved 3 fish from the river. Kai thought they would have a simple grilled fish meal. Instead, Red Bean pulled out a handful of unfamiliar leaves and stuffed them into the fish's stomachs. Then she molded the fish into mud balls and tossed them into the fire. Kai was stunned. Is this really going to work? Red Bean rolled her eyes. Just wait and see. Half an hour later, they cracked open the mud. The fish scales peeled off with the mud, revealing tender white flesh. The aroma, Kai still salivates recalling it. The next day, Red Bean found a bird's nest containing 6 eggs. Kai assumed they would be grilled or simply boiled. Yet Red Bean somehow procured a handful of wild vegetables, crushed them, and mixed with the egg liquid. She then used a smooth stone as a pan to cook it, producing a golden yellow omelet. An omelet, indeed. Kai was utterly amazed. What kind of magical girl was this? She was clearly just an 8-year-old child, yet her wilderness survival skills surpassed his own. When Red Bean heard this question, her expression briefly faltered, showing rare awkwardness. I used to go out alone a lot. When I got hungry, I had to figure something out. She paused and added quietly, besides, no one at home really cared about me. Kai didn't ask further but remembered that expression clearly. Thus, over these 3 days, he took charge of hunting and keeping watch, while Red Bean gathered ingredients and cooked. Their cooperation was so seamless it was as if they had been partners for years. They had nearly tried everything edible in the forest except for snakes. Red Bean ate everything. Grasshoppers, scorpions, centipedes. Nothing was refused. Only snakes were off limits. Even a harmless snake as thin as a little finger was completely ignored by her. When Kai asked why, she couldn't explain beyond not liking them and losing her appetite at the sight. At that time, Red Bean said as much. In the original story, Red Bean's teacher was Orochimaru. Although she had not yet encountered him, perhaps it was fate, destined for her to meet that man someday. But that was a matter for the future. The only question now was, are you really sure the centipede is safe to eat? Kai glanced once more at the 3-meter-long giant, its leg sockets still oozing oil. He couldn't help but ask again. Red Bean finally looked up and glared at him. You've asked that 8 times already. Because I'm very suspicious. What's there to doubt? Red Bean pointed at the centipede and began to enlighten him. Look at the pattern, reddish-brown alternating stripes, the standard edible centipede. The poisonous ones are blackish-purple, and their patterns are different. Kai was momentarily stunned. You've actually studied this? Red Bean proudly lifted her chin. Of course. What haven't I eaten? She counted on her fingers. Grasshoppers, cicadas, dragonflies, silkworm pupae, bee pupae, ant eggs, bamboo worms, scorpions, centipedes.
Kay scalp tingled.
Stop. I believe you, okay? Red Bean chuckled and produced a kunai. From the giant centipede. She cut off a golden, sizzling segment of meat and handed it to Kai. Try it. Kai took it, staring at the segment. The shell was roasted crisp, the meat inside tender and steaming. The aroma, he had to admit, it was quite enticing. He inhaled deeply, closed his eyes, and bit down. Crunch. The shell shattered in his mouth. Then came the soft, tender flesh, carrying a faintly smoky fragrance with an indescribable wild flavor. Kai chewed twice, his eyes brightening. How is it? Red Bean leaned in eagerly. Kai said nothing, took another bite, chewed, swallowed, and then looked up. Delicious. Red Bean's south eyes curved into crescent moons with a smile. See? I told you. Kai bit another piece, chewing while mumbling indistinctly. Crunchy, tastes like chicken. Protein must be at least 10 times that of beef. Red Bean blinked. Chicken flavor? Doesn't seem like it. Kai cleared his throat and said no more. That was a close call, almost revealed the truth. The two of them sat around the campfire, sharing bites, devouring the 3-meter-long giant insect until nothing remained. After finishing the last piece, Kai licked his fingers, still craving more. Is there any left? Red Bean rolled her eyes. You ate 2/3 of a 3-meter centipede by yourself and still ask if there's more? Kai scratched his head and smiled sheepishly. It was too delicious. I couldn't help myself. Red Bean pouted. All right, we'll find more tomorrow. There's plenty of tasty things in this forest. She stood and stretched. But I need to sleep first. You keep watch tonight. Kai nodded and added a few sticks to the fire. The flames flickered across his face. 3 days had passed. They had covered almost half the journey. In another 2 or 3 days they would reach the central tower. Yet, aside from Red Bean, they had not encountered another soul. No one knew how Red and the others were faring. Just as Kai pondered this, boom, a tremendous explosion shattered the distance. Kai sprang to his feet. Red Bean poked her head out from the tree hollow, her hair in disarray. What's going on? Kai said nothing, staring toward the source of the sound. That explosion, no beast could have caused it. It was man-made. Someone was fighting. The two exchanged a glance. Let us go. Kai grabbed the large machete from the ground. Red Bean snatched up her ninja tools pouch. 2 figures, one leading and one following swiftly, vanished into the night. Boom! Another explosion echoed ahead. Kai's expression tightened. Then he charged forward faster, detonating a blast tag. It had to be humans. If humans, then possibly classmates. He had no time to wonder who. Obito? Ebisu? Or Moonlight Gale? No matter who, they had to hurry. Red Bean cursed something behind him, but Kai didn't catch it. He had no time to listen. The forest on either side blurred past at a dizzying pace, branches scraping against his face with a sharp sting. Yet he had no time to dodge. Another muffled crash rang out, mingled with the howls of wolves. The fight was still raging. Kai gritted his teeth and quickened his pace further. As he burst out of the woods, he caught sight of it. A clearing bathed in moonlight. A charred, smoldering pit lay there, its edges littered with the bodies of several wolves. On the other side of the pit, a dozen or so gray-black wolves were frenziedly attacking a lone figure. The man leaned against a tree, his body crawling with dense, black insects as he desperately fended them off. The insects swarmed endlessly, only to be scattered by the wolves' claws. But there were too many wolves, relentless and unyielding. The man's body was already marked with several bloodstains, his clothes torn in multiple places. Kai's gaze swept over his face. It looked vaguely familiar, like someone he had seen before but could not quite place, no matter how hard he tried. Never mind. He must be a classmate. Step aside. The machete was drawn. The blade swept through the moonlight in an elegant arc, and the wolf at the forefront was caught off guard, its head flying clean off. Blood splattered 3 feet away. The remaining wolves twisted their heads in unison. A dozen pairs of glistening green eyes fixed on the unexpected intruder.
Kay grinned.
Come on. The first wolf lunged. A flash of the blade, he struck it down. The second wolf attacked from the side. Kai sidestepped and lifted his leg. Bam! A powerful Vajra kick sent the wolf flying like a ball, crashing into a tree before sliding down lifeless. The third and fourth wolves attacked simultaneously. The blade swept horizontally, followed by a swift kick. Two heads flew up. One wolf's spine was shattered. The remaining wolves finally hesitated. They formed a circle, growling lowly but no longer daring to attack. Kai was too lazy to waste time with them. He charged into the pack, cutting through them like slicing melons and chopping vegetables. Truly, it was like cutting melons and chopping vegetables. Wherever his blade passed, wolf corpses flew. Wherever his legs landed, bones cracked. Less than 20 seconds later, a dozen wolves lay scattered on the ground. The last one tried to flee but was caught by Kai, who stomped on its head. Crack. The world fell silent. Kai sheathed his blade and took a deep breath. Not bad, got the blood flowing. He turned to look at the man leaning against the tree. Hongdo finally burst out of the woods, gasping heavily as she supported her knees. You ran so fast. You almost died. Then she looked up and froze at the sight of the wolf carcasses littering the ground. All of them cut down? Kai nodded. Yeah. Hongdo walked over and kicked the nearest one. Fat and lean patches of fur gleamed with oiliness. She frowned. What a pity. Wolf meat isn't tasty. Kai stared at her in speechless disbelief. So your frown means you're thinking about that? He ignored Hongdo and approached the man leaning against the tree. The man was still gasping for breath, the insects crawling slowly back into his clothes. His face emerged, quite ordinary, stained with blood and dirt but without any fatal wounds. Kai extended his hand to help him up. Are you okay? The man looked up, his eyes filled with complex emotions. After 2 seconds, he spoke in a hoarse voice, tinged with the relief of having narrowly escaped death. I'm not dead. Thank you. He paused, then added, you saved me again. Kai was momentarily stunned. Again? He stared at the face, straining to remember. But his mind was a blank. Who was this guy? When had he saved him before? The man noticed Kai's expression and the relief on his face gradually stiffened. You haven't forgotten me. Have you? He ventured. Kai blinked. Then a trace of embarrassment crept across his face. That expression said it all. The man's face visibly sagged, a mix of grievance and hurt, as if resigned to this fate. Hongdo, standing nearby, could no longer bear it. She stepped forward and waved at the man. Hello, Oil Clan classmate. The man nodded. Hongdo classmate. Hongdo turned to Kai. Oil Clan Shirhei, the one from the bandit hideout last time, almost died. Kai finally recalled. Right. The one lying in a pool of blood 6 months ago. The one who was slashed in the back and urgently sent to the hospital by Ichikaku Yumino. He slapped his thigh vigorously. I remember now. It's you. Shirhei looked at him with a complicated expression. Yeah, it's me. Kai scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. Sorry, my memory is not very good. Shirhei was silent for 2 seconds. It's okay. I'm used to it. Really used to it. Kai cleared his throat and quickly changed the subject. By the way, what was that explosion just now? Did you use an explosive tag? Shirhei shook his head. Not an explosive tag. He raised his hand. A black insect crawled out from his sleeve and settled in his palm. It's an explosive bug. Kai leaned in to look. The insect was tiny, barely larger than a grain of rice, pitch black and motionless. But upon closer inspection, a faint red glow pulsed from its abdomen, like glowing embers. I raised them, Shirhei said. They absorb my chakra and store it. At a critical moment, they can detonate. He paused and glanced down at his body. The black insects were still slowly writhing, but their movements were noticeably sluggish, some even motionless. There were too many wolves just now, so I released all the remaining ones. He raised his hand again, and the explosive bug slowly crawled back into his sleeve. My chakra is drained. If you hadn't shown up, he didn't finish. But the implication was clear. Kai nodded. I see. He glanced at the insects and then at Shirhei. This guy really almost died again. 2 missions, 2 near-death experiences. That kind of luck was truly unmatched. Kai patted his shoulder. All right, come with us from now on. Shirhei was taken aback. Together? Yeah. Kai nodded toward Hongdo. The 2 of us are a team. If you continue alone, next time there might not be anyone to save you. Shirhei was silent for 2 seconds, then nodded. Okay. He steadied himself and stood up, brushing the dust off his clothes. The insects moved with his motions, slowly crawling back into his clothes. After Shirhei finished packing up, Kai asked again, by the way, have you seen anyone else? Shirhei shook his head. No, I've been heading east since I got here, but I think I veered off course. Today's the first time I've encountered anyone. Kai nodded. All right, At least you know the direction's not wrong. And since everyone is heading this way, it should be easier to find people ahead. Kai turned and headed toward the woods. Let us go. Hongdo followed closely behind, and Shurhei came along as well. After taking a couple of steps, Shurhei suddenly spoke. Kai looked back. Yes? Shurhei stared at him. Beneath the moonlight, that ordinary face bore an expression of earnestness. Thank you. Just 2 words, yet spoken with sincere gravity. Kai grinned, flashing a thumb upward. His teeth gleamed briefly in the moon's glow. What's there to thank for? We're classmates after all. Shigeo's gaze lingered on that hand, then shifted to the face. He was stunned for 2 seconds before lowering his head. Mizuki, standing nearby, couldn't help but smile. Let us go, let us go. If we dawdle any longer, dawn will break. 3 silhouettes dissolved into the night's embrace. The 4th day in the Death Forest. The team had dwindled to 3. The 5th day, dusk, at the central tower of the Death Forest. When Kai emerged from the woods, the first thing he saw was not the tower itself, but the figure standing at its entrance. Ichikaku Yumino. He was still clad in his Chunin vest, leaning against the railing while gazing ahead. The moment he spotted Kai, his body visibly froze for a beat, then exhaled deeply. That kind of relief was not superficial. It was a profound easing of his entire being. Yet immediately afterward, that relaxation was supplanted by an even greater tension. Kai approached, grinning broadly. Teacher Yumino. Ichikaku Yumino looked at him. 3 days without seeing you. No change in this kid. Still that green outfit, still carrying that huge machete on his shoulder. Behind Kai were Azuki and Shigeo, 3 dusty, grimy figures, yet all in good spirits. The first. Ichikaku's words made Kai pause. The first? Ichikaku nodded. You all were the first wave to arrive. Kai glanced back at the forest. Twilight was deepening, and the woods were pitch black, nothing discernible. And the others? Ichikaku said nothing, only staring at the forest. Suddenly, Kai understood the meaning behind that more anxious look. The most heart-wrenching moments were not the days spent waiting, but what came after the first person appeared. Who among the remaining would emerge? Who would be forever trapped inside? He didn't know. Ichikaku didn't know. Kai stood silently for 10 seconds. Then he lowered the machete from his shoulder, planting it in the ground. All right, I'm going back. Ichikaku froze for a moment. Where to? Kai gave no answer and turned back toward the forest. Hey, Ichikaku called after him. You just came out. It's dark inside. I know. Kai's voice floated from within the trees, then vanished completely. Ichikaku stood rooted in place. He turned to Azuki. What's he doing? Azuki curled her lips. Going back to fetch the others. Fetch the others? Yeah. Azuki walked to the tower entrance and plopped down. With so many still inside, he definitely won't be able to sleep. Ichikaku fell silent. Can't sleep? Yeah. He too could not sleep. He cast a glance at the pitch-black forest. Leaving the tower within 7 days was forbidden. That was the rule set by the 3rd Hokage. He must abide by it, but Kai certainly would not. I knew it, Ichikaku thought. That kid knows some people haven't come out. He's bound to go back looking for them. The tension in Ichikaku's eyes gradually eased. He withdrew his gaze and looked toward Azuki and Shigeo. You two should get some rest. You've been exhausted these past few days. Haven't you? Azuki wore a nonchalant expression. Shigeo said nothing, only staring toward the direction of the forest. That green silhouette had already vanished into the darkness. Night deepened. A campfire burned at the tower's entrance. Ichikaku sat by the fire. Azuki leaned against the wall dozing, and Shigeo curled up in a corner, his body crawling with insects. The forest was silent, save for the rustling of leaves in the wind and the occasional roar of beasts. Suddenly, a sound arose from the forest's edge. Everyone looked up. A figure emerged from the shadows. He carried someone on his shoulder. The person was drenched in blood but still alive, eyes half open, half shut. Kataru. Kai set him down, ran into 3 venomous snakes. He got bitten once. I bled him out, he won't die. Ichikaku hurried over to examine him. Indeed, it was not fatal, but had they arrived any later, the outcome might have been grim. He looked up at Kai. Kai had already turned and vanished back into the darkness. An hour later, Kai emerged again, this time with 2 people. Oba Yamashiro and Genma Shiranui. Oba's leg was injured. Genma supported him. Ran into a trap. Genma held a toothpick in his mouth, his face pale, his leg caught. We treated it ourselves but couldn't move fast. Lucky we met him. Ichikaku looked toward Kai. Kai had now turned back for the 3rd time. Late into the night, Kai came out a 4th time. This time bringing 2 classmates whose names he couldn't recall. One had a broken leg. The other was burning with fever. The 5th time. The 6th time. Near dawn, Kai emerged for the 7th time. This time he carried one person on his shoulder and supported another with his hand. All were wounded. He set them down and collapsed to the ground, gasping heavily. His body was covered in blood, some belonging to others, some his own. His sleeves were torn, and his arms bore several claw marks that had torn the flesh. Yet he was smiling. Ichikaku watched him, this 8-year-old child. 7 times in and 7 times out in one night, carrying back 9 injured comrades and guiding 7 others. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something. But in the end, he uttered only 3 words. Take a break. Kai nodded. He leaned against the wall and closed his eyes. But only 5 minutes passed before he opened them again and looked toward the forest. Someone was coming. Everyone turned their gaze in that direction. From the woods, Azuki and Rin staggered out, followed by Obito. Though disheveled, all were alive. They saw Kai, covered in wounds, and froze for a moment. Then they rushed forward. Kai, are you all right? Obito spoke anxiously, while Azuki was nearly in tears. Kai grinned, revealing white teeth, and gave a thumbs up. Seeing this, the 3 of them relaxed considerably. But then they witnessed Kai stand and walk back into the death forest. Kai, what are you doing? Obito's face was puzzled. Kai smiled broadly. I'm gonna fetch the others. Huh? Yeah. Obito hesitated, momentarily stunned and unable to respond. Azuki, however, upon hearing Kai's words, displayed a knowing expression. Yet she said nothing to stop him. Instead her gaze toward Kai grew even gentler. I'll go with you. Azuki looked at Kai and spoke earnestly. Kai reached out and ruffled her black hair. Seeing the stubborn resolve in her eyes, he nodded. All right. Azuki smiled, taking Kai's hand, and together they turned back toward the forest. You too. Hey, wait for me. Obito gritted his teeth but quickly hurried after them. Having traversed only halfway, he abruptly turned around. Rin, you rest here for now. We shall return shortly. I refuse. Rin replied with a radiant smile as she approached, then gave Obito a sharp pat on the shoulder and strode past him. What are you staring at? Move along. Obito parted his lips, then sensibly closed them, hastening to follow. The 3 of them had just arrived, and within less than 5 minutes, they departed together once more. Beneath the towering spire, amidst the throng, Shikaku Inoichi suddenly rose. He uttered no word, merely stood and began to advance forward. He was an inconspicuous figure, one so devoid of presence that even Kiba, who had rescued him twice, never recalled his name. Yet this time someone noticed him. Hey! Azuki jumped up. Where are you going? Shikaku's pace faltered briefly as he glanced back. Sunlight bathed his face, his otherwise ordinary features revealing a rare glimmer of something different. I'm gonna look for someone too, he said. Azuki's anxiety surged. Are you mad? Are you not aware of your own strength? What if you encounter danger? Shikaku was silent for 2 seconds before replying. I know my limits. I won't venture far. Just around here. He paused. But what if there are others nearby? What if they're just a little farther along? Azuki parted her lips, ready to protest, but the words caught in her throat. She gazed at Shikaku's face, so plain, so often overlooked. Yet at this moment, it bore a terrifying earnestness. Gritting her teeth, Azuki muttered, Fool! Then she dashed forward to stand beside him. Come on. Why are you just standing there? Shikaku blinked in surprise. I'm afraid you'll die in there. Azuki, turn away. Then Kiba will have to go in after you. Shikaku looked at her, silent for 2 seconds, then nodded. Yes. As the 2 prepared to depart, footsteps sounded behind them. Ebisu pushed up his sunglasses and approached. I'm not here because I worry about you, he croaked, just needed to stretch after sitting too long. He then stood beside Azuki. Oba Yamashiro came over, saying nothing, merely adjusting his sunglasses and standing next to Ebisu. Moonlight Gale coughed twice and also joined them, followed by Yugen Yuzuki. Gunma Shiranui, toothpick dangling from his mouth and hands in pockets, swaggered over. 1 by 1, 2 by 2, 3 by 3. More and more people rose and walked toward the forest's edge. Some were still wrapped in bandages. Others limped slightly, yet all bore resolute gazes as they headed into the forest of death. Kakashi Hatake stood at the tower's entrance, watching as those individuals vanished one by one into the darkness. He recalled 6 days prior, standing at the forest's threshold, sending them in one after another. Back then, he did not know how many would emerge alive. Now he knew. They would all return alive. Everyone will come back alive, Kakashi murmured, his vision blurring. Suddenly, he remembered the words Kiba shouted through the megaphone at the school gate that day. In the shinobi world, Those who do not abide by the rules are worthless. But those who fail to value their comrades are even less than worthless. He smiled softly, gazing at the forest. Kiba, your words have come true. The wind stirred, rustling the leaves. Distant calls echoed as people hailed one another. Kakashi turned and walked into the tower, no longer watching. He knew they would all come back. On the 7th day, dawn broke. The sun rose in the east, casting its radiance upon the central high tower. The tower's entrance was filled with people. Some lying down, some seated, some leaning against the walls, some bearing wounds. Yet all were breathing, all were alive. 23 individuals, not one missing. 3 days later, beneath the Hokage rock, 23 figures stood in perfect formation, arranged in 3 rows. No whispering, no murmurs. Even Obito, usually the most restless, wore a stern expression, his eyes fixed unwaveringly upon the elevated platform before them. Above them loomed the colossal visages of the 3 Hokage. A morning breeze stirred a few fallen leaves. Upon the platform stood the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. He held a pipe in his mouth, donned the Hokage robes, his complexion tenfold more solemn than usual. Behind him stood several members of the Umbu, alongside Kakashi Hatake. No one spoke. Only a thin wisp of smoke occasionally drifted from the pipe. The 3rd Hokage cast a sweeping glance over the faces below. 23, not one missing. He nodded. They all came back alive. His voice was low, yet every word resonated clearly in each ear. Very good. He paused and inhaled deeply from his pipe. Originally, after your graduation, you would have a fortnight of leave. However, he removed the pipe. There will be no leave. An even deeper silence fell over the crowd. Last night, at dawn, the combined forces of 10,000 from the hidden grass village crossed the land of grass's border, advancing toward the land of fire. 20,000 troops from the hidden cloud village assembled in the land of fields, their target the land of hot water. The hidden mist village's naval forces appeared off the eastern coast of the land of fire, initiating tentative landings. The 3rd Hokage's tone was calm, yet each word struck like a stone, embedding itself in every heart. The 3rd Great Shinobi World War had already commenced. The crowd was so silent that heartbeats could be heard. Some swallowed nervously, others clenched their fists tightly. The 3rd Hokage regarded them, these children barely 8 or 9 years old. He fell silent for several seconds before speaking again. You should have been granted more time to mature. But war waits for no one. He raised his hand. An Umbu member brought forth a tray, upon which lay 23 pristine Konoha forehead protectors, neatly arranged. The 3rd Hokage picked one up, holding it aloft in the sunlight. The metallic forehead protector reflected a dazzling gleam. From today onward, you are no longer students of the Ninja Academy. You are the genin of Konoha. He paused. You are the ninjas of Konoha. He returned the forehead protector to the tray. Kakashi Hatake. Kakashi stepped forward. Yes. You will announce the team assignments. Kakashi nodded and approached the platform. In his hand was a list. He glanced at the crowd below. Those 23 children all fixed their gaze on the paper in his hand. That paper decided their fate, where they would go, with whom they would fight alongside, and whether they might die. Kakashi inhaled deeply. Noera Rin, Uchiha Obito. Upon hearing their names called, Obito's body trembled. Rin, standing beside him, also froze momentarily. They exchanged a glance, then looked toward the platform. Kakashi continued reading. You are assigned to Team 7, led by Captain Minato Namikaze. Immediately proceed to the land of grass border and report to Captain Minato. There, he glanced at Obito. Kakashi Hatake is already awaiting your arrival. Obito's eyes sparkled. Rin's eyes lit up as well. Kakashi. Obito nearly shouted, but Rin subtly tugged his sleeve, urging him to keep quiet. Yet the excitement on his face was utterly undeniable. Kakashi. That guy. Haven't seen him in a whole year. Irika watched Obito's face, which was nearly bursting with joy, and his mouth twitched slightly. Stand at attention. Obito quickly stiffened his expression, though his eyes remained bright. Irika continued reading aloud. Kurenai Yuhi. Asuma Sarutobi. Shikamaru Nara. Kurenai paused, a hint of disappointment shadowing her face, but she still swiftly stepped forward. You are assigned to the intelligence squad, led by Captain Yamashiro Shinichi. Report to the intelligence station at the border of the land of rice fields. Your primary duties include behind enemy lines reconnaissance, intelligence gathering, and infiltration sabotage. Irika hesitated for a moment. It's dangerous, but it's crucial. Kurenai took a deep breath. She glanced back at Kai in the rear row. Kai was watching her. Their eyes met. Kurenai pressed her lips together, then smiled. Not a fearful smile, but one full of reassurance. Kai smiled back and gave a thumbs up. Kurenai turned back to keep watching the stage. Irika continued reading the names, one after another. Each time a name was called, a child stepped forward quietly and returned to the ranks. Kai was waiting for his turn, his heart pounding. In his memory, he only knew that Kai ultimately survived. But the journey, that was a mystery. Suddenly, Irika paused. He lowered his head to check the list, then looked up. Might Guy. Kai's body jolted. His name. Irika gazed at him. Might Guy, Ebisu, Gunma Shiranui. Assigned to the 9th Squad, led by Captain Akiyama Doza. Report immediately to the direction of Kikio Mountain. And report to Captain Doza, Kikio Mountain. When those words slipped from Irika's lips, Kai's mind buzzed. Kikio Mountain, the site where the battle between Konoha and Tsunegakure erupted during the Third Great Ninja War. In the original chronicles, Konoha emerged victorious. But at a tremendous cost, countless lives lost. Ebisu pushed up his sunglasses beside him and muttered softly, Kikio Mountain? Where is that? Genma, chewing on a toothpick, replied calmly, it's the border area among the land of fire, the land of wind, and the land of earth. It belongs to the land of fire, considered domestic territory. Domestic territory? Then it should be relatively safe. Ebisu breathed a sigh of relief. Genma ignored him and simply glanced at Kai. Some words remained unspoken. The destination was not what truly mattered, it was who you teamed up with that counted. And being paired with this guy was surprisingly reassuring. Irika continued calling out the remaining names, one after another, one after another. Some were assigned to the front lines, others to the rear, some to the defense squads, others to the supply lines. 23 individuals, each with a designated place. Irika closed the roster after the last name. He looked down at the crowd. Did everyone hear clearly? Yes. No one spoke up with questions. Irika nodded. At that moment, the 3rd Hokage stepped forward. He scanned the children and then spoke. There is something I must clarify before you depart. The hall fell silent. The 3rd Hokage spoke slowly. War will claim lives. Among you, some will perish on the battlefield. Some will never return. This is not to frighten you, it is the truth. However, he paused, meeting each face in the crowd. Konoha is Konoha, not because the Hokage is invincible, nor because the Umbu are unmatched. It is because generation after generation of shinobi are willing to die on the battlefield to protect those behind them. This is the will of fire. He placed the pipe back to his lips. Remember why you fight. Now go. A few seconds of silence followed. Then some began to stir. Obito took a deep breath and turned around. Rin followed beside him. After a few steps, Obito suddenly looked back. Kai looked up, about to speak. Obito raised his thumb and made his signature gesture. See you on the battlefield. Kai was momentarily stunned, then smiled and raised his thumb in return. See you on the battlefield. Obito turned and strode ahead. Rin waved at Kai and followed. Kurenai approached and stood before Kai. She looked up at him, her wine-red eyes shining brightly. You have to survive. Kai looked down at Kurenai, who was half a head shorter than him, and reached out to gently ruffle her hair. You too. Kurenai was taken aback for a moment, then blushed. But she did not shy away. She stood there, letting him ruffle her hair. After a few seconds, she whispered, I will live well. You must live well too. Then we will meet again. Kai nodded. Okay. Kurenai pressed her lips into a smile. She turned and ran toward Asuma's direction. After a couple of steps, she glanced back. Kai. Yes? Don't forget that promise. And then she disappeared into the crowd. Kai stood still, watching her figure vanish among the throng. The promise. Of course he remembered. The promise on the cliff. He would be her strongest shield. She would be his illusion support. At that moment, Shikamaru Nara also came over to bid Kai farewell. Yet, just before leaving, Kai suddenly leaned close to Shikamaru's ear. Do-me a favor. Shikamaru blinked. A favor? What kind of favor? Kai puckered his lips toward Asuma's direction. Keep an eye on that kid for me. Hearing this, Shikamaru glanced at Asuma, then at Kurenai and finally at Kai. A knowing expression crossed his face. Then he quietly gave a thumbs up. Leave it to me. Heh. Good brother. Kai grinned widely. Hearing the words brother made Shikamaru even more excited. It was the first time someone had called him that. All right, go. They're waiting for you. Yeah. I'm off. You take care of yourself too, brother. Shikamaru nodded emphatically, then turned and left. Kai withdrew his gaze and looked down at the forehead protector in his hand. Brand new, never worn. He raised it and tied it around his forehead. The metal felt a bit cool, but the moment it touched his brow, he felt something solidify. Kai. Ebisu approached. Genma followed behind him. Both wore their forehead protectors. Ebisu pushed up his sunglasses. Let us go. Captain Akiyama Doza is waiting at Kikio Mountain. Ganma, still chewing his toothpick, nodded. Kai took a deep breath. Kikio Mountain. Within half a year, it was destined to become the most brutal battlefield. Although he knew what lay ahead, he did not retreat, nor could he afford to. Less than 3 years remained before he would face the 7 ninja swordsmen. This also meant that his father, Might Due, had less than 3 years left. He had to elevate himself within those 3 years to a level capable of defeating 7 jonin in combat. Otherwise, he would remain powerless to rewrite Might Due's fate. He had to grow stronger, and war was the most potent catalyst for strength. He turned around. The 3 of them set off toward Kikio Mountain. Everyone had already bid farewell to their families 3 days ago. Today was the day they departed. Behind them, the 3 faces carved into the Hokage rock silently gazed down. The wind stirred, lifting fallen leaves from the ground. In the distance, shouts echoed. Someone had set out. Someone was on the move. War had begun. It took them a full 2 days to travel from Konoha to Kikio Mountain. On the 3rd morning, the 3 stood atop a hillside, finally beholding their destination. Kikio Mountain. It was not merely a mountain but a colossal range stretching across the plains like a natural barrier, separating the land of fire from the land of grass. At the mountainous base, countless tents sprawled out along the terrain, extending as far as the eye could see. Between the tents, smoke curled upward from cooking fires. Further beyond, trenches and wooden palisades scarred the earth like wounds. The air was thick with an indescribable scent, a mixture of smoke, sweat, blood, and an unmistakable tension. Ebisu pushed up his sunglasses and swallowed hard. So many people, no one answered him. Kai fixed his gaze on the encampment and drew in a steady breath. Let us move. The 3 descended the slope toward the camp. The closer they drew, the heavier the atmosphere grew. Every ninja they encountered was occupied. Some hurried past carrying stretchers. The wounded sprawled across them were drenched in blood, their faces pale and ghastly. Others knelt by the roadside, wrapping layer upon layer of bandages around fresh wounds, blood still seeping through. Some leaned against trees with eyes closed, indistinguishable between sleep and death. Occasionally, someone glanced up at them with a scrutinizing gaze, but more often than not, there was no time to look at anyone else. Everyone was brisk, faces taut like drawn bowstrings. Ebisu's sunglasses slipped down slightly. He hastily pushed them back up. Where are we headed? Kai cast a glance and strode toward the largest tent. At its entrance stood a chunin, holding a stack of documents, his head bent as he wrote.
Hello, Kispoke.
We are the newly assigned 9th Squad here to report. The chunin looked up, his gaze lingering on their faces for 2 seconds before nodding. Follow me. He turned and led the way. The 3 hurried after him, passing through several rows of tents until they halted before a medium-sized tent. The chunin lifted the flap. Captain Akiyama, your troops have arrived. Inside, a man crouched over a map, deeply engrossed. Hearing the sound, he stood and turned around. The first thing Kai noticed was his height. Over 6 feet tall, standing there like a mountain. Then his build, typical of the Akiyama clan, solid to an incredible degree, shoulders broad enough to shield half a person. Finally, his face round with thick eyebrows, small eyes, and hair standing up like a hedgehog's quills. He wore the Akiyama clan's traditional battle armor. The red plating looked somber within the tent's dim light. He regarded the 3 children standing before him, Kai, Ebisu, and Gunma, all 8 years old, appearing as slender as bean sprouts. Akiyama captain remained silent for 2 seconds, then spoke. Follow me. Just 3 words. Then he turned and walked out. The 3 were momentarily stunned but quickly followed. Akiyama's pace was steady but long-strided. The 3 had to jog to keep up. As he walked, he raised his hand, pointing toward the distant mountain range. Kikio Mountain. From here westward, all the way over there, he traced an arc with his finger, is our defense line. Kai followed his gesture. At the mountain's foot lay endless trenches, wooden fences, and earthen walls. Every so often, tall watchtowers stood with sentries posted atop. What about the other side? Gunma asked. Akiyama glanced at him. Land of grass. 10,000 troops from Iwagakure are crouched at the borderline right now. The closest are less than 50 miles away. He paused. They could be here in half a day. No one spoke. Akiyama continued walking. Kikio Mountain was the land of fire's final barrier to the west. Beyond it lay open plains. 300 miles farther was Konoha. He stopped, turned, and faced the 3 children. This line must not fall. Not a single step back.
Kai nodded.
Akiyama glanced at him and pressed onward. Our 9th Squad's quarters are at the easternmost edge. It's not the main battlefield, but not absolutely safe either. Iwagakure's reconnaissance squads occasionally probe this area. The supply lines need guarding as well. He reached a tent, lifted the flap. This is where you'll stay. The three peered inside. The tent was small, 4 cots, a low table, a few trunks. Simple to the utmost degree. After placing their belongings down, they hurried out to find him. Akiyama stood outside, somehow now chewing on a ration pill. You three, he mumbled through the pill, voice muffled. Introduce yourselves. From today on, we're a squad. Kai was the first to speak. Mike Kai, 8 years old, skilled in taijutsu. He paused, eyes resolute, thumb raised. Youth is meant to burn bright. Akiyama's chewing paused briefly. He looked at Kai but said nothing. Ebisu cleared his throat and pushed up his sunglasses. Ebisu, 8 years old, proficient in fundamental ninjutsu knowledge, destined to become an outstanding elite ninja. Akiyama chewed twice more, still silent. Gunma had a toothpick in his mouth. Gunma Shiranui, 8 years old, adept with shuriken. Akiyama nodded. He swallowed the last of the ration pill. Akiyama Captain, 23 years old, likes to eat. He paused. Good at eating. The three were momentarily taken aback. Then Akiyama cracked a smile. Not the stern grin of a captain, but one that said, I'm human too. Just joking. He turned and strode forward. Skilled in the art of multiplication technique, the hallmark of the Akimichi clan. However, for the time being, you won't be needing it. Let us go. I shall introduce you to the neighbors. The three of them followed along. Ebisu murmured softly, This captain seems all right. Gunma remained silent, but the toothpick twirled once in his mouth, clearly indicating his approval. Kai walked at the rear, his gaze fixed on the broad back ahead. Akimichi Choza. In the original tale, he survived until the end. These three as well endured until the very last. What transpired during that time Kai had no knowledge of. Yet he understood that for a long time to come, they would forge profound bonds. Moreover, from this moment onward, their very own 9th Squad was officially established. Bond activated. 9th Squad, reward. Monk points 30. Kai was momentarily stunned, then smiled. 30 points. Not much, but just enough for him to fully master the Ijinkyo. Without hesitation, Kai allocated all 30 monk points to the Ijinkyo. Opening the system panel, host. Mike Guy, 8 years old. Monk points, 3, skill list. Ijinkyo, superior 999 mastery. Breaking the precept blade, intermediate 999 mastery. Powerful Vajra leg, inferior 1000 exquisite. Powerful Vajra finger, inferior 1000 exquisite. Golden bell shield, inferior 320. Comprehensive understanding. Items. 3 small rejuvenation pills. Shaolin sobering stone, both the Ijinkyo and breaking the precept blade had reached their limits. When the breakthrough would come remained unknown. Kai muttered to himself, but soon his gaze hardened. Now, on the battlefield, danger was ever present. Yet danger equated to breakthrough. He believed that this moment would not be far off. 3 days later, the eastern encampment of Mount Kikio. Inside the 9th Squad's tent, for camp beds were lined up neatly, the blankets folded like blocks of tofu. Yet no one lay upon them. Kai crouched, polishing his blade. Ebisu adjusted the angle of his forehead protector before a mirror. Genma leaned against the corner. A fresh toothpick clenched between his lips. What had they done these 3 days? The first day, familiarized with the terrain. Choza led them on a 5-li journey around the camp, showing them every possible hiding spot and places prone to ambush. The second day, familiarized with the procedures. When supplies arrived, where to deliver them, whom to hand them over to, what to do in case of attack, how to send emergency signals. Memorized all of it. The third day, familiarized with the wounded. In the medical tent lay those missing arms, broken legs, gaping wounds in their abdomens, faces swathed in bandages. He observed them all. When Ebisu first saw the soldier with the gaping wound in his abdomen, his sunglasses nearly slipped off. The man lay there, a large hole in his stomach, thickly bandaged, blood still seeping through. Ebisu vomited on the spot. Afterward, wiping his mouth, he whispered, I'm fine. Yet the very next day he followed along again. By the third day he could hand out bandages calmly without flinching. Kai looked at Ebisu's strained composure but said nothing, merely patting his shoulder. Suddenly, footsteps sounded outside the tent. The flap was lifted. Choza's round face peered in, expression grave. Assembly. The three froze briefly, then rose immediately. Choza had already turned and left. They hurried to follow. Outside, Choza held a map. Our supply line has been ambushed 4 times in the past 3 days. He pointed to a red line on the map. This is our supply route, from here to here, a distance of 30 li. His finger traced the path. This section is dense forest on both sides, most vulnerable to ambush. This stretch is open ground, susceptible to long-range attacks. This part is a necessary passage, unavoidable. He raised his head, gazing at the three. Your mission is to accompany me along the supply line. This time I will lead you. Next time he paused, looking at them intently. You will go on your own. Kai nodded. Ebisu swallowed hard. Ganma took the toothpick from his mouth, then put it back in. Let us move. Choza folded the map, gathered his gear, and advanced lightly. Yes, sir. The three turned back to the tent. 30 seconds later, the four had left the camp, carrying supplies, trekking eastward along the mountain's base. The path was not difficult, but dense forest flanked both sides. Tall trees and thick undergrowth severely limited visibility. Occasionally, distant bird calls and low growls of unknown beasts echoed. Choza led the way, followed by Ebisu and Genma. Kai brought up the rear. After roughly half an hour, Choza suddenly raised his hand. Everyone stopped immediately. Kai's hand rested on the hilt of his blade. Choza listened intently for several seconds, then shook his head. False alarm. Keep moving. The group resumed their march. After another half hour, Choza raised his hand again. This time he did not shake his head. His gaze fixed on the forest to the left, eyes narrowing. There's something. No sooner had he spoken than, whiz, a kunai shot from the woods, aimed straight at Ebisu. Ebisu did not react in time, but a flash of steel clang. The kunai was sliced aside. Kai had stepped in front of him. Enemy attack. Before the words fell, 10 figures burst from the forest. Protectors of Iwagakure, identifiable by their forehead protectors. Dressed in gray combat uniforms, wielding kunai, short blades, and 2 carrying ninja swords. The leader bore a scar across his face, about 30 years old, eyes cold and fierce. Upon seeing Choza, a smirk spread across his face. Akimichi clan? Lucky day. He raised his hand. Charge. 10 men surged forward simultaneously. Choza's eyes tightened, but a second later, they relaxed. He glanced over the 10 adversaries. One was a Chunin, the rest were genin. The strongest was the scar-faced Chunin. Good thing I came along this time. Choza exhaled sharply, but swiftly a thought flashed through his mind. What if I hadn't come? Glancing sideways at the tense Ebisu and Genma, and Kai gripping his blade, he pondered. These 3 youths facing 10 enemies, 1 Chunin and 9 genin, what would be the outcome? He dared not imagine. After 3 days together, he had a rough grasp of their abilities. Kai was strong, with heavy legs and quick reflexes, unafraid to fight, but too slow. Ebisu possessed solid theoretical knowledge but almost no combat experience. Genma's shuriken were accurate and he remained calm, but his chakra reserves were limited. Could they defeat the Chunin? Probably not. At least not yet. But Dingsuo cast a glance at those 9 genin. He couldn't defeat them all. What about taking on 3? He drew a deep breath and charged forward without hesitation. His body rapidly expanded midair. The art of multiplication. 2 enormous palms slammed down like a pair of massive doors. Bang! Bang! 2 Iwagakure genin were sent flying, crashing into a tree, sliding down motionless. Dingsuo's momentum did not waver. He scattered the remaining 5 Iwagakure shinobi, including the Chunin, sending them all flying to the other side. Only 3 genin remained, still caught off guard. They're yours. Dingsuo's voice echoed from the chaos. The 3 froze for a moment, then instantly understood. This was an opportunity, a chance granted by Dingsuo to hone their skills. The battlefield was not a training ground. To survive, one had to fight. To grow stronger, one had to taste blood. Nothing could be more suitable for their practice than these 3 genin. Kai took a deep breath. 1 each. Ebisu swallowed nervously but nodded. Genma removed the toothpick from his mouth and clenched it in his palm. The 3 Iwagakure genin opposite finally snapped to attention. They glanced toward Dingsuo's side. The burly member of the Akimichi clan had already beaten their 5 comrades into a shattered mess. Then they looked at the 3 youngsters before them. 8 years old? 9? The tallest one looked quite big but still had a juvenile face. At most 10 years old? The leader of the Iwagakure shinobi, a man in his early 20s with a face full of scars and muscle, sneered, a hideous grin. You want us to practice on a bunch of kids? What a joke. With a wave of his hand, he commanded, kill them. All 3 charged simultaneously. Kai led the way, his pace quickening. Behind him, Ebisu and Genma followed closely. The distance closed. 10 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters. Kai suddenly bent down and swept his right leg horizontally. Whoosh! The wind howled. The 3 Iwagakure shinobi instinctively retreated, forced apart. But Kai's aim was never to land a direct kick. It was to divide them. Konoha, Great Whirlwind. That was no ordinary sweeping kick. It was a combo, an advanced form of the Konoha Whirlwind technique. Konoha Great Whirlwind. This was a three-stage sweeping kick. The first phase, a low kick, a sweeping strike to the opponent's lower body, causing them to stumble or retreat. The goal was achieved. The second phase, a mid-level kick.
Che lapped powerfully.
His right foot striking hard. Bang! His kick landed squarely on the abdomen of the central genin. The boy's eyes bulged as he curled like a shrimp. But it was not over yet. The third phase, a high kick. Using the recoil from the previous kick, Kai soared again, spinning a full circle in midair. Then, bang! He delivered a downward kick to the boy's back. The boy spat a mouthful of blood, flew 3 meters, slammed to the ground, rolled twice, and lay motionless. Less than 3 seconds had passed. One of the 3 Iwagakure shinobi was down, life or death unknown. Kai landed and steadied himself, breathing heavily. He turned to glance at Ebisu and Genma. They had already engaged the remaining 2 genin. On Genma's side, 3 shuriken had been thrown, forcing the Iwagakure shinobi to retreat repeatedly. His movements were swift but clearly conserving chakra. He relied solely on his shuriken. Ebisu's situation was more precarious. His opponent was nearly 2 heads taller, wielding kunai, stabbing relentlessly. Ebisu dodged left and right, narrowly escaping several strikes, teeth clenched as he persevered. Kai remained rooted, unmoving, watching Dingsua's side. Dingsua was locked in combat with the Chunin. Several genin lay unconscious nearby. The Chunin was clearly outmatched, pinned down by Dingsua, but not yet defeated. The battle was one-sided. No assistance was needed. Kai withdrew his gaze and refocused on Ebisu and Genma. He knew that stepping in now would only hinder them. This was their fight, their first true encounter with the enemy. Ebisu needed this chance to transform theoretical knowledge into muscle memory. Genma needed this chance to learn how to control the rhythm in genuine combat. He would not interrupt this opportunity, unless they were truly on the brink of death. He stood there, fully concentrated on those 2 fronts. Genma began to counterattack. He seized an opening, trapping the Iwagakure shinobi's retreat with 3 shuriken while closing in. Kunai stabbed into the man's thigh. The man screamed and staggered back. Genma did not pursue but retreated 2 steps, maintaining distance and continuing to press with shuriken. His composure was unbefitting of an 8-year-old. Ebisu was still holding on but holding on nonetheless. The shinobi tried several times to break through his defense but was narrowly evaded each time. Sweat drenched Ebisu's face. His sunglasses had slipped halfway down his nose, but his hands were steady, his footing firm. He dodged a strike and countered with a kunai. It missed, but the shinobi was forced back a step. Ebisu's eyes brightened. I can do this. He surged forward again. Kai watched the scene, a slow smile creeping to his lips. Soon, just a little longer. Bang! Genma's fight concluded. He kicked the shinobi's knee, sending him crashing to the ground. Genma followed up with a kunai to the back of the neck. The man twitched twice, then lay still. Genma stood, panting, and glanced at Kai. Kai nodded in response, then returned his gaze to Ebisu. Ebisu's battle was nearing its end. Somehow, he suddenly broke through. After dodging a strike, he rolled forward, grabbed a stone, and smashed it into the shinobi's face. The man froze from the blow. In that moment of hesitation, Ebisu rose, clutching a kunai. Fire style. He formed the hand seals. Great fireball technique. A blazing fireball shot from his mouth, engulfing the man's face. The shinobi screamed, retreating with hands shielding his face. Ebisu pressed the advantage, charging forward. Kunai struck the man down. Ebisu stood panting, hands trembling as he looked at the fallen opponent. Then he looked up at Kai. I won.
Kai grinned.
I saw that. Ebisu was momentarily stunned, then laughed, tears streaming down his face. I won. I really won. He wiped his tears and adjusted his sunglasses. This is how elite shinobi should be. Meanwhile, Dingsua's fight was over. He had knocked the Chunin unconscious with a single punch, clapped his hands, and strode over. He gazed at the 3 Iwa shinobi lying on the ground, then looked back at the 3 children. Kai stood there, his blade still sheathed. Genma was panting, clutching a kunai in his hand. Ebisu's face was drenched in both sweat and tears, yet he stood upright, surprisingly even faster than me. Dingo's eyes held an inexplicable expression. Not bad, Dingo spoke softly, but his tone had shifted. He turned and strode forward. Follow me. The 3 exchanged glances, then quickened their pace to catch up. The 4th day at Kigokuyama. Team 9's first battle. Enemies: 3 lower-ranked Iwa ninja. Outcome: victory. 3 months later, a rainy night, the border of the land of grass. 4 figures hurried through the downpour.
No torches.
No sound. Leading was Akimichi Dingo. Compared to 3 months ago, there was no significant change in him. Behind him were Ebisu and Genma. Their expressions were steadier, though traces of tension lingered. Kai still brought up the rear. Aside from a slight growth spurt, he showed little change. 3 months. Team 9 had been stationed at Kigokuyama for a full 3 months. How many supply runs had they made in that time? Countless. How many ambushes had they faced? Equally innumerable. Sometimes small groups of enemies, 3 to 5 lower-ranked shinobi. Sometimes ranged surprise attacks, kunai and shuriken flying from the woods. Sometimes traps, explosive tags buried along the path, detonating upon contact. They had long grown accustomed to such dangers. But tonight was different. Not a supply run. An offensive strike. Their first proactive mission in 3 months. War was never one-sided. It was a matter of give and take. This night marked Team 9's assignment to assault the IWA village garrison. Stop. Dingo suddenly raised his hand. The 4 halted simultaneously, crouching behind a large tree. Dingo pulled from his pocket a map wrapped in oiled paper, glancing at it under the occasional lightning flashes. 3 ri ahead, he whispered. An IWA supply outpost. Intelligence says there are 3 Chunin inside, accompanied by a squad of lower-ranked ninja. He folded the map and looked at the 3. Our mission is to take it out. Plant explosive tags, destroy their supplies, then retreat. He paused. Can we do it? Yes, the 3 answered in unison. Dingo glanced at him and nodded. Move out. The rain intensified. 3 ri took half an hour to traverse. When the outpost appeared in sight, Kai hesitated. It was small. A camp formed by several wooden huts surrounded by fences, with 2 sentinels posted at the gate. A dim, yellow firelight glowed from within the huts. Occasionally, figures came and went. Everything seemed normal, but it somehow felt too normal. A thought flickered through Kai's mind. During wartime, rainy nights demanded heightened vigilance. Yet the enemy's demeanor appeared alert but not overly tense. Could this be the standard alert level for the IWA village garrison? Kai was seeing the IWA garrison for the first time and couldn't gauge their tactics. He glanced at Dingo. Dingo was staring at the outpost, his brow furrowed, but he said nothing, only gestured. Advance. Kai narrowed his eyes slightly, choosing to follow the order. The 4 crept forward along the flank. The rain masked their footsteps. The sentinels huddled beneath the eaves to avoid the rain, oblivious to the approaching threat. Kai reached behind the first hut, producing 2 explosive tags from his pocket. Affixing them to the wall, Ebisu placed the second, Genma the third. Dingo kept watch from a distance. Within 5 minutes, all 12 explosive tags were set.
Kai signaled.
Retreat. The 4 began withdrawing. But barely 30 meters away, boom, a bolt of lightning split the sky, illuminating the entire night and the area ahead.
Kai pupils contracted sharply.
Through the curtain of rain, over a dozen figures emerged from the forest, blocking their escape. These were no ordinary lower-ranked ninja. They marched in formation, equipped with top-tier gear, exuding lethal intent. The leader stepped forward slowly. In his 30s, a slash scar ran diagonally from the corner of his eye to his jaw, his gaze cold and venomous like a serpent's. He wore a black combat uniform emblazoned with the IWA village insignia on his chest. Rain streamed down his face, but he remained motionless, fixing his stare on Dingo with a cruel smirk. The Akimichi clan's unexpected catch, a big fish, he sneered. Dingo's expression changed the moment he recognized the face. IWA Shigezo. His voice was low, but Kai heard it. The tone carried shock, anger, and a hint of apprehension. IWA Shigezo, a veteran Chunin of IWA village. He should have been stationed at the main IWA headquarters. Never expected to encounter him here. IWA Shigezo smiled, a grim, ugly smile. You know me? Then you should understand you 1TB leaving tonight. Dingo ignored him, turning to Kai and the others. Retreat. His voice was calm, but Kai understood the look in his eyes. That was the signal for him to cover their escape. Kai opened his mouth to protest. Enough talk, Dingo cut him off. He turned and positioned himself in front of the 3. I said, retreat. He paused. This is an order. The rain continued to pour. Lightning streaked across the night sky, illuminating Dingo's round face. For the first time in 3 months, Kai saw Dingo's expression clearly. Not the usual composed calm, but a seriousness that said, I will not let you die here. Kai's heart sank. He didn't know whether the circumstances they faced today were part of the path he was always meant to walk or a consequence of his own actions. But one thing was certain. He did not want to leave. Nor could he. 3 months had passed. Kaya's strength had improved, but only marginally. His broken sword had hit a plateau. His muscle change technique had stagnated. Only his golden bell shield had steadily advanced. But this was not the progress he desired. At this rate, reaching the level of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist within 3 years was impossible. He needed life or death trials. Unfortunately, for 3 months, all he had faced were minnows and small fry, no real threat to him. He hadn't even been able to shed the burden of a man's weight. Today's situation was exactly what he had been waiting for. Kaya's gaze swept swiftly across the enemy ranks. 1 Chunin, 3 Jonin, 9 lower-ranked ninja. The Jonin was Dingo's target to hold off, and he was to confront. Only 3 Chunin and 9 Genin. If we can't even defeat enemies of this caliber now, how will we face the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist in the future? Guy's gaze hardened with resolve. Moreover, he believed that if it were the original Guy, he certainly would not have chosen to abandon Tenzo and flee at this moment. He would stand shoulder to shoulder with his comrades in battle. Of course, the most crucial point was that the adversaries had no intention whatsoever of letting them escape. In a brief instant, the 13 opponents had formed a fan-shaped encirclement, completely sealing off their route back to Kikio Mountain. Attempting to retreat, the only option was to advance deeper into Iwagakure's territory, where even greater dangers awaited. Silently, Guy drew his greatsword. The burden of a man, 500 jin on each leg, instantly vanished. Captain. His voice was calm and carried clearly to Tenzo's ears. You keep that Jonin busy. I'll handle the rest of the enemies. Tenzo's body jolted violently. You'll handle them? Upon hearing Guy's declaration, Tenzo whipped his head around to look at the 8-year-old boy. Rainwater streamed down that youthful face, yet his eyes shone with a terrifying brilliance. Now is not the time for recklessness. I'm not being reckless, Guy interrupted him, raising a hand to point forward. Following his gesture, Tenzo looked ahead. Amid the rain, the 13 figures had already spread out, not chaotically charging forward, but strategically spacing themselves to form a semicircular encirclement. 3 on the left, 3 on the right, and 7 in the center. Their retreat path to Kikio Mountain was completely sealed off. Tenzo's pupils contracted slightly. This formation he had been too focused on ensuring their retreat earlier to observe carefully. Now, seeing it clearly, his heart sank deeply. The enemy had no intention of letting them leave. Iwami Juzo stood at the center, arms crossed, a cat-and-mouse grin playing on his lips. Catching Tenzo's gaze, his smile widened further. Little Akimichi brat, you want your men to run first? He shook his head. They want to get away. Tonight, not one of the 4 of you will escape. With a wave of his hand, the 13 began to advance slowly, their steps measured and deadly. Tenzo took a deep breath and turned to Guy, his tone grave. Are you confident? Guy grinned, that same smile from 3 months prior spreading across his face. He gave a thumbs up, teeth gleaming. Absolutely. Then he looked toward Ebisu and Genma. Ebisu had removed his sunglasses and tucked them into his chest. I'm an elite. Genma withdrew a toothpick from his mouth, clenching it tightly in his palm. Ready for anything. Tenzo regarded the 3 children, all 8 years old. 3 months ago, they were mere rookies freshly graduated from the academy. Now, facing 13 enemies, there was no trace of fear in their eyes. Only seriousness. A ninja's unwavering resolve. Tenzo remained silent for 2 seconds, then smiled. All right. He turned back to face the Jonin. Then he inhaled deeply, his body suddenly swelling. The multiplication technique. Instantly, he transformed into a giant over 3 meters tall, his 2 massive hands swinging outward like wooden doors. Breakthrough. No sooner had the words left his mouth than he charged into the enemy ranks, targeting Iwami Juzo directly. Iwami's eyes sharpened. He raised his hand to block. Boom! The 2 collided with such force that the ground trembled, splattering mud and water everywhere. Simultaneously, Tenzo's other hand swept violently, knocking a Chunin who hadn't yet dodged aside. 1 down, he roared. Everyone we can take off their shoulders counts. Iwami was entangled by Tenzo. The Chunin was sent flying, but there were still 2 Chunin and 9 Genin left. They sneered and charged toward Guy and the others. 3 kids. Kill them. Don't let that Akimichi brat escape. The rain intensified. Ebisu gripped his kunai tightly, palms slick with sweat. Genma held 5 shuriken, poised to strike at any moment. Just as they moved, 8 gates formation. A voice rang in their ears. The 3rd gate, Gate of Life. Open. Bang. A shockwave erupted explosively from Gaia's body. Rain droplets scattered as if caught in a vacuum, forming a brief zone of emptiness. Ebisu's vision blurred. The green figure vanished, not disappeared, but moved too swiftly. Too fast for raindrops to fall. Too fast for the enemy's snarls to fade. Too fast for the Chunin at the forefront to see anything but a flash of green light. Then, the dynamic Congo whirlwind kick. Whoosh! Gaia's body spun through the air, his right leg glowing with golden light, enveloped in green steam, like a whirlwind. No, it was a whirlwind. The fierce power of the dynamic Congo kick combined with the Konoha Whirlwind's rotation and the speed granted by the third gate of the 8 gates formation. All three fused into one. Boom! His foot struck the Chunin's neck with brutal force. Crack! The crisp, piercing sound of shattering bone echoed sharply through the rainy night. The Chunin's eyes bulged wide, mouth agape, a frozen snarl etched on his face. But his body was hurled away, not flying, but launched like a projectile. Bang! He crashed into a tree 5 meters away, splitting the trunk in two. The man was embedded in the wood, his neck twisted at a grotesque angle, motionless. Dead. He hadn't even had time to use ninjutsu, simply kicked to death by Gaia's single strike. The rain seemed to pause for a moment. The entire world fell silent. The remaining Iwagakure shinobi wore expressions frozen mid-snarl, their eyes still gleaming with malice, but their movements ceased entirely. They stared at their comrade lodged in the tree, then at the green figure standing motionless. Green steam rose from his body. Raindrops evaporated before touching his skin. He slowly retracted his leg, straightened his posture, and lifted his head. Those eyes shone with a terrifying brilliance. Ebisu opened his mouth, wanting to speak, but his mind was blank. Only one thought remained. He had seen this scene before. 1 year ago, on the back slopes of Konoha, the night my guy kicked the ninja bear to the ground. That figure, exuding green steam, the iron fist beast of Konoha, had appeared once more. No, this time it seemed even more terrifying. Ebisu murmured softly. Iwami Juzo's cruel grin finally vanished. He fixed his gaze on Guy, seriousness surfacing in his eyes for the first time. This is not ninjutsu, it's taijutsu. He gritted through clenched teeth. The young scoundrel from Konoha with such formidable taijutsu prowess left Doza stunned. He gazed at Kai's retreating figure, at the green steam enveloping him. 3 months. He had been mentoring this brat for 3 months. All he knew was that his taijutsu was decent, his legs heavy, and his reactions swift. Yet Kai's speed, it shouldn't be this rapid, and that familiar green glow. Ikimichi Doza's eyes gleamed with sharp insight. The 8 gates. He had opened the 3rd gate. This child was a prodigy, an 8-year-old capable of opening the 8 gates to the 3rd gate. What did that signify? Doza understood perfectly well. He absolutely could not let anything happen to him. The realization flashed through Doza's mind instantly. This was Konoha's tender leaf. A tender leaf growing robustly. He would never allow Kai to perish in this place. Doza drew a deep breath, slipped his hand into his bosom, and when he withdrew it, a small rectangular wooden box rested in his palm, palm-sized, adorned with the Akimichi clan emblem. He opened the box. Inside lay 3 pills, quietly resting. 1 green, 1 yellow, 1 red. Kai's peripheral vision caught sight of them, his pupils contracting sharply. The Akimichi clan's secret medicine. The 3 colored pills. Green, spinach pill. Effect: a short burst of latent potential, increasing strength more than 3-fold. Side effect: after the effect fades, the entire body suffers excruciating pain and weakness. Yellow curry pill. Effect: greatly enhances vitality and chakra, elevating strength to a higher level. Side effect: post-effect, the body feels utterly drained, with severe life force exhaustion. Red chili pill. Effect: strength skyrockets 100-fold. Chakra manifests butterfly wings. Side effect: the body overloads, almost certainly fatal. Doza's fingers hovered over the 3 pills for a moment before selecting the green spinach pill without hesitation, popping it into his mouth. He chewed twice and swallowed. Doza groaned softly, his body swelling abruptly once more. Muscles bulged, veins protruded. He resembled a moving mountain. He looked toward Iwami Juzo opposite him and grinned broadly. Come on. Iwami Juzo's gaze sharpened. The Akimichi clan's secret medicine. Gritting his teeth, he snarled, "You think popping a pill will let you beat me?" His hands swiftly formed seals. Earth release. Earth spear. The ground suddenly cracked open, and over a dozen sharp stone spears erupted from beneath, aiming straight for Doza. Doza advanced instead of retreating. His massive palm struck, shattering the stone spears in 2. But Iwami's goal was not to land a hit. It was to stall him. "You two," he bellowed at the remaining 2 Chunin. "Go kill that brat." The 2 Chunin exchanged glances and nodded simultaneously. They turned, leading 9 genin to charge at Kai. This time, there was no underestimation, no sneering, only solemn determination. Earth release. Earth flow wall. One Chunin pressed both hands to the ground, raising an earthen wall before Kai, blocking his sight. Earth release. Earth spear. Another Chunin's arm encased in rock gripped a kunai tightly, charging from the side. The 9 genin spread out, some forming seals, some drawing kunai, others flanking behind with seamless coordination. A formidable formation. This was a true battlefield. Not a duel but an ambush. Kai stood still, watching them surge forward. The green steam still billowed around him. The third gate of the 8 gates was open. But that alone wasn't sufficient. The enemy had 2 Chunin and 9 genin, working in harmony, unlike the earlier foolhardy charge to their deaths. He needed to change tactics. Kai's gaze swept over the 9 genin. Their formation was loose, inexperienced, and their reactions lagged behind the Chunin by half a beat. Although outnumbered, they were the best targets. Better to sever a finger than injure all 10. A phrase surfaced in Kai's mind. Earlier, the surprise strike had slain a Chunin, achieving maximum effect. Now, with the enemy on guard, he must defeat them one by one. He clenched his great machete. Ebisu, Genma, here, cover me. No sooner had he spoken than Kai dashed forward, not toward the 2 Chunin, but charging into the group of 9 genin. His green silhouette traced a fleeting shadow through the rain. His speed was too great. Before the genin could react, he had already plunged into their midst. Konoha Great Whirlwind. Whoosh! A sweeping kick sent one genin screaming as he flew backward. Broken blade third form. The gleam of his blade flashed. The second genin clutched his neck and collapsed. Blood splattered into the rain, instantly diluted. The 2 Chunin reacted with a roar, pursuing him. Yet Kai was too swift. He never engaged them directly. He weaved through the crowd. Kick, slash, kick, slash. One strike, one down. One kick, another fallen. The green steam painted streaks in the downpour. At the end of each streak lay a fallen genin. Fire release. Great fireball technique. A fireball shot from the side, engulfing a genin attempting to ambush Kai. The man was set ablaze, howling and rolling on the ground. Ebisu panted, his hands trembling, eyes alight with excitement. I hit him. Meanwhile, Genma hurled 5 senbon simultaneously, not to attack, but to block the path. 3 genin attempting to retreat were forced to halt, colliding with the charging Kai. Blade flashes cut down 2 more. The last was kicked flying by Kai. 5 down. Kai's voice emerged through the rain, calm as if counting. Iwami Juzo's face turned ashen. He hadn't expected that Brada's speed to be so formidable, so fast that his men could not react in time. He wanted to charge forward but was stopped by Doza standing before him. Having taken the spinach pill, Doza was like an immovable mountain. Your opponent is me. Doza's voice rumbled low. Don't even think about passing. Iwami gritted his teeth. Earth release. Rock fist technique. His right arm encased in stone transformed into a massive fist and slammed fiercely toward Doza. Doza did not flinch. He met the blow head-on. Bang! Both staggered back a step. Iwami's gaze sharpened. That strength. The Akimichi clan, after taking medicine, was indeed formidable. But it didn't matter. He had the numbers. No matter how fast that brat was, he couldn't kill them all. The thought had just crossed Iwami's mind when Kai's voice sounded again. Iwami turned his head. Through the rain, the green figure had just sheathed his blade. At his feet, 2 more lay fallen. In the brief span of moments, 9 genin had been reduced to 2. Those 2 stood there, legs trembling. Their hands shook as well, barely able to grasp their kunai anymore. Monsters. One of them muttered under his breath. They truly were monsters. Kai lifted his head, gazing at them. Rain mingled with blood, streaming down his face. Yet those eyes still shone with a terrifying brilliance. He grinned. Just 2 more to go. His appearance was exactly like a malevolent spirit haunting the rain. Ah! The 2 Iwagakure genin completely lost their composure, dropping their kunai and turning to flee. Run! A Chunin roared angrily, but he could not stop them. Kai did not pursue either. The duration of the 8 gates technique was limited. It was best not to squander his strength on mere genin if it could be avoided. In a flash, his silhouette appeared before 2 Chunin. The great scimitar in his hand, its serrated blade freshly sharpened, pointed ominously at them. Now it's your turn. The 2 Iwagakure Chunin, who had just been brimming with anger, froze simultaneously. An unthinkable thought breached their convictions. Should they flee? Yet, in that moment of hesitation, they had already missed the prime opportunity to escape. The rain persisted. Kai's breathing grew heavier. The third gate of the 8 gates was open, green steam rising from his body. Raindrops evaporated upon contact, forming a thin mist around him. Though the 8 gates amplified his power, he was after all less than 9 years old. His chakra was limited, his physical strength finite. He could only maintain the gates for a maximum of 10 minutes. Half that time had already elapsed. 5 minutes to deal with two Chunin. Would it suffice? In truth, it would. But Kai's objective was far beyond merely confronting two Chunin. The fourth gate of the 8 gates, the Gate of Wounds, was well within his ability to open. Yet he refrained. Opening this gate would limit him to less than half a minute of sustained effort. That brief span was reserved for Iwaizumi Shigezo. Kai's peripheral vision flicked toward the de-seating area. De-seat and Iwaizumi Shigezo were still locked in combat. More precisely, de-seat was being overwhelmed. Although de-seat's strength had surged remarkably after consuming spinach pills, his 3-meter-tall frame resembling a small mountain, each punch causing the ground to tremble, Iwaizumi Shigezo did not confront him head-on. Instead, he evaded, simultaneously wearing him down with earth release techniques. Earth Spear, Earth Dragon Spear, Earth Flow Wall, one after another, all directed at de-seat. De-seat already bore several wounds. A gash across his left arm, torn open by a stone spear, blood dripping down his fingers. His breathing grew erratic. The effects of the spinach pills would not last much longer. Kai saw de-seat's hand reaching into his chest pocket, the place where the box containing the 3-colored pills was kept. Pang tightened Kai's heart. If de-seat took the curry pill, he could hold that Jonin at bay for a while. But the side effects were severe. Without a medical ninja of Tsunade's caliber present to provide timely treatment, permanent bodily harm would ensue. And Tsunade was impossible to appear here. Kai withdrew his gaze. No time to delay. He had to end this swiftly and then come to de-seat's aid. He tightened his grip on the great scimitar. The blade was serrated, riddled with notches like saw teeth, but still functional. The two Chunin opposite moved as well. Unlike the foolish genin who had charged recklessly, these two exchanged a glance and simultaneously took 2 steps back, creating distance. Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall. The one on the left pressed both hands to the ground. A wall of earth rose before Kai. He sidestepped, attempting to circumvent it. Earth Release, Earth Thorn. The one on the right covered his arm with rock. A sharp spike protruded from the side of the earth wall at a cunning angle. Kai raised his sword to block. Clang! The kunai struck the blade, sending a jolt through his wrist. He stepped back. Behind the earth wall, 3 shuriken flew toward him from different angles, sealing off his retreat. Their coordination was seamless. One obstructed his vision, another engaged in close combat, a third attacked from range. Kai gritted his teeth, dodging 2. The third grazed his shoulder, tearing a shallow cut. He glanced down at the wound. Blood trickled down his arm. The 2 Chunin pressed their advantage, allowing no respite. The earth wall collapsed. The left Chunin finished his hand seals. Earth Release, Earth Dragon Bullet. The soil coalesced into a dragon shape on the ground, mouth gaping as it charged at him. Kai did not evade this time. He charged headlong at the earth dragon, crossing his hands before him. Golden Bell Shield. A faint golden light shimmered around his body. Bang! The earth dragon crashed against him, causing the golden light to tremble violently as if on the verge of shattering. Yet it held firm. As the golden light dissipated, he lowered his hands. A dull ache throbbed in his chest. A trace of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. Though the golden bell shield did not fully block the attack, it drastically shortened the distance between him and the Chunin. The Chunin's eyes widened in disbelief, enduring a C-rank jutsu head-on. What the hell is this? The other Chunin gritted his teeth and charged from the side, his kunai sheathed in rock. Earth Release, Earth Fist. His fist doubled in size, rushing toward Kai's head with a fierce rush of wind. Kai did not dodge. He had been waiting for this moment. Between the charging Chunin and the one in front, a brief gap appeared 3 meters wide. Enough. Kai moved not forward, but rolled sideways. Awkward, but swift. The earth fist slammed into the ground, creating a crater, splattering mud and water. Kai sprang up, right hand already gripping the great scimitar planted in the earth. As he drew the blade, he spun around. Broken command blade, 36th form. Falling crimson dust. He had practiced this form thousands of times. The blade sliced through the rain, leaving a glowing arc. At this moment, the serrated sword seemed to regain its keen edge. The side Chunin had just withdrawn his fist and was unsteady when he saw the blade flash before his eyes. Instinctively, he raised his rock-covered arm to block. Clang! The blade struck the rock, sparks flying. The rock cracked but did not shatter. The Chunin's mouth curled into a triumphant grin, confident he had defended successfully. But Kai's leg was already rising. Powerful Vajra kick. His right foot gleamed with golden light, kicking upward into the Chunin's chin. Bang! The man flew upward. Kai leaped after him. In midair, gripping his sword with both hands, he raised it high above his head. Broken command blade, 40th form. Severing karma. The blade descended from above. The Chunin, suspended in midair with no leverage, could only watch as the sword fell. Fu! The blade sliced through his shoulder, carving down to his chest. Blood sprayed forth, mingling with the rain. Both fell to the ground together. Kai landed first, kneeling on one knee, the sword planted in the earth to steady himself. The Chunin crashed down, rolled twice, and lay motionless. Blood seeped from beneath him, diluted by the rain. Only one remained. Kai rose to his feet and turned around. The last Chunin stood 5 meters away, glancing at his fallen comrades prostrate on the ground, then back at Kai. The expression on his face shifted. Not anger, but fear. What exactly are you? Kai offered no reply. He panted heavily, the green steam still rising from his body, though it was fainter than before. The time for the 8 gates was nearly upon him, less than 3 minutes remained. The Chunin clearly noticed this as well. He saw the green steam around Kai dissipate, observed the increasing pace of his breathing. Is he about to collapse? A gleam of triumph appeared on the Chunin's face, swiftly turning into ruthless resolve. Fear and anger now fueled his determination to kill Kai. He clapped his hands together forcefully. Earth release. Earth fireball jutsu. A massive fireball erupted suddenly from the side. Boom! The blazing orb struck the Iwagakure Chunin squarely. Ah! His entire body was engulfed in flames. Frantically, he manipulated chakra to extinguish the fire. But in the next instant, a flash of light streaked past his face. Then the Iwagakure Chunin ceased to move. Though his body still smoldered, he remained utterly still. He was dead, slain by Kai's blade, slain by Ebisu's fireball jutsu. Indeed, the final fireball was unleashed by none other than Ebisu. Kai had never fought alone. On the battlefield, focusing solely on the immediate enemy while neglecting other threats would lead to a gruesome demise. Ebisu stood 10 meters away, his hands still poised in hand seals. He watched the Chunin, flames licking at his body, a gaping wound across his neck, collapse to the ground with a thud. He paused for a moment, then burst into laughter. Ha ha ha! Did you see that? Did you see that? I hit him. I hit him. I defeated the Iwagakure Chunin. An elite ninja. I am an elite ninja. Genma, toothpick in mouth, glanced at him silently, but the corner of his lips twitched upward. Kai returned his smile, then, his body glowing faintly green, turned toward the other side. That was the true battlefield. In the distance, Daza and Iwagakure's Juzo stood apart, facing off across 10 meters, neither making a move. Both had witnessed Kai cleave down the first Chunin, Ebisu's fireball scorch the second's face, and Kai's blade slice open the throat of that man. Iwagakure's Juzo stood there, rain tracing rivulets down his face. He looked at the bodies scattered in disarray on the ground, 3 Chunin, 9 genin, a total of 12. All dead, killed by 3, no, by 1 brat. Juzo slowly lifted his head. His expression changed, not to anger, but to a chilling coldness that seeped deep into his bones. He fixed his gaze on Kai, the bloody child from the Akimichi clan, steam rising from his body in green wisps. A slow, grim smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Good, very good. Akimichi boy, your troops are impressive. With that, he clasped his hands sharply. Earth-colored chakra coalesced in his palms, denser than at any previous moment. But those who kill me must pay with their lives. Juzo spoke with a grim severity. Daza's pupils contracted sharply.
Forbidden technique.
Without hesitation, he reached into his pouch, pulled out a curry pill, and swallowed it whole, biting down forcefully. Ugh! Daza grunted deeply as his body swelled. 5 meters, 6 meters, 7. His muscles bulged, veins throbbing. Chakra flared like flames around him. Earth release, great mountain collapse technique. Juzo suddenly spread his arms wide, slamming his hands onto the earth. Rumbling thunder echoed as the ground roared. Centered on him, a 50-meter radius of earth churned like waves. Soil, rocks, and debris were swept up in a terrifying chakra maelstrom, crushing toward Daza. Such a ninjutsu could rightfully be deemed a natural disaster. The entire terrain trembled, sank, and devoured all in its path. Daza's curry pill had taken effect. His body expanded to 7 meters tall, hands braced on the ground. His massive palms sank into the surging earth in a desperate attempt to stabilize himself. Stop it, he roared, muscles taut and bulging like tree roots. The heaving ground stuttered before him, but only momentarily. The second wave of the onslaught followed swiftly, stronger and fiercer than the first. The earth beneath Daza cracked, and he began to sink, the mudslide rising above his knees. Captain, Ebisu's face drained of color as he tried to rush forward, but Ganma gripped him firmly. What good will it do if you go? Ganma gritted his teeth, his voice trembling. Kai stood in the rain, the green steam around him fading further. The time for the third gate of the 8 gates was nearly upon him, the final minute. He watched Daza swallowed by the mudslide, the 7-meter giant sinking inch by inch. His heart pounded, not with fear, but with an icy calm, an intense composure. He knew exactly what he had to do. Kai suddenly dashed into the battlefield between the two jonin. Captain. His voice pierced the downpour and the thunderous roar, reaching Daza's ears. Daza whipped his head toward Kai. Get back. But Kai paid no heed, landing on Daza's shoulder with a serious expression. Captain, hold him still for just 1 second. Daza was about to curse, but the words caught in his throat. He wanted to say, you're crazy. That SA Jonin, and you're a genin going to your death. Besides, what can 1 second accomplish? Yet, when he met Kai's eyes, he could not bring himself to speak harshly. There was no recklessness or hot-blooded impulse in those eyes, only earnest resolve. Just 1 second, Daza gritted his teeth and chose to trust him. Though they had not known each other long, he believed Kai was not impulsive. The recent slaughter of the Iwagakure shinobi had proven that. Kai's words at this moment must have a purpose. Daza released his hands from the ground, allowing the mudslide to engulf him up to his waist. But he paid it no mind. Aya! Daza howled to the sky, his arms swelling once more. Muscles bulged as if about to burst. Chakra surged explosively from his body. Multiplication technique. Super pushing hands. His 2 enormous palms spread wide like massive gates, crashing toward Iwagakure's Juzo. This was not an attack. It was a closing motion. Juzo tried to evade, but the hands were too large, covering a range of 10 meters around him. He had no retreat left. He could only confront it head-on. Earth release, earth wall rebound. A formidable wall of rock surged from the ground, forming a heavy barrier before him. Bang! Doza's palms struck the rocky barrier. Bringing both palms together, he clamped Iwamaka Juzo and the wall between them. Now! Doza's voice was squeezed out from his throat. Blood trickled down from the corner of his mouth. Though his hands were outside, his body was enduring the full brunt of the opponent's ninjutsu. His body trembled, muscles tearing, bones groaning. Yet he did not release his grip. In Kai's eyes, a fierce gleam suddenly burst forth. What could 1 second accomplish? Kai did not know how it was for others, but for him, 1 second was enough to deliver a kick. Without any hesitation. 8 gates technique, 4th gate, injury gate. Open. Bang! The shockwave exploded. A shockwave 10 times stronger than before erupted violently from Kai's body. The rainwater was blasted upward, reversing into the sky. Stones on the ground scattered outward like cannonballs. Kai's skin turned a deep crimson, not the flushed red of exertion, but the burning red of blood aflame. Veins bulged from his forehead, spreading down his neck, arms, and entire body. His eyes were bloodshot, with pupils seemingly ablaze with twin fires. The green steam deepened into a dark emerald hue. Every strand of hair stood on end. He resembled a warrior risen from the depths of hell, charging toward Iwamaka Juzo. Boom! The ground beneath him exploded into a crater. The next moment, he appeared 10 meters away. The moment after that, 20 meters, so fast that even raindrops seemed frozen. The air itself screamed. Iwamaka Juzo was trapped between Doza's palms, immobilized. Yet he saw that green shadow. He saw the boy, glowing crimson and steaming with dark green vapor, like a streak of green lightning hurtling toward him. At that instant, a thought flashed through Iwamaka Juzo's mind. He must not succeed. Not a tactical judgment, but a primal instinct for survival. Frantically, he mobilized chakra, forcing hand seals in the cramped space. Earth release, super hardening. A yellowish glow enveloped his entire body. From head to toe, it was as if he donned a suit of rocky armor. This was the strongest defensive ninjutsu of Iwagakure, capable of hardening the body to more than 10 times the strength of steel. Meanwhile, Kai leapt high into the air. His right foot gathered power. A golden light burst from the sole, brighter than ever before. Vajra leg, fully charged. But it was still not enough. The man's weight, right leg, 10,000 jin. Pull it to the max. Indeed, this was what Kai intended to do. The man's weight leg guards, 1 on each leg, each adjustable from 0 to 10,000 jin. Kai was accustomed to bearing 500 jin on each leg daily, equivalent to carrying 1,000 jin of weight during missions. This was why Doza always believed speed was Kai's weakest point. Before the battle, he had removed all the added weight. But now, the right foot's weight was maxed out at 10,000 jin on a single leg. Vajra 10,000 jin kick.
Kairuarit Fircelli.
His right leg, carrying 10,000 jin of force, the power of the four gates, and the Vajra technique, struck toward Iwamikajuzo with brutal force. Time seemed to freeze in that instant. In Iwamikajuzo's pupils, the golden giant leg was reflected. Only one word remained in his mind. No. Boom! The golden giant leg collided with Iwamikajuzo. It struck the rocky armor. Crack. The armor fractured. Starting from the chest, cracks spread like a spider's web, quickly covering the entire body. Then bang! The armor shattered into powder. The golden giant leg slammed solidly into Iwamikajuzo's chest. Crack. A crisp sound. Not the armor breaking, but Kai's leg snapping. The recoil from the 10,000 jin force was beyond what his body could endure. His entire lower leg was shattered with a comminuted fracture. The shockwave reverberated from the calf throughout his body, as if he were being torn apart. This was Kai's strongest kick. Such a strike. He could only deliver once now. But it was enough. Boom! A tremendous roar echoed. Iwamikajuzo was blasted backward like a cannonball, shot out from between Doza's palms. He crashed through the rocky wall behind him, breaking one large tree, then another, then a third. Finally, he rolled 7 or 8 times in the muddy ground, drenched in blood, lying prone. The armor was shattered, his chest clothing torn open, revealing a purplish-black footprint. Nearly all his ribs were broken. He coughed up a mouthful of blood filled with shattered internal organs. This kick had nearly killed Iwamikajuzo. Yet, he still had one breath left. He was not dead. Kai's pupils contracted sharply. Now, his body was torn apart, his right leg ruined. Even so, he had not managed to kill the opponent. Iwamikajuzo struggled to rise, standing in the rain, bloodied and staggering. He knew he was done for, though forcing himself upright. His shattered organs meant he was half a corpse. But before I die, his eyes revealed a final cruelty. I will kill this brat, he roared, hands struggling to form seals. Yunu Shunin. Earth release. Earth Dragon Bullet. Using the last remnants of chakra in his body, Iwamikajuzo unleashed his final ninjutsu. The earth before him coalesced into the shape of a dragon. The earth dragon opened its great maw, spewing a torrent of earth streams toward Kai. Dense and numerous, like small cannonballs. Though Iwamikajuzo was on the verge of exhaustion, the C-rank ninjutsu from a Jonin still wielded several times the strength of a Chunin's technique. If these earth streams struck Kai, he would surely die. But Kai was grievously wounded, unable to move. Akimichi Doza was trapped deep within the earth's pit, unable to free himself for the time being. Ebisu and Genma remained at a distance. The situation was perilous. Die Brat. Iwamikajuzo's face twisted with madness. Rainwater mingled with his blood, revealing his last hysterical fury. He seemed to already envision Kai being pierced through by the earth streams. Facing the earth streams that could pierce him through, Kai's expression was surprisingly serene. No fear, no regret. He silently drew the great cleaver behind him and held it before him. The techniques of the broken cleaver flickered before his eyes like a revolving lantern. Sever the quietude. Fall crimson dust. Slash the karmic fire. Invoke the outer demons. Cut the cycle. Shatter delusions. Cross the calamity. Prove the one. The cursed blade. The 49 techniques of breaking the precept. Each move, every form, he had practiced them thousands upon thousands of times. Every repetition was identical, yet each was uniquely distinct. The gleam of the blade flickered in his mind. One slash, another slash, yet another slash. At this very moment, all the flashes of steel converged into a single stroke. Kai's hand moved. He raised the serrated great machete in his grasp and swung it forward. A seemingly casual slash. The ultimate strike of the breaking precept blade. As the words breaking precept left his lips, a golden greatsword suddenly materialized in the void before him. It was no ordinary machete, but an ancient, weighty blade, glowing resplendently in gold. The brilliance of this sword was so blinding that those nearby could scarcely keep their eyes open. With an unstoppable momentum, the golden blade descended upon the incoming earth projectiles. The flash of the blade passed silently. No sound, no explosion, only a golden arc. Every speck of soil that touched the golden blade vanished instantly. The foremost earth dragon dissolved at the very moment the golden blade sliced past. The golden light did not falter in speed. It silently cut through Iwamikajuzo's body and disappeared deep into the dense forest. Iwamikajuzo stood dumbfounded in place. He lowered his gaze to his chest, a thin red line slanting from shoulder to waist. He opened his mouth, attempting to speak. Blood spurted forth. His upper body slid down from his lower half. One stroke, 2 severed parts. The rain continued to fall. The blood diluted and flowed into the muddy water. Kai's body swayed. Instinctively, he stabbed the great machete into the ground. But the next moment, ding, the great machete shattered. It could not withstand the ultimate strike of the breaking precept blade. It splintered into dozens of iron shards scattered across the earth. Kai knelt on one leg, staring at the broken machete. It was his first blade, the bandit leader's sword. He had wielded it for half a year, through the forest of death, defending supply lines, and slaying IWA hidden ninja. Now it was broken. He grinned faintly. Thanks, he muttered. Then his legs gave way, and he collapsed to the ground. Ebisu rushed over to catch him. Kai, you did it. You killed that Jonin. Ebisu's voice trembled. Gunma hurried over, tearing off his sleeve and crouching to bandage Kai's broken leg. At that moment, Daza also emerged from the cracked earth. The effects of the curry pill had worn off and the side effects surged back. Now, Daza was also writhing in intense pain but still forced himself forward to check on Kai's condition. The right leg's bone is fractured, multiple muscle strains, but he is not dying. Daza quickly assessed. He looked at Ebisu and Genma with a solemn expression and said, "You two, immediately take Kai back to the Kikio Mountain camp." "Captain, what about you?" Ebisu asked anxiously. Daza shook his head. "Don't worry about me. I can walk on my own. Just take Kai away." Ebisu was about to agree when Kai gritted his teeth and sat up again. Before Daza could speak, Kai threw something at him. Daza instinctively caught it. Opening his palm, he found a pill, one that tasted somewhat like toothache medicine. Another pill? Daza's lips twitched involuntarily. Having experienced the side effects of the curry pill, he had sworn never to take another pill for at least a month. "Captain, eat it quickly. Let us leave together," Kai said with difficulty. Daza looked helpless. No one understood the effects of the curry pill better than he did. It was an almost irreversible trauma. The exhaustion in his body could not be healed in a short time. He wanted Ebisu and Genma to take Kai away to avoid becoming a burden. "You should take this yourself." "Iem mi fine," Daza said. "If you don't eat it, I want to leave."
Kai insisted seriously.
Seeing his determination, Daza relented, though he felt quite helpless. This kid had no idea how severe the side effects of the Akimichi clan's three-color pills were. He placed the pill in his mouth. With a gulp, he swallowed it. "You can go now." Before Daza finished, his eyes suddenly widened. The exhaustion that had weighed down his body vanished. The forcibly overdraft vitality seemed to be replenished in an instant. "What kind of pill is this?" Akimichi Daza was stunned. Just as he was about to ask, he glanced toward Kai, who had inexplicably already fainted. Daza's expression grew inexplicably complex. Finally, he sighed and cradled Kai in his arms. "You two, follow me," he ordered, then dashed back along the path they had come. Ebisu and Genma, seeing their captain recovered, were instantly overjoyed and hurried to catch up. All this Kai would never know. After handing the small recovery pill to Akimichi Daza, he only managed a fleeting glance at the system prompt before completely losing consciousness. When Kai opened his eyes again, he saw the tent ceiling, gray canvas, a horizontal beam across the middle, an oil lamp hanging from it, its flame flickering. He stared at the beam for several seconds. Gurgle. His stomach growled. Hungry. How many days had he been unconscious? He propped himself up on his arms. A dull ache radiated from his right leg. Looking down, he saw bandages wrapped around his lower leg, from ankle to knee, secured tightly with cloth strips and 2 wooden planks on the outside. He moved his toes. Though painful, they still moved. A comminuted fracture. Already healed? Kai was pleasantly surprised. Was it the restorative effect of the muscle tendon change classic? Or had a medical ninja treated him? He moved his shoulders. The bones cracked twice. His joints were flexible, no serious injury. At that moment, the tent flap lifted. Ebisu entered carrying a tray stacked with 3 steaming bowls. He looked down at the tray, muttering, "That idiot, unconscious for so long. Who knows when he'll wake up? Who are you calling an idiot?" Kai's voice stopped Ebisu's footsteps. Ebisu looked up to find Kai sitting on the bed. "You're awake." Ebisu hurried over and placed the tray on the small bedside table. "When did you wake? How do you feel? Does your leg still hurt?" Kai didn't answer. He reached for the tray. 3 bowls, one piled high with rice, one of miso soup, and one of stew with radish, potato, and several pieces of meat. He took a hearty mouthful without ceremony. "Comforting," Kai said with satisfaction. Ebisu sat on the camp bed beside him, watching him eat. "How many days was I unconscious?" Kai asked hoarsely. 2 days and 2 nights. Medical team's healer Tanaka treated you. She said your right leg suffered a comminuted fracture and you need at least half a month bedridden before you can get up." Kai chewed his food. "What about the captain?" "The captain's fine. Ebisu said with a smirk. You gave him that pill and he was back to normal the next day. Tanaka said she'd never seen anyone eat 2 Akimichi secret pills and still be so lively. Kai grinned briefly before continuing to shovel rice into his mouth. And you? Ebisu fixed his gaze upon him. How are you feeling?
Iemme fine.
Kai set down the empty bowl, lifted the stew bowl, and eagerly devoured its contents. Watching his voracious eating, Ebisu swallowed hard. A comminuted fracture of the right leg, and yet here he was sitting up already? Truly a monster. Kai finished the stew, then raised the miso soup bowl and drained it in one gulp. Stacking the 3 bowls on the table, he patted his belly. Is there more? Ebisu stood and reached for a bowl. Wait, I'll go get some for you. He walked to the tent entrance, glancing back. Your recovery speed is insane. Ascentiate? Kai gave a thumbs up. The power of youth. Ebisu rolled his eyes and lifted the curtain as he stepped outside. Leaning back onto the bed, Kai lowered his eyes to his right leg. A comminuted fracture and already sitting up after 2 days. Although the medical ninja-S treatment helped, from Ebisu's description, the greater cause was the effect of the Yi Jin Jing. The Yi Jin Jing's ability to heal bodily injuries was stronger than he had imagined. At this rate, he'd recover in just a few days, wouldn't he?
Kismilet drili.
Fortunately, he hadn't taken the Xiao Huandan back then. Such an elixir on the battlefield was worth a life, precious beyond measure. Since he felt capable of healing on his own, there was no need to waste one. Indeed, it was true. Before long, Ebisu returned carrying a tray stacked with 4 bowls. The kitchen uncle heard you woke up and gave an extra bowl. Kai took it and resumed eating, while Ebisu sat beside him watching. Not long after, footsteps sounded outside the tent again. The curtain lifted and Gunma entered, a toothpick dangling from his mouth. Seeing Kai seated on the bed, he nodded. You're awake. Behind him, Dinza ducked into the tent, his tall frame forcing him to bow low each time he entered. Awake? Dinza approached.
Kai nodded.
Captain. Dinza scrutinized him, his gaze pausing briefly on the bandage wrapped around Kai's right leg. How are you feeling? Hungry. Dinza chuckled and glanced at Ebisu. Ebisu's mouth twitched but he rose promptly. I'll get more. Dinza sat down beside the bed. The cot creaked beneath him. Kai, during your 2-day coma, I reported your battle achievements from that night. Kai was momentarily stunned. 9 genin, 3 chunin, the 3 of you killed them? He hesitated. Mostly you, though. Kai scratched his head. Dinza continued without pause. Of course, the last jonin, although you killed him, I reported it as a joint kill. After finishing, Dinza stared at Kai.
Kismilet broadly.
Thanks, Captain. Hearing this, Dinza exhaled in relief. When it came to Iwami Juzo, it could be said Kai had slain him. Yet it was indeed a collective effort by their squad. But a child not even 9 years old killing a jonin of IWA? If word got out, it would not bode well, especially during wartime. If this news spread, Kai would undoubtedly become the primary assassination target of IWA Village, and perhaps others. He absolutely must not be allowed to grow stronger. However, if reported as an assisted kill, everyone would assume Dinza was the main force, merely giving these children some glory without further thought. Though it seemed like Dinza was stealing credit, his true intention was to protect Mike Kai. Dinza nodded. You understand best. Still, this battle report is the top one on the entire Kikio Mountain front. When I submitted it, logistics read it 3 times, asking if ID made a mistake. Then he looked at Kai, shifting the subject. By the way, in a few days you'll be promoted to chunin. Kai was taken aback. Chunin? Yes. Dinza nodded. A chunin under 9 years old. In Konoha's history, besides Kakashi, you are the second. Ebisu entered carrying the tray and lifted the curtain. Overhearing this. What? Chunin? Ebisu leaned in. You're getting promoted? Kai grabbed the tray. Chewing his food, he gave a grunt of affirmation. Ebisu turned to Dinza, who nodded. The report has been submitted, waiting for the 3rd Hokage's approval. Ebisu looked back at Kai, mouth opening and closing. You're a freak.
Kai loghead.
Alright. I'm a freak. Ebisu sat down indignantly and watched Kai eat. After a while, he couldn't help but speak. I'll be a chunin soon too. Kai looked up at him and nodded. Yeah, you definitely will. Ebisu was momentarily stunned, then turned his head away. Of course. Genma leaned against a tent pole, toothpick still in his mouth, a faint smile tugging at his lips. Dinza stood. Enough. Rest well. Don't move around these days, we've got the missions covered. The medic said your leg needs at least 20 days to heal. Kai knew well he wouldn't need that long but still nodded. Understood. Dinza turned to leave, stopping at the door to glance back.
Kai.
Yeah. Thanks for that night. Before Kai could respond, Dinza ducked out. Ebisu and Genma exchanged a glance and stood as well. You should rest. Gunma nodded and followed out. Left alone in the tent, Kai leaned back on the bed, closed his eyes, and opened the system panel. Congratulations. Host, mid-level ultimate technique breaking precepts blade has reached perfection. You have obtained a random martial skill package. Would you like to activate it? This was the system prompt from that night. The breaking precepts blade was perfected, but there was still one package unopened. He activated the martial skill package. Golden light exploded. A manual appeared in his mind SI. 3 sharp characters etched on the cover. Compassion Blade. Mid-level ultimate technique. One of the 72 ultimate techniques of Shaolin. The blade art is named for compassion, not for the sake of killing, but for salvation. The blade strikes and withdraws. Killing is saving. Training method. Meditate daily while holding the blade, contemplating the meaning of compassion. Each soul saved from evil greatly increases proficiency. Kai read the introduction, silent for a few seconds. On the battlefield, they gave me a compassion blade. He suddenly felt a toothache. But he understood that the compassion blade did not truly make him compassionate. Killing is saving. The description was clear. Breaking precepts blade. Breaking precepts, killing, drinking, breaking vows. Compassion blade. Compassion, salvation, redemption, mercy. One breaks, one saves. One offense, one defense. They complemented each other well. He closed the panel and opened his eyes. The tent ceiling was still the same, the oil lamp still burning. Yet, with the breaking precepts blade perfected, he no longer had a handy blade. His large chopping sword was shattered, broken into dozens of iron fragments scattered in the rainy night. Originally, the ultimate breaking precept strike was to be one of his trump cards, but it required a sword. Now, with the compassion blade arriving, he definitely needed a sword to practice. Kai glanced down at his empty hands. He'd have to find a new blade, but he was not worried. On the battlefield, there has never been a shortage of ninja swords. 3 days later, the appointment had been finalized. Might Guy was gnawing on some rations inside his tent when Ebisu lifted the flap and burst in, holding an envelope aloft. Guy, a letter from Konoha. Guy took it, tearing it open. Inside was an official document, stamped with the seal of the Hokage's office. Effective immediately, Might Guy is promoted to Chunin. Beneath the text was the signature of the 3rd Hokage. Ebisu leaned in to take a look, his face a complex mixture of emotions. Really promoted, he murmured. Guy folded the document carefully, slipping it beneath his pillow. His expression was calm, betraying little surprise, yet the corner of his mouth twitched upward ever so slightly. The Chunin messenger still lingered outside the tent. Might Guy, and here is your mail. Guy blinked in surprise. My mail? For letters all for me? What a coincidence. The messenger withdrew 4 envelopes from his satchel, handing them over before turning away. Guy sat back on his bed, 4 letters in hand. Ebisu leaned over, eager for a peek, but was met with a sharp slap from Guy. What are you looking at? Stingy. Ebisu pouted but retreated. Only Guy remained inside the tent. He arranged the 4 letters on the bed and examined the senders. The first was from Might D. Guy paused at the name. More than 3 months had passed. 3 whole months without seeing his father. Since the war began, D, a perennial genin, had been dispatched on missions, constantly shifting locations. Guy had no idea of his father's assignments or whereabouts. He only knew that he was alive. Guy tore open the envelope and withdrew a thin sheet of paper. Guy, father is well. Don't worry. I've sent money your way, 100,000 Rio, saved up by your old man. Eat well. I know your appetite. The army rations alone 1 tea suffice. It's cold now, go buy yourself a new outfit. Don't be stingy with spending. I might not make it home for your birthday. Once the war ends, I'll make it up to you. Youth is for eating well and staying warm. Father. Tucked beneath the letter was a remittance slip for 100,000 Rio. Guy stared long at the crooked handwriting. Saved up. A perpetual genin. How much could he possibly earn in a month? 100,000 Rio. Who knew how long it had taken to amass such a sum? His birthday was January 1st. Calculating the time, it was just a few days away. Guy folded the letter and placed it beneath his pillow, alongside the promotion document. The second letter bore the sender's name, Hatake Kakashi, but the handwriting was in 3 distinct styles. Guy opened it. The first paragraph, neat and orderly, was Kakashi's. Guy. Things are stable here in the land of grass. The Iwagakure forces have been held at the border. They haven't broken through yet. Our captain is formidable Minato Namikaze, you've probably heard of him. His speed is more than 10 times ours. Kakashi's teammate, Abito, insisted on adding a note on the back. Also, survive. Kakashi. Guy flipped the paper over. The handwriting on the reverse was large and messy, filling the entire page. Guy. It's me, Obito. I am awesome now. Last month, I single-handedly killed 2 Iwagakure genin. Kakashi, that bastard, only killed 3. I am catching up to him fast. The captain says I am improving quickly. One day I'll surpass Kakashi and become Hokage. How is it going over there? Miss me yet? Rin asked me to say hi. Guy chuckled. He flipped back to the front, where at the bottom was a small, delicate note in Rin's handwriting. Guy, take care of yourself and don't push too hard. Obito wants you to know he'll definitely become Hokage. Guy tucked the letter away. Those guys were still the same as ever. The third letter was from Yugao Yuzuki. Guy's hands hesitated slightly as he picked it up. He tore open the seal and withdrew the letter. The paper was folded meticulously into a neat little square. Unfolding it, the tiny characters were carefully penned. Guy, it's cold here in the land of rice. The intelligence unit is busy. We go out on reconnaissance every day. The captain says we're doing well. I've learned 2 new genjutsu techniques. When we meet, I want to try them out on you. Would that be alright? Also, I heard about your injury. Reports from Mount Kikio say you fought in the rain for a long time and broke your leg. Are you being stubborn again? Eat well. Rest properly. Don't always think about training. Once you recover, I'll treat you to a meal. Lastly, you absolutely must live well. Oh, and happy early birthday, Yugao. Guy read the letter twice. Eat well. Birthday. Just like his father said. He folded the letter and placed it deepest beneath his pillow. The fourth letter was from Shikamaru Nara. Guy blinked in surprise. Shikamaru? He tore open the envelope and pulled out the letter. 2 sheets, front and back. Densely packed with tiny writing, squeezed together as if afraid to waste any space. Brother, you asked me to keep an eye on Asuma, so I did. Here's the record. October 3rd. Asuma treated Yugao to dinner. I went too. We ate ramen. Asuma paid. Yugao ordered miso chashu. Asuma had soy sauce.
I chose salt flavor.
Asuma wanted to sit opposite Yugao, but she said, you sit over there, and took the seat next to Asuma. Asuma sat down. October 7th. During training, Asuma told Yugao he wanted to teach her wind style. She said no, she was practicing genjutsu. Asuma said wind style complements genjutsu well. Yugao replied she could practice on her own. Asuma left. October 11th. It rained. Asuma waited for Yugao at the base gate, saying he brought her an umbrella. She said she had one. Asuma said hers was too small. Yugao said it was enough. Asuma stood a while, then left. October 15th. Asuma asked Yugao what she liked to eat. October 20th. Asuma treated Yugao to dinner again. I went too. October 25th. Asuma asked Yugao what her favorite color was. She said green. November 2nd. Asuma asked when Yugao's birthday was. December 21st. Yugao was unhappy. I know why, it must be because she heard you were injured. That kid Asuma is clueless. Keeps asking questions. Brother, Asuma is not reliable. He definitely knows Yugao likes green because of you. I'll keep watching him. Take care of yourself, brother. I've heard about your injury too. Don't die. Yugao has me watching over her, so you can rest easy. Shikamaru Nara. Guy grimaced. This brother was truly diligent. He secured the letter beneath his pillow and then took out paper and pen to write replies. The first to D. Father, I received the money. I'll buy clothes and eat well. You take care too. It's alright if you can't make my birthday. We'll celebrate together after the war. By the way, I've been promoted to Chunin. Guy. The second to Kakashi, Obito and Rin. Kakashi, Obito, Rin. I'm doing well here. My leg will be fine after some rest. Tell Obito I'm a Chunin now too. He should stop bragging and train properly. Kai. After finishing this sentence, Kai pondered for a moment and added another line beneath it. Toby will surely stomp his feet in anger when he sees this letter. The third letter, addressed to Kurenai. Holding his pen, Kai deliberated for a long while. Finally, he penned 3 lines. The letter arrived. My leg is fine now, so don't worry. You should eat well too. Don't get caught up only in reconnaissance. Once my injury heals, I'll treat you to a meal. Just the 2 of us. The fourth letter to Shikuro. The briefest one. Good brother, keep it up. When I return, I'll buy you ramen. Kai folded the 4 letters neatly and stepped out of the tent, seeking out the messenger ninja to hand them over. So many? The messenger ninja was momentarily taken aback. Yeah. Alright then. The man stuffed the letters into his bag and departed. Standing outside the tent, Kai gazed at the distant Mount Kikio. The sun was about to set, its ridgeline scorched into a red border. The entire Mount Kikio appeared tranquil and serene. Yet Kai knew this tranquility would not endure for long. Within 3 months at most, the ultimate battle on Mount Kikio would erupt in full force. 7 days later, January 1st, Eastern Base Camp of Mount Kikio. Before dawn had fully broken, Kai was already awake. His leg had fully healed 2 days prior. Yet Commander Taza stubbornly forbade Kai from leaving, insisting he rest for 2 more days. Frustrated, Kai was forced to remain a patient for 2 additional days. Sitting up, he moved his right leg. No way, today, no matter what, he had to undertake the mission. Staying in bed any longer would only cause his body to rust. Just as he was thinking this, the tent flap was lifted. Ebisu poked half his head inside and, seeing Kai sitting up, paused in surprise. "You're awake?"
"Yeah."
"Don't come out yet. Just wait." His head retracted and the flap was lowered. Kai was momentarily stunned. Shortly after, the flap was lifted again. Ebisu and Genma squeezed inside. Ebisu was carrying something. A dough-like lump, about a fist and a half in size, yellowish and pockmarked on the surface. Genma followed behind, clutching 3 sharpened wooden sticks. Kai blinked at the yellowish object. "What's that?" Ebisu placed it on the table, chest puffed out proudly. "A cake." Kai looked again. It was yellow, yes, but misshapen and crooked, with several dark spots on its surface. "That's a cake?" The flour was borrowed from the logistics uncle, and eggs exchanged with the cook squad. Ebisu's voice grew softer as he spoke. "We couldn't find sugar, so we crushed some ration pills to substitute. Maybe the color's off because the baking wasn't quite right." Kai stared at the cake for 3 seconds. "You made this?" "Yours truly did." Ebisu lifted his chin. "What's wrong?" "Not satisfied?"
Kai grinned.
"No." He reached out, broke off a piece, and popped it into his mouth. Chewing twice. "It's actually pretty sweet." Sweetness from the ration pills, mingled with the bitterness of burnt flour. Together, it's an indescribable flavor. "But it is sweet." "Delicious," Kai said. Ebisu was taken aback for a moment, then turned his head away. "Humph, of course it's good. How could my handiwork be anything less?" Genma stuck the 3 sharpened wooden sticks into the cake. They stood crookedly, like 3 wooden stakes driven into mud. "No candles, so this will have to do," he said. Ebisu pulled out a box of matches from his bosom. He struck one and lit the tips of the sticks. "Make a wish," Ebisu said. "Birthdays always require a wish." Kai watched the 3 small flames flickering. Outside the tent, the wind blew, causing the flames to tremble, almost extinguishing but still burning. He closed his eyes. A few seconds later, he opened them and blew. 2 of the 3 sticks went out. The third flickered once before dying. Ebisu's mouth twitched. "Your candle-blowing skills aren't great either." Kai ignored him and broke off another piece of cake, shoving it into his mouth. The flap was lifted again, and Taza bent down to enter, carrying a long cloth bundle over 1 meter in length, wrapped in several layers of old cloth. "Captain, what's this?" Ebisu leaned closer. Taza ignored him and placed the bundle on Kai's bed. Opening it up, Kai quickly unwrapped the cloth strips, his eyes lighting up. It was a knife. The sheath was black wood, plain and undecorated. The handle was wrapped in black cord, providing a non-slip grip. Kai drew the blade. It gleamed dimly. The blade was slightly narrower than his previous machete, but just as long. The weight was similar, but it felt steadier in his hand. Kai swung it once. The sound of the wind was light, and it felt exceptionally smooth. A fine blade. Kai's face lit up with delight. Taza grinned. "I had someone forge it these past 2 days. Your old blade broke, so you needed a replacement." Kai looked up at him, finally understanding why Taza insisted he rest 2 more days. "It was because of this blade." Taza said no more, simply pointing to the base of the blade. 2 characters were engraved there. Youth Kai was momentarily stunned. "He, like it?" Taza smiled warmly. Kai immediately gave a thumbs up, flashing a row of white teeth. "Thanks for the youth, Captain."
"Ha ha ha. Glad you like it."
"Now hurry and finish your cake. There's a mission this afternoon." Before Taza could finish speaking, a sharp whistle suddenly shattered the calm outside the tent. It was no ordinary assembly whistle. It was an emergency call. 3 long and 1 short blasts, repeated thrice. Taza's expression changed drastically, and he dashed out of the tent. "Follow me." The 3 others abandoned any birthday celebrations and immediately followed. Ebisu and Genma quickly took toothpicks out of their mouths. The 4 of them sprinted out of the tent, and chaos already reigned outside. People surged everywhere, those emerging from tents, those running from the mess hall, those charging back from the training grounds, all converging toward the central clearing. No one shouted or screamed, but the atmosphere was taut with tension. Within moments, the central clearing was packed with people. One formation after another, densely packed, totaling 1,500 individuals. The entire camp's ninja were present. Standing at the location of the 9th squad, Kai scanned the surroundings. To his left was the 3rd squad, to his right the 5th squad. Ahead stood the captains. Behind were the wounded. Even those able to move in the medical tents had come out, leaning on crutches. No one spoke. 1,500 people stood silently in the clearing, the only sounds the wind and heavy breathing. On the high platform at the front stood a man. In his 40s, lean, with a gaunt face and narrow eyes. His hair was tied into a topknot secured with a hairpin. He wore the traditional green vest of the Nara clan, the collar embroidered with the clan emblem, the Nara deer. He was the overall commander of the eastern base camp of Mount Kikio, a generation senior to Akimichi Taza. Kai had seen him twice, once when he first reported to the camp, and once at last month's full camp assembly. Seeing the man's solemn expression, Kai's heart tightened. An emergency assembly at this hour. Could it be that the hidden sand had begun a surprise attack? But the timing was off. Kai quickly reviewed the timeline in his mind. Under such circumstances, the only thing that came to his mind was the Battle of Mount Kikio and the hidden sand's ambush on Konoha. Yet, the timeline did not align with the memories he held. Kai's expression flickered uncertainly, as Narashika remained silent at this moment. He stood atop the high platform, empty-handed, simply standing there. Gradually, once everyone had settled in place, once the flag fluttered sharply in the wind, once the air pressure dropped to its lowest, he finally spoke. 2,000 shinobi from the hidden rock are advancing toward our border. His voice was soft, yet each word rang clear and distinct in the ears of all present. The vanguard of the hidden rock is already 50 ri away. A deeper silence fell over the crowd below. The Konoha support mobile squad is rushing here, but even at their fastest, they won't arrive until dawn tomorrow. Shika's gaze swept across everyone gathered beneath the platform. Then, after a brief pause, he declared, "We must hold this position." In Kai's mind, a thunderous boom echoed. 2,000 men. The hidden rock village. This was no mere probe. No stealth attack, it was a full-scale offensive. Instinctively, he clenched the hilt of his blade, his knuckles whitening. No, that wasn't right. Was the Battle of Mount Kikio fought against the hidden sand? Why had it become the hidden rock now? Could it be that his killing of Iwaman Juzo had triggered a butterfly effect? Or was this assault always planned, just never mentioned before? Kai did not know. But one thing was clear to him. A genuine war was about to erupt. Yet Shika said no more from the high platform, merely gesturing once with his hand. All squads, proceed according to formation. The people below began to move, not chaotically, but with methodical order, dispersing and converging toward their respective captains. Kai scanned the crowd and counted 8 square formations, each consisting of approximately 180 men. This was their entire force. Facing them were 2,000 adversaries, a difference of 500. Normally, not a large number, but on a defensive line, 500 meant several breaches. Taiza had already taken position at the front of the 7th squad. As one of the few jonin in the camp, he was captain of one of the squads. Taiza was tall, easily spotted in the crowd. Kai and 2 others squeezed through to reach him. "Captain." Taiza glanced down at him, then at his leg. "Can you keep up?" "I can." Taiza asked no further questions, turning to face his 180 subordinates. "Move out." No superfluous words. Simultaneously, all began to advance, heading beyond the camp. Once outside, those in front accelerated, walking gave way to jogging, jogging to running. 180 men surged forward like a serpent, snaking along the mountain base toward the front line. Kai stayed within the ranks, never falling behind. 40 minutes passed. After running for 40 minutes, those ahead slowed. They had reached the front line. Kai looked up. Ahead lay a low mountain ridge, not tall, but with excellent visibility. Its length stretched roughly over 3,000 meters. Below the ridge was an open expanse, grass trampled flat to reveal yellow earth. Further west lay the land of grass, though nothing was visible in that direction. Yet Kai knew 2,000 enemies were advancing toward this very place. The open ground below was their battlefield. This 3,000-meter ridge was their final line of defense. Narashika stood atop the ridge, surrounded by 8 squad captains. Taiza was among them. He stood a head taller than those beside him but did not draw undue attention. Shika spoke briefly, and the captains nodded before dispersing. Taiza returned. His face darkened with an expression Kai had never seen before. For 3 months, Taiza's face had shown only 2 expressions, one of adequacy, the other of hunger. This was a third kind, ugly and grim. "Captain, what's the situation?" Ebisu approached. Taiza crouched down, picked up a twig, and drew a curved line in the dirt, the mountain ridge. At its front, he drew an arrow pointing eastward from west to east. 2,000 men opposite us, led by Azuma Shirnin. Kai's eyelid twitched at the name. Azuma Shirnin, the Rock Village's Iron General, kin to the 3rd Tsuchikage, an elite among Jonin. Since the war began, he had fought 4 major battles, winning every one, leaving no survivors. Taiza continued sketching in the dirt. Their objective is clear: to break through Mount Kikio and strike deep into the land of fire. He drew several lines behind the arrow, representing the enemy's forces. Azuma Shirnin isn't new to us. His style is straightforward, a frontal crush. No tricks, no feints, just pure brute force. Kai stared at the line drawn in the dirt. Straightforward, that's the hardest. He thought, if there are tricks, you can counter tricks. If there are feints, you can defend against feints. But if they just crush straight through, you can only endure. If you hold, you live. If not, you die. Taiza tossed the twig aside and stood up. But our mission isn't to repel them, it's to hold the line. He pointed to the open ground beneath the ridge. Hold out until reinforcements arrive. The mobile squad departed from Konoha, but at best, they'll arrive by dawn tomorrow. Kai gazed down at the clearing and the defensive line. 1,500 men facing 2,000. Holding for at least one full day and night. This battle was not unwinnable, but it would be arduous. Kai clenched his sword's hilt. His palms were slick with sweat. Where is our position? He asked. Taiza indicated a section on the ridge's left flank. He looked at the three of them, fell silent for 2 seconds, then said simply, "Stay close to me." Just 6 words, but the tone was unlike any usual command. Ebisu pushed up his sunglasses, silent. Genma removed a toothpick from his mouth, then replaced it. Kai nodded. Taiza turned and ascended the ridge. "Let us go. Eat first." The 3 followed behind. Behind the ridge, several makeshift tents had been erected. The cooking squad had already set up pots. The rice was cold, the dishes chilled, but the quantity was ample. No one complained. Kai crouched, holding his bowl, devouring his rice. He ate cleanly, leaving not a single grain at the bottom. A fierce battle lay ahead. There would be no time to eat again, they had to fill their stomachs now. As he set down his bowl, he noticed Ebisu eating quickly, his cheeks puffed out. Genma had finished and was staring into the distance, toothpick between his lips. After finishing the final bowl, the 3 inverted their bowls into the basket, stood, and began climbing the ridge. The ridge was already crowded with people. 1,500 men stretched along its length. No flags, no slogans. Everyone was absorbed in their own tasks. Checking ninja tool pouches, adjusting forehead protectors, pulling kunai from bindings only to reinsert them, squatting to inscribe seals, channeling chakra into explosive tags, closing their eyes while silently reciting, quietly arranging the battlefield. Kai and his companions belonged to the assault squad. Standing at the position of the 7th squad, he gazed downward. Beneath the mountain ridge, at the edge of the open land, the horizon stretched empty and void. Yet the air felt wrong. The wind had ceased. The grass no longer swayed. Not even the birds chirped. Ebisu stood to his right, clutching a kunai tightly, his expression rigid. "Kai, when do you think they'll arrive?" Kai offered no reply, his eyes fixed on the horizon. Over there it was too quiet, like the few seconds before water boils. The pot lid rattles, steam rises, yet the water has not yet reached a boil. When the water boils, that's when they come. Kai's voice was soft, but his expression bore utmost gravity. Ebisu didn't catch his words clearly. "What?" Kai lifted his chin. All eyes on the mountain ridge began to converge toward that direction. On the horizon appeared a russet line, not gradually widening, but manifesting instantaneously. 2,000 men formed into orderly square formations. From south to north, they stretched across the entire horizon. Each square was evenly spaced, each row equidistant. No flags, no slogans. Just people. 2,000 individuals advanced forward in solemn silence. Thud, thud, thud. The earth trembled. 2,000 feet striking the ground melded into a single resounding beat. Ebisu's grip on his kunai nearly faltered. This is too many. Kai's gaze remained locked on the gray line. The enemy had not divided into multiple flanks, nor left reserves behind, nor launched any feints. It was a single line of formations, arrayed in a straight, elongated snake formation, pressing relentlessly toward the mountain ridge. No weak points. No breaches. Every point was a solid, unyielding bone. Narashikechi stood at the highest point on the ridge, squinting for several seconds. Attention, all squads. First line, prepare the Earth-style unit. Second line, prepare the Fire-style unit. Third line, prepare the explosive tag unit. Await my command. There was no rousing rallying cry. No fiery will of Fire Clan slogans. Only simple orders. And as commander, absolute composure. The formations pressed onward. 600 meters. 500 meters. 400 meters. The ground shook. Not like an earthquake's tremor, but from 2,000 feet striking the earth in unison, each beat like a giant hammer pounding the soil. Kai stood atop the ridge, feeling pebbles leap beneath his feet. His grip tightened on his sword as hilt. Sweat involuntarily beaded in his palm. No one spoke. 1,500 men stood on the ridge, silent. Not out of fearlessness but because fear was futile. Over more than a year on the Eastern Front, both the damned and the innocent had been witnessed. Even newcomers like Ebisu had endured 3 months on the supply line, having faced death time and again. The resolve of war had long since been etched into their hearts. 2,000 enemies faced 1,500 of their own, a deficit of 500. But the defensive line was here. Behind lay 300 miles to Konoha. Retreat was impossible. 300 meters. The enemy formation halted. Kai saw a man standing at the front of the formation, not tall, broad-shouldered, expressionless. He raised his hand. 2,000 men simultaneously formed hand seals. Identical gestures, synchronized rhythm, even their breathing matched. Witnessing this, Nara Shikaichi's pupils contracted. Yet upon closer observation, rather than panic, an almost imperceptible excitement flickered in his eyes. As expected, "It's that move again." Without hesitation he bellowed, "Earth-style unit, first line, rise." At the foot of the ridge the ground began to swell. Soil churned. Rocks jutted from beneath the surface. In the blink of an eye, towering 3-meter-high earthen walls rose in the center of the battlefield. The walls were thick, their surfaces studded with jagged stone spikes, slanting westward. From south to north, stretching along the base of the ridge, enclosing the entire defensive line. Behind the walls, over 200 Earth-style shinobi crouched, hands pressed to the ground, chakra continuously flowing into the earth. The walls continued to grow. 300 meters away, the enemy's hand seals ceased. 2,000 hands pressed to the ground simultaneously. Earth-style, 10,000 Li earth flow wall. A muffled roar echoed. All heard it. It was not one voice shouting, but 2,000 voices united. The sound rolled across the horizon like thunder. The ground instantly shattered. From beneath the enemy formations, earth surged like waves. Soil waves over 3 meters tall, one crest after another. Rocks and dirt swept forward in a mighty torrent toward the mountain ridge. The earth waves stretched from south to north, covering the entire horizon. No gaps, no breaches. A moving wall of mud and earth. Such a spectacle was nothing short of a natural disaster. This was Iwagakure's favored tactic of warfare. The rolling mud flood not only imposed a tremendous psychological burden upon foes, but could instantly erase all enemy arrangements mid-battle. Traps, mechanisms, explosive tags, all would be utterly destroyed. The mud flood engulfed the earthen walls. The Earth-style unit gritted their teeth, hands firmly pressed to the ground. Shikaichi's voice rang out once more. Fire-style unit, unleash. On the ridge, over 200 shinobi simultaneously formed seals. Fireballs, firewalls, fire dragons, everything ignited. Over 200 fire-style jutsu launched simultaneously, converging into a blazing wall. They collided headlong with the advancing mud flood. Boom! Fire met earth. Steam erupted explosively. A yellow haze engulfed half the ridge instantly. The mud waves were halted by the fire wall, stopping 100 meters away. Mud and water mixed with heat dripped down the slope. Yet the enemy did not relent. 2,000 men still pressed their hands to the earth, chakra flowing relentlessly. The mud waves swelled from 3 meters to 4, then to 5. The fire wall began to yield. 1 meter, 2 meters. The Earth-style unit started to falter. Some noses bled, some hands trembled. Cracks spiderwebbed across the walls. Shikaichi's voice sounded a third time. Wind-style unit, reinforce. Over 200 more rose on the ridge. Wind blades sliced forward, piercing through the fire wall. Fire fed by wind flared fiercely. The fire wall surged back. The two sides were locked in stalemate. The mud waves finally ceased 100 meters out. Neither advancing nor retreating, frozen in place. Kai stood atop the ridge, eyes fixed on the sea of flames. 200 fire-style, 200 wind-style, 200 earth-style. 600 men holding this line. 2,000 pressed against them. Steam thickened, yellow haze deepened. The earth trembled. The air quivered. Even breaths shuddered. 30 seconds of deadlock. Then the enemy surged again. 2,000 men simultaneously increased chakra output. The mud waves leapt from 5 meters to a sudden 7. The fire wall receded. The earth walls shattered. Some spat blood. Some fainted. Hands still pressed to the earth. Shikaichi stood at the peak, watching the 7-meter-high mud waves advance. His face betrayed no emotion, hands hanging motionless at his sides. 80 meters, 70 meters, 60 meters. The earth wave separated from the mountain ridge, with only the final 55 meters remaining. Kai could even discern the muddy water ahead of the earth wave, flowing downward. He could see the stones wrapped within it spinning. The last 50 meters. Nara Shikamaru's hand suddenly rose.
Detonation tax.
Release them all. In the next moment, the ground before the Iwagakure earth wave split open instantaneously. It was not earth release. These were pre-buried detonation tags. Shikamaru did not hesitate to expend the chakra equivalent to that of 3 Jonin ranks, determined to halt Iwagakure's combined ninjutsu. His sole purpose was to protect the detonation tags buried 50 meters away from them. Tens of thousands of detonation tags surfaced from the earth, densely covering the entire open ground. They stretched from the foot of the mountain ridge all the way to 50 meters out, layer upon layer, extending beyond sight. The opposing side saw this. Someone shouted something, but it was already too late. Shikamaru's hand pressed down. The detonation tags exploded simultaneously. Boom! Not a single blast, but tens of thousands merging into one colossal roar. The ground was torn asunder, soil, shattered stones, earth waves, and flames all hurled skyward. The 7-meter-high earth wave was split in two, not collapsed, but blasted to pieces. The muddy water was forced backward by the shock wave, while the stones flew like shrapnel toward the enemy. The firelight pierced through the dust, illuminating the entire clearing brilliantly. At such close range, even Kai momentarily lost his hearing. Nothing could be heard except a buzzing hum. He saw the figures ahead opening their mouths, but no sound reached his ears. He saw the Earth Release Squad being thrown down by the shockwave, the Fire Release Squad crouching to cover their ears, and the Wind Release Squad shouting something. Then he saw Shikamaru's hand rise once more. The Wind Release Squad scrambled to their feet. 200 people simultaneously formed hand seals. This time it was not a wind blade but a wind wall. 200 wind walls stacked together pushed downward from the mountain ridge. The wind came, not as a breeze, but a forceful shove. Flames, explosions, shattered stones, and mud were all wrapped within the wind walls and thrust forward. The earth wave, now pulverized beyond recognition, was driven by the wind walls crashing into the Iwagakure formation. The enemy tried to flee, but it was too late. The wind walls moved too swiftly. Flames and stones slammed into the formation, scattering the people like paper. The front lines were swallowed by the explosion, the rear lines pierced by stones. Those in the middle were pushed back by the wind walls, stepping over their fallen comrades as they retreated. Kai saw people rolling on the ground, engulfed in flames. He saw some standing despite having half their face sliced off by stones. He saw others thrown into the air by the wind walls, only to fall down hard. He witnessed the formation torn open in the center, with people on both sides crowding together, trampling, pushing, and falling. As the smoke and dust cleared, the majority of Iwagakure's forces remained, but a whole section was missing. Hundreds lay on the ground, some moving, others motionless. Although Iwagakure's casualties were not massive, the critical point was that their formation was disrupted. A gleam of brilliance flashed in Nara Shikamaru's eyes. This was exactly the outcome he desired. Iwagakure's strength lay in the stacking of ninjutsu of the same nature. Even low-level C-rank techniques, when amplified by thousands, could rival forbidden jutsu. This was their greatest confidence and their greatest arrogance on the battlefield. Yet once this method was broken, in terms of individual combatability, Iwagakure's ninja could not match Konoha's. In small-scale engagements, Konoha certainly had a chance to prevail. Thus, Shikamaru's objective from start to finish was singular: to break the enemy's formation, then to slice through it, to engage in small-scale team battles. Only in this way could the enemy be defeated. Indeed, Shikamaru never intended to hold the line. What he sought was victory. 1,500 Konoha shinobi crushing 2,000 from Iwagakure, leaving the enemy with no return. He abruptly drew the sword at his waist. This was not a blade for slashing but a command sword. He raised it high above his head, the tip pointed forward, and shouted with all his might, "Full army advance!" On the mountain ridge, 1,500 Konoha ninja surged forward simultaneously. 8 squads like 8 sharp blades. The foremost 3 squads formed an arrowhead piercing in. The middle 2 protected the flanks, while the rear 3 pressed the line. 1,500 people ran, the ground trembling beneath their feet. Iwagakure's troops had not yet fully organized. Command flags fluttered. Voices called for formation and dispersal, but it was too late. The Konoha forces had already arrived. The spearhead pierced into Iwagakure's ranks. The foremost shinobi barely lifted his head before being cut down by a single strike. The second tried to form a hand seal but was kicked in the chest, flying backward into 3 others. The third, fourth, and fifth were scattered completely. Konoha's forces poured through the breach, denying them the chance to reform their seals. Blades slashed, kunai stabbed, fist struck. Iwagakure's fighters were stunned. They were accustomed to standing firm and unleashing ninjutsu, not getting pounded at point-blank range. Blades flashed. Blood spilled. Bodies fell. Shikamaru stood atop the ridge, fixated on the breach tearing through Iwagakure-S formation. Konoha-S forces pressed in relentlessly, squeezing the enemy apart. Excitement shone in his eyes. Second squad, roll left. Third squad, roll right. Fourth and fifth squads envelop from the flanks. Sixth, seventh, eighth, press forward. Divide them into four. Order after order. The troops below followed his command sword. Slice, then slice again and again. In less than 3 minutes, the once orderly 2,000-strong Iwagakure formation was cleaved into 8 segments. Each segment, 200 to 300 strong, was surrounded and assaulted by over 100 Konoha shinobi. Indeed, 200 to 300 fighters were chased down by over 100 enemies. The sudden upheaval and Konoha-S thorough charge completely disoriented Iwagakure-S ranks, leaving them unable to mount any effective counterattack. Facing Konoha-S organized assault, they could only endure blows passively. From the very start of this war, they had fallen into a passive predicament. Exactly the situation Shikamaru wished to see. He sheathed his command sword atop the ridge, watching the battlefield below as Iwagakure-S forces were relentlessly sliced apart, finally exhaling in relief. At this juncture, Iwagakure had effectively lost the war. More precisely, they had lost strategically. Their goal was to break through Konoha-S defenses and strike deep into its heartland. But in this scenario, even if Iwagakure triumphed, it would be a costly victory. The remaining forces would pose no real threat to Konoha. This was a victory at the strategic level. Of course, claiming Iwagakure-S victory was only one possibility. Given the current situation, Konoha-S chances of prevailing were even greater. Yet Shikamaru-S expression did not fully relax. He clenched his fists tightly, eyes fixed on the battlefield below. After all, casualties in war were inevitable. What came next depended on everyone's resolve. Nara Shikaichi murmured softly. Below, the battlefield sprawled out. The 7th squad, where Kai and his 2 companions stood, occupied the far left flank. He and Ebisu Genma trailed closely behind Choza. This was no arena for a one-on-one duel governed by fairness. It was no playground, nor a stage for reckless heroics. Perhaps one moment you might slay a genin, only to be pierced through the heart by a passing jonin the next. A single misstep could mean death. Together, they could watch each other's backs. This was precisely the understanding the 3 had reached earlier. Multiplication technique. Choza roared fiercely at the front, his body suddenly swelling in size, toppling 3 flustered Iwagakure shinobi in a single blow. A few IWA ninja who had recovered their senses charged toward them from the left. The foremost had already formed half the required hand seals. Kai allowed no time for completion. Striding forward with purpose, he unleashed the first form of his breaking command blade. Sever the purity. The blade swept upward from below. The man's wrist was sliced open, his kunai slipping from his grasp as blood sprayed forth. Kai's second strike was already at his throat. Bladder. Blood spilled across the ground. The man collapsed, but in the next instant, a kunai thrust in from the side. Clang. The metal clashed against Kai's body, then slid aside. The golden bell shield. The battlefield was exactly like this. Unexpected attacks could come from anywhere. The moment Kai had entered, he had activated the golden bell shield. The attacker froze for a split second. In that very moment, Kai's blade swung backhanded, slicing into the man's collarbone. The blade caught on bone. Then, with a fierce pull, he dragged it downward. Ah! The man screamed in agony as Kai's foot crashed into his knee. The force of the Vajra kick. The sound of bone snapping echoed up from beneath. The man fell forward onto his knees. Kai took advantage of the momentum, slashing his blade from collarbone down to chest. Withdrawing the blade, Kai watched as the man writhed and convulsed on the ground, soon falling still. Having slain 2 in rapid succession, Kai showed no sign of easing. Their formation faced no fewer than 200 IWA shinobi, while their own numbers barely reached 130. Although the IWA forces were currently in disarray, their morale plummeting, such chaos would soon settle. At this critical moment, Konoha was at its strongest. Each additional kill now meant 1 less enemy to confront later. Kai! A sharp voice called out urgently. Kai whipped his head around. Genma was surrounded by 3 foes. 1 slashed from the front, another stabbed from the side, and a third circled behind, gripping a kunai aimed at Genma's nape. Genma held only 2 shuriken. He could block the front attack but not the rear, could defend the rear but not the flank. He retreated step by step, his back nearly pressed against an enemy.
Contracted.
Planting his foot firmly, he charged forward. His figure flickered twice through the crowd. On the third, he was behind Genma. The first form of the compassion blade. Halt and ask the way. The blade hovered just above Genma's nape, intercepting the incoming strike. Clang. The kunai struck the blade, sparks flying. The attacker hesitated for a moment before Kaya's sword slid down along the kunai's edge, severing 3 of his fingers. The man howled in pain as Kai delivered a powerful kick to his knee. The man collapsed onto one knee, and Kaya's backhanded slash cut across his throat. Then, turning his blade, Kai struck at the side attacker. The second form of the compassion blade. Child's hanging picture. The blade slid over the kunai held by the IWA shinobi on the flank, dissipating the force and deflecting the strike. The man pitched forward, and Kaya's blade sliced through his wrist. Wounded, the man spun and fled. Kai did not pursue but bent down to snatch a shuriken from the ground and hurled it. The shuriken embedded in the fleeing man's nape, who collapsed forward, motionless. Genma gasped heavily, glancing back at Kai. I owe you one. Kai said nothing. Ebisu approached, his left arm hanging limp and bleeding steadily, his right hand clutching a kunai clearly wounded as well. Kai glanced at him, then back at Genma. Stay close to the captain. The 3 dashed toward Choza. Choza was about 20 meters ahead, surrounded by 6 enemies. His large frame made him a conspicuous target, and several wounds marked his body. His left arm bore a gash where a kunai had sliced through the flesh, blood dripping down past his elbow. Yet he continued fighting, one punch sending an opponent flying, one kick toppling another. For more stepped back 2 paces before rushing in again. One stabbed from the front, another slashed from the side, a third crouched to sweep the legs, and a fourth formed hand seals behind. The 3 charged forward. The man at the front heard their footsteps and turned. Kaya's blade was already before him. The third form of the breaking command blade. Slash the karma. The blade struck his neck, blood spraying as he collapsed. The side attacker's blade had already aimed at Choza's waist, but Kai could not intercept in time. The golden bell shield flared. A golden light shimmered around Kai as the blade slid off the radiant barrier. Kai countered with an elbow strike, smashing into the attacker's face. The bridge of his nose shattered, blood gushing as he fell backward. The man crouching to sweep the legs had just stood when Kaya's kick struck his chest. As the man flew backward, 2 kunai pierced his body, thrown by Ebisu and Genma. Choza glanced back at the trio. You all right? All good. Choza nodded without further words and turned back to charge into the fray. He was the main force of this battle. Not a second could be wasted. Kai followed closely behind, with Ebisu and Genma trailing him. The sun moved from the east to directly overhead, then began its descent toward the west. Kai had long since lost count of how many he had slain with the breaking command blade, how many comrades he had saved with the compassion blade, or how many surprise attacks he had withstood with the golden bell shield. All he knew was that the youth blade he had just acquired today was now riddled with countless notches and chips. His entire body was drenched in blood, some his own, but more so that of the enemy. Suddenly, a horn sounded in the distance. It was the IWA signal for retreat. The surviving IWA shinobi began fleeing westward. Some ran on their own, others were helped along by comrades. The battlefield was left strewn with 1,000 corpses. Konoha's forces did not pursue. They could not keep up. Kaya's body went limp as he dropped to his knees, gasping for breath, watching those retreating figures vanish into the distance. His blade slipped from his grasp and embedded itself into the muddy earth. Only then did he notice his tiger's mouth was shattered, his entire palm covered in fine cracks. These were the backlash wounds from striking enemies, injuries wrought by the sheer force of his own blows. Ebisu sat down beside him, leaning against a stone. His left arm still hung limp, his right hand resting on his knee, trembling uncontrollably. It was not fear. At this stage of the war, fear no longer existed. This was the aftershock of intense combat. His body yet to adjust to the sudden cessation of battle. Genma withdrew the toothpick from his mouth. It was snapped, stained entirely with blood. He glanced at it briefly before discarding it onto the ground. Dingzwa had not taken a seat. He stood there, resembling a tower teetering on the brink of collapse. Yet it remained standing. Medics hurried up from behind. Some called for stretchers, others for tourniquets, and some shouted that there were still survivors over here. Kai stood there, watching as they pulled people from the heaps of corpses. The living were carried away. The dead were left where they lay. Someone approached and stood beside him. Kai turned his head. It was an unfamiliar Konoha Chunin, his face smeared with blood, making it impossible to discern his features. The man looked at him for a long moment before speaking. How many did you kill? I can't remember. Kai shook his head. The man said nothing further and turned away. The sun had set. Torches flickered to life across the battlefield. Kai sat on a stone. Ebisu leaning against him, Gunma crouched in front. The three of them remained silent. In the distance, someone was counting. 2 from the 7th squad, 1 from the 3rd, 3 from the 12th. This was not a tally of enemies slain. It was the count of fallen Konoha squads. An hour later, Dings would descended from the ridge. He plopped down beside Kai, bloodied all over, many wounds already crusted over. The statistics are in, he sighed. On Konoha's side, 317 dead, 102 severely wounded, and over 500 lightly injured. He paused. Yagakure left behind more than 1,200 corpses. Fewer than 800 managed to flee. No one spoke. 1,200 to 300, 4 to 1. Such casualty ratios would be considered a decisive victory in any war. Yet, there was no laughter in camp. No cheers.
No celebration.
Kai sat on the rock, staring at the ground before him. 317 people who were alive yesterday were gone today. Those he knew and those he did not, all gone. Is this the cruelty of war? He recalled stories from the Naruto saga. The third Raikage, single-handedly fighting 10,000 enemies, battling for 3 days and nights until he finally succumbed to exhaustion. Madara Uchiha, alone, facing tens of thousands of ninja coalition forces, standing still and unscathed as they attacked. One person altering the course of a war. One person fighting an entire army. One person breaking through an entire front line. Kai had once believed that was war. A single warrior cutting through waves of enemies, standing victorious at the end. But now he knew that notion was utter nonsense. True war was not about one person fighting 10,000. True war was 317 corpses lying on the ground. It was hundreds of wounded moaning in tents. It was the living sitting on stones, counting how many they killed, only to realize they could not remember. It was blades dulled by constant strikes, hands trembling and cracked open. It was blood soaking into the mud, making the ground slippery beneath your feet. It was the horn sounding, the enemy retreating, and you crouching there gasping for breath, realizing you're still alive. That was war.
No héroes.
No one breaking through entire lines alone. No one standing still waiting for the enemy's attack. Just a group of people rolling in the mud. Blades slashing, kunai stabbing, fists pounding. Falling, rising, falling again. And then the cold, hard numbers were tallied. 1,200 to 300. Kai lowered his gaze, staring at his hands. The webbing between his thumb and index finger was torn. His palms were riddled with cracks. The blood had dried, turning a dark crimson that could not be scraped away. He clenched his fist, it hurt. He did not release it. He clenched again. He wanted to remember this sensation. The war was only beginning, far from over. And those who survived would grow stronger. He would grow stronger. Strong enough someday to change it all. Kai tightened his fist before opening the system panel. The virtual interface materialized before his eyes. Host, Might Guy, Martial Monk Points, 0, Special Techniques List, Yi Jin Jing, Superior Grade 999 Mastery, Breaking Precept Blade, Medium Grade 1000 Perfection, Compassion Blade, Medium Grade 360 Proficiency, Golden Bell Shield, Inferior Grade 899 Mastery, Great Strength Vajra Leg, Inferior Grade 1000 Perfection, Great Strength Vajra Finger, Inferior Grade 1000 Perfection. After the battle, Golden Bell Shield had increased by 200 points, all gained through injuries. Compassion Blade rose from 0 to 360, earned entirely through saving lives. He had saved Ganma, saved Ebisu, and many others he didn't even know. Every time the blade intercepted an attack to protect another, 1 block, 2 blocks, 3 blocks, his proficiency grew. The blade that saved lives advanced faster than the blade that took them. He closed the panel. The camp had quieted. Inside the tents, some cried softly, muffling their sobs. Others lay on stretchers, groaning in pain, then falling silent. It was unclear if they had fallen asleep or passed away. In the distance, the sound of shovels digging into earth echoed. Steady, rhythmic. Kai stood and walked toward the tents. Ebisu looked up at him. Where are you going? To see if there's anything I can help with. Kai entered the medical tent. Inside it was packed with people. Some stared blankly at the tent's ceiling, eyes open. Others had their eyes closed. Some had white cloths covering their faces. A medical ninja knelt on the ground, hands pressing on a wounded man's chest. Green light pulsed from his palms, steady and precise. Another medic glanced up at Kai. You're injured? Just surface wounds. I'll wait in line over there. No need. I'm here to help. The medic gave him a brief look and nodded. If you need to carry someone, there are stretchers outside. Kai turned and stepped back out. He lifted a stretcher and returned to the battlefield. Torches were planted in the ground, illuminating the dark, muddy earth. Corpses lay in rows, one after another. He bent down, lifting one body onto the stretcher. The man's face was downturned, unrecognizable. His clothes were soaked in blood, now dried and stiff. Kai hoisted the stretcher and began the walk back to camp. He made trip after trip after trip. He lost count of how many. By dawn, the pit was dug. Not one too many, not one too few, 317. The bodies were laid inside, arranged meticulously, one beside another. Someone stood at the edge of the grave, quietly reciting something, too softly to hear. Kai stood behind, watching those faces. Some he recognized, others he did not. One was a chunin he had saved halfway through, but he had still died. The man's eyes were closed, his face clean, free of blood. What was his name again? Kai averted his gaze. The sound of shovels plunging into earth resumed. Soil fell, covering those faces. One shovel, another, and another. The sun rose. The light fell upon those mounds of earth, yellow in hue, distinct from the adjacent dark brown soil. Kai turned around and walked toward the tents. Ebisu and Genma stood outside the tent, watching him. Time to eat, Ebisu whispered. Kai nodded. The three of them headed toward the mess hall. After a few steps, Kai stopped and glanced back at the pits. The new soil heaps were there. No gravestones, no names, nothing at all. He turned back and continued walking. This time he did not look back again. 1 month later, the camp mess hall. Ebisu sat on a bench, holding a bowl in his left hand, stuffing a rice ball into his mouth with his right. Genma sat opposite, a toothpick dangling from his lips as he leisurely chewed on pickled radish. Neither seemed to be in any hurry to eat. I have to say, Ebisu swallowed what was in his mouth and took a gulp of water. This past month has been far too easy, hasn't he it? He set the bowl on the table, leaned against the wall and crossed one leg over the other. Since we drove off that bunch from Iwagakure, they Haven T shown their faces again. It's been almost a month, and they Haven T even sent a scouting squad. They must be scared out of their wits. Ebisu grew more animated as he spoke, his eyes shining. If only it could always be like this, eating rice balls every day, basking in the sun, sleeping soundly. When the war is over and we return to the village, we can tell everyone we're seasoned veterans who fought on the battlefield. Hey, those kids still training with shuriken at school won't be able to help but envy us. Huh? Genma glanced at him. Though he said nothing, the toothpick twirled in his mouth, clearly reflecting a good mood. Ebisu continued chattering. You agree, don't you, Kai? More than half of those 2,000 from Iwagakure got wiped out by us. The few hundred who ran back must be dead set against returning to Mount Kikio. If you ask me, Mount Kikio is their graveyard. What about Sunagakure? Kai suddenly interrupted, setting down his bowl. Ebisu was momentarily taken aback. Sunagakure? No sign of them at all? Kai's expression grew serious. Ebisu blinked, thought for a long while, then waved his hand dismissively. Sunagakure? They're busy. The front line with Kirigakure is tight, and all their main forces have been sent to the eastern coast. They don't have time to deal with us here. I even heard that the 3rd Hokage dispatched several squads to the Kirigakure border. Ebisu scratched his head. Why are you suddenly asking about Sunagakure? Worried they'll come charging over? Kai remained silent. Oh, you're overthinking it, Ebisu said, grabbing another rice ball. Sunagakure's got their own hands full. There's no way they attack Mount Kikio. Besides, what's worth fighting over here? Just a broken hill with the land of grass in front and Konoha behind. If they wanted to fight, they'd hit the border supply lines, not come all the way here. That be taking a detour, wouldn't he it? Kai said nothing, his mind drifting back over the events of the past month. In truth, much had transpired during that time. The day after Iwagakure's retreat, a reinforcement squad arrived, 300 soldiers hastily marching from Konoha, led by a jonin named Kazumasa Yamashiro. Yamashiro stood in the center of the camp, gazing silently for a long time at the wounded and the fallen scattered across the ground. That night, a ninja hawk took flight from the camp, heading toward Konoha. On the 3rd day, another ninja hawk arrived, carrying a letter penned by the 3rd Hokage himself. The message was brief. The defensive line at Mount Kikio held, Iwagakure was defeated, and the entire village of Konoha was elated. However, the front at Kirigakure was strained and required reinforcements. Yamashiro's squad was to return immediately. The wounded from Mount Kikio would be gradually evacuated back to Konoha. From the 5th day onward, the wounded were sent back in batches. The severely injured were carried on stretchers, guarded by medical ninjas, heading toward Konoha. Those with lighter injuries who could walk carried their own belongings and followed behind. By the 10th day, fewer than 1,000 remained in the camp. On the 14th day, another ninja hawk arrived bearing new orders from the 3rd Hokage. Due to Shika Nara's outstanding performance in the battle at Mount Kikio, he was reassigned to the Kirigakure front line. The fighting there was fierce and demanded his leadership. Shika left in haste, packing his belongings that very day and departing with 2 guards. Before leaving, he stood atop the ridge, casting a deep, lingering gaze back at Mount Kikio. His eyes held worry and an inexplicable expression. On the 15th day, a new commander arrived in Konoha, Sosuke Sarutobi. Kai was momentarily stunned upon hearing the name. He had never heard of the man before. He asked Ebisu, who similarly had no knowledge of him. He asked Gunma, who shook his head. He asked Choza, who was silent for a moment before saying, "He is a descendant of the Sarutobi clan. Graduated 2 years ahead of me but has never been to the battlefield." Never been to the battlefield. Kai fell silent. Sarutobi's arrival was marked by considerable ceremony. He brought 4 guards, 2 chunin and 2 genin, as well as a clerk and a cook. Standing at the center of the camp, he called everyone to assemble and then addressed them from the front. "Thank you all for your hard work. The battle at Mount Kikio demonstrated the might of Konoha. The 3rd Hokage is very pleased. Although we have achieved a temporary victory, we must not become complacent. We must remain vigilant and guard against enemy counterattacks." His speech was polished, articulated with precision, loud and full of vigor. Yet Kai noticed that as he spoke, Sarutobi's eyes kept darting sideways to his own tent, as if pondering how to arrange the things he had brought with him. After finishing, he turned and entered the largest tent. From that day forward, the atmosphere in the camp changed. Every morning, Kai would first check the sentry at the camp entrance. At first, there were 2 guards standing watch. Later, only 1 remained. Eventually, that person leaned against the wooden fence, dozing off. Training grew less enthusiastic. Conversations shifted from tactics and coordination to when they could return to Konoha and when the war might end. Kai's heart sank deeper with each passing day. In the mess hall, Ebisu continued to babble. "Kai, aren't you worrying too much? Look, nothing else happened this past month. Iwagakure ran off, Sunegakure's busy fighting wars, and here we are eating well and living comfortably. Isn't that great?" He stuffed the last rice ball into his mouth and mumbled, "If you ask me, the 3rd Hokage was right to pull everyone away. Mount Kikio isn't that important. Why keep so many people here? Better to send them to support other fronts. Don't you agree, Genma?" Genma popped the toothpick back into his mouth. "I don't know. TCH, you're no fun at all." Ebisu rolled his eyes and then looked at Kai. "Kai, what do you think?" Kai didn't answer. His mind was elsewhere. Or rather, for this entire month, he had been fixated on a single question. Why did the Battle of Mount Kikio end in defeat? He had pondered this for a long time. In the original chronicles, the Battle of Mount Kikio was one of the turning points of the 3rd Great Ninja War. Konoha suffered a heavy loss there with many casualties. He had always thought it was a sneak attack by Sunegakure. That Raza was too powerful. That Konoha simply couldn't win. But after the war with Iwagakure, he no longer thought so. 2,000 shinobi from Iwagakure launched an assault, yet Konoha's 1,500 defenders held their ground. 300 fell on our side, while we eliminated 1,200 of the enemy. These are undeniable, hard-earned results. Konoha was not overwhelmed. Rather, it was the defense of Mount Kikio that held firm. The upper echelons of Konoha, however, deemed this position insignificant. Troops were redeployed, the wounded evacuated, and command was handed over to a 2nd-generation leader with no battlefield experience. Outposts were reduced, training relaxed, and all were letting down their guard. They believed the war had ended, that the enemy would not return, that they could finally breathe easy. No one anticipated a surprise attack from Sunegakure. Bang! Kai slammed his bowl down on the table. "Kui?" Ebisu looked at him with concern. "What's wrong?" Kai remained silent, rising to his feet. "Hey, where are you going?" Ebisu called after him. Kai did not look back. He exited the mess hall, crossed the camp, and made his way to Captain Toza's tent. The camp had been thinned out considerably. Many tents stood empty. Each of the captains had been allocated individual tents. Kai's target was the easternmost tent. He lifted the curtain and stepped inside. Toza was crouched over a map and looked up at the sound of footsteps. "Kui? What's the matter?" Kai stood before him. "Captain, I have something to report." Before Toza could inquire further, Kai's face grew grave. "I fear Sunegakure may launch a surprise attack." Toza paused, then smiled, not dismissively, but in a way that suggested he understood Kai's concern yet believed it to be unfounded. "Sunegakure? They're tied up themselves. The fighting is fierce over at Kirigakure. Their main forces are all stationed on the east coast. There's no way they come to Mount Kikio." These were the exact words Ebisu had used. Kai's heart sank. Ebisu's perspective might be limited by his rank, but even Toza, one of the 8 great captains, held the same mindset. If Sunagakure really were to attack, Kai was reluctant to contemplate the consequences. He looked earnestly at Toza. But what if they truly do come? Toza's smile stiffened. It wouldn't take many. A few strong leaders, their elite troops following closely, bypassing us through the land of grass. Catching us unprepared. Mount Kikio has fewer than 1,000 defenders now, and the vigilance has slackened. If someone struck at this moment, it would be enough. Toza cut him off, lowering his gaze to the map and falling silent for a long time. Kai said nothing, waiting patiently. After a while, Toza lifted his head. Your concerns are justified. I will inform Commander Sarutobi. He hesitated, his tone softening somewhat. But Kai, the intelligence is clear. Sunagakure's main force is indeed on the east coast. Iwagakure is also in retreat. So, he left the rest unsaid, but Kai understood perfectly. Toza did not believe an attack would come either. He only said he would report it to ease his own mind. Kai did not call him out, silently nodding instead. He turned and headed for the exit. At the door, Toza's voice called after him.
Kai halted.
It's good to be cautious, but don't be too anxious. War is never a matter of a day or two. Kai did not look back, lifted the curtain, and stepped outside. Outside the camp, the sun had already set. Kai walked alone without purpose. Eventually, he arrived at the ridge where the battle with Iwagakure had raged. No sentries were posted there. He stood silently, gazing into the distance. Toward the land of grass, darkness stretched endlessly, obscuring all sight. A wave of helplessness swept over him. Everyone was relaxing. Everyone believed the fighting was over. Everyone was smiling. But Kai knew, they were all mistaken. He stood on the ridge for a long time. Originally, he had thought that since Konoha had repelled Iwagakure, Sunagakure might not come. Besides, under Shika's command, even if they clashed with Sunagakure, he would not be worried. But now, one order after another from Konoha's high command. The camp's atmosphere grew ever more lax with each passing day. Kai was certain, Sunagakure would come, and perhaps sooner than he had ever remembered. When they arrived, the people of Mount Kikio's camp would suffer terribly, terribly indeed. Many, many lives would be lost, although in the end they would win. But that was only because one man arrived at the last moment and changed the course of the battle. By the time that man arrived, it would already be too late. Kai clenched his fists, but another wave of powerlessness washed over him. He was insignificant, once again insignificant. On the battlefield, no one would heed the words of a 9-year-old child, even if he were a chunin, even if his performance in the war had been dazzling. To some, none of that mattered. Kai gritted his teeth, then suddenly thought of something and turned sharply, sprinting back toward the camp. He ran without pause, bursting into a tent. Hey, Kai, where did you just go? Ebisu asked curiously. Kai ignored him and began rummaging through his belongings. What are you looking for? Genma joined them, his curiosity evident. Kai pulled out paper and pen, sat down and started writing a letter. Yes, a letter. He was writing to White Fang. Because of him, White Fang had not taken his own life. White Fang was the strongest person Kai could reach at present, and the one most likely to listen. Without hesitation, Kai put pen to paper. Senior White Fang, I apologize for the intrusion, but I have urgent news to convey. You have probably already heard of the victory at Mount Kikio. It is good news, but since the victory, the camp's vigilance has gradually slackened. Kai's hand faltered, hesitating briefly before crossing out the last few words. It is good news, but since the victory, too many troops have been redeployed from the camp. Mount Kikio is Konoha's final line of defense against Iwagakure and Sunagakure, with Konoha's heartland behind it. Currently, Mount Kikio's forces are depleted. If Iwagakure or Sunagakure launch a surprise attack, the consequences would be catastrophic. I have a feeling this will happen soon. I hope that upon receiving this letter, you can relay this information to the 3rd Hokage and urge reinforcement at Mount Kikio. Because I believe the next assault, whether from Iwagakure's counterattack or Sunagakure's raid, will be terrifying. Only sufficiently powerful ninja can change this outcome. Kai took a deep breath and signed the letter at the bottom. Might Guy. Having finished, he folded the letter, sealed it in an envelope, and stepped outside to hand it to a chunin responsible for delivery. The man took it, glanced at the name on the envelope, and froze for a moment. Kazekage Tsukumo? White Fang of Konoha. Yes. You know Senior White Fang? Yes. His son is my classmate. The man nodded without further questions and secured the letter. I'll deliver it first thing tomorrow morning. It should reach Konoha before nightfall. But Senior White Fang may not be in Konoha and might not receive it.
Kai nodded.
He had already considered this. During wartime, a formidable force like White Fang could hardly remain idle. Whether the other party could come over or not, Kai was actually uncertain. Yet, no matter what, he had to take some action. Kai turned around and left, not returning to the tent. The agitation within him made it utterly impossible to fall asleep. He stepped outside the camp and drew the long blade strapped to his back. Still the youth blade. A month ago, during the great battle, the youth blade had been slashed full of notches. But over this past month, Dingzhua had found someone to reforged it for him, even adding some rare metals. Now, the youth blade's quality had risen by an entire rank. Clutching the blade in his hand, Kai slowly exhaled a breath of stale air before beginning his sword practice. He was training the compassion blade technique, which consisted of 8 forms. The first stopping to ask for directions, the second child hanging a painting, the third watching fish by the stream, the seventh drawing the bow to gaze, and the 8th opening the door to see the mountain. One form after another, Kai practiced with utmost seriousness. The compassion blade contained no lethal moves. Its purpose was to subdue enemies and rescue others. Each life saved significantly increased his proficiency. However, over this past month, there had been no war, not even minor skirmishes. His progress with the compassion blade was slow. The same applied to the golden bell shield technique, which was in a similar state. Kai opened the system panel. Host, Mato Kai, 9 years old. Monk value, 0, skill list, Yi Jin Jing, superior grade 999, masterful. Breaking precept blade, intermediate grade 1000, transcendent. Compassion blade, intermediate grade 460, comprehensive understanding. Golden bell shield, inferior grade 950, masterful. Great strength Vajra leg, inferior grade 1000, transcendent. Great strength Vajra. Finger, inferior grade 1000, transcendent. Though the compassion blade and golden bell shield advanced slowly, they were steadily improving. But how was he to break through with Yi Jin Jing? His proficiency in Yi Jin Jing had been stuck at 999 points for a very long time, unable to break through even during the war with the Wagakure. He had no clue how to advance further. No, not entirely clueless. Like the great strength Vajra leg, Yi Jin Jing could be advanced by increasing the monk value. But it required a full 1000 points. Yet, his monk system seemed to malfunction on the battlefield. It hadn't issued him any tasks for a long time. Gazing at his monk value of 0, Kai shook his head bitterly with a wry smile. Well, he would just have to keep practicing slowly. He stopped overthinking, raised the youth blade, and outside the camp began practicing his sword techniques repeatedly. The night gradually grew colder. The next day, before dawn had fully broken, whoosh! Suddenly, the camp erupted with a sharp whistle. Assemble! Everyone, assemble immediately! Someone shouted outside with a voice that exploded, causing the tent fabric to buzz. Kai sprang out of bed so quickly he nearly hit his head on the tent ceiling. Ebisu and Genma also woke instantly. Without wasting a moment, the 3 dressed swiftly and dashed outside. Kai's body trembled slightly. Not from the cold, but from excitement. The letter must have had an effect. Kai's face was alight with joy. The night before, lying awake in bed, he had tossed and turned. His mind flooded with thoughts about whether the White Fang would receive the letter, how they would react, whether they would immediately contact the 3rd Hokage, and whether the 3rd would mobilize troops overnight. He had fallen asleep somewhere in the midst of these ruminations, and now, at dawn, the whistle sounded again. This time for an emergency assembly. It had to be because the letter had worked. The response was even faster than he had imagined. Yet when he calculated the time, the letter hadn't even been sent out. How could there be such a swift reaction? The answer was simple. The letter had been read. During wartime, any correspondence sent from the front lines was subjected to multiple inspections. Kai had known this for a long time, and had even prepared for the camp's command to see his letter. That was precisely why he had carefully replaced the phrase camp security is lax with camp troop strength is insufficient when writing the letter. Otherwise, it would never have passed. From the current situation, Sarutobi Kosuke had certainly read his letter. Was he about to strengthen security? Kai's lips curled into a broad smile, filled with eager anticipation. Let us go. The 3 of them crossed the camp, surrounded by people emerging from tents or running over from the mess hall. A faint line of white light had just appeared on the horizon. In the central clearing of the camp, more than half the people were already assembled. Kai stood at the position of the 9th squad and scanned his surroundings. Soon, the assembly was complete, including those able-bodied individuals from the medical tent. Some leaned on crutches, others had bandaged arms, all standing at the rear with a look of bewilderment. 1,000 people stood on the open ground, tense and silent, all sensing that the atmosphere was unusual. Kai stood there with his heart pounding faster than usual. He glanced toward the high platform. It was empty. Sarutobi Kosuke had not yet arrived. What could be so urgent? Ebisu lowered his voice and leaned toward Kai. Could it be that Iwagakure attacked again? Kai gave no answer. Genma, chewing on a toothpick, wore a grave expression and remained silent. After a while, the curtain on the side of the platform was lifted. Sarutobi Kosuke emerged, dressed in a brand new jonin vest. His forehead protector gleamed brightly, and his hair was meticulously combed. 2 guards flanked him, one on each side, faces stern. He ascended the platform and stood firmly, his gaze sweeping over everyone assembled. Kai noticed that his eyes briefly paused on himself, just for a moment, but Kai caught it. He was now even more certain it was because of the letter. Sarutobi cleared his throat. Calling everyone here so early is because I have something to say. His voice was low but clear in the quiet clearing. No one replied. He paused momentarily. First, allow me to report on the situation at the front. He began to speak deliberately, recounting the deployment of defenses along the border after Iwagakure's retreat, the mobilization of Konoha's high command, the restoration of supply lines, and how everything was progressing in a positive direction. These were all harmless, inconsequential remarks. Kai listened, feeling increasingly uneasy. Frowning, he thought impatiently, hurry up, just speak about the letter already. 10 minutes later, Sarutobi was still speaking, about the 3rd Hokage's wise decisions, Konoha's abundant forces, and the impregnable defense line at Mount Kikio. Then, suddenly, his tone shifted, but he elongated the word. The audience fell into an even deeper silence. There was someone in the camp. He paused momentarily, then sent a letter.
Kaya heartbeat surget abruptly.
From Mount Kikio sent back to Konoha. Sarutobi Sosuke's voice was measured and unhurried, as if reciting an ordinary report. The letter stated that the camp had grown lax, that their forces were insufficient, and that the enemy was about to strike. A murmur stirred among the crowd. Whispers began to ripple through the ranks. Kai stood rooted in place, his expression utterly transformed. A 9-year-old child, writing a letter to Konoha's White Fang. Sarutobi Sosuke's gaze finally settled upon Kai. A plea for reinforcements. Those 2 words escaped his lips with an indescribable tone. Not anger, not worry, but rather a peculiar, sardonic, and insubstantial mockery. What aid do you seek? Sarutobi Sosuke's voice suddenly rose by a notch as he fixed Kai with a piercing stare. Do you think Lord 3rd Hokage was oblivious? Do you believe Konoha's upper echelon was unaware? He paused. Do you think you alone are clever? Kai remained motionless, his face betraying no emotion. In an instant, he suddenly understood why Sarutobi Sosuke bore this attitude. The man was a member of the Sarutobi clan, a direct relative of the 3rd Hokage, and everything currently unfolding on Mount Kikio was the 3rd's design. Whether it was redeploying Shikaichi or withdrawing the wounded, each was orchestrated by the 3rd. In his eyes, Kai's letter was not a call for vigilance from Konoha's leadership but a slap in the face to the 3rd Hokage, a humiliation to the Sarutobi clan. Sarutobi Sosuke stepped forward 2 paces, standing at the edge of the platform, looking down upon him with hauteur, to question the 3rd's decisions, to shake the soldiers' resolve, to spread panic. He enunciated each word with weight. These are the acts of a deserter. He emphasized further. Only a coward would engage in such deeds. Our camp harbors a coward. A sharp intake of breath echoed from the audience. Kai stood there, though he had pieced together the cause and effect. He still felt a rush of blood to his face, flushing it red. I did not. He glared at Sarutobi Sosuke, speaking each word deliberately. You did not? Sarutobi Sosuke cut him off, his voice suddenly rising. You did not question the 3rd's troop movements? You did not claim the camp was lax? You did not write a letter pleading for aid? He squinted at Kai. Then tell me what was written in the letter. Kai opened his mouth, but no words came out. Of course, he knew what was written inside. Every sentence was etched in his memory. The camp's forces had been drawn away. Sunagakure might launch a surprise attack, and he hoped White Fang could help convey the message. Yet now, when those words came from Sarutobi Sosuke's mouth, their meaning was entirely distorted. Can't speak? Sarutobi Sosuke sneered. I will speak for you. He turned, facing the crowd, his voice thunderous. Someone wrote in the letter that Sunagakure would launch a sneak attack, that Mount Kikio could not be held. Someone claimed that Konoha's leadership's decisions were flawed. Someone said the 3rd Hokage should not have withdrawn the wounded who were injured defending Konoha. He paused, then sneered with biting sarcasm. Someone believed they were smarter than the 3rd Hokage himself. What a joke! The buzz among the audience swelled. Some whispered quietly, others cast glances toward Kai. Those looks pierced him like needles. Kai bit his teeth. I did not mean that. Suppressing his fury, Kai gritted his teeth and spoke. Then what did you mean? Sarutobi Sasuke turned back to him, staring intently. You are a 9-year-old child, freshly promoted to Chunin, yet you believe you understand warfare better than the third Hokage? You think you see the situation clearer than Konoha's top brass? He stepped forward. Do you realize how others will interpret your letter once it's circulated? If the front line writes letters pleading for aid, what of those behind? What of the civilians? His voice grew louder, shaking soldiers' morale, spreading panic, questioning superiors. Which of these offenses do you think you deserve? Kai clenched his fists until his knuckles whitened. He wanted to speak, to say that Tsunagakure truly might attack, that the camp was indeed undermanned, that he did it all for the sake of everyone. But the words caught in his throat. In the present circumstances, nothing he said would matter. Sarutobi Sasuke would not listen. Suddenly, someone in the audience spoke up. Lord Sasuke. A voice arose from the crowd. Kai turned his head. It was a Chunin from the 3rd squad, in his 30s with a scar across his face. Kai had spoken to him only a few times but knew him. That child, Kai, had done well on the supply line before and saved many lives. Perhaps his letter was merely, what? Sarutobi Sasuke interrupted, sweeping his gaze over the man. Just too young? Too impulsive? Too self-important? The Chunin opened his mouth but said no more. Someone nearby muttered quietly. He did kill quite a few Iwagakure shinobi on the supply line. That rainy night, he and Captain Dosu eliminated a Jonin. Though it was a joint kill, a 9-year-old child. His voice was low but each word drilled into Kai's ear. Sarutobi Sasuke heard it. He sneered. Killed a few Iwagakure genin and now thinks he is great? He looked at Kai with a condescending disdain. Assisted in taking down a Jonin and now believes he can stand shoulder to shoulder with the 3rd Hokage? Kai's expression darkened. I have never thought that. You haven tea? Sarutobi Sasuke cut him off again. Then when you wrote that letter, did you ever consider how a 9-year-old child like you could question the 3rd's decisions? How many battles have you fought? How many men have you commanded? What grounds do you have to believe your judgment surpasses that of the 3rd Hokage? Kai remained silent, not because he lacked words, but because he knew nothing he said would sway the man. Sarutobi Sasuke was not seeking an explanation. He wanted an admission of guilt. He wanted Kai to bow his head, to confess in front of everyone that he was wrong.
Kristod motionless.
Ebisu stood beside him, twisting his hands anxiously, several times ready to speak, but Gunma pulled him back. Don't speak, Gunma whispered. But he don't speak. Ebisu closed his mouth, his face flushed crimson. On the platform, Sarutobi Sasuke continued. I know some believe this child is a hero, a 9-year-old Chunin who has killed Iwagakure shinobi and saved comrades' lives. He snorted coldly. But I tell you, the line between a hero and a deserter is sometimes just a step. He looked at Kai. You think the camp is lax? You think the forces are insufficient? You think the enemy is about to strike? Then what do you think you should do? Kai raised his head to meet his gaze. You should stand here, defend alongside everyone else, not write a letter back home to whine. Sarutobi Sasuke's voice suddenly turned icy. Since you believe the enemy might sneak attack, his expression hardened. Starting today, you will guard the mountain ridge alone. If the enemy does not come, you need not return. The audience fell silent instantly. Everyone understood. This was no order of reassignment. It was exile. What exactly is the mountain ridge? It is the outermost segment of the Kikio Mountain defensive line. However, following the fierce battle with Iwagakure, the terrain there has been severely ravaged. Konoha's warning line has been pulled back by nearly 10 ri. At present, there is absolutely nothing there. No supplies, no reinforcements, not even a single tent. To assign someone to guard that place alone, what else could it be but exile? One might even encounter an Iwagakure squad there. Sending a lone individual to that location, how is that any different from sending someone to their death? The crowd below remained eerily silent. Sosuke Sarutobi stood atop the high platform, withdrawing his gaze from Kai and sweeping it across everyone present. Does anyone have any objections? No one spoke. The Chunin from the 3rd squad opened his mouth, then closed it again. A few others exchanged glances but remained mute. At that moment, I do. A rough voice erupted from within the crowd. All eyes turned toward the source of the sound. Choza Akimichi emerged from the 7th Division's position and stepped forward to stand at the forefront. Sosuke Sarutobi narrowed his eyes. Captain Akimichi, you have an objection? Akimichi met his gaze. Kai is my soldier. I didn't know about the letter he wrote. But he is a good soldier. He worked on the supply line for 3 months without a single error. On the battlefield, he has saved many comrades. He paused, his expression grave. He doesn't deserve to be treated like this. A murmur rippled through the crowd. That's right. Kai is a good comrade. He shouldn't be treated this way. Without Kai, I would have died long ago. He is no coward. Some nodded. Others whispered their assent. Sosuke Sarutobi's expression darkened. It was a look of offense. Captain Akimichi, do you know what you're saying? His voice turned cold. Your soldier bypassed the camp command, and wrote directly to the White Fang of Konoha. That is insubordination. That is a violation of military discipline. He fixed Akimichi with a piercing gaze. You don't hold him accountable, yet you plead on his behalf? Akimichi's expression shifted, but he stood his ground. I plead for him because I believe he did nothing wrong. The crowd grew even louder. Sosuke Sarutobi's face became utterly stern. Nothing wrong? He sneered coldly. You think what he did was right? Do you also think that Lord Third's redeployment of troops was wrong? Do you also think that sending the wounded back to Konoha was wrong? Akimichi's expression changed completely. To question Lord Third's troop movements, especially the decision to send the wounded back, was something he dared not affirm. On the battlefield, who doesn't get hurt? To refuse evacuation and remain here would be utterly inhumane. Besides, who can guarantee they won't be injured? A captain who had been about to speak also opened his mouth but dared not say more. Sosuke Sarutobi swept a cold glance over Akimichi, then across every person below, to question the orders of superiors, to disturb the morale of the troops, to plead for someone who violated military discipline. He enunciated every word with weight. Are you also volunteering to guard the mountain ridge with him? Silence fell. Akimichi stood there, fists clenched tightly, knuckles whitening. No one dared speak. To question a superior officer on the battlefield. Once that label is affixed, no one can bear it. Sosuke Sarutobi observed their reactions and pulled the corner of his mouth into a slight smirk. Anyone else? No one responded. I'll ask again. Anyone else? Still no answer. He nodded with satisfaction and was about to speak when... Master Sosuke. A faint voice came from the back of the crowd. Everyone turned their heads. It was a female medical ninja, barely in her 20s, her hands still wrapped in bandages. She stood at the very rear, her face flushed, lips trembling, but she spoke nonetheless. On the supply line, he carried my brother for 10 ri to the medical tent. My brother said if it wasn't for Kai, he would have died. Her voice grew softer but did not falter. He is not a coward. Having spoken, she lowered her head, unwilling to meet anyone's gaze. Silence returned. Sosuke Sarutobi stared at her for 3 seconds. His gaze was so piercing it made the medical ninja shudder. Medical squad? Return to your tent. This is no place for you to speak. The female ninja bit her lip, eyes reddened, and turned away to run off. Sosuke Sarutobi withdrew his gaze and swept across everyone once more. Anyone else wish to speak on his behalf? No one responded. Akimichi stood motionless, mouth closed but cheeks clenched tightly. Several other captains looked upward, downward, or fixed their gaze on their own toes. The crowd was as silent as a graveyard. Kai stood amid the throng, unmoving. He watched Akimichi's retreating back, saw the female ninja being driven away, and noticed the other captains shaking their heads in helplessness. A fire burned within him. He understood their predicament. No one could speak out. The words questioning a superior weighed too heavily, especially on the battlefield. So heavy that no one could bear it. But he could, because he had already been trampled into the mud. Kai lifted his head. I will go. His voice was soft, yet in the quiet clearing, every ear caught it. Sosuke Sarutobi turned to face him. What did you say? I said I will go. Kai's expression was unreadable. The mountain ridge, I will guard it. Sosuke Sarutobi was momentarily stunned. He had not expected Kai to agree so decisively. You just said it yourself? You will guard the mountain ridge? Kai's tone was calm. Then I will go. Sosuke Sarutobi stared at him for several seconds, then suddenly laughed. A cold laugh. Fine. One word. He descended from the high platform, approached Kai, and stopped about 2 paces away. Since you are willing to go yourself, then go. He appraised Kai from head to toe. Remember, it's your own choice. I'm not forcing you. Kai said nothing. Sosuke Sarutobi passed by him, walked a few steps, then stopped again. He glanced back at Akimichi and the other captains. Disperse. Attend to what you must. Having said that, he departed. 2 guards followed closely behind. The sound of footsteps gradually faded. The crowd began to break up. Some shook their heads, some sighed, some muttered softly. The Chunin from the 3rd squad passed by Kai's side, patted his shoulder, seemed about to say something, then swallowed the words and shook his head as he walked away. Akimichi approached and stood before Kai. He was tall, looking down at Kai, mouth opening and closing several times before forcing out a few words. You shouldn't have agreed. Kai looked up at him. Captain, you couldn't speak up just now either. Ikimichi was stunned. Kai said no more, turning toward the tents. Ebisu and Genma hurried to catch up. You really are going? Kai did not stop. There's nothing there. You're going alone? I said I'm going. Ebisu grew anxious and grabbed his arm. Are you crazy? That place doesn't even have a tent. No supplies pass through there. You stand guard there alone. If anyone from Iwagakure approaches, then engage them. Kai shook off his hand. You all don't follow. Kai fixed them with a stern gaze. I'll go alone. If danger arises, I can still flee. Bringing you along means we won't escape. Ebisu and Ganma opened their mouths, wanting to say something resolute, but found themselves unable to speak. Kai's words were unequivocal. Alone he could run. With them he could not. A wave of helplessness surged within Ebisu's heart. Genma stood beside him, pulling a toothpick from his mouth and clenching it tightly in his palm. I'll bring you food. In the end, Ebisu sighed resignedly. Kai was momentarily stunned. If the supply line doesn't go that way, I'll bring it to you. Once every 3 days. Kai looked at him and grinned. Suit yourself. Having said that, he turned and walked away. Back in the tent, he began packing. His belongings were few. A cotton jacket, several changes of clothes, 2 pairs of shoes, and a knife. Ebisu and Genma stuffed all the soldier-s ration pills into his pack. He zipped up his backpack and stood. The 3 of them walked together to the camp entrance. 2 Chunin on guard hesitated but then stepped forward to block him. Where are you headed? The mountain ridge. The 2 Chunin studied him intently before stepping aside. Kai did not allow Ebisu and Genma to follow any further. He proceeded alone. After only a few steps, a tall figure awaited him from afar. The one waiting for Kai was none other than Tenza. The 2 stood face to face, one tall, one short. Captain. Kai spoke first, flashing a white smile, as if the humiliation he suffered earlier in the camp had been someone else's burden. Tenza looked at him. His mouth opened and closed, then opened again. But no words emerged. Kai did not press. He simply stood there, waiting. After a long moment, Tenza finally managed a few words. Earlier he did not finish, but Kai understood. Captain, no need to say more. Tenza was stunned. Kai watched him, the corner of his mouth twitching once more. I saw it when I came out. Tenza was taken aback. Saw what? The guards at the gate. Kai's voice dropped softly. 2 people. Tenza did not immediately react. Kai repeated himself. Before, there was 1. Now there are 2. Tenza was utterly dumbfounded. Reading his expression, Kai knew he had grasped the meaning. Someone listened to my words. Kai's voice was calm, yet his eyes gleamed. Though they dared not speak earlier, though they could only stand there, yet they truly had heard him. Tenza was deeply moved. This child, just moments ago, had been mocked and ridiculed before 1,000 people. But now, what did this child see? Not the doubting glances of others, not the skeptical attitudes, but someone who had taken his words to heart. Someone's vigilance had heightened. He stood there, gazing at this 9-year-old boy, short in stature, narrow-shouldered, with a somewhat round face and thicker eyebrows than most. Yet those eyes, they shone with an intimidating brightness. Tenza looked at Kai with seriousness. Finally, he drew a deep breath. I understand. Just 4 words, but spoken with great weight.
Kismilet genuinely delicted.
He suddenly gave Tenza a thumbs up. Captain, inside the camp, you're going to have your hands full. Tenza grinned in return, raising his thumb. Don't worry. I know what to do. Kai trusted Tenza implicitly. He knew what the man would do. Not boast, not give empty promises, but quietly, behind the scenes, bit by bit, get things done. That was enough. Just as Kai was about to take his leave, Tenza suddenly reached into his pocket and produced something. A wooden box, palm-sized, engraved with the Akiyama clan's crest. Tenza held the box, hesitated for a long moment before offering it to Kai. The Akiyama family's tricolored pills. Spinach pill, curry pill, chili pill. Tenza lowered his voice and continued. Most ninjas can't handle them. Their bodies can't endure. Eating them doesn't help. It could even kill you. He looked Kai in the eyes. But I feel like you might be able to. The spinach pill triples your strength. The curry pill causes a surge of vitality. The chili pill, he paused. Don't eat it. Kai looked up at him. Tenza's expression was grave, more serious than ever before. Spinach pill safe to take. Curry pill only if absolutely necessary. Chili pill never ever eat it. He paused again. Even if you have that miraculous pill. Kai was momentarily stunned, then realized he was referring to the Shoteiden. Remember this well. Tenza warned once more. his expression tinged with regret. It was not out of pity, but uncertainty whether giving Kai the tricolored pills was the right choice. Without pills, Kai might flee when faced with enemies he could not defeat. But with the pills, would this child choose to fight to the death? Yet Tenza could not withhold them, just in case. He was thinking of the possibility that if Kai were ever in a desperate escape, that one pill might make all the difference. So after hesitation, he gave them. Kai took the wooden box, slipped it into his backpack. "Thanks, Captain." With that, he hoisted his pack and strode outward. Almost disappearing at the edge of sight, he turned his back and waved. Watching Kai's carefree silhouette, Tenza felt a sudden prickling in his nose, as if on the verge of tears.
Wududukai.
"You absolutely must not die."
Aarsh sobieshued.
Tenza turned to see Ebisu behind him, already a weeping mess, sniffling and tear-streaked, looking as if Kai had already perished. Genma stood nearby, not crying but with reddened eyes. Tenza's mouth twitched. He exhaled sharply. The emotions he had just been gathering were completely shattered by this guy. He glared at Ebisu and shouted, "Why are you crying? Instead of that, get training. Starting today, you double your workload." Ebisu hiccuped twice, then exchanged a glance with Gunma. Both nodded emphatically. "Yes, sir." Without waiting for Tenza's further instructions, they ran back to the camp to train. Their promptness even caught Tenza off guard, who had been prepared to scold. "These two." Tenza shook his head with a wry smile. Then suddenly, his gaze caught movement within the camp. He was startled and quickened his pace. Inside, many had already begun their morning exercises spontaneously. Their number was more than triple that of yesterday. Watching this, Tenza suddenly smiled. He turned his head and gazed toward the spot where Kai had vanished. That boy, had he truly already influenced so many people? The ridge. When Kai arrived, the sun was already perched overhead. He stood upon the ridge, peering downward. The open ground at the mountainous base, which had been mere yellow earth a month ago, was now carpeted with grass. Perhaps the warming weather was responsible. More likely, it was the aftermath of the great battle a month prior, nourished by spilled blood. Kai lingered there for several seconds before turning and taking a few steps eastward. There lay a mound of earth. It had been fresh a month ago. Now, grass had sprouted atop it. The grass was short, yellow-green, and sparse. No monument, no name, nothing at all. Kai stood before the mound. The wind had picked up, rustling his clothes. After a moment, he turned and walked away. From this point forward, he would remain here for quite some time. He needed a place where he could rest safely. The ridge was bare. Standing atop it offered a wide view, ideal for reconnaissance. Yet, it also rendered one highly visible. Not suitable for him. Kai moved several hundred meters to the left, where a patch of woodland stood. The trees were not dense but sufficient. He paused at the forest's edge and glanced toward the battlefield. The view was clear. He could see the open ground and the direction of the land of grass. He stepped inside and found a sturdy yet somewhat withered tree. Its trunk was thick enough to require two people embracing it. Beneath it was a hollow, covered by fallen leaves. He brushed the leaves aside and used his knife to widen the opening. Inside was hollow, evidently the work of insects. Kai crawled in to test it. Crouching fit perfectly and lying slanted, he could stretch his legs fully. He tossed his backpack inside, emerged, and gathered some branches to conceal the entrance. He did not pitch a tent, indeed, he had not brought one at all. Pitching a tent would be tantamount to announcing one's presence. Silently, Kai arranged his belongings, leaned against the hollow-est wall, and closed his eyes for a few seconds. Then he opened them, retrieved paper and pen from his backpack, and began to draw a map. Mount Kikio, the ridge, the open ground, the direction of Sunagakure. He circled several points on the open ground and sketched lines from both sides of the ridge leading to the Konoha garrison. He was devising a retreat route. Yes, a retreat route. Kai was no fool. He had not come here to await death. Knowing Sunagakure's forces would inevitably arrive, he aimed to prepare as thoroughly as possible. The moment he detected Sunagakure, he would make an emergency withdrawal. If it were a small scouting party, perhaps Kai could still engage them in battle. But opposing him was the shadow-level Raza leading the troops, and 3,000 shinobi of Sunagakure. Such an overwhelming number. Although Kai had mentioned in his letter to Kiba that if a powerful ninja led a surprise attack squad against the Mount Kikio garrison, the consequences would be severe, he knew in his heart the enemy was no mere raiding party. It was a bona fide army advancing. Such numbers were beyond his capacity to confront. Kai's purpose in coming here was simple. With so many enemies, their movements could not go unnoticed. This location was a necessary passage for them. Upon discovery, he would immediately open the 8 gates and rush back to the camp to report. Though the camp's forces were insufficient, At least they could gain a brief respite. Sarutobi Sasuke was a megalomaniac. But the others were living, breathing comrades. They should not die in vain because of his arrogance or because the enemy looked down on them. He did not want to witness those who fought shoulder to shoulder with him being ambushed and slain without warning. Therefore, he chose to come out alone, to stand on the front line, granting his comrades precious time. Having finalized the retreat route, Kai prepared to lay traps along it. Unlike his future disciple, who lived a life of luxury, Kai was poor. Among all his belongings, only 3 explosive tags were suitable for traps. He valued them greatly. Though these seemed like common items, every ninja could easily toss out a couple. Some even expended 6 trillion explosive tags on a single jutsu. Yet the destructive power of explosive tags was no trifling matter. If a typical jonin were caught in a close-range blast, it could even be fatal. Properly deployed, they would prove invaluable in critical moments. Moreover, the explosions would alert the camp. In the ensuing days, aside from daily sword training, most of Kai's regimen involved running back and forth along the path between the ridge and the camp while carrying a load. He sought to ingrain the route into his muscle memory. He also adjusted his sleep schedule as most raids occurred at night. For a large-scale operation such as Sunigakure-S, it was certain to take place under cover of darkness. Kai needed to ensure he retained sufficient energy during the night. Days passed quietly on the ridge. Apart from Ebisu and Genma delivering meals every 3rd day, a few scouting parties came to observe the Ridge-S situation. On the 5th day, Sarutobi Sasuke sat in his tent sipping tea when a subordinate entered to report. "Commander, there's news from the Ridge. It seems that Mato Kai has been running back and forth along the path between the Ridge and the camp for days, hundreds of times it seems. Apparently, he has also dug quite a few traps." Sarutobi Sasuke chuckled as he lifted his teacup. "Running? Yes. Running fast, as if memorizing the route." He set down the cup and leaned back in his chair. "Memorizing the route. He is afraid of being caught by the enemy if he is slow." "Huh?" The subordinate remained silent. Sarutobi Sasuke rose and pulled aside the tent flap to step outside. Several men stood at the camp's entrance. He approached and glanced toward the ridge but saw nothing. "Where is that boy staying?" "In the woods to the left of the ridge," came the reply. "He found a hollow tree and didn't pitch a tent." "A hollow tree?" Sarutobi Sasuke laughed again. "Doesn't he even dare to set up a tent? Afraid someone might see him?" The men exchanged glances but said nothing. "What did I say before?" Sarutobi Sasuke turned to face those behind him. "People like that are cowards. They kill a few shinobi from Iwagakure on a supply line and think they're heroes? When you get to the front lines, the first thing you do is find an escape route." He pointed toward the ridge. "Look at what he is doing, running back and forth, memorizing the path. That S fear of death. Living in a hollow tree. Not pitching a tent, that S fear of being discovered. Digging pits and laying traps, that S buying time to flee." He paused, raising his voice. From start to finish, he never intended to fight, only to run. A chunin standing at the back murmured softly, "He did kill quite a few people on the supply line before. Maybe he is not afraid of death." Sarutobi Sasuke spun around and glared at him. "What did you say?" The chunin lowered his head and said no more. Sarutobi Sasuke stared at him for several seconds before stepping forward. The ones killed on the supply line were genin from Iwagakure, led by Akiyama Choza. How many could one man kill alone? The chunin remained silent. "You are speaking on his behalf now. Do you also wish to accompany him on the ridge?" The chunin took a step back. "Lord Sosuke, I did not mean it that way." "Then what do you mean?" No one responded. Sarutobi Sasuke cast a cold gaze around the group. "I'm telling you all, that kid is just afraid to die. I've seen plenty of people scared of death. Writing letters begging for help, digging holes to run away, hiding in tree hollows. All cowardly acts." He turned and began walking back, but after 2 steps he stopped. "If any of you think he did the right thing, you're welcome to find him. I 1T approve." No one moved. Sarutobi Sasuke lifted the curtain and entered the tent. Those standing at the entrance exchanged glances before slowly dispersing. The chunin glanced back once toward the ridge as he left. Shaking his head, he said nothing and walked away. Kai was naturally unaware of all this. Even if he had known, he wouldn't have cared. He ignored the gazes of others and maintained his own pace. In his heart, he already regarded this deployment as a form of spiritual training. Such days stretched on, lasting a full month. During this period, enemy reconnaissance squads indeed appeared at the ridge. They were from Iwagakure, and not just one wave, 3 full waves. The first 2 squads failed to detect Kai's presence. After a brief reconnaissance, they withdrew. The last wave was a 4-man chunin squad from Iwagakure. Among them was a sensory-type ninja. That night, Kai was discovered. The battle lasted an entire hour. The outcome, of the 4 Iwagakure chunin, One was kicked to death by Kai, and the other 3 were slashed to death by him. The next day, when Ebisu came to deliver the meal and saw Kai lying in the tree trunk, covered in blood, he was so frightened he cried. But fortunately, Kai was not dead, only asleep. Why? Why didn't you retreat back to the camp perimeter? They only had Fortunen. With your speed, you could have easily escaped back to the camp's defensive line. They wouldn't dare pursue. Ebisu grabbed Kai by the collar and shouted. Kai grinned but said nothing. There is a story that Ebisu might never have heard, but Kai had grown up listening to it. The story's name, The Boy Who Cried Wolf. The Boy Who Cried Wolf. It tells of a shepherd boy who shouted wolf every day on the hillside. The first time, the villagers came but saw no wolf. The second time, the villagers came again, still no wolf. The third time, the wolf really came, but no one came to help. In the end, the boy was devoured. Although Kai was not seeking rescue from the camp, his situation was much the same as that boy's. Wave after wave of Iwagakure squads came. But it was clear they dared not cross the ridge to reach Konoha's new defensive line. If Kai ran back each time he encountered a wave, ran back each time, the only result would be to make those in the camp more convinced that Iwagakure's people dared not attack. Their vigilance would gradually relax. If Iwagakure didn't dare come, then the even less visible Sunagakure? In such circumstances, Sarutobi Sosuke would certainly mock them loudly. Just a few scouts making such a fuss. He might even sneer sarcastically, as expected of cowards, scared stiff by a handful of scouts. Kai didn't care what Sarutobi Sosuke said. Mockery was mockery, insults were insults. But he could not let those in the camp truly believe it was nothing. Humans are sometimes creatures without strong convictions. Before matters that seem factual, they are easily swayed by others. Moreover, the people of this era were even more ignorant. Sarutobi Sosuke would laugh at him for being afraid to die, laugh at him for lacking composure. And then the people in the camp would gradually join in the laughter. Laugh enough and no one would take Sunagakure seriously anymore. When Sunagakure finally came, they would still think, so what if they come? Do they really dare attack the camp? Their vigilance would be slowly eroded. Kai could not allow them to think the war was over and it was safe to relax. What he wanted was for someone to know. To know the enemy was still there, that the war was not over. To know that fighting was still ongoing on the ridge. And the one to carry back this message was none other than the tear-streaked Ebisu before him. Kai reached out to take the rice ball Ebisu brought, then pulled a piece of paper from his pocket. On the back were a few lines of writing. Date, number of enemies, enemy status. Simple and clear. Kai handed the note to the squad leader. Ebisu took it, glanced at it, then looked up at Kai's miserable appearance and felt his nose sting again. Kai, why don't you come back with me? You killed so many people. When you return, Commander Sarutobi might what? Kai interrupted him. Then, mimicking Sarutobi Sosuke's tone, he said, it's just a few scouts and you're scared stiff? As expected of cowards. Hearing Kai's words, Ebisu was reluctant to admit it, but he was certain these were words Sarutobi Sosuke would say. But you can't stay here forever. No. Kai interrupted Ebisu again. He stepped out of the tree trunk and gazed toward the distant direction of Sunagakure. It's coming soon. I have a feeling the day of Sunagakure's assault is not far off. Kai murmured. Ebisu's heart sank sharply. To be honest, even he hadn't believed Sunagakure would launch a surprise attack. But now, seeing Kai's expression, Ebisu wavered. No, it wasn't just wavering. He completely believed it. Kai was almost risking his life to insist the enemy would strike. This was his comrade in arms. He trusted Kai's intuition. Kai, what can I do? Ebisu sniffled, looking seriously at Kai. Kai grinned, stuffed the rice ball into his mouth, chewed twice, and swallowed. Then he walked to a nearby pile of grass and unearthed 4 fresh bodies. He carried the 4 bodies back to the camp. Ebisu lowered his eyes to look at the corpses. Some were slashed to death. Others had unnatural bends in their necks, clearly kicked to death. Kai dragged the 4 bodies out and brought them to the camp entrance, wanting as many people as possible to see them. And then, Ebisu looked up at him. That's all. Just let everyone see. Kai said earnestly. Seeing Ebisu's puzzled expression, Kai patiently explained. When I go back asking for help, some will think I'm making a fuss. But if you bring these bodies back, everyone will see for themselves. They will know the war isn't over, that there are still people fighting. They must never let their guard down. Ebisu stared at the 4 bodies, lips pressed tight. He understood Kai's intent. The same event, approached differently, produces different effects. All were Iwagakure scouts appearing. If Kai asked for help, some would think he was cowardly and afraid to die. But after Kai's kills, having him bring the bodies back, no one would think he was afraid. Instead, they would worry about Kai's safety. concerned about when the scouts from Iwagakure might return to investigate again, and whether they might launch another surprise attack. Ebisu watched Kai intently, his nose twitching once more. Of course, he did not believe that Kai was acting for the sake of his own reputation. Rather, Kai was employing this method to ensure that everyone remained perpetually vigilant. They had all graduated from the same ninja academy cohort, so why was Kai so exceptional? This thought involuntarily surfaced in Ebisu's mind. Seeing Ebisu's face contorted with worry, Kai rolled his eyes in annoyance, unwilling to entertain him. Just then, Ebisu arrived. Kai lay down on the ground and, after muttering that he would sleep a little longer, promptly fell into a deep slumber. Ebisu carefully slid a note into his bosom and then found several vines to bind the hands of the 4 corpses together securely, fastening them in place. There, silently, he took up watch for Kai. Ebisu had come in the morning. It was not until dusk that his figure reappeared at the Konoha camp. At the camp's entrance stood 2 sentries, one leaning against the fence, nodding off, the other crouched on the ground, sharpening his kunai. Kai's earlier words had indeed had some effect. But after nearly a month of peace, everyone's guard had gradually relaxed. The kunai-sharpening sentry caught sight of Ebisu. At first he paid no mind. Yet the next moment his body stiffened. Rubbing his eyes, he strained to look ahead. Ebisu was approaching from the mountain ridge, dragging behind him 4 fresh corpses. Behind them, a trail of blood marked their path. The sentry sprang to his feet abruptly. The kunai slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground. He did not bother to retrieve it. The dozing sentry was startled awake and caught sight of Ebisu hauling the bodies. His face turned pale with fright. What was this? Ebisu ignored him, meticulously arranging the 4 corpses in a neat row right in the center of the campus gateway. He straightened his back and took several deep breaths, his face flushed, the veins on his arms still bulging. Then he pointed at the corpses and shouted loudly, "These are scouts sent by Iwagakure to the mountain ridge. They were slain by Kai." The 2 sentries stared at the 4 bodies, stunned into silence for a long while. Inside the camp, the noise drew the attention of several people, who came out one by one. 1, 2, 3. More and more gathered at the gate, gazing down at the 4 corpses on the ground. Some squatted to take a closer look, then stood, their expressions grim. "Iwagakure?" someone asked. Ebisu nodded. "When did this happen?" "Last night." The questioner said no more, staring at the corpses and then glancing toward the mountain ridge. Though he saw nothing there, he lingered for quite some time. The news spread, not through deliberate announcement, but because the 4 bodies lay exposed at the camp entrance, visible to all who came and went. Some paused to glance, others walked around them. Some crouched to examine the headbands and clothing of the corpses. Afterward, they would stand, remark that they were indeed from Iwagakure, and then move on. Yet each person's expression changed as they left. During mealtime, hushed conversations stirred in the mess hall. For corpses all slain by Kai alone. How long had he been guarding the mountain ridge by himself? Nearly a month, it seemed, without even a tent, living in a tree hollow. Some diners rested their chopsticks atop their bowls, ceasing to eat. Others chewed their rice balls slowly. The captain of the 5th squad finished his meal, rose, and walked over to stand beside Tendo's seat for a moment. "Your soldier is impressive," he said, and then departed. Tendo said nothing, simply scraping the last grains of rice from his bowl. That very night, the scarred jonin of the 3rd squad came, accompanied by 2 others, and ventured toward the mountain ridge, not to assist Kai, but merely to observe. They stood at the edge of an open clearing, peering into the forest. They saw nothing pitch black, not a single fire burning, yet their expressions were grave. After standing for some time, they turned and returned. The next day, another group came. This time during the day, they stood atop the ridge and gazed downward for a long while before slipping Kai a few rice balls. Since then, people periodically made the trek to the ridge, not to help but just to look. They deglance, return, and report simply, "The kid is still there," then say no more. Slowly, the atmosphere within the camp shifted. More people trained. The sentries ceased dozing on guard duty. Night patrols became more frequent than before. No one spoke anymore of the war ending, for everyone knew that someone was still fighting over on the mountain ridge. Even Sarutobi Kosuke saw the 4 corpses. He glanced briefly at them by the camp gate and snorted dismissively. "Just a few scouts," he said, making a fuss over nothing. Then he turned and went back to his tent. But this time, no one laughed along with him. The sentries on watch did not laugh. The passing jonin did not laugh. The diners in the mess hall did not laugh. Sarutobi failed to notice. He drew back the curtain and entered his tent, where the tea was already brewed. He lifted the cup and took a sip. Days passed in this manner, 1 day, 2 days, 5 days, 10 days. Kai's warnings about Sunagakure never materialized. Not a single scout had come, not even once. Even the Iwagakure men, after a few visits, ceased to appear. It seemed as though both Sunagakure and Iwagakure had abandoned the area around Kikio Mountain, diverting their forces to other battlefields. The grass in the open fields grew taller and taller. Kai continued his unyielding routine every day, practicing swordsmanship, running with weights, scouting, familiarizing himself with the terrain. Yet as time wore on, his expression grew increasingly restless. Some days, he found himself unable to sleep even during daylight hours. He was plagued by worry. Could the Sunagakure forces be approaching by day? Had he misjudged the situation? He became hypersensitive. Every breeze, every rustle of grass, every swaying branch would jolt him awake. Clutching his blade, he would wait for several seconds, realize all was well, and then close his eyes again. But even then, sleep eluded him, as his mind churned endlessly with the same thought. Soon. It would be soon. Ebisu and Genma came over, heartbroken to see the bloodshot eyes Kai wore. Tendo also visited several times. On one occasion, he even spoke up, saying he would petition Sarutobi Kosuke to have Kai return. But Kai refused. At this moment, there was no turning back, neither for himself nor for the comrades within the camp. He simply could not leave. Watching Kai's stubborn demeanor, Tendo finally sighed heavily. As he turned to leave, Kai spoke earnestly toward his back. "Captain, be sure to eat well."
Tendo chudered.
Not daring to look back for fear Kai might see the emotion in his eyes. He had indeed lost weight recently, a fact all the more remarkable for a member of the Akimichi clan. Clearly, his heart was deeply unsettled. "Be sure to eat well," Kai repeated. Kai added another remark. Dingswa nodded heavily and briskly departed. From that day onward, Dingswa began to eat voraciously. Even when lacking the will, he forced himself to consume food. This was his way of venting. Simultaneously, he was gathering strength through Kai's persistence. Fat, after all, equated to the power of the Akimichi clan. Kai's reminder was also an expression of this truth. He understood. At last, on the 68th night since Kai arrived at the mountain ridge, a faint tremor quietly arrived. Kai, dozing within a tree hollow, abruptly opened his eyes. "They're here." 68 days and nights. Kai was intimately familiar with every nocturnal sound on the ridge. The wind's whisper, the chirping of insects, the calls of birds, the rustling of leaves, the foraging of animals, he had heard them all. Yet, this tremor was unlike any he had ever encountered. Swiftly, Kai emerged from the tree trunk. Outside the hollow, darkness reigned. He flipped over and pressed his ear against the soil. The tremor's sound grew clearer, soft, distant, yet undeniably present. It was not the footfall of a single person, but of many, organized, rhythmic, approaching from the west. Indeed, they had come. Kai leapt several steps to the tallest tree nearby and climbed to its summit. Thick clouds obscured the moon, shrouding the night in gloom. Yet movement was discernible on the ridge, an inky mass. It was neither trees nor shadows, but people. Countless silhouettes swarmed over the ridge like ants migrating. Those in front had passed, while others continued to follow. Kai's count failed him. There were too many. He immediately slid down the tree and rummaged through the bottom of his backpack for a signal flare. He had concealed this item for 2 months, wrapped in 3 layers of oiled paper to prevent moisture. Holding the flare aloft in his left hand and drawing the bowstring with his right, he released. Whoosh! A crimson light streaked skyward and exploded 200 meters above. Kai fixed his gaze on the glowing orb. Though the brightness was insufficient to be seen from camps tens of miles away, the frontline station at Mount Kikio, just 6 miles distant, would undoubtedly notice. To see it was to be alerted and prepared. Kai discarded the flare's casing on the ground and bent over. The burden of a man's weight instantly vanished. He seized his youth blade, leaving his backpack behind, and turned to retreat. Yet, at that moment, a voice suddenly rang out from behind him.
A Konoha brat.
Kai froze, swiftly turning his head. Before him stood a female ninja of approximately 20 years. Her deep green hair was styled into a high bun, with 2 strands of orange bangs framing her forehead. 10 meters behind him, she clenched her fists and scrutinized him with a hostile glare. Yakura. Kai immediately recognized her identity. Yakura, a sand-hidden village jonin, possessor of a unique Kekii Genkai scorch release. In the original chronicles, this woman had slain many during the Battle of Mount Kikio. Her scorch release was fatal upon contact. It withered flesh and dried the victim into a mummified corpse by rapidly evaporating bodily fluids. This battle was also her rise to fame within the sand-hidden village. Yet now, Yakura stood there with a grim expression. As the vanguard scout of the sand forces, responsible for reconnaissance and pathfinding for the army. She had just realized that someone had launched a signal flare right beneath her watchful eyes. This was a grave failure on her part. Kaya's expression matched the severity. He had not noticed Yakura's presence. Indeed, despite her approaching within 10 meters behind him, he had felt no indication of her proximity. Perhaps his attention had been consumed by the sand forces, but this starkly revealed the gap between him and a Jonin. Yakura glanced left and right, then looked once more behind Kai. Confirming he was alone, her expression softened slightly. Fortunately, it was only one person. She raised her hand. 3 inconspicuous fireballs emerged beside her, each the size of a fist, appearing as ordinary fire-release jutsu. Yet Kaya's pupils constricted sharply. He knew these were her special scorch-release fireballs. A single hit would cause rapid evaporation of bodily fluids, leaving one shriveled and dead in moments. Gazing coldly at Kai, Yakura said, "Sent the signal flare? Then send yourself to death." The 3 fireballs howled as they sped toward Kai. At the instant Yakura launched her attack, Kai bellowed without hesitation. 8 gates technique. 3rd gate of life. Open. Boom. A shockwave erupted. Kaya's skin flushed crimson, veins bulging, and green steam wafting from his body. With his right hand he drew his blade, the youth blade, his ultimate strike. Break the precept. An immense golden blade projection burst forth from the sword, slashing directly toward Yakura. Yakura's face changed drastically. She had never regarded this mere brat as a threat. Yet now, this child unleashed a ninjutsu rivaling that of a B-rank shinobi. She had no time to think further, nor to form hand seals. She could only steer her fireballs to collide with the golden sword's illusion, while her body rolled swiftly to one side. The golden blade cleaved through the fireballs, scattering them into fiery sparks. The sword hesitated momentarily before continuing its slash toward Yakura. That brief pause granted Yakura the chance to escape. The golden blade grazed her shoulder and flashed past, gouging a trench over 10 meters long in the earth. A narrow escape. Yakura stared at the long furrow behind her, gasping heavily with terror in her eyes. So close. Just so close. I nearly died at the hands of that Konoha brat. Shaken, Yakura abruptly realized something. She hastily rose and assumed a battle stance facing Kaya's position. 5 fireballs materialized and formed a protective barrier before her. This was combat. Even though the enemy's initial strike had failed to kill her, a second wave was surely coming. Yet, in the next moment, Yakura froze. Where is he? She looked intently. The open ground ahead bore no trace of Kaya's shadow. Only at the far end of the road did a flash of green light streak by. Kai. He had fled. Slash and run. No desire for prolonged combat. The damned brat. He dared to mock me. Yakura's face blazed with fury and humiliation. Without a moment's thought, she gave chase toward Kaya's last known position. No more than 10 meters ahead, boom, the ground suddenly exploded. It was a detonating tag. Although Yakura sensed danger in time and evaded, escaping injury, she was nonetheless covered in dust and grime. Steadying herself, Yakura intended to pursue further. But ahead, there was no sign of Kai. The damned brat. I will kill you. Grinding her teeth in rage, Yakura seethed. This was her debut in the Great Ninja War. She had hoped to make her name known to all. Yet, on her very first appearance, she was mocked by a Konoha brat. If word of this spread, would she not lose all face? Just as Yetsong was about to resume the pursuit, a deep voice resonated behind her. No need to chase. Footsteps approached from behind. Rasha emerged first from the shadows, followed by the main force of Sunigakure. Sir. Yetsong quickly lowered her head. After the disappearance of the 3rd Kazekage, Sunigakure was thrown into chaos, leaderless and disorganized. Rasha was entrusted with the emergency command, becoming the supreme commander. He had even been recognized as the 4th Kazekage. Even though Yetsong possessed a Kekii Genkai, she dared not act recklessly before Rasha. Yet her heart remained unwilling. Sir, that brat must have used some special ninjutsu. It won't last long. If I pursue, there's still hope to catch up. No need. Rasha interrupted Yetsong once more. He took 2 steps forward and stood upon the highest point of the mountain ridge. Moonlight shone through the gaps in the cloud cover, illuminating his face. He turned back, gazing at those behind him. At this moment, the mountain ridge was densely packed with the people of Sunigakure. Inky black, shoulder to shoulder, stretching from one end to the other. Headbands, ninja tool pouches, and sheaths gleamed faintly under the moonlight. His true objective had never been a mere brat. It was to launch a surprise attack on the Kikio Mountain garrison. Perhaps even deeper, into the heartland of Konoha. Unknowingly, they had already penetrated this far. The ambush plan had, in fact, succeeded. If discovered now, so be it. Even Rasha himself found it hard to believe. Most of them had only been detected by Konoha at this very location. Rasha stood at the forefront of the Sunigakure forces, surveying the troops poised for battle. Suddenly, he raised his hand sharply, pointing toward the direction of the Konoha Kikio Mountain garrison. Full army, reveal yourselves. Attack the Konoha stronghold. After a brief pause, Rasha continued, leave no survivors. In the next instant, the faces of over 3,000 warriors contorted simultaneously into grim expressions. Elsewhere, Kai was sprinting wildly, his Yi Jin Jing cycling at maximum speed. The first gate of the 8 gates technique open, his legs like 2 motors propelling him forward. The path beneath his feet seemed to retreat swiftly. 10 kilometers was but a matter of minutes for him. Yet he found it too slow. Far too slow. 3,000 Sunigakure soldiers. Yetsong might have already caught up, with Rasha close behind. Every second was a matter of life and death. Ahead, the flicker of torches appeared. 5 figures were running toward him. Kai recognized them. They were the Camp S patrol team, led by the Scarfaced Chunin from the 3rd squad. The scar-faced man saw him too and raised his hand, shouting Kai. Kai charged past without stopping, leaving behind a single sentence, Sunigakure is coming. At least 3,000. Rasha is leading. Fall back immediately. Fire the signal arrows. The scar-faced man froze. The 4 others beside him were equally stunned. Sunigakure? 3,000? Rasha? Wait. The scar-faced man snapped back to reality and hurried after Kai, shouting, are you sure? Really Sunigakure? 3,000? Kai had already run over 30 meters ahead. Turning to roar, do I look like I'd still be standing here if I wasn't sure? The scar-faced man hesitated. Kai was right. He was alone guarding the ridge. Surviving to return with news was already a stroke of fortune. There was no chance to closely count numbers. But 3,000 was an enormous figure. What if he was mistaken? What if it was only a small scouting party? If the signal arrows were fired, the entire camp would go on full alert. Everyone would be roused from their beds in the dead of night. Tools would be distributed, strategies deployed, defenses set up. If it turned out to be a false alarm, the scar-faced man could not bear the responsibility. He hesitated. But at that moment, someone nearby had already drawn a signal arrow. The scar-faced man looked over and saw it was Nakano, the younger brother of the Medical Ninja Squad's female shinobi. A genin who usually spoke little. What are you doing? The scar-faced man reached out to stop him. Nakano had already pulled the fuse. Whoosh! A red flare shot into the night sky, exploding overhead. The scar-faced man's expression changed. Are you crazy? What if he's mistaken? What if... Nakano tossed the spent arrow onto the ground and looked up at him, countering what if he's not. The scar-faced man opened his mouth but said nothing. Nakano continued deliberately, enunciating each word. Kai has guarded this ridge for 68 days. We've seen the bodies of the Iwagakure scouts he's killed. He wouldn't lie. The scar-faced man fell silent. Nakano glanced behind him. The Kai is wrong. He's the one who'll be punished. Not us. He paused briefly. But what if he isn't? At Nakano's words, the scar-faced man's face changed completely. 3 others beside him simultaneously drew signal arrows. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 red flares shot into the sky, bursting in the darkness, painting half the heavens crimson. Gritting his teeth, the scar-faced man also drew his signal arrow and lit the fuse. The 5th red flare ascended. He turned to look in the direction Kai had run, already out of sight. Move! The scar-faced man waved and followed Kai. The 5 of them began running. After less than 100 meters, the scar-faced man realized something was wrong. Kai's figure ahead was growing more distant, not closer. They ran desperately, yet the gap only widened. This guy runs way too fast, someone gasped beside him. The scar-faced man said nothing, burying his head and continuing to run. He knew they couldn't catch up, but they had to try, because of the words Kai had spoken. Sunigakure is coming. 3,000 strong. Rasha is leading. Each word struck his chest like a hammer. With only these few of them, if they slowed down, death awaited. Back at the camp, Kai saw the glow of the fires from afar. Not 1 or 2 torches, but the entire camp ablaze with light. Figures moved in and out of the tent entrances. Some shouted, some strapped on their ninja tool pouches. The signal arrows had taken effect. Everyone was in motion but moving in all the wrong directions. Some ran east, some west, others stood frozen, unsure where to go. No command, no assembly, like a nest of ants suddenly disturbed. Kai gritted his teeth and increased his speed further. The second gate of the 8 gates technique opened. Green steam billowed from his body. The ground beneath his feet exploded into 2 craters. he became a streak of emerald lightning, charging into the camp. Make way! Those on the outermost perimeter heard the commotion and turned, only to see a green flash streak past, the wind it carried stinging their faces. Kai did not slow. He dashed through the first row of tents, leapt over the second, squeezing between two stunned Chunin. Ahead lay the central open space of the camp, the most crowded area. Kai took a deep breath and slammed his foot down hard. Boom! The ground erupted into a crater beneath him. He soared into the air, clearing the crowd's heads, and landed squarely in the center of the clearing. Dropping to one knee, he plunged his blade into the ground before him to steady his stance. Everyone was startled. Those nearby took 2 steps back. Those farther away tiptoed to get a better look. Kai rose and turned, facing the entire crowd. With his loudest voice, he bellowed, Sunagakure is launching a surprise attack. 3,000 strong. Rasha is leading. Instantly, the open space fell silent. All eyes widened, fixed upon him. A surprise attack? 3,000? Rasha? Each of these 3 sentences struck the minds of everyone present like a stone cast into a still pond, sending a resonant buzzing through their heads. Silence reigned for roughly 3 seconds. Then, a harsh, unrestrained sneer broke the stillness, emanating from the elevated platform. Sosuke Sarutobi stood at the tent's entrance, draped in a coat, his hair still disheveled. He fixed his gaze on Kai, a mocking smirk playing upon his lips. Rosa? He inquired, stepping forward and scrutinizing Kai from head to toe. You actually saw him? Kai met his gaze steadily. I did. Rosa, the elite jonin from the hidden sand, the candidate for the 4th Kazekage? Yes. You saw him and still managed to come back alive? Sarutobi's eyes swept over Kai's figure. His clothes were torn, a rip running along one sleeve. His body was streaked with dust, mud, and scratches from branches. Yet there was no blood, no wounds, not even a single proper injury. Sarutobi's smile broadened, his voice rising in volume. Not a scratch? You're a 9-year-old genin, and you fled from Rosa's grasp unscathed? Murmurs began to ripple quietly across the clearing. Yeah, Rosa's level, could Kai really have seen him? How did he even count 3,000 by himself? Though the whispers were low, they wormed their way into Kai's ears one by one. His hand clenched around the hilt of his knife, knuckles whitening. Sarutobi stood atop the platform, looking down upon him from above. His voice was neither loud nor soft, just enough for the entire camp to hear clearly. Might Kai, I know you're eager to make merit. Guarding the ridge for 2 months isn't easy, but you cannot falsify military intelligence. The 4 words spilled from his mouth, and the whispers on the ground grew louder. Some cast doubtful glances toward Kai. Others lowered their heads, uncertain whom to believe. A few stepped back, as if distancing themselves from him might distance them from this farce. Kai remained rooted at the center of the clearing, meeting those gazes. Many were exactly as they had been 2 months prior. He claimed the hidden sand had come with 3,000 troops, led by Rosa. They refused to believe him, because he bore no wounds, because he had escaped Rosa's grasp, because he was 9 years old, a genin, the coward who wrote those desperate letters pleading for reinforcements. Kai drew a deep breath. Then he drew his blade. The flash of steel gleamed beneath the torchlight, tracing a swift arc visible to all. It was not aimed at an enemy, but at the elevated platform. At Sosuke Sarutobi himself, the commander-in-chief. A voice shouted a warning, but it was too late. The blade was too swift. Less than 10 meters separated Kai and Sarutobi, yet Kai's sword swept over the crowd's heads and struck directly at Sarutobi's waist. Clang! The object hanging there was severed cleanly, tumbling to the ground, bouncing twice before rolling a few paces away. The command whistle, made of bronze, etched with the characters for command, it represented the highest authority within the camp. Everyone froze. Sarutobi looked down at the whistle lying on the ground, then raised his eyes to Kai's face, his expression shifting from shock to fury. You! Kai bent down, snatched up the whistle, and thrust it into his mouth. Whoosh! The piercing sound of the whistle shattered the night. This was no ordinary rally call. It was the highest-level emergency assembly whistle. 3 long blasts, 1 short, repeated again and again. Every soldier had learned this whistle on their first day at camp. Yet no one had ever sounded it before, because only the highest commander held the authority to blow it. And its meaning was clear: enemy attack. A large-scale enemy assault. Immediate battle readiness. No dilas permitid. Kai stood at the center of the clearing, the whistle clenched between his teeth. His cheeks puffed out from the force. The shrill signal continued unabated. All stood frozen, unsure whether to move or remain still. Impudent! Sarutobi's voice exploded from the platform. He rushed forward 2 steps, reaching out to grab Kai's collar. You're a Chunin, and you dare seize my command whistle? This is rebellion. Kai did not flinch. He removed the whistle from his mouth and abruptly lifted his head, locking eyes with Sarutobi. Those eyes were bloodshot, shining with a fierce intensity that was terrifying. This was the gaze of one who had endured 68 sleepless nights. Might Kai, his voice rasped from deep within his throat, each word driven like a nail into the earth. Swear it on my life. Sarutobi's hand froze mid-air. 3,000 hidden sand troops. Kai's voice rose louder and louder. They're charging over the ridge. He swept his gaze across the assembled crowd. Each word bellowed from his very lungs. Everyone, immediately, enter battle formation. He shouted the last command until his voice cracked. A deathly silence fell over the clearing. All eyes fixed upon him. Upon this 9-year-old boy, covered in mud. His clothing ripped in several places, face smeared with grime, eyes red as a rabbitess. He stood there, blade planted in the earth, clutching the command whistle, his throat raw from shouting. Yet his gaze bore no trace of falsehood. Tosa was the first to move. He strode boldly from the crowd and stood beside Kai. Then he turned to face the direction of the 7th squad. 7th squad. His voice thundered, detonating across the clearing. Emergency assembly. Everyone, immediately enter battle formation. Swish. The 7th squad reacted almost instinctively. Muscle memory engraved into their very bones outpaced their thoughts. Some ran toward their squad positions. Others checked their ninja tool pouches. Some grabbed tactical boards. One shouted as he ran, "3rd squad, where's the 3rd squad?" "Here," came the reply. "4th squad assemble. Hurry up." The 7th squad sprang into action, and the 5th squad began to move as well. Voices called out, "5th squad, assemble. 2nd squad, 2nd squad." The entire camp felt like a machine suddenly throttled to full speed, roaring to life. Soldiers dashed out of tents, pulling vests over their heads as they ran. Others knelt on the ground, distributing kunai in bundles, shoving them into waiting hands. Some were already rushing toward the defensive line. Sarutobi stood atop the platform, his face shifting from anger to a sullen, iron hue. He watched those moving troops, those who ignored his orders. That 9-year-old boy standing in the center of the clearing, still clutching his command whistle. Rebellion, his voice trembled. Rebellion. It's all rebellion. He charged forward 2 steps, pointing at Tosa and those assembling. "Do you even respect me as your commander?" No one paid him any mind. The 7th squad had already formed ranks. The 5th squad was shifting to the left flank. The 2nd squad was inspecting the detonation tags along the defensive line. Sarutobi shook with rage, continuing to shout, "Stop! Everyone! Stop! I am whoosh!" A streak of red light blazed past his head, exploding in the night sky. Everyone looked upward. It was the direction of the frontline garrison. The frontline outpost closest to them fired a signal arrow. A red dot of light exploded in the night sky, still lingering. Whiz, whiz, whiz. One after another, signal arrows ascended from the same direction. 1, 2, 5, 10. More than a dozen red lights burst in succession, painting the entire night sky a blood-red hue. Everyone froze. They lifted their heads to gaze at that crimson expanse above. Each of those signal arrows represented a frontline outpost. So many firing simultaneously meant only one thing. They had all spotted the enemy. Moreover, the enemy was now right beneath their very noses. Boom! The sound of an explosion echoed from afar. It was a detonation tag. Someone was using detonation tags to blow something up. Then a second blast. The third. One explosion after another, growing denser and closer. The faces of everyone in the clearing changed. Sosuke Sarutobi stood atop a high platform, his mouth agape, the latter half of his previous sentence caught in his throat. He stared at the sky, stained red by the signal arrows in the distance, listening to the increasingly near explosions. His face paled gradually. His lips began to tremble. The sand-hidden village is really coming? Kai did not look at him. He hung his command whistle around his neck, pulled the knife embedded in the ground, and turned to face everyone. 3,000 warriors from the sand-hidden village. The vanguard had already crossed the ridge. From the ridge to here, they would arrive in no more than 20 minutes. He glanced at those still stunned. 20 minutes. Are you going to stand here and wait for death? Or pick up your blades and fight? No one spoke. Yet everyone moved, not aimlessly, but running toward their positions. Tizo was already standing at the forefront of the 7th squad. He turned back and shouted, "Check your ninja tools. At least 5 detonation tags each. If you don't have enough shuriken, get them from logistics. Move quickly." The 7th squad sprang into action like clockwork, crouching to rummage through their bags, passing items to one another, stuffing ninja tools into their pouches. The 5th squad had already run toward the left wing. The 2nd squad, positioned at the front of the defense line, began affixing detonation tags to the ground. Kai stood in the center of the clearing, watching them. Someone dashed past him, patting his shoulder. Thanks. He did not turn around, just ran on. Another person ran by, tossing over a phrase. If I survive, I'll make it up to you. A third stopped, glanced at him, nodded silently, and ran off. Kai remained still. He looked down at his hand. A cut had split the webbing between his thumb and forefinger. He had no idea when it had happened. The blood had dried, sticky and congealed. He switched the knife to his left hand and shook his right hand. The blood seemed to come alive again, stinging slightly. Good. Pain meant he could still fight. He looked up and glanced toward the ridge. It was pitch black there. Nothing was visible. Yet the explosions continued, growing nearer, growing denser. He switched the knife back to his right hand, gripped it tightly, spun around, and ran toward Tizo's position. Returning to his squad, the explosions intensified. It was no longer one after another but a continuous barrage, like fireworks being set off in the distance. But these were detonation tags, tags buried by their own people along the defense line. Someone was using them. That meant the enemy had arrived. Sosuke Sarutobi stood on the high platform, his face as pale as paper, listening to the approaching explosions. His lips quivered repeatedly. Then he moved, not toward the defensive line, but turning to dash into a tent. Seconds later, he emerged again, clutching a bamboo tube. It was 3 times thicker than an ordinary signal arrow, a distress flare. At that moment, Sosuke Sarutobi took the first official action since arriving at the Kikio Mountain camp. He called for reinforcements. He pulled the fuse from the bottom and raised it high above his head. Whoosh! Bang! A massive red flare shot into the night sky, bursting at 300 meters high. It was not the tiny light of an ordinary signal arrow, but the entire sky stained red, as if someone had poured a basin of blood overhead. The crimson glow bathed every face. Every shadow on the ground in red could be seen for dozens of miles. Sosuke Sarutobi dropped the empty tube to the ground and turned, shouting, "Where are the Yamanaka clan? Where is the Yamanaka clan?" Someone in the crowd raised a hand. "Here, use the mind transfer technique to notify Konoha." Quickly, the Yamanaka clan's Chunin was already crouched on the ground, hands forming seals, veins bulging on his forehead. Mind transfer technique. He froze motionless. After about 5 seconds, he suddenly opened his eyes wide, gasping heavily. The message went through. What did it say? The Chunin wiped sweat from his brow. Kikio Mountain, Sand Hidden Village, attack, only these 3 words. Not enough chakra. Sosuke Sarutobi did not scold him, but turned sharply and bellowed. Summoning beasts. Who has summoning beasts? Someone bit their finger and pressed it to the ground.
Summoning technique.
Bang! 3 ninja dogs burst forth from the smoke. Ninja dogs. Go. Take the message back to Konoha. Sniffing the ground once, they turned and raced toward Konoha, vanishing into the night in the blink of an eye. Another Jonin was already forming seals, palm pressed to the earth. Ninja hawk. Go. An eagle soared from the smoke, flapping its wings as it ascended into the night sky. Sosuke Sarutobi watched the ninja dogs and the hawk disappear into the distance. Exhaled deeply. The red distress flare had been sent. The mind transfer technique had conveyed the 3 words. The ninja dogs and hawk were on their way. All necessary measures had been taken. The message would surely reach Konoha. As for when Konoha would send reinforcements, he did not know, nor could he afford to worry about it. Sosuke Sarutobi stood on the high platform, glancing once more toward the ridge. The explosions were even closer now. Flames flickered on the horizon, flashing intermittently. He clenched his fists tightly and took a deep breath. Then, as if abandoning all restraint, he turned, facing everyone. He issued an order no one had expected. Full retreat. His voice exploded across the clearing. Everyone stopped. Those running toward the defensive line halted. Those crouched on the ground affixing detonation tags froze. Even those distributing kunai ceased their movements. All eyes turned toward him, wide with disbelief. I said retreat. Fall back toward Konoha. Now. Immediately, Sosuke Sarutobi's voice grew louder, as if trying to convince others and himself simultaneously. The enemy numbers 3,000, we only have 1,000. This is not a battle we can win. Fighting means death. Retreating now is our only chance to survive. He shouted explanations, but no one moved. Sosuke Sarutobi grew desperate. He leapt down from the platform and grabbed a Chunin's arm. What are you standing there for? Run. The Chunin staggered under his grip but did not flee. Instead, he stood firm, staring straight at him. We cannot retreat. A roar erupted from the crowd. Tizo charged out from the front of the 7th squad. With a few strides, he reached Sosuke Sarutobi's side, pushed the Chunin aside, and stood before him. Dingzwa was tall, so Sarutobi Sosuke had to tilt his head back to look at him. No retreat. Dingzwa repeated once more. His voice thundered like a storm, shaking the ears of those nearby with a buzzing roar. Sarutobi Sosuke took a step backward. You stay and use the fortifications to defend. Hold out until reinforcements arrive. There's still a sliver of hope. Dingzwa stepped forward, closing the distance. Retreat now and maybe the fastest will survive, but all Chunin and below will perish along the way. Sarutobi Sosuke's expression shifted. Dingzwa did not relent. His gaze locked fiercely on Sarutobi Sosuke, his voice rising. Even if not all die, have you considered the consequences once 3,000 Sand Ninja penetrate the heart of the Land of Fire? Sarutobi Sosuke's lips trembled, his eyes darting evasively. But the next moment, he shouted, straining his voice to a sharp pitch. I am the commander. I make the decisions. Your words do not count. Dingzwa roared back, his whole body leaning forward. His fists clenched so tightly the knuckles turned white, veins bulging from his neck up to his forehead. Sarutobi Sosuke was stunned. He stepped back once more, mouth agape, unable to speak. Previously, whenever he asserted his authority, Dingzwa would fall silent, each time left speechless, stifled. Always the same. He expected the same this time. But this time, Dingzwa did not close his mouth. Dingzwa stood there, eyes as wide as copper bells, chest heaving fiercely like an enraged wild boar. Sarutobi Sosuke retreated another step. He glanced at those around him, captains Chunin, Genin. No one spoke in his defense. Everyone's eyes were fixed on him. Those gazes were not the kind that affirmed the commander's authority. They were cold, appraising him from top to bottom. Sarutobi Sosuke shivered. I am the commander, you can't. I propose, a voice interrupted from the side. Everyone turned their heads. The captain of the 5th squad, a jonin in his 40s, usually taciturn, stood among the crowd. His voice was low but steady. I propose to abolish Sarutobi Sosuke's command and temporarily appoint Akimichi Dingzwa, captain of the 7th squad, as the new commander. A moment of silence fell over the assembly. Then the captain of the 3rd squad raised his hand. Agreed. The captain of the 6th squad raised his hand. Agreed. The captain of the 2nd squad raised his hand. Agreed. One after another, the captains of the 4th, 8th, and 1st squads followed suit. 7 captains, 7 hands raised in unison. Sarutobi Sosuke stood frozen, staring at those hands, his face as pale as a corpse. You can't. This is wartime. Removing the commander requires unanimous consent from all captains. He looked at the captain of the 8th squad, a peer with whom he had shared tea only yesterday. The 8th squad captain did not look at him, his hand raised straight. Agreed. Sarutobi Sosuke's legs weakened. He grasped a nearby tent pole to avoid collapsing. He opened his mouth, attempting to resist. I also agree, came Dingzwa's voice, striking down from above. Sarutobi Sosuke shot his head up sharply. Dingzwa stood before him, hand raised, eyes locked onto him. 8 votes, all in favor. Dingzwa lowered his hand and turned to face everyone. From now on, I assume command. He inhaled deeply, his voice heavy and resolute, like a stone crashing to the ground. Everyone, fall back and prepare defenses according to the first defensive plan. The 7th squad holds the front, the 5th squad the left flank, and the 3rd squad the right flank. The 2nd squad will stand by at the 2nd defensive line. The 4th, 6th, and 8th squads form the reserves. All explosive tags must be laid out in front of the 1st defensive line. Leave none behind. Count shuriken, kunai, and ration pills. Share supplies if anyone is short. Medical teams. Withdraw behind the 2nd defensive line, dismantle tents, and clear space. He spoke rapidly, but each word was distinct and clear. The captains nodded, then turned and ran. 7th squad. Follow me. 5th squad. Left flank. Medical teams. Dismantle tents. The camp stirred again. Not in chaos, but moving purposefully in one direction. Everyone ran to their assigned positions. Kai stood at the edge of the clearing, watching Dingzwa's broad back. The tall man stood beneath a torch, his shadow stretching long and dark. He was speaking with the captain of the 2nd squad, gesturing toward positions along the defensive line. After finishing, he turned and spotted Kai. Kai approached. Dingzwa appraised him from head to toe. Still able to fight, Kai gripped the hilt of his blade. The wound across his hand had split open again, blood seeping out, sticky and thick. Yes. Dingswa nodded. Stay behind me. Kai hesitated for a moment. Dingswa had already turned and started forward. After a few steps, he stopped and looked back at Kai. Don't rush ahead. For words. Then he moved on. Kai remained rooted, gazing at that broad figure. The torchlight illuminated him. A red armor worn and scratched. A scar running across the left shoulder plate from the last battle with the Awagakure forces. Kai fell in step behind Dingswa. As he reached Dingswa's side, another explosion echoed from afar, closer than before. The ground trembled. Dingswa's pace did not falter, nor did Kai's. Everyone in the camp ran to their posts. No one glanced back at Sarutobi Sosuke, who stood beneath the high platform, clutching a tent pole, his face as pale as paper. His lips still quivered, but no one listened to what he said anymore. In the distance, explosions grew more frequent. Flames rose from the horizon, painting half the sky a dark crimson. Through the firelight, the sinister faces of sand ninja could already be glimpsed within the dense forest. Suddenly, the explosions around the camp ceased. Not gradually, but instantly, as if someone had pressed pause. One moment the thunderous roar continued. The next, absolute silence. The wind stilled. The chirping of insects stopped. The birdsong vanished. The entire battlefield seemed sealed within an isolated chamber. Everyone in Konoha's camp froze. No one spoke. Each pair of eyes was fixed intently on the dense forest 800 meters away. Between the forest and the camp lay a cleared expanse, prepared in advance to prevent enemy infiltration. But now the enemy was not sneaking in, they were advancing openly to slaughter. Within the camp, tension was so thick one could hear their own heartbeat. Kai gripped his blade tightly. His palms were soaked with sweat. He stared toward the forest. The flames had died down, leaving the darkness impenetrable. But the feeling was wrong, too quiet. Quiet as the moment before a storm. A trembling voice broke the silence. What are they doing? No one answered. No one knew. Then, a rustling sound drifted from the distance. Dozens of dark figures emerged from the forest. Sand ninja. There was no charge, no assault, just a slow, deliberate advance. Witnessing this, Captain Ding's expression shifted. He took 2 steps forward and stood at the forefront of the camp, narrowing his eyes to peer into the distance. The torchlight could not reach that far, but he heard it clearly. It was not the sound of footsteps. It was the rustling of someone rummaging through things, digging into the earth, dismantling equipment. Ding spun around sharply. They're dismantling our traps. A heavy silence fell over everyone's hearts. Those traps, those explosive tags, the shuriken, kunai, and senbon buried beneath the soil, they were the final line of defense outside their camp. The sand village had sent many people forward, wary of triggering the traps, to dismantle them first. Bit by bit, they were dismantling, inching forward steadily. 800 meters was a distance that would not consume too much of their time. Once all was cleared, 3,000 men would surge forward together. We can't let them dismantle them, someone shouted. Ding stood firm at the front, not turning back. He stared into the darkness ahead, silent for 3 seconds. Then suddenly he spun on his heel. Assault team, assemble. Before anyone else could react, the 7th squad sprang into action. The 7th squad was the assault team, the very unit led by Captain Ding himself. After the battle at Iwa Village, the assault team had dwindled from 200 to about 130 men, divided into 13 squads of 10 each. Ding stood before them, his gaze sweeping over the ranks. 1st, 2nd, 4th, 7th, 8th squads fall out. All 5 squads stepped forward. Kai and Ebisu Genma were among them. Within 5 seconds, 50 men had lined up. Ding's eyes lingered momentarily on Kai, who stood in the middle of the 7th squad, his sword sheathed behind his back. Nodding once at him, Ding withdrew his gaze and lowered his voice. The sand village sent many men forward, afraid of stepping on traps. So they sent people first to dismantle them. They are unfamiliar with the terrain, we are not. He cast a glance at the somewhat tense 50 men. We charge out and kill those dismantling our traps. If they dare to pursue, we'll lure them into the trap zone. If they don't, we keep killing. He paused. This is not a suicide mission. We will use our mobility to fight a guerrilla war. No one spoke, but the expressions of all present changed. Not only the assault team, but even the other squad leaders wore looks of shock. Ding's face remained impassive as his voice grew louder. I know what you're thinking. 3,000 enemies on the other side, 50 of us charging out, it's a death sentence. He stepped forward and stood beneath a torch, the light casting shadows across his face. But look behind you. Everyone turned their heads. Outside the camp, it was pitch black. Nothing was visible. Yet everyone knew that direction led to Konoha. 300 miles behind them lay Konoha, No defensive lines, no fortifications, nothing at all. Ding's voice deepened. If we retreat and they follow, 3,000 men will enter the land of fire. How many will die then? No one responded. Ding raised his fist. So we cannot retreat. Not one step. Most importantly, the Sand Village currently believes we will shrink back, that we 1T take the initiative to attack. We are not marching to our deaths. Our goal is to strike back and catch them off guard. At Ding's words, everyone clenched their fists tightly. The assault team members and the others alike. At that moment, Ding's gaze suddenly fixed on Ebisu and Gunma. You two stay behind. Captain, we're not afraid to die, they said in unison. Ding waved his hand to cut them off before they could finish. I know, he paused. But this battle is not one you can fight just because you're unafraid of death. What I need is a swift strike, speed. You two, he stopped, leaving the rest unsaid. But the look in his eyes said it all, too weak. Ebisu's face flushed deep red. His lips trembled as if he wanted to say something. Gunma reached out and gripped his arm. The captain is right. Gunma's voice was calm, but the senbon clenched in his mouth made a faint crunching sound. Ebisu clenched his fists so tightly his knuckles whitened. He looked at Ding, then at Kai, and finally bowed his head, stepping aside. His hands still clenched, fingernails digging into his flesh. Ding did not look at them again. He turned back to face the squads. He pivoted to face the direction of the dense forest. Assault team, follow me. With that, he charged forward. Clatter. All 5 named squads followed without hesitation. Ding led the charge. His large frame surged forward like a heavy tank, yet his speed was surprisingly swift. 48 men plus Ding made 49 in all. Under the cover of night, they streamed out from the camp like a blade, fiercely piercing into the darkness. Kai was among them, a few meters behind Ding, sword already in hand. Figures began to appear ahead, Sand Village ninjas. Several dozen crouched on the ground. Some digging, some cutting ropes, others dismantling explosive tags. They heard the footsteps and jerked their heads up. Their faces drained of color as they saw a group of Konoha ninja charging at them. Konoha ninjas! How did they get out here? How dare they? Retreat. But it was too late. Ding was at the forefront, his body swelling midair.
Multi-shadow clone technique.
2 enormous palms slammed down like massive wooden doors. Bang!
Bang!
2 Sand Village genin were slammed into the ground without even a scream. Ding landed and kicked the third one flying. The fourth spun to flee but was cut down in the back of the neck by a Chunin charging up behind. The 5th, 6th, 7th. 49 men swept through the area like a dense rake. Those dismantling the traps who were quick enough escaped. The slow ones were cut down. Kai lunged at a man who was just standing up, clutching an explosive tag. The man froze upon seeing Kai. Kai's blade had already swung. Forbidden blade. First form. Sever purity. The sword sliced upward. The man's wrist was cut open. Explosive tags scattering to the ground. The second strike followed, cleaving into his shoulder. The man collapsed. Kai did not pause, turning to the next target. In less than a minute, 20 to 30 Sand Village bodies lay strewn on the ground. The survivors fled into the dense forest. Some shouted as they fled, Konoha ninjas have broken out. In the distance, the forest stirred. More torches flared, more figures swayed. The main Sand Village force was pressing forward. Ding stood at the front, glancing at the retreating Sand Village ninjas, then at the direction of the forest. Retreat. One word. 49 men turned around simultaneously and ran back. The Sand Village pursuers emerged, several dozen rushing down from the forest behind them. As they chased, they formed hand signs, launching fireballs, wind blades, and kunai toward their backs. Ding ran at the rear, glancing back, into the trap zone. Everyone rushed into the open ground in front of the camp. That was the very spot where they had preemptively planted the detonators. Souza calculated the distance, waiting for the pursuers to step onto it. Detonate. Boom! The detonators exploded. Flames surged skyward, and dirt and stones were hurled more than 10 meters high. The dozen or so sand ninjas at the forefront were blasted away. They tumbled several times midair before crashing to the ground, motionless. Those behind hastily stopped and pressed themselves against the earth, too frightened to move. Souza did not pause, leading his men as they continued to run. Only upon reaching the camp's entrance did he halt and turn to look back. The pursuers had retreated. On the ground lay over a dozen sand ninja corpses, along with 20 or 30 more who had been felled earlier. In total, nearly 50 bodies. 49 men, after a surprise attack, all returned. Not a single casualty. Some bore injuries, but all were minor. Souza stood at the gate, gasping heavily, his chest heaving violently. He turned his head to glance toward the dense forest. There, the number of torches had increased, and shadows grew thicker, yet no further advance was made. Suza cracked a slight smile, then turned and walked into the camp. He began taking head count, inspecting wounds, tending to the injured, and replenishing supplies. Kai crouched at the campus entrance, thrusting his knife into the ground as he panted heavily. Though the raid was brief, his nerves had been taut throughout, draining his stamina considerably. He intended to recover as much as possible during this respite. Glancing down at the blade, he noticed dried blood still clinging to it. He wiped it twice with his sleeve but failed to clean it completely and gave up. While resting, he lifted his gaze toward the dense forest once more. There, a mass of dark figures stood motionless, clearly plotting something. Nearby, Ebisu clenched his fist. Seeing Kai look his way, his lips moved briefly but he said nothing. Kai nodded back, baring his teeth in a grin. Save your strength. The fight is still ahead. Ebisu paused, then lowered his head, muttering a subdued acknowledgement. Although the initial clash seemed to favor Konoha, Kai knew this was merely the beginning. The opposing 3,000 would not retreat just because a few dozen had fallen. The true battle had yet to commence. Indeed, after a brief lull, the ground near the dense forest began to tremble rhythmically. Soon, the entire terrain surrounding the camp quivered. Kai rose and stared toward the forest. Everyone's eyes were fixed there. At the forest's edge, a golden line appeared, like the sun rising from beneath the earth. That line widened and grew taller, pushing forward and expanding sideways. Trees along the forest's edge toppled one after another, swallowed by the golden wave. A sand gold wave. Someone gasped aloud.
Кая пупил сконстристет схарпли.
Magnet release. Sand gold. Raza's signature ninjutsu. The golden wave continued swelling, surging out from the forest to cover the clearing. 3 meters, 5 meters, 7 meters. Its width, spanning from south to north, exactly aligned with the Konoha camp. Neither too long nor too short, it perfectly covered the entire camp. The wave advanced steadily, though not rapidly. As it pushed forward, the ground outside the camp gradually turned to sand. Traps were swallowed, detonators crushed, shurikens, kunai, and senbon all buried beneath the sand gold. The wave advanced, shrinking the trap zone. 600 meters, 500 meters, 400 meters. Those inside the camp appeared as insignificant as ants before the sand gold wave. What kind of terrifying ninjutsu is this? Someone murmured, but no one answered. Everyone stood rooted, watching the golden wave bear down upon them. A step back was taken by one, legs trembling. Kai fixed his gaze on the sand gold wave, his mind flashing back to a scene from 2 months prior. 2,000 Iwagakure soldiers had formed a square formation, simultaneously sealing hand signs and striking the ground to raise a 7-meter-high earth wave. That was 2,000 people. Now, this sand gold wave was raised by one individual. A single person had summoned it. Though smaller than the earth wave raised by 2,000, its intensity was no less formidable. Is this truly a ninjutsu a human can unleash? Someone else whispered, still receiving no reply, because everyone knew the answer. This was no human. It was a monster. So this is a shadow-level powerhouse. Kai gripped his sword's hilt tightly, his palms slick with sweat. At that moment, Sarutobi Zusuk's voice exploded from behind. Run! If you don't run now, you're waiting to die. He leaped down from the command platform, pointing at the sand gold wave 400 meters away. What are you still hesitating for? No one will survive if that thing crashes down on us. Do you really want to all die here? Retreat now. Still not too late. Some were swayed by his shout, taking a couple of steps back before halting again, their expressions torn. Seeing Tsuza remain unmoved, Sarutobi Zusuke leapt directly before him. Retreat. Issue the order at once. Do you truly want everyone to perish because of your mistaken judgment? Sarutobi Zusuke was hysterical. Yet Tsuza remained unmoved. He stood at the camp's forefront, closest to the sand gold wave. The golden light bathed his face as his eyes narrowed and his brow furrowed deeply. He was calculating the wave's height, width, speed, and time until it reached the camp. Once finished, he reached into his pocket and withdrew a wooden box. The Akimichi clan emblem gleamed faintly in the firelight. He opened the box. 3 pills lay within, green, yellow, and red. Suza stared at them for a moment, then without hesitation, took the spinach pill. He stuffed it into his mouth, chewed twice and swallowed. Yet he did not activate the multi-size technique immediately. Instead, he silently picked up the curry pill. He was waiting for his body to adjust to the spinach pill, waiting for the sand gold wave to draw closer. Then, he would choose to consume the curry pill and, with his super-multiplied body, block the sand gold wave, even if it meant risking his life. Tsuza's gaze shifted to the final pill in the box, the red chili pill. his eyes already brimming with resolve. Such a massive sand gold wave could only be unleashed once in a short time by Raza. If this one could be stopped, it would buy the camp a significant amount of time, perhaps enough to hold out until reinforcements arrived. As for Sarutobi Zusuke's words, Suza chose to ignore them. He knew that no matter how frantic or desperate Sarutobi was, he would never run away himself. He was of the Sarutobi clan, descended from the third Hokage's lineage. If he fled, the consequences would be far graver than death. Suza took a deep breath, locking his gaze firmly on the distant golden wave. When the sand gold wave was still 300 meters from the camp, Suza's body began to transform. The spinach pill's effects surged forth. His muscles bulged, veins protruded, and dense chakra radiated outward. Yet he continued to fix his eyes on the wave. He was waiting, as the golden sand wave drew ever closer, closer still, until it reached the distance he had calculated. He prepared to swallow the curry pill. Then he would charge forth, employing the multiplication technique, using his body, his very life, to hold back the towering wave. It was when the great golden sand wave was less than 200 meters from the camp that Daza lifted the curry pill to his lips. Yet, at that moment, a hand suddenly grasped his arm. "Captain," came Kai's voice from beside him. Daza turned his head. Kai stood next to him, his hand pressing firmly on Daza's right arm, fingers clenched tightly. "Not yet," he said. Daza paused, stunned. Kai met his gaze and pressed his hand down, lowering the pill from Daza's mouth. "What happens after you take it? There are still 3,000 people behind us." Daza opened his mouth to speak, but Kai cut him off. "I have a plan for the golden sand wave." Daza's body trembled. "You have a plan? This is no time for jokes." "I'm not joking." Kai's face was grave and resolute. The earnestness in his expression suddenly threw Daza's mind into a fleeting daze. He recalled a scene from half a year ago, during his battle with Iwami Juzo. At that time, Kai had spoken just like this. Daza fixed his gaze on Kai. "You have what plan?" Kai leaned close to Daza's ear and swiftly whispered a string of words. Daza's expression shifted repeatedly. First a frown, then stunned silence, and finally his pupils contracted sharply. He turned and stared at Kai. "Are you sure?" Kai met his gaze, nodding firmly. "Just this once." Daza gritted his teeth and turned to face the camp. "Water release team." His voice thundered across the clearing like an explosion. "Prepare." Several dozen individuals stepped forward from the crowd. The hidden leaf water release ninjas were few to begin with, sparse and thin against the 7-meter-high golden sand wave before them. Yet all who stepped forth held their ground without retreat. "Lightning release team, prepare." Another several dozen rose. Lightning release was scarce as well. All who could wield it were present. "Wind release team, prepare." This time over 100 stood forward. "Fire release team." Daza's final call was the loudest. A clamor arose as more than 300 joined the ranks. Fire release was the hidden leaf's signature technique, dense and myriad, converging from all directions, forming several ranks. Daza glanced over them once more before turning to face the golden sand wave. The crest was less than 200 meters from the camp. The golden sand churned and surged forward. The earth trembled beneath their feet, and even the air was thick with the scent of gold dust. "Everyone heed my command." Daza's voice was steady and resolute. "Do not release your ninjutsu prematurely, nor delay. When I say release, unleash it all at once." No one uttered a word. Daza took a deep breath. All eyes were fixed on the approaching wave. 180 meters, 160 meters, 150 meters. The golden sand wave loomed ever closer, its crest already towering above the tallest tent in the camp. The golden grains shimmered faintly under the moonlight, like a moving mountain of gold pressing down upon each person's chest. Some swallowed hard, some trembled, some gripped their kunai so tightly their knuckles turned white. Rosa stood atop the wave's crest, arms crossed, glancing down. The people of Hidden Leaf still struggling? He shook his head. All in vain. The crest surged forward. 120 meters, 110 meters, 100 meters. The ground shook violently. The camp's gates wavered. Torches planted in the earth swayed wildly. Someone whispered softly, too close, no one responded. Every gaze was riveted on the wave. The crest now obscured half the sky. Golden sand cascaded from its peak, striking the earth with dull thuds. The gold dust made breathing difficult. They could even see the man standing atop the golden sand wave. Rosa, the candidate for the 4th Kazekage. One footstep retreated half a pace. Another followed. A genin dropped his kunai to the ground, too weak to retrieve it, his legs trembling so he could not stand. "It's over," he murmured. No curses came from those nearby, for they too were barely able to stand. Saratobi Sosuke stood beside the command platform. His face as pale as paper, mouth agape. Wanting to shout retreat, but unable to utter a sound. His legs shook so violently his trousers quivered. Daza saw this scene. His expression darkened. He rose to his feet and leapt atop the campus fence, standing at the forefront of all, like a wall of flesh, unmoving. He used this stance to reassure the others. Indeed, as Daza moved, many hearts steadied immediately. When the sky falls, the tall one stands in front to bear the weight. At this moment, Daza was that towering figure in everyone's eyes. If he did not falter, no one else need fear. Yet Daza no longer cared for such considerations. His hand rose once more, eyes fixed on the golden sand wave, on the churning crest of sand. When the golden sand wave was 80 meters from the camp, water release. Unleash. Several dozen simultaneously formed hand seals. Water release. Water array wall. Water release. Water dragon bullet. Water release. Turbulent water wave. Water burst forth from their mouths, hands, and palms, converging into a vast torrent surging toward the golden sand wave. The water collided with the sand. No explosion, no shockwave, but it thoroughly drenched the front of the golden sand wave, seeping into the grains behind the crest. The sand's surface darkened from golden yellow to a murky hue. Rosa's golden sand was dense and heavy. Each grain weighed several times more than ordinary sand. This was his signature, making it several times more lethal. But manipulating it consumed chakra. Now that the sand was soaked, its weight multiplied many times over, increasing his chakra consumption accordingly. Yet Rosa did not even frown. Hidden Leaf's water release? He increased his chakra output. The golden sand wave slowed slightly, but still surged forward. 75 meters. 60 meters. Pathetic. Rosa stood atop the wave's crest, gazing down at the Hidden Leaf ninjas with disdain. If this were the Hidden Mist Village's composite water release jutsu, I might still be cautious. But Hidden Leaf? Humph. The golden sand wave advanced. 50 meters. 40 meters. Its speed had not significantly diminished despite the water release. At that moment, Daza, standing atop the campus high wall, raised his hand once more. Lightning release. Unleash. Several dozen lightning release ninjas struck simultaneously. Lightning release. Earth dash. Lightning release. Lightning pillar. Blue arcs of electricity leapt from their palms, crawling along the ground toward the golden sand wave. The arcs exploded across the soaked sand's surface, blue light climbing along the wave's crest. Rosa made no move. A mass of golden sand surged from the wave's crest, lifting him upward. He stood high above, looking down at the chaotic blue arcs dancing across the sand's surface, his expression unchanged. Want to strike me with lightning release? Sasori shook his head slowly. The people of Konoha are truly naive. He raised his hand, and a portion of the sand split from the crest of the wave, forming a thin wall before him. The arcs of electricity struck the wall and dispersed, leaving him completely unscathed. What was worse, the arcs evaporated the moisture on the surface of the sand. Thin wisps of steam rose from the sand's surface. The sand became lighter. The towering wave of sand surged forward even faster. 35 meters. 30 meters. Inside the camp, some faces turned utterly pale. The moisture had been evaporated. The sand grew lighter again. It sped up. Faster still. It's over, truly over. The voice of Saratobi Kosuka exploded from behind, sharp and piercing. What kind of pathetic tactic is this? Is this supposed to help Sasori bear the burden? It's utterly ineffective against him. Tizo paid no heed. His gaze fixed unwaveringly on the sand wave drawing nearer. 30 meters. The crest of the wave was no longer pushing forward. It was pressing downward. The sand cascaded from overhead like a waterfall, like a landslide. The golden dust stung the eyes mercilessly. Some crouched down. Some shut their eyes. Some muttered words that were inaudible. Tizo stood at the very front, motionless. His hand was raised into the air, never lowered. The sand wave was less than 30 meters away. The golden sand piled up before him like a wall, and behind that wall more sand pressed down. His clothes billowed backward in the gust. His face stung painfully from the golden dust. Yet he did not retreat. His hand remained raised. 20 meters. Fire release. Launch. Wind release. Follow up. Earth release. Prepare. 300 fire release. Shinobi acted in unison. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Fire release. Fire dragon bullet. Fire release. Phoenix flower fire. Fire release. Dragon fire technique. Fireballs. Fire clusters. Fire pillars. Fire lines. Dense and overwhelming. Burst forth from the camp, crashing into the sand wave. Behind the fire release users, dozens of wind release shinobi swiftly formed hand seals. Wind release, great breakthrough. Wind release, gale palm. Winds surged forth from their hands, colliding with the flames. The fire borrowed the wind's momentum. The color of the flames shifted from reddish-orange to incandescent white. The heat was so intense the air itself distorted. This technique was far from unfamiliar. It had been employed against a Wagakure practiced countless times in drills. Present, the only addition was a layer of lightning release in the middle. The combined ninjutsu was unleashed successfully, yet no one's expression brightened. Instead, despair deepened. For everyone knew in their hearts that even with fire aided by wind, its power was still insufficient against the massive sand wave. Their fate was sealed at this very moment. Some even closed their eyes in hopelessness. Yet at the instant the fiery onslaught collided with the sand wave, boom! An earth-shattering explosion erupted abruptly above the golden wave. Boom! The deafening blast detonated unexpectedly within the sand wave itself, not in one spot, but densely packed from crest to tail, from surface to depths. It was as if tens of thousands of explosive tags had been simultaneously inserted into every crevice of the sand, igniting in the same second. The golden sand giant wave was instantly torn apart by countless swelling orange-red fireballs. The disdain and composure frozen on Ro Sasori's face shattered instantly, replaced by utter astonishment and disbelief.
Impossible. Absolutely impossible.
He roared hoarsely. His voice was drowned amid the series of booming explosions. Even with the truth plainly before him, Ro Sasori refused to believe it. He did not trust that Konoha's fire release could wield such power. He did not believe they could pierce his sand defense and detonate within. Yet reality brooked no denial. The furious shockwave crashed heavily upon him, flinging him from the wave's crest. He tumbled midair, scorching sand fragments like lethal shrapnel piercing his left leg, right arm, and back. Pain surged forth. Ro Sasori groaned deeply, bloodshot eyes wide. His survival instinct drove him to frantically channel chakra. The surrounding sand, yet to detonate, surged toward him wildly, instantly encasing him in a thick sphere of sand. Boom! Another earth-shaking explosion thundered. The sand sphere enveloping Ro Sasori was struck fiercely by the subsequent, more violent shockwave, flung like a stone kicked by a giant, hurtling far toward the rear of the Sunigakure forces. Ro Sasori was blasted away, though temporarily spared mortal danger. Yet behind him, the Sunigakure army suffered utter devastation. The blast's shockwave, laden with countless scorching sand fragments, swept through the dense ranks like a deadly metallic storm. The front-line shinobi fell like wheat cut down by a sickle, collapsing in a mass. Some were bloodied and died on the spot. Some clutched their ringing ears, writhing in agony on the ground. More were stunned by the sudden, terrifying explosion, their vacant eyes staring blankly, minds wiped clean. Enemy attack. Retreat. Fall back quickly. Medical team, where are you? The chaotic shouts, faint and desperate amid the fading echoes of the blast, barely registered. The rear shinobi had no grasp of what had transpired ahead, only witnessing towering flames and rolling shockwaves. Instinctively, they pressed forward to see more clearly. Those in front were pushed back by the shockwave, only to be pushed forward again by those behind, unaware of the situation. The formation instantly collapsed into a tangled mess. Trampling, shoving, falling, screams rising incessantly. All ears were filled with a sharp, unending ringing. Yet before the Konoha camp, the scene was entirely different. At the very instant before the explosion, Tizo roared, "Earth release. Rise, wind release, shift to wind wall." The earth release shinobi, long prepared, simultaneously struck the ground. Several sturdy earth walls shot up, forming a barrier at the forefront of the camp. Wind release shinobi followed closely, unleashing howling gusts not to attack, but to press firmly against the direction of the blast's shockwave, holding back the raging winds and deadly fragments, even turning the force back toward the chaotic Sunigakure ranks. They held the line. They truly held it. Tizo stared fixedly ahead. The earth and wind walls weakened the twisted, blazing explosion-s light. The overwhelming relief instantly shattered the previous solemnity. He turned sharply, eyes locking on Kai at his side. Kai grinned broadly, flashing white teeth, and vigorously gave him a thumbs up. Tizo's heart pounded wildly. Although he still failed to understand fully why the combination of water, lightning, and fire could trigger such a horrifying internal explosion. Kai's earlier repeated instructions rang clear. Water first, then lightning, then fire. The sequence must never be mistaken. Earth and wind finishes the formation. At this moment, it was as if a divine oracle had been fulfilled. Kai smiled as well, a hint of certainty visible only to himself shining in his expression. The explosive mixture of hydrogen and oxygen produced by electrolysis ignites instantly upon contact with fire. This defies the conventional wisdom of the shinobi world. No explanation is necessary. The explosion itself is the ultimate answer. Rho-Sand's shock, Tizo's ecstasy, and everyone's disbelief were all directly validated by that earth-shattering blast. The aftermath of the explosion had yet to fully subside. Yet the colossal tidal wave of sand and gold had already been obliterated without a trace, leaving behind nothing but utter devastation and the chaotic wails of the Sunigakure forces. In that moment, the gleam in Tizo's eyes blazed to its zenith, an opportunity not to be missed. He spun around abruptly, facing every standing ninja within the camp. His voice cracked slightly from overwhelming excitement and resolve, yet it rang out with unyielding determination and lethal decisiveness, reverberating throughout the entire encampment. Everyone, raising his fist high, he fiercely pointed toward the turmoil of the Sunigakure ranks. "Follow me and break through!" The deafening roar of the explosion finally faded. Rho-Sand was ensnared within a sphere of sand and gold, crashing heavily 300 meters behind the Sunigakure lines. The sphere cracked with a sharp snap. Staggering out, Rho-Sand's left leg, right arm, and back were pierced with scorching fragments of sand and gold, blood streaming down from his wounds. Gasping for breath, he lifted his gaze forward. It was a grim sight. The area near the epicenter of the blast was strewn with fallen Sunigakure shinobi, some motionless, others writhing and wailing on the ground. The air was thick with the acrid stench of burning and blood. At least 300 had been killed or wounded by the explosion. Even more stood dazed, stunned into immobility. Rho-Sand's eyes instantly reddened. "Lord Rho-Sand!" Several Sunigakure jonin rushed over to support him. Rho-Sand shook them off with a fierce snarl. "Regroup! Hold your ground!" His voice exploded amid the chaos. Sunigakure, after all, were elite shinobi of a great ninja village. Upon hearing Rho-Sand's command, the surviving chunin and jonin immediately began rallying their comrades. The unrest gradually began to subside. Yet at this moment, kill! A thunderous roar erupted from the Konoha camp. Tizo led the charge, spearheading over 800 Konoha shinobi still capable of fighting. They surged forward like a blazing blade, ruthlessly stabbing into the disarrayed Sunigakure formation.
Multiplication technique.
Tizo's body swelled. His massive fist slammed down, sending 2 Sunigakure chunin crashing into the earth. Kai followed at his side, his blade flashing as he cut down 3 genin attempting to form seals. Shiranui Genma, Ebisu, and a host of assault team members trailed closely behind. Kunai and shuriken rained down like a storm. The Sunigakure, still reeling from the explosion, were stunned anew by this ferocious charge. The Konoha shinobi had been holding back for too long. Now, their fighting style was one of utter desperation. Cut with the blade, then stab with kunai. When kunai ran out, strike with fists. If fists were broken, bite with teeth. Within mere minutes, the Sunigakure front lines were decimated once more. Bodies littered the ground. Rho-Sand stood at the rear, watching his comrades slaughtered, his teeth grinding fiercely. Enough! He slammed both hands hard onto the earth. Magnet release. Sand gold grand funeral. The ground trembled violently. Countless grains of sand and gold surged forth from beneath the surface. Not to attack Konoha, but to rise like 2 colossal walls on either side of the battlefield. Then, with a mighty crash, they slammed together at the center. A 30-meter wide, 10-meter deep chasm instantly cleaved the battlefield in 2, completely separating Konoha and Sunigakure. The charging Konoha shinobi were halted abruptly by this sudden ravine, forced to stop. Tizo stood on the edge, glancing down. Too far, there was no way to leap across. On the Sunigakure side, Rho-Sand ascended atop the sand and gold, surveying the battlefield from above. In just a brief moment, over 200 more Sunigakure had fallen. Konoha had lost dozens as well, but comparatively, Sunigakure's losses were far greater. Rho-Sand's gaze swept across the field before finally locking onto a single figure behind the Konoha lines. Zusuke Sarutobi. The man wore a pristine jonin vest, his face pale, attempting to retreat. Surrounded by a group of bloodied Konoha shinobi, he stood out starkly. Rho-Sand clearly recalled the intelligence briefing. Commander of the Kikio Mountain camp. A member of the Sarutobi clan. Yet he had never fought on the battlefield. He had originally believed this would be an effortless victory. But beyond the initial success, the subsequent struggle proved far more arduous than anticipated. No, that was wrong. Perhaps the initial ease was merely a ploy to lower his guard. What the enemy truly awaited was this very moment. Rho-Sand's teeth itched with hatred. Fixing his gaze on Sasuke Sarutobi, his voice hoarse and brimming with uncontrollable murderous intent, he called out from across the battlefield, "Commander of the Sarutobi family." Each word struck like a nail hammered into everyone's ears. "You truly underestimated me." At these words, the Sunigakure forces turned their eyes to Sasuke Sarutobi with hatred, while the Konoha side wore expressions of profound bewilderment. They wanted to say something but did not know how to begin, each stifled by unease. Rosand, however, remained oblivious. Raising his hand to point at Sasuke Sarutobi, his eyes bloodshot, he declared, "But blood debts must be paid with life. Sasuke Sarutobi, today, I will kill you." At this, Sasuke Sarutobi's legs weakened, and he took a half step back, his lips trembling. "And no, it's not me. It was Tizo and Shika Nara's arrangement." He tried to deny, to shift the blame onto others. But Rosand would not listen. "Kill!" Rosand's eyes blazed red as he gestured forward. A roar erupted from the Sunigakure ranks. The string of defeats had left their hearts stifled with frustration. Over 2,300 remaining Sunigakure shinobi surged forward simultaneously. They leapt across the chasm or trod upon the bridge of sand and gold hastily constructed by Rosand, charging toward Konoha. No more traps. No more fortifications. What followed was a clash of blades and kunai, of ninjutsu and flesh. The Konoha forces showed no sign of weakness either. Though outnumbered by over 3,000, compared to the initial overwhelming pressure, their situation was now far improved. In every heart, despair no longer reigned alone. A single thought emerged from the depths of all. We might not lose this battle. In an instant, the two waves collided completely. Kunai pierced shoulders. Blades cut through armor. Fireballs exploded amidst the crowd. Wind blades sliced through limbs. Screams, roars, and the clashing of metal melded into a chaotic symphony. The battlefield instantly transformed into a colossal meat grinder. Rosand leapt over the chasm on his sand and gold, heading straight for Sasuke Sarutobi. Sasuke Sarutobi turned to flee, only to be blocked by the throng behind him. "Protect the commander!" Two loyal Sarutobi Jonin stood before Rosand. Before they could complete their hand seals, sand and gold coiled around their ankles, tightening suddenly. Sand bind coffin. The sound of bones shattering was drowned out by the cries of battle. Sasuke Sarutobi's legs gave out, and he collapsed to the ground, watching Rosand draw ever closer. The sand and gold transformed into sharp spikes, plunging down toward his head. Clang! A pair of ironclad arms emerged from one side, shattering the sand needles outright. Doza burst forth from the chaotic melee, his magnified arms crashing down toward Rosabaku. "Your opponent is me." Rosabaku's face darkened with grim determination. The one he intended to kill was Sosuke Sarutobi, the supreme commander of this conflict and the mastermind behind their brilliantly executed battle. As long as he could eliminate Sosuke Sarutobi, the morale of the Konoha faction would collapse utterly. Rosabaku harbored absolute confidence in this. But as Doza charged forward, Rosabaku was forced to divert his focus, manipulating his sand gold defense. The clash between sand gold and the massive fist produced a muffled boom. Seizing this moment, Sosuke Sarutobi scrambled backward, rolling and crawling to escape. A passing sand shinobi spotted him and hurled a kunai toward his throat. Puncture. A shuriken pierced the sunken temple of the Chunin's head, one of Sosuke Sarutobi's personal guards. "Move!" The man grabbed Sosuke Sarutobi and dragged him backward. Finally regaining his senses, Sosuke Sarutobi clutched the man's arm tightly, his voice trembling. "Retreat! Quickly retreat! We can't win this." The guard's face twitched in frustration. Previously, ordering a retreat might have been forgivable, but now, with both armies locked in close-quarters combat, who could withdraw? Who dared to? Ignoring the protest, the man dragged him toward a less crowded area. At the heart of the battlefield, Konoha and Sunigakure forces were completely intermingled in brutal combat. Every second, someone fell. Blood seeped into the scorched earth, blurring friend from foe. Rosabaku grappled fiercely with Doza, bellowing, "Leave no one alive. Slaughter them all." Hearing the command, the sand shinobi's assault intensified. The Konoha formation shattered into fragments, forcing each soldier to fend for himself. Kai had just repelled a sand chunin and glanced back to see Sosuke Sarutobi being dragged toward the campus wreckage. Rosabaku also noticed. A cold gleam flashed in his eyes as his sand gold suddenly erupted, forcing Doza back half a step. Then it transformed into dozens of golden needles, raining down like a storm upon Sosuke Sarutobi's retreating figure. Earth release. Earth flow wall. A towering earthen wall surged from the ground, blocking most of the needles. Yet 3 still pierced through, embedding themselves in Sosuke Sarutobi's right shoulder. Ah! Sosuke Sarutobi screamed in agony and collapsed to the ground. Rosabaku prepared to press the attack, but Doza lunged again, his fist wrapped in a fierce gust crashing toward Rosabaku's face. Get lost! Rosabaku roared, condensing sand gold into a shield before him. Boom! The shockwave exploded, forcing both men to stagger backward. Panting, Rosabaku scanned the battlefield. Though outnumbered, the Konoha forces had held out far longer than he had anticipated. Over 800 warriors had withstood the charge of more than 2,000 sand shinobi, even managing to slay several hundred enemies. His gaze locked once more on Sosuke Sarutobi. The man sprawled on the ground, clutching his shoulder and wailing in pain. The highest commander of the Kikio Mountain camp. Though he appeared cowardly, Rosabaku would not be fooled again. This man was undoubtedly feigning weakness. Rosabaku swept his eyes over the battlefield again. The sand gold wave had been shattered, his subordinates suffered heavy casualties, and the battle had descended into chaotic melee. All because of that man. Sarutobi Rosabaku gritted his teeth, sand gold swirling fiercely at his feet. He was determined to kill that man. Sosuke Sarutobi, clutching his wounded shoulder, retreated behind the shattered remains of the camp. He curled up behind a fallen wooden beam, trembling all over. Rosabaku remained locked in a tight struggle with Doza, unable to break free, but his eyes overflowed with murderous intent. Feigning. Even now, he was still pretending. Rosabaku despised Sosuke Sarutobi with burning hatred. Yakura. While manipulating sand gold to block Doza's massive fist, Rosabaku turned his head and bellowed into the fray. Yakura leapt from the ranks of the sand shinobi, landing near Rosabaku. My lord, go kill that commander. Rosabaku pointed toward Sosuke Sarutobi's south hiding place. No matter the cost. Bring me his head. His voice was ice-cold and bone-chilling. Yakura followed the direction and immediately spotted Sosuke Sarutobi crouched behind the wooden beam. Yet, from the corner of her eye, she also caught sight of a green figure not far away amidst the battlefield. Kai. That brat who had taunted her and slipped through her grasp. Yakura clenched her teeth, a flash of resentment crossing her face. She had already set her sights on Kai. From the very start of the melee, she had been searching for an opportunity to personally kill that brat and avenge herself. But now Rosabaku's order came down. On the battlefield, killing a brat was nowhere near as important as killing the opposing commander. Eliminate Sosuke Sarutobi, and Konoha's morale would utterly collapse. Half the battle would be won. But killing that brat? It would achieve nothing. The enemy's spirits would remain unshaken. Yakura cast a resentful glare toward Kai's direction, then turned and charged toward the camp's ruined structures. Fire release. Scorching steam annihilation. 3 fireballs materialized out of thin air, shielding her front. Any Konoha ninja who dared block her path was incinerated on contact. Amidst the crowd, Kai had just felled a sand genin with his defiled sword. Suddenly, he felt a chill at his back. He spun around sharply, meeting Yakura's eyes brimming with murderous intent. But in the next instant, Yakura turned and dashed in another direction. Kai followed her trajectory with his gaze. It led straight to Sosuke Sarutobi's hiding spot. Relief washed over him. He had sensed Yakura's gaze earlier and had been on guard. Escaping through the forest had relied on cunning and the enemy's underestimation. If they clashed head-on on the battlefield, he would be no match for Yakura. For now, at least, she had been dispatched elsewhere. The pressure eased somewhat, but only somewhat. The sand shinobi still outnumbered them. Looking around, enemies surrounded them on all sides. Kunai, wind blades, fireballs, earth needles, every moment someone fell. Kai had just caught his breath when a shout rang out nearby. A Konoha Chunin was being ambushed by 2 sand shinobi. A shuriken was flying straight for his back. Kai pushed off the ground, swinging his mercy blade. Clang! The shuriken was deflected by the blade's edge. The Chunin, startled, glanced back at Kai and opened his mouth to speak. Watch out ahead! Kai dashed forward, executing the mercy blade's second form, Child's hanging scroll. A horizontal slash forced the sand shinobi in front to retreat. The Chunin seized the opportunity and swung his blade backward, cutting one assailant's shoulder. The two worked in tandem, swiftly neutralizing the threat. The Chunin opened his mouth to thank Kai, but Kai had already turned and dove into another cluster of fighting. Kai's assessment of the situation was clear. There were too many sand shinobi. He could never kill them all alone with his defiled sword. But every Konoha ninja he saved added strength to their forces on the battlefield. Now, the mercy blade was more useful than ever. He weaved through the chaotic battlefield. Wherever someone was in danger, his blade arrived first. Mercy blade, third form. Watching fish by the brook. The blade slid beneath the ribs of a Konoha genin, deflecting a thrown kunai. With a follow-through, the sand shinobi staggered. The genin kicked him down. Mercy blade, fourth form. Drawing the bow to aim, Kai leapt up, flicking his blade tip and knocking 3 shuriken away from a Konoha jonin's back. The jonin glanced back, nodded in acknowledgement, and turned to form hand seals. Fire release, great fireball. The fireball blasted forth, driving back a swath of sand shinobi. Kai landed without pause, his footsteps unceasing as he continued his quest to find the next comrade in need of rescue. With each life saved, the proficiency of the compassionate blade flickered once more. The blade's enlightenment surged rapidly amidst the bloodshed and anguished cries. This was no mere training ground sparring match. It was genuine battlefield redemption. Every strike held the potential to save an additional soul. Kai's figure wove through the throng. The verdant bodysuit he wore was already mottled with blood. Yet the gleam of his blade remained unwavering. He no longer sought to tally the number of foes slain, but instead pursued only salvation. To save one more was to gain one more chance of victory. In the distance, the clash between Tinga and Rosa had escalated to a fever pitch. Golden sand and colossal fists collided incessantly, sending shockwaves rippling outward in concentric circles. Rosa's face darkened with gloom. Time and again, he attempted to break through Tinga's blockade to strike Sarutobi Sasuke, only to be resolutely repelled. The Akiyama clan was truly vexing. His hands clasped together, the golden sand transformed into countless sharp spikes, raining down like a torrential storm upon Tinga. Tinga neither dodged nor evaded. His enhanced arms crossed defensively before him. Clang, 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 clang. The sand spikes struck his arms, most deflected, but a few pierced the flesh, beads of blood seeping forth. Tinga grunted lowly but did not yield an inch. He knew retreat was impossible. Not for Sarutobi Sasuke's sake, but because behind him stood Konoha, stood comrades still locked in fierce battle. A gleam of ruthless intent flashed in Rosa's eyes as he prepared to unleash another deadly move. Ah! A piercing scream echoed from the ruins of the camp. It was Sarutobi Sasuke's voice. Rosa and Tinga simultaneously turned toward the sound. There, Yakura stood before a wooden beam, 3 blazing fireballs of the scorching technique hovering at her side. Sarutobi Sasuke was collapsed on the ground, his left arm withered and blackened, a mark scorched by the scorching technique. His face was deathly pale as paper, tears and mucus smeared across it, crawling backward. Help me, please, save me. Yakura regarded him coldly, stepping forward toward Sarutobi Sasuke without haste. Ha ha ha, Yakura, well done. Bring him to me at once. Rosa's voice rang brazenly across the battlefield. Amidst the clashing sounds of golden sand and giant fists, his laughter cut sharply through the chaos. He had changed his mind. Originally intending for Yakura to kill Sarutobi Sasuke outright, he had not expected such an effortless capture. A corpse could at most provoke a moment of rage in the enemy, but a live captive was far more valuable. A living commander of Konoha, a direct descendant of the Sarutobi clan, he would wield Sarutobi Sasuke as a threat against Konoha's people, forcing them into hesitation. What could strike a greater blow to enemy morale than seizing their supreme commander alive? Moreover, would the Konoha shinobi stand idly by as their leader's kin were publicly executed? No, they would rush to rescue him, only to be led one by one to their deaths. A cruel smile twisted Rosa's lips, a merciless gleam flickering in his eyes. At the camp's shattered remnants, Yakura's fireballs paused. She did not immediately drag her captive away but swiftly scanned her surroundings. 5 Konoha shinobi were converging from different directions, attempting to mount a rescue. She snorted coldly, spreading her 5 fingers. 5 scorching technique fireballs materialized from her palms, hovering behind her, radiating waves of intense heat that pushed back the approaching shinobi. Then she seized Sarutobi Sasuke's scorched left arm. The limb was a ruin, from shoulder to elbow. The skin was charred and cracked, like bark baked by a fierce blaze. The muscle had atrophied, clinging tightly to bone, the entire arm several sizes thinner than normal. Sarutobi Sasuke convulsed with pain as his arm was grasped, emitting muffled, incoherent screams. Ah! Let go! Let go of me! Yakura ignored his pleas, tugging fiercely toward Rosa's direction. How dare you! Tinga's roar exploded suddenly. Abandoning his duel with Rosa, he slammed his arms together, shaking the golden sand away. His massive form abruptly pivoted and charged toward Yakura. He did not wish to save Sarutobi Sasuke, the coward, the bureaucrat, the scoundrel who had publicly humiliated Kai and nearly destroyed the entire camp. Tinga despised him enough to strangle him with his own hands. Yet, in that instant, he discerned Rosa's intent. To capture the commander alive and shatter Konoha's will to resist. A captured commander, even a useless one, would become a disgrace to Konoha. Better to let him perish here than to fall alive into enemy hands. This thought detonated in Tinga's mind. Gritting his teeth, his jaw clenched fiercely, veins bulging from forehead to neck. Meatball tank. Akiyama Tinga bellowed. His enhanced body curled inward as chakra surged wildly. Clasping his knees with his arms and tucking his head into his shoulders, he transformed into a colossal, rapidly spinning orb of flesh. With the momentum to crush all before him, he hurtled straight at Yakura. Yakura's expression shifted. The 5 scorching technique fireballs at her side all reversed direction, hurtling toward the roaring meatball tank. Yet, confronted with these deadly fireballs, Tinga neither dodged nor flinched. Instead, he accelerated his spin, clearly intent on ramming through with his body. A cold sneer curved Yakura's lips. Foolish brute. Her scorching technique fireballs were no ordinary fire ninjutsu. Dare to collide with them head-on? You won't even know how you died. Just as Yakura prepared to witness Tinga's body be instantaneously desiccated by her scorching technique, transformed from a meatball tank into a dried meat cart, the ultimate strike of the compassionate blade. A clear yet resolute roar suddenly shattered the chaotic battlefield. Buddha's mercy. With a resonant hum, a towering 5-meter tall, resplendent golden phantom Buddha manifested from thin air. The statue's hands were clasped in prayer, its visage suffused with compassion, its lowered eyelids seemingly unable to bear witness to the carnage below. Yet, without bias or wavering, it stood firmly in the path of Tinga's charge. Bang! 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 All 5 scorching technique fireballs struck the golden Buddha statue solidly. The first struck the left shoulder, cracking the surface. The second dented the chest. The third spiderwebbed cracks across the right arm. The fourth carved a deep furrow across the head. The fifth, crackling and shattering sounds erupted densely. The statue could bear no more. It exploded simultaneously with the fireballs. The golden Buddha fragmented into countless shimmering specks of light, dissipating into the air. The 5 lethal fireballs burst upon impact, scattering sparks that quickly died out. Yakura's face paled dramatically. She recognized the voice. It was that brat, the green-clad imp who had slipped from her grasp and mocked her. What kind of ninjutsu is this? But now there was no time to ponder further. Though the Buddha statue had momentarily impeded Tinga's meatball tank, slowing its momentum, the terrifying force still surged inexorably forward. She hastily grabbed Sarutobi Kosuka, intent on making an emergency retreat to one side. However, perhaps it was because Sarutobi Kosuka's left arm had long since been evaporated by the scorch release. The moisture lost, the muscle's resilience and the bone's strength greatly diminished. Or perhaps it was because Yagura exerted too much force in his moment of desperation. In any case, a chilling sound of flesh tearing rang out. Shla! Under Yagura's fierce tug, Sarutobi Kosuka's shriveled, charred left arm snapped cleanly at the shoulder. No fresh blood gushed from the severed stump. Only blackened, desiccated muscle tissue and grayish-white bone fragments remained. Yagura's arm trembled as he stared blankly at the severed limb in his hand. In that brief moment of daze, Akimichi Choza's flesh and bone war chariot had already arrived. Boom! The massive flesh sphere did not directly strike Yagura, but violently slammed into the empty ground between him and Sarutobi Kosuka. The ferocious impact gouged a large crater in the earth. The splattered dirt and rubble shot out like a torrential downpour in all directions. A cloud of dust instantly enveloped the area. Yagura was pushed backward, staggering several steps by the shockwave, clutching only the severed arm in his hand. Amidst the dust, Sarutobi Kosuka's heart-wrenching, inhuman wail pierced the air. My arm! Ah! As the dust slowly settled, Akimichi Choza stood panting heavily at the edge of the crater. His entire muscular frame trembled slightly from the multiplication technique and the intense battle. Not far behind him, Sarutobi Kosuka curled up on the ground, clutching his severed limb, wailing pitifully with a broken and agonizing voice. My arm! Ah! Save me! Whoosh! 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 3 figures descended almost simultaneously, not dropping in front of Sarutobi Kosuka, but positioning themselves in a triangular formation before Choza, shielding him at the center. They were Might Guy, Ebisu and Genma. All 3 were drenched in blood. Their tight-fitting clothes and combat uniforms were marred by scratches and charring. Guy bore a deep, bone-exposing wound on his right shoulder, bleeding steadily. Ebisu limped on his left leg, and blood streaked across half of Genma's face from his temple. Yet their eyes were fixed firmly ahead, hands gripping their ninja tools tightly. Elsewhere, Yagura staggered to his feet from the dust, clutching his chest, which ached from the shockwave, coughing up blood-tinged saliva. His complexion was pale, but his gaze grew ever fiercer. Several nearby Konoha Chunin, sensing an opportunity, exchanged glances and simultaneously lunged forward with blades drawn. Seeking death, a cold gleam flashed in Yagura's eyes. He suddenly raised both hands. Scorch release, vaporized to death. 3 fiery orbs materialized out of thin air, whistling toward the Chunin. The moment the fireballs touched their bodies, there was no explosion, no engulfing flames. The Chunin's bodies seemed instantly drained of all moisture. Their skin and muscles visibly shriveled, atrophied, and carbonized. Their screams were cut short halfway, transforming into 3 shriveled, contorted corpses that collapsed with dull thuds. The entire process was terrifyingly swift. Choza's pupils contracted violently, cold sweat breaking out all over him. He immediately realized that if not for the golden Buddha statue that had suddenly appeared to block Yagura's 5 fireballs, his own fate would have been no different from those desiccated corpses on the ground. He abruptly lifted his head and fixed a deep, intense gaze on Guy standing before him. He did not know what kind of ninjutsu the golden Buddha was, but he knew it was Guy's doing, because he had heard that voice too. This kid had saved his life once again. In midair, Rosa stood upon floating sand gold, his face so dark it seemed to drip water. Sarutobi Kosuka was now protected behind Choza and Guy, completely losing any chance of capture. Rosa's eyes swept across the entire battlefield, his expression growing even grimmer. After the gruesome meat grinder battle just now, only 600 of the original 1,000 Konoha shinobi remained standing at the center of the battlefield. In such a short time, nearly 400 had fallen in battle. Such casualty rates in any campaign would be deemed horrendous. On the Sunigakure side, far more combatants remained standing than on Konoha's side. The situation still clearly favored Sunigakure. Yet Rosa was not the least bit pleased, for even more of his own had perished. Of the 3,000 troops he had brought, fewer than 2,000 were still capable of fighting. Over 1,000 Sunigakure ninja had been lost. They were the aggressors, well-prepared, numerically superior. The current state of battle far exceeded Rosa's worst expectations before the war began. A rough calculation revealed that the Konoha shinobi had astonishingly achieved an exchange ratio exceeding 2 to 1. A bunch of useless trash. Rosa's face was as dark as water. Any thoughts of capturing prisoners to intimidate or shatter morale vanished. Those stratagems seemed pale and laughable against the bloody, grinding reality before him. Now he only wanted results. Even if he did not continue deeper into the heartland of the Land of Fire, he would use his last 2,000 troops to utterly crush and annihilate the remaining 600 Konoha survivors right here. All troops, Rosa's voice, like grinding sand gold, carried a suppressed fury that echoed across the battlefield. Kill them all. Leave no one alive. Before his words had fully fallen, he transformed into a golden light and dove down from midair. A massive sand gold fist condensed, aimed directly at Akimichi Choza, who stood foremost. Choza was Konoha's strongest combatant at this moment. Kill this wild boar blocking the way first, and the rest would be insignificant. Just in time, Choza roared, facing the furious strike of the shadow-level foe with no reservations. His hand suddenly plunged into his bosom. However, just as his fingers were about to touch the wooden box containing the 3 colored pills, a faint slicing sound cut through the air. Choza reflexively reached out and felt something warm and smooth in his palm. Opening his hand, he found a pale yellow pill, the small recovery pill. Choza's gaze instantly met Guy's. Guy nodded firmly, his eyes devoid of hesitation. Choza looked deeply at Guy without uttering a word. He stuffed the small recovery pill and the curry pill into his mouth, chewing heartily and swallowing whole.
Multiplication technique.
Choza howled to the sky. His body swelled once more, even larger than before. With an unstoppable momentum, he charged headlong into the diving Rosa. Boom! The sand-gold giant fist and the multiplied flesh palm collided fiercely once again. The violent shockwave sent stones and dirt flying within a radius of nearly 30 feet. Simultaneously, the Sunigakure ninja who had received Rosa's final order went utterly berserk. The remaining 1,900 or so emitted beast-like roars. Like a breached dam, they surged once more against the Konoha formation, now overwhelmingly outnumbered. Yagura wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His murderous eyes pierced through the chaotic crowd, locking tightly onto the green figure within, the indomitable Might Guy. The corners of her mouth slowly curled into a cold and grotesque arc little green demon of Konoha. Now, it's finally your turn. Protect Commander Sarutobi. A loud shout suddenly erupted from the ruins of the camp. The voice belonged to none other than Might Guy. The urgency and volume of his cry caught the attention of many on the battlefield. The people of Konoha were taken aback. That exiled Might Guy was still thinking about defending the very Sarutobi Sosuke who had humiliated him? The Sand Shinobi were also stunned. Indeed, Commander Kikyozen had truly earned their loyalty. Even 3 children were willing to risk their lives for him. Yagura's expression shifted as well. She suddenly realized that before her stood not only those 3 Konoha brats but also the highest commander of the Konoha camp. Sarutobi Sosuke himself was dumbfounded. He had never expected that at such a critical moment, Guy would utter such words. Clutching the wound on his severed arm, whether from intense pain or overwhelming emotion, tears and snot blurred his face. Hearing Guy's call, an indescribable warmth blossomed in his heart. I openly scolded him as a coward and a deserter in front of everyone. Yet, in this desperate hour he still chooses to protect me? Sarutobi Sosuke felt a lump in his throat. He tried to say something, his lips trembling twice, but no sound came forth. Yet, in the next instant Guy, Ebisu, and Genma all leapt simultaneously. Not in front of him, but behind him. Sarutobi Sosuke's face changed drastically. Wait a moment. What kind of protection is this? This clearly places him at the very front. It's more like he's supposed to protect them. Sarutobi Sosuke nearly spat a mouthful of old blood. This scene caused Yagura, who was preparing to launch another attack, to raise an eyebrow. She could hardly comprehend the strange behavior of these Konoha brats. Was this on Sarutobi's instruction? Even now, he wants to protect Konoha's so-called young leaves? Such a laughable will of fire. Yagura did not dwell on it further. At this moment, Sarutobi Sosuke, the supreme commander, was fully exposed before her eyes, his defenses virtually wide open. She recalled how she had failed to capture him alive earlier, rendering the orders brought by Rosuna void. A chill gripped her heart. She had noticed Lord Rosuna's displeased gaze just moments ago. Perfect timing. She would slay this commander and redeem herself. Yagura's gaze gradually fixed on Sarutobi Sosuke. She was confident she could kill him. Judging from her earlier observations, Sarutobi Sosuke's strength was pitifully weak. Although the intelligence files labeled him as a jonin, his panicked reaction to the Sand's gold wave assault and his agonized screams when struck by her scorching escape technique revealed none of the prowess expected of a jonin. He was likely a special jonin due to his Sarutobi clan lineage and outstanding strategic command skills. Yagura quickly made her assessment, a cruel smile creeping across her face. Such jonin were the easiest to kill. She moved her fingertips slightly, adjusting 3 fireballs to target Sarutobi Sosuke's head. Meeting Yagura's gaze, Sarutobi Sosuke was thrown into chaos. His survival instinct urged him to turn and flee, escape as far as possible away from this terrifying woman. If you dare run, I will kill you right now. Gaia's cold voice, like an iron nail, rang sharply behind him. Sarutobi Sosuke was furious and about to turn around and yell, "You dare!" But what met his eyes were Gaia's bloodshot eyes. In that gaze, there was no rashness, no passion, no trace of youthful emotion. Only a chilling resolve. Not only Guy but also Ebisu and Gunma beside him looked at him with the same icy determination. 3 pairs of eyes, like 3 knives, pressed against his back. Sarutobi Sosuke suddenly felt fear. He knew Guy was not joking. This brat, who had been watched by 1,000 people, scolded as a coward and deserter without shedding a single tear, the one who had guarded the mountain ridge alone for 68 days, killing 4 waves of Awagakure scouts, and at 9 years old dared to snatch his command whistle in the campus center and cut his assembly whistle, was a fearless madman. If he dared to turn his back and flee, they truly would act. Regardless of whether they had the strength, they would really do it. Sarutobi Sosuke looked into Gaia's eyes, utterly convinced of this. His legs suddenly went weak, not from pain but from fright. Then, Guy spoke rapidly in a low voice, audible only to the 4 of them. "Don't panic. We attack together. There's still a chance to kill her. Don't forget, you're a jonin too." Sarutobi Sosuke's expression instantly became unbearably complex. Bitterness filled his heart. Was he really a jonin? The records said yes. But as Yagura had suspected, he was a special jonin, special for his family background and theoretical strategy, special in being assigned to this safe camp for polishing his reputation. His true combat ability was barely above chunin, not quite jonin. He might even be weaker than some elite chunin. And now he had lost an arm. Opposite him stood an elite jonin from Sunagakure, a wielder of the rare Kekii Genkai Scorch release. Contact meant death, a terrifying existence that targeted flesh and blood. What could he possibly fight with? He tried to speak, but the words were stuck in his throat. Because once again, he met the eyes of Guy, Ebisu, and Gunma. Those 3 pairs of eyes held no questions, no negotiations, only a near-frozen resolve. 3 heavy words suddenly surfaced in Sarutobi Sosuke's heart. They weighed heavily on his chest, almost suffocating him. Fight with your life. Indeed, Guy Ebisu and Gunma said no more. Yet their stance conveyed absolute determination, no retreat. Behind them were Dingzwa and Rosuna locked in a desperate battle and the chaotic battlefield. Ahead was Yagura, her murderous intent flaring. The only path was to charge together, risk their lives to seize that faint glimmer of hope. Yagura watched the strange standoff and whispered exchanges among these 4 Konoha shinobi before her. Though puzzled, her resolve to kill was unwavering. If she did not slay Sarutobi Sosuke, he would surely fight desperately to protect those Konoha brats. In that case, she would kill him first. Without hesitation, Yagura summoned 3 more scorch release fireballs beside her. They were fist-sized, seemingly insignificant, yet radiating lethal heat. Scorch release, steam kill, Yagura shouted sharply, thrusting both hands forward. The 3 fireballs howled as they shot out, arranged in a triangular formation, blocking every angle Sarutobi Sosuke could dodge. One targeted his head, another his chest, and the third his severed shoulder. Swift, precise, ruthless. The deadly orange flames expanded rapidly within Sarutobi Sosuke's pupils. Confronted by 3 blazing fire release fireballs hurtling straight at him, Sosuke Sarutobi felt a chill crawl across his scalp. The terror of death gripped his heart in an instant. Yet he did not flee. The icy, piercing gaze of Kai behind him was far more terrifying than the fireballs themselves. To run meant certain death. Yakura stood before him. Kai pursued from behind. To stand his ground. Perhaps there remained a sliver of hope. This was a choice forced upon him. Fire release. Phoenix flower technique. Gritting his teeth, Sosuke Sarutobi rapidly formed hand seals with his right hand alone. As a special jonin, this was one of the few jutsu he could perform single-handedly with some competence. Several fist-sized flames burst forth from his mouth, charging headlong into the oncoming fire release fireballs. Boom! Boom! The fireballs collided and exploded, scattering sparks in every direction. The phoenix flower flames evaporated instantly upon contact with the terrifying heat of the fire release fireballs, dispersing them. Yet, this successfully caused the 3 fireballs to falter midair, their trajectories skewing. They whizzed past the sides of the 4 combatants, striking the ruins behind and instantly charring several scorched wooden beams into blackened charcoal. An opportune moment. Ebisu and Genma struck almost simultaneously as the fireballs veered off course. Ebisu flicked 3 shuriken from his right hand, their angles cunningly aimed at Yakura's lower body. Genma's mouth flashed with silver light as 5 senbon needles shot forth in a plum blossom pattern toward Yakura's face and shoulders. Their intent was not to injure, but to harass and disrupt her rhythm. Kai's figure flickered as he skirted the edge of the battlefield, his long blade transforming into a shimmering curtain of light. Mercy Blade, 5th form. Stop and ask the way. Mercy Blade, 6th form. Straight to the point. The blade's gleam was like a silken thread. Yet his strikes were not aimed at Yakura, but precisely intercepted the scattered kunai and shuriken fired during the brief gaps between her fireball attacks. He patched every potential defensive flaw for Sosuke Sarutobi and their 2 comrades. His movements flowed like clouds and water, each strike perfectly timed, as though he had already anticipated every attack vector. Yakura snorted irritably. The coordination of these few Konoha brats was surprisingly seamless, especially that green-clad youth. His swordsmanship was strange, his defense impenetrable, leaving her with a suffocating frustration and no opening to strike. What vexed her even more was Sosuke Sarutobi. He had seemed so weak just moments ago, yet suddenly he had grown significantly stronger. Was it because he was protecting someone precious to him? Yakura's expression darkened. She cast a glance toward the distance. Lord Raza was still engaged in battle. She had to conclude this swiftly. Fire release. Overwhelming incineration. A fierce gleam flashed in Yakura's eyes. She slammed her hands together as her chakra surged wildly within her. This time it was not 3 fireballs, nor 5, but a full 7 fire release fireballs manifesting simultaneously around her. The 7 spheres of flame rotated slowly, encasing her at the center while locking down all possible evasion routes for the 4 opponents before her. The shadow of death descended once more. Sosuke Sarutobi's face turned as pale as paper. Yet the instinct to survive, coupled with the invisible blade at his back, drove his mind to whirl at an unprecedented speed. The clan's secret jutsu scrolls flashed through his memory. He had it. His right hand formed seals again, though the movements were slightly distorted by tension and the pain of his severed arm, but he completed them nonetheless. Fire release. Ash accumulation burn. He opened his mouth abruptly, not to spew flames, but a great burst of black ash infused with chakra, These ashes were not aimed at the fireballs but spread rapidly in a fan shape, instantly shrouding a vast area around Yakura. Yakura was momentarily taken aback, not understanding the purpose of these seemingly harmless ashes. The moment the ash touched the fire-release fireballs, boom! A violent explosion erupted suddenly around Yakura. The black ash produced by ash accumulation burn was highly flammable, igniting instantly upon contact with sparks. Yet, as the blast did not reach Yakura herself, its power was insufficient to harm her. However, the shockwave and the sudden plume of smoke and flames left her utterly disheveled. One strand of her hair singed, her face smeared with soot. More crucially, the 7 fire-release fireballs, caught in the blast's turbulence and interference, faltered in their spinning trajectories for a fleeting moment. Now, Kui, who had been circling the perimeter as if merged with the battlefield itself, suddenly unleashed a terrifying glare from his eyes. His gaze was sharp as a blade, piercing through the smoke and dust, locking unbreakably onto the momentarily disrupted Yakura. He did not surge forward at lightning speed. Instead, his body sank, then leapt high into the air, rising to midair. His youthful long blade was raised high above his head with both hands. The blade hummed with vibration. A dense blade intent burst forth from within him. Not the frenzied murderous will of the breaking blade, nor the gentle protection of the mercy blade, but a brand new, unprecedentedly piercing blade intent. Centered on Kai, it erupted explosively. The blade intent was vast, as if embodying the resolute will to sever karmic bonds and transcend the sea of suffering, yet tinged with a hint of compassion and lament for the mortal world. Congratulations! Intermediate mastery skill. Mercy Blade has transcended to the level of divine perfection. Mastered the ultimate secret of Mercy Blade, our Buddha-esque compassion. A few minutes earlier, on the battlefield strewn with corpses and blood, Kai had repeatedly interposed his blade to shield his comrades, saving countless allies. Steadily, his proficiency with Mercy Blade had quietly reached 999. Finally, upon witnessing Daza resolutely charge into the fire-release fireballs with his bare body, his fierce protective will resonated with the ultimate truth of Mercy Blade, shattering the bottleneck and comprehending its supreme secret. Our Buddha-esque compassion, the blade unleashed. Instantly, a golden Buddha statue manifested, guarding the target without a single blind spot. This was the very technique he had used to save Daza moments ago. But that was not all. Congratulations! Intermediate mastery skill Mercy Blade has reached perfect completion. Almost simultaneously, another notification thundered deep within Kai's consciousness. Detected host simultaneously mastering Breaking Blade, perfect, and Mercy Blade, perfect. The two ultimate skills possess opposing yet complementary realms. Meeting special fusion conditions. Fusion commencing. Fusion successful. Congratulations! You have comprehended a brand new martial art. The Calamity Crossing Blade. The Calamity Crossing Blade. There was no proficiency gauge.
No explicit rank classification.
It was simply a single strike, the definitive slash born from the perfect fusion of the Breaking Blade's resolute killing intent and the Mercy Blade's protective salvation. It embodied all 49 essential killing points of the Breaking Blade, blended with the true essence of protection from the Mercy Blade's 8 forms, culminating in sublime transcendence. The Calamity Crossing Slash. A single stroke rivaling the divine perfection of a superior mastery skill. Midair. Behind Kai, space suddenly distorted and rippled. A towering golden phantom, 5 meters tall and solid as stone, materialized out of thin air. The silhouette was unmistakably Kai himself. The phantom's eyes blazed fiercely, its expression resolute. Clutching a massive cleaver forged entirely from radiant golden light, it mirrored every movement of Kai's true form below perfectly. Time seemed to freeze at this moment. The smoke had yet to clear. Just as Yi Jin steadied herself amidst the disruptive explosion of smoldering ash, she lifted her gaze. There, she beheld the green figure leaping to the zenith, a colossal golden silhouette coalescing behind him, and the blade that illuminated her horrified pupils. Dui! Kai's roar erupted across the battlefield like thunder. His arms bulging with muscle, he summoned every ounce of strength to raise the long sword high above his head. Without any flourish, without any trickery, he delivered the simplest, most direct, and most domineering strike. A mighty cleave, as if splitting Mount Hua itself. Slash! The 5-meter-tall golden phantom behind him mirrored the motion, wielding a resplendent gigantic golden blade. Swish! The blade's radiance pierced through the air above Yi Jing's head, descending as if intent on bisecting her entire being. The golden sword shattered. Its luminous shards erupted upon her body, dazzling and brilliant. Every onlooker was blinded by the radiant light. Ebisu instinctively raised his hand to shield his eyes, Genma squinted against the glare. Sarutobi Sosuke staggered back 2 paces, collapsing onto the ground. Then the light dissipated. The 5-meter golden shadow behind Kai vanished in tandem. Itsong stood her ground. Not a hair out of place. Unscathed. Not a single strand of hair fell. No wounds marred her skin. No blood stained her face. It was as if that blade had never even grazed her. She remained perfectly intact. Yet her eyes were utterly lost. She stood motionless, as if her soul had been wrenched from her body. Thud. Kai's figure touched down. One knee kneeling, barely supporting himself with the shattered blade. The youth's long sword, after delivering that strike, had completely fragmented into pieces. Only a small fragment remained clutched in his hand. Ebisu and Genma immediately surged forward, flanking Kai on either side. Kunai and Senbon poised toward Yitsong, their gazes sharp and wary. Behind them, Sarutobi Sosuke retreated several steps, his expression tempestuous and unsettled. From the moment Kai vaulted into the air and the golden phantom emerged, Sosuke's mouth had not closed once. The sheer momentum of that strike, the towering 5-meter golden specter, the blade of light that cleaved across the entire battlefield. He had never witnessed anything like it in his life. And then Yitsong rose to her feet, as if nothing had happened. Sosuke's features froze. First, astonishment. Such overwhelming force, such blinding light, such terrifying blade shadows, and nothing had transpired? Then, disappointment. He had believed Kai would kill Yitsong, that this strike would end the battle, that he would survive. Yet Yitsong still stood, still alive, poised to unleash those lethal scorching fireballs at any moment. Finally, frustration. A vague, indescribable anger, as though he had been deceived. Such grandiose momentum. All thunder and no rain. What a worthless ninjutsu. Such a prime opportunity squandered. Inside, Sosuke's mind churned. A thought flashed through his head. If I charge now, maybe I can snatch a kill and reclaim my prestige. That woman stood there dazed, motionless, not even blinking. Such a perfect chance. If missed, it would be gone forever. His foot shifted forward half an inch. Then, seeing Yitsong's still standing, albeit bewildered figure, recalling the ever-present threat of those scorching fireballs beside her, that half-inch retreated. His body, faithful to instinct, stepped back several paces, seeking a safer position further behind. Silence enveloped the battlefield for a few seconds. Finally, Yitsong's eyes refocused. That strike had indeed not harmed her in the slightest. Yet she clearly heard a sound. Crack, as if something within her heart had shattered. In that instant of fracture, many previously obscure, incomprehensible things suddenly crystallized with clarity. Obsession, resentment, the yearning for acceptance, the fury of humiliation, like a dense, heavy fog, gently severed by that blade. She recalled her first kill. She had been 10 years old then, facing a rock-hidden lower ninja 2 heads taller than herself. She hid behind a tree, her hands trembling, her legs shaking, her entire being quivering. When the fireball flew from her palm, she closed her eyes. When she opened them, that person lay on the ground, clothes charred, face burnt beyond recognition. She had crouched behind the tree, vomiting for a long, long time. She recalled the first time Rosuna praised her. She had said her scorch release surpassed steam killing, unleashing 5 fireballs simultaneously that reduced 3 cloud-hidden middle ninjas to mummified husks. Rosuna stood behind her and uttered 2 words. Not bad. Her heart raced all day. She recalled the many she had slain over the years. Leaf, rock, cloud. Too many to count. Some faces remained etched in her memory. Others had faded away. She never pondered who they were, whether they had families, or if anyone awaited their return. Never. She recalled her own name.
Yi Jin,
an elite upper ninja of the sand-hidden village. The bloodline limit of scorch release. Rosuna's trusted right hand. This was her identity, her honor, the meaning of her existence. But if all of these were taken away, who would she be then? She had never contemplated this question, for she had never paused. Never. That yearning for acceptance, that fury born of shame, that obsession with becoming stronger, like a thick, viscous fog, had enveloped her for many years. She had believed it was part of her, that it defined her. But that blade just now, like a broom, gently swept open a gap in that fog. She saw herself within, her true self. Yitsong raised her head and looked toward Kai, toward the green-clad youth kneeling on the ground, her voice wavering slightly. What kind of blade is this? Kai slowly rose, releasing his grip on the hilt and letting the fragments fall to the ground. He spoke in a low voice. This blade is dewy, Yitsong murmured, her gaze complex as she looked at the part of her body that had been pierced by the blade of light moments ago. All the myriad sufferings of the world are crossed over by this blade. Truly a magnificent sword technique. Kai's expression remained serene. You speak truly. The Dui blade. Crossing calamities, severing karmic bonds. The blade breaks precepts, decisive in killing and slashing, cutting through external sins. Compassion forms the sheath, guarding mercy, ferrying the inner hearts. When blade and sheath unite, they become the Dui strike. This blade clings to neither killing nor precepts, neither good nor evil. When the blade strikes, it does not sever flesh, but the barriers of the heart. When the blade falls, it does not ferry enemies, but obsessions. Yi Jin fell silent for a moment before speaking again. What is your name? Might Guy. Might Guy, Yi Jin repeated softly several times, as if engraving the name upon her heart. Finally, she cast a deep, lingering look at Kai. The murderous intent and hatred that once filled her gaze had vanished completely. What remained was a profound complexity, so intricate that even she herself could not articulate it. I will remember you, she said, then turned away, refusing to look at anyone else. Stepping over scorched earth and bloodstains, she strode directly toward the outskirts of the battlefield. In the distance, Ro Sasori, noticing the commotion, bellowed in fury, Yakura, what are you doing? Come back. She did not hear him, or perhaps she did, but chose not to turn back. Her silhouette ultimately vanished amidst the swirling smoke and the throng of combatants far away. It was only when Yakura's figure disappeared completely that Kai could no longer hold himself up. His body went limp, about to collapse. Ebisu and Genma reached out almost simultaneously from either side, barely managing to support him. The sensation of his weight in their grasp caused both their expressions to shift dramatically. Kai's body was utterly limp, as if hollowed out, utterly devoid of strength. Kai. Ebisu's voice trembled as he patted Kai's face. Kai's mouth twitched slightly. I'm not dead yet. Hearing this, Ebisu and Genma finally exhaled in relief. Then Kai's eyes closed. Not from unconsciousness, but from exhaustion so profound that he was too weary to keep them open. After prolonged combat, his chakra and stamina were severely depleted. At the very moment Yakura revealed a vulnerability, Kai had barely managed to unleash the ultimate slash of the Broken Covenant blade. It was a feat accomplished with great difficulty. Therefore, he chose the Crossing Calamity blade. Although the Crossing Calamity blade is a superior technique, its consumption of physical energy is relatively modest. However, it demands two conditions, extreme and contradictory conditions. Utmost murderous intent. Utmost compassion. Such a paradoxical situation. Both are indispensable and must coexist simultaneously. There must be an unyielding resolve to kill, not killing for killing's sake, but in defense. There must be a mercy that refrains from killing, not sparing for sparing's sake, but for redemption. These two states of mind must coexist, contradicting yet balancing each other. If there is only pure murderous intent, the result is the Broken Covenant blade. If there is only pure compassion, it becomes the Compassionate blade. Only when both reach their zenith and find that subtle equilibrium at the moment of the strike can one shatter and then rebuild, unleashing the singular Crossing Calamity slash. Kai naturally harbored murderous intent toward Yakura. This was a battlefield. Both sides were adversaries locked in mortal combat. Behind him stood his comrades from Konoha, Ebisu, Genma, and those still fiercely fighting alongside them. To protect them, he had to fell the enemy blocking their path. When that slash fell, there was not a trace of hesitation in his heart. Yet, toward her, Kai felt a thread of compassion so subtle, he could scarcely put it into words. He knew this woman's fate. During the Third Great Ninja War, she had been hailed as a hero of the hidden sand. Yet she was betrayed by her own, Ro Sasori, and used as a pawn in the negotiations with the Hidden Mist, sent to die a humiliating, meaningless death. A jonin felled by kunai. It was precisely this lethal resolve on the battlefield, intertwined with compassion born from memories of the future, that converged in the instant before the blade fell. This convergence triggered the exacting conditions required to wield the Crossing Calamity blade. Cough, cough, cough. Somewhat recovered, Kai was supported by Ebisu and Genma, gasping heavily. His internal energy circulation, like a parched riverbed receiving a trickle of water, began to slowly restore his nearly exhausted stamina. At the same time, his empty left hand struggled toward his ninja tool pouch. His fingertips brushed against a smooth, solid object, a small replenishing pill. The last one he had. Kai looked at the pale yellow pill in his palm, hesitation flickering in his eyes. He was reluctant to consume it. This was his final life-saving medicine. But his gaze swept over the surroundings. The battlefield was filled with the clamor of battle, carnage everywhere. Konoha's ninja were besieged by a force several times their number from the hidden sand, with casualties mounting continuously. The war was far from over. If any enemy noticed their weakened state and launched an assault, this small replenishing pill would have to be taken. Kai gritted his teeth, clutching the pill tightly in his palm, ready to swallow it at a moment's notice. Lord Rosasori, Yakura, a hidden Sand Jonin, noticing Yakura's departure, shouted in astonishment. Silence! Rosasori's roar echoed through the air. He had, of course, seen Yakura's departure. A rage born of betrayal and humiliation shattered his reason in an instant. He cast a glance over the entire battlefield. After brutal attrition, only about 300 Konoha shinobi remained standing. Meanwhile, the hidden sand, though also heavily battered, still numbered over 1,500. A 5-to-1 advantage. Absolute dominance. Enough of this farce. It's time to end it. Rosasori's bloodshot eyes fixed rigidly on the figure of Autumn Path Choza, who had repeatedly thwarted him. First, I'll kill you, you troublesome boar. Magnet release. Sand gold cube. Rosasori formed hand seals, unleashing his chakra without reserve. The sand gold particles suspended around him immediately surged violently. No longer dispersing in scattered attacks, they wildly converged, compressed, and took shape. In the blink of an eye, a colossal sand gold cube, over 30 feet on each side, sharp-edged and unbearably heavy, crystallized in midair. Rosasori thrust both palms forward with tremendous force. Boom! The massive sand gold cube crashed downward like a falling meteor, slamming mercilessly toward Choza below. The air compressed with a thunderous roar, and shadows instantly engulfed a vast area around Choza's position. Choza looked up, his pupils shrinking abruptly. He immediately sensed Rosasori's intent and the terror of the impending blow. Having just repelled a hidden sand shinobi, his enormous form enhanced by the multiplication technique was already riddled with wounds. The effects of the small replenishing pill he had taken earlier had long since faded. Without hesitation, he plunged his hand into his vest pocket. When he withdrew it, a pill rested in his palm. A red one. The chilly pill. A mortal pill. Choza's gaze was unusually serene at that moment, even tinged with a hint of release. He did not look back at his remaining Konoha comrades, nor at Kai, who was being supported in the distance. He fixed his eyes solely on the descending sand gold cube and the grotesque face of Rosasori behind it. Just as Rosasori unleashed his ninjutsu and the sand gold cube thundered downward, Choza resolutely raised the chilly pill to his lips, ready to swallow. Suddenly, a cold, hoarse voice, like the hiss of a venomous serpent, sounded without warning from the air behind Rosasori. Hidden shadow snake hands. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several purple serpents, each as thick as a bowl, shot forth from the void of shadows. Swift as lightning, they did not attack the sand gold cube or Choza. Instead, they coiled directly around Rosasori himself, who was fully occupied maintaining his ninjutsu, leaving his defenses wide open. The serpents' bodies writhed with eerie agility, instantly entwining his arms and waist. A terrifying constricting force exploded suddenly. Rosasori's face changed drastically. In a panic, he hastily summoned all his sand gold defenses. The sand gold surged wildly, attempting to crush and peel away the monstrous serpents. Yet the serpentine body was slick and tenacious, rendering escape impossible for the moment. He could scarcely spare the attention to control the colossal sand gold cube that threatened to crash upon Rin's position. The ninjutsu was abruptly severed, and the cube hung suspended in midair. Then, deprived of Chakra's sustaining force, it gradually disintegrated and scattered into fragments. Rin, with the chilly pill nearly at his lips, was momentarily stunned upon witnessing this scene. Though unaware of the cause behind this sudden turn, his battle instincts propelled him to make the most prudent decision without hesitation. He lunged sharply to the side, his massive frame tumbling upon the ground. By the narrowest margin, he avoided the very center where the cube was destined to fall. The shattered sand gold debris struck beside him, raising a thick cloud of dust. Cough, cough. Rin coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood, struggling to half kneel as he lifted his gaze skyward. His face instantly flushed with exhilaration, eyes gleaming with a brilliant light. Lord Orochimaru. Indeed, the man who had suddenly appeared was none other than one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha, Orochimaru himself. At that moment, Raza finally wrenched free from the coiling serpent's grip by sheer force of sand gold. The fragmented snake's body fell from the air, clutching his left side, where a slash from the serpent's fangs had opened a wound. Fresh blood seeped out. Standing upon the slightly unstable sand gold platform, he fixed his gaze fiercely upon Orochimaru, who had materialized behind him, pale-faced, with golden serpentine eyes and disheveled black hair. His disdainful glare was unmistakable. The young snake master, Orochimaru. Raza forced the name from between his clenched teeth, his eyes brimming with shock and fury. How could you be here? This is impossible. According to the intelligence from Sunagakure, each of the legendary Sannin was supposed to be engaged elsewhere, held at bay by formidable foes on different fronts. Jiraiya was contending with Kirigakure on the eastern coast, Tsunade was stationed at the rear medical base, and Orochimaru was locked in a standoff with Iwagakure at the border of the land of rice fields. There was simply no conceivable way for him to have arrived so swiftly, so far from the main battlefield of Mount Kikio, unless the intelligence was false, or they had known all along. Raza's expression twisted into an unmistakable grimace. Orochimaru extended his slender tongue, licking his lips. His cold, serpent-like eyes swept over Raza, then scanned the chaotic battlefield below, before finally resting again upon the disheveled figure with a low, hoarse chuckle. That laugh carried an unmistakable blend of mockery and predatory amusement. He offered no reply to Raza's question, nor did he need to. Meanwhile, from the distant edge of the dense forest came a thunderous clamor of shouts and battle cries. Raza's heart jolted violently as he whipped his head around. Hundreds of shinobi bearing the Konoha forehead protectors surged forth from the woods. Though their numbers appeared to be only 200 or 300, these were genuine reinforcements. Fresh troops whose arrival instantly shifted the tide along the battlefield's periphery. Joining forces with the remaining Konoha shinobi, they launched a counteroffensive against the besieging forces of Sunagakure.
Impossible. Absolutely impossible.
A chill of ice swept through Raza's heart. How could Konoha's reinforcements have arrived so swiftly? Even if word had spread instantly, the time needed for mobilization, assembly, and forced march was far too great. Unless they had been lying in wait nearby all along. The very thought sent a shudder of dread through him. Though with these new 200 or 300, Konoha's total strength barely reached 500 or 600. Sunagakure still held nearly a threefold numerical advantage. But the critical issue was this. Standing among the enemy was Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin in his prime, and Raza himself, drained from relentless combat and grievously wounded by a surprise attack, was far from his peak condition. To face Orochimaru head-on was to court certain defeat. This battle was lost. Seemingly attuned to Raza's inner turmoil yet indifferent to it, Orochimaru made no further acknowledgement. His hands rapidly formed seals before he slammed them forcefully against the earth. Summoning jutsu, boom! A vast plume of white smoke erupted. An oppressive and suffocating aura of terror instantly blanketed the entire battlefield. The sounds of clashing warriors momentarily ceased. As the smoke began to clear, an enormous serpent's head, cloaked in shimmering purple scales, slowly emerged. Its cold, unfeeling vertical pupils, larger than lanterns, swept over the tiny masses of people below like ants. The thousand serpent, Orochimaru, if this summoning is to be worthy of me, there better be ample offerings, or else the deep, hoarse voice of the thousand serpent rumbled with impatience and greed. Orochimaru cut it off with a gesture. His slender finger pointed coldly at the chaotic Sunagakure ranks below. Eat your fill of those down there. A cruel gleam of excitement flickered in the serpent's vertical pupils. Heh, that's more like it. Without further ado, the colossal form fully materialized from the summoning smoke. Stretching over tens of meters in length, it charged with unstoppable momentum into the densest cluster of Sunagakure shinobi. This was the true meat grinder. Wherever the thousand serpent passed, Sunagakure's defenses were as fragile as paper. Ninjutsu attacks glanced off its scales, leaving only faint white marks. Its massive body rolled and crushed with relentless force. A sweep of its tail shattered bones and tore muscles, sending blood clouds billowing. Each bite of its massive jaws swallowed multiple, sometimes dozens, of Sunagakure shinobi along with their agonized screams. The Sunagakure formation was utterly shattered by this terrifying, unprecedented summoned beast. Panic spread like a plague. Against such a monster, conventional encirclement was utterly futile. Only slaughter remained. Watching the front line collapse below, hearing the terrified screams of his subordinates, Raza's eyes blazed with fury. He knew the tide had turned irreversibly against them. He cast a resentful glance at Orochimaru, who stood composed as if savoring an experiment. Then, with profound reluctance, he flicked a glance toward the cowering Sarutobi Kosuke amid the ruins of their camp. At last, from the depths of his throat, he forced out two words heavy with humiliation and rage. Retreat. Full retreat. The order was given. The already fractured morale of Sunagakure's shinobi was as if granted a pardon. Disregarding formation and coordination, they scrambled in frantic flight along the path they had come, desperate only to put distance between themselves and that dreadful serpent and the demonic Konoha Sannin. The once formidable Sunigakure army disintegrated in an instant, collapsing into a torrent of shattered fugitives.